Okay, so if you're joining me, I have just finished recording whatever length of video this is, and this is the end. I mean, I just said goodbye to you, so if you were you're not really supposed to watch the whole video. You can, but if you do, you'll see me 10 minutes ago, right before this. It's confusing, but this whole video is going to be a little bit of a whirlwind. So, good job being brave enough to click on it. The first thing you need to know is this is the introduction section. I am hoping it's only going to be 30 minutes. It'll probably be 60 minutes. That's how things go. We'll see. I don't really want to do chapters. I just want to get this video uploaded and go to sleep and do all the relaxing things because this has been a big one. If somebody really wants to put the chapters linked in the doobly-doo, you know, at the bottom, the towel section, whatever you want to call it, please do. But really, this is just a free script. And it happens to include what is probably 15, maybe 16 hours of additional footage of me actually making it. Noting just right here in the front of this video that there are at least 2, maybe even 3 hours where I just don't even talk. I just am on mute. I talk to you via typing in the coding, like I'll leave comments, but I just needed music. Like this has just been a lot of coding. This has been like 2 weeks of working on this video, but I'm so excited to drop it. With one other big caveat, any day, any week, they're going to be dropping a brand new in-world purchasing gizmo. So this whole thing could need a whole update video on how to utilize the scripts in this video. Theoretically, they don't want to break anything in-world purchase related, so I can't imagine it's going to be breaking. It should only be like new features, but we'll see what happens. So wait for that video if you want. But if you'd like to get started, this script is pretty incredible. So, I guess without further ado, let's take a quick peek at what it is, and then we'll go build it. And when I mean by build, I mean implement, because there's a lot of things that have to be done to get this to work in your world and things to know. First thing to note is this is a demo. This is where we built the scripts. So I'll hit play, I'll jump into preview mode, and you can see that what we're building in here is first and foremost, I should make this bigger. Let's make it bigger. Okay, there we go. Is this guy. So this is where you spend real world money, so your in-world purchase, to buy premium tokens. Now you can rename these to whatever you want them to be called, but in this demo, in this code, it's called premium tokens or tokens, and you can change that to whatever you like. You can also change the prices and whatnot. That's up to you. But as you can see here, this is just some nice default recommendations. Now when you go over here, this one behaves a little different. Now this won't work on desktops. This is just going to go to, say, to go into VR. You can also do it on mobile. And on mobile, it's a little bit difficult because they can't actually like get close. So I'm hoping the new in-world purchase gizmo makes this experience better, but for now it is what it is. Now over here you can click on this and it's great. So here's the hat shop. This is where you can buy different hats. You can see I've got this one equipped. Once you buy it, you can equip it. So that one just got equipped. And we have 3 demo hats here to try. And you can see your balance, how much money you got. And then over here, you can go to your hat shop and you can buy colors. You can see the ones that you own. You can then equip them. The colors don't look nearly as good when applied to a thing as they do in the menu. So like if we go to unlit, which is the one I have equipped, you get, oh, no, I don't have it equipped. Let's equip it. You'll get a color that doesn't have any edges, but it's a little bit closer to this color. We can potentially find a color to buy, like mountains or snow. We'll go ahead and equip snow, and you can see that's what that one looks like. You can switch over, hit equip. There it is. Pretty nice. Basic. We've got leprechaun luck. Again, you can see the colors just don't exactly match. There really isn't a great way to fix that. If you pester me a lot in the chat, maybe one of these months, not weeks, months, maybe one of these coming months I can look at it, but it's not an easy thing to accomplish. We need to basically have 2 parallel colors, and it's going to take hours of work to get the colors to be even close to accurate. So It's just not something I really want to do. And I just don't know how to address it. But if you've got some ideas on how to address it, feel free to drop them in the chat. I am all ears. Might even try reaching out to someone like Shards or Wafflecopters to see if they've got any ideas. But I think this is just a problem. I've experienced this for years. When you have colors online, they just don't look the same in VR, and that's kind of like the Unity color space being applied to it. So there's just not much we can do to it, unfortunately. Okay, so that is the 3 menus. You got a color menu. You can exit, you get multiple pages. You got a hat shop, which does the same thing. If you have enough hats, it'll do multiple pages. You can switch between the pages here, as you can see. The hats are actually ability to have seasonal. So you'll notice we have the winter theme currently on. Next month it'll be the Valentine's Day theme. The next month after that is the leprechaun theme. That's how I got that one. And then after that you go to spring, then summer, then winter, or excuse me, then fall. Then it goes back to, or then you get to holiday, which is Christmas basically. And then you get winter again, and it loops like that. And you can add your own stuff too. I'd recommend watching the video and trying to find that part if that's something you're interested in. We also have most hats owned, most colors owned, longest streak for how many days you visited, and most premium tokens. So we got 4 leaderboards. Like I said, there's a lot here, and now we're going to go and implement this from scratch to show you how you would bring this into your own world. Now, bringing it into your own world is a lot more work. So if you're not a scripter, it's not really recommended to try and augment a world that has something in it and try to use this. But if you are a scripter, you probably can. You're going to have to spend some time looking at the code. There's a lot of code here. It might be even worth looking, like watching the video. Even if you're not like doing the thing, you can at least learn about the code. The video is not meant to be fast-paced. It is very slow. I talk a lot. I'm just like enjoying myself. So just recognize that it's not a normal like tutorial video because it's so long. I just knew I had to go in a little bit more casual. All right, let's go create a brand new world and start from scratch and see how to get these implemented. All right, so we're gonna go create a new world and call this a blank world made for custom model import. And this is going to be the today's date, 25, we'll call this 01 dash. Okay, you can see I've been working on this since 06, so that's 13 days, almost 2 weeks. It's been a while. 19 dash 25, there we go. And this is the implementing IWP code. All right, create. So, yes, this is one of the coolest assets I've had the pleasure to give out. I'm so excited to get this to you and see what you do with it. You know, there's so much modifications you can make. I hope you'll learn from some of the things that you'll see in here. Truly, it's been a pleasure. It's been exhausting, but a pleasure. All right, we're going to start by going to our scripts and hitting 3 dots, open scripts folder in the Explorer. And now that we got our scripts folder open, we'll double click into the scripts folder. We now need our scripts. You'll go to the description of the video. You'll find the Vidyuu Assets link. And when you're inside of Vidyuu Assets, you're going to find the assets spawned hats. You're going to click into there to find all, oh, excuse me, that's the wrong one. Similar, but wrong one. We want the IWP custom UI scripts. In-world purchase custom UI, here it is. And these are all the scripts you'll need. So you can just hit 3 dots, download to download the entire folder. Once you have that downloaded, I have it in my downloads and I saved it into here. You can then uncompress it to get this folder. Once you've uncompressed it, you can then select all of these scripts, which I'm going to select like that, and then hit Control-C. Hitting the back arrow, I can get back to the scripts folder, and then I can hit Control-V to paste. And it looks like I accidentally brought package.json. Skip this file. I need to go delete that from the Google Drive. One moment. And since you're watching this later, you don't have to worry about that. Come on, Google Drive. Open up for me, baby. Google Drive. We can do this. We can do this. We can try something like that. Where is the, oh, there's package.json. And 3 dots. Move to trash. Move to trash. All right. All the files look good. Sweet. Okay, now we're missing some things. So now once we got these scripts in, we now need to hit the settings gear icon, go to API, and we need to install some of these APIs. Which ones do we need? I actually don't know. We definitely need custom UI, but that might be it actually. Let's try that one, hit save, and see if there's anything we're missing. We'll look and see if that compiles correctly. It's compiling now. And there we go, perfect. Okay, so that was the only one we needed, was the custom UI API. Now with that compiled, there's a lot still we need to make. So we need a variable group to store our variables in. And so we're going to go to variable groups, and I'm going to add one to this world. You can use the plus button to create a brand new one, which I guess we're going to do just to demo it. And so we're going to call this the IWP CUI implementation. Control A, Control C. I recommend copying this as you're going. And now that we've got this variable group created, we can create a variable. But what variables do we need to create? For that, we're going to need to go to our scripts tab. Scrolling to the bottom, you're going to find one in here called world variable names here at the very bottom. Open an external editor. And this is going to tell us all the variables that we need in this world. So here we can see our JSON PPV, and that's going to be stored. This first section here is that thing we just copied. We'll paste that. That's the name of our variable group, is the first part of this, and we'll paste that here. We then need to create a variable called player stats, which is a JSON, and premium tokens, which is a number. I'm going to copy premium tokens since that's the easier one. Control C, heading back over into Horizon. We can then go back to our variable groups. Heading into our variable group here, we'll create a variable, selecting number, pasting premium tokens, pressing create. And now that has been linked up. We now need to make our JSON PPV called player stats. Double click, Control C to copy player stats. We'll then go and click the plus icon, paste then the name as player stats, change it from number to JSON object, and then press create. Now that we've created those two variables, we now need to create our leaderboards. We need a longest streak, and then most premium tokens, most colors owned, and most hats owned. So it's going to take a second, but we'll go to our drop-down again, leaderboards, create leaderboard, paste for longest streak, press create. And then I'm just going to do this copy-paste thing to make it a little easier. Plus, paste, create, Control C, plus, paste, create. And last one, Control C, plus, paste, create. All right, so we got our leaderboards created, we got our player persistent variables created. We are rolling. There is still, we need to make the in-world purchasing items, which we'll get to. Let's first start by bringing out some of these leaderboard gizmos. So we'll go to the gizmos tab and grab the leaderboard gizmo. Should be around here. Did I just miss it? Oh yeah, it's this one. I was expected to have a different color than that for some reason. Okay, and I like to scale these to 2, 2, 2. I like to change them from 5 to 10. And then we're going to start with longest streak. And then I like to give these the same name, longest streak. Control A, Control C, and I like to paste that up here. So I'd say longest streak world leaderboard like that. So that way you can easily identify it here on the tab. We're going to make sure to slide this down to the bottom of the world. So we'll change the position to 0, 1, 0. Actually, let's change that to 5. There we go. And then we just need to bring in a couple of those. So let's slide this with snapping turned on over here, Control D, slide that over, and then select both of these, Control D, slide that over one more time like that. All right, now they're nicely evenly spaced, and we can finish these up. So we did longest streak. Now do most premium tokens, which will name most premium tokens. Control A, Control C, and then we'll change this from here. Come on, there we go. And then it's Shift arrow up, Control V, and now we've updated the name of that as well. Perfect. We'll go on to our next one, which is going to be most colors owned. Control V, most colors owned. Control A, Control C. Shift arrow up, Control V. There we go. That one's done. And last one is our most hats owned. Now note, you don't have to use these names. You could use masks owned. You could make it vests or something else that they're buying. These are asset spawned items, so you could even do something like, I plan to use this code in Power Wash where we have power washers. So it'll be most power washers owned. Anyway, you get the idea. So pretty cool. But the names in the back end are going to be hats because that's how we developed it. But yeah, so now those leaderboards are set up. We can now start working on custom UI, but we need IWP stuff. Also, the leaderboards will likely have to have us leave and come back for them to start working. We'll hit Control Save here. I wanted to figure out our IWP stuff first. So if we go to IWP Manager Entity, this is the next place where you're going to have to make changes in the script because the names need to match. Just like we had world variable names need to match, the name of your purchasable items need to match. Now we're going to utilize the same name for like 1 token, 7 tokens, and so on. But yeah. So we're going to go to our systems dropdown, select commerce, create new item, paste this as 1 token. I'm thinking I did it as capital, 1 token like that. Like that would make sense. Now this is your one chance to write a description. I recommend writing something like 1 premium token for use in this world, right? Something like that. You can then select an image. You're going to need to have your images selected beforehand, so you could pick out something that's relevant. You'll want to make sure that these are consumables and set them to auto use. And now that we've got that set up, we can now move on to our next one, create. And this takes a bit of work. Also, that the price is wrong. So unfortunately, there's no way to edit this. Hopefully the new IWP stuff will be editable because these ones are not. We now have to recreate it all over again. 1 token. I'm not going to fill out a description, but you get the idea. I'll put a tilde there, selecting an image, selected, confirm. The price for this one was, I think it was $199? $299? I don't remember. I guess we can see. Man, I wish I could remember. We can see by going to the custom UI IWP entity. And I want to double click on this so that it locks it so it's not italicized. Same thing with this one, so we can see them both at the same time up here in the tabs. And if you scroll down here, you'll see them set up at the bottom. So it says 1 token is 330 meta credits. And so then we can go back in here and make sure to select the item that is 330 meta credits. Okay, so that was the 199. Perfect. Now note the 199 actually means absolutely nothing. That's just like something from like a year ago that has not been updated, but will be updated with the new update. So we're just waiting. Okay. And create. There we go. Next up, the next one we can see, and I'm actually going to slide this over. It'll be off screen for you, but it'll allow me to see it, is 7 tokens. And this will make it a lot easier to go. So we'll go 7 tokens, and then I need a tilde, and selecting image. And remember, you can't update any of these things once they're created, which is really stinky. So hopefully the new one allows you to update these type of things like still use them in this code, but if not, I'll make an update video on how to use the new ones. All right, so we got our setup there. Go ahead and click create, and then we move on to 17 tokens. 17 tokens, put a tilde, select an image, and select the item that is 3280, and create. And then we've got 2 more left to create. So this next one is 50 tokens. And this one also tilde, select image, select, and that one is going for 8205. And then create. And then our last one isn't listed on this menu. It's kind of like a little icon here. You'll see premium. It's really noticed in here. It's this 40% token. So you can buy 40% of a token for just $1, or whatever that is equivalent to in credits. So we can call that 40% token, and that's what it was called. It's called 40% token progress. 40% token progress, and we'll do tilde, select image. And in the video, we did use something a lot more detailed than that, like using the description to describe that you're going to get 40% of its progress. Pretty useful. We'll change that to the 99 or 165. Press create. There we go. Now, once we get access to actually change the number of meta credits, I want to use something like whole numbers, like maybe 150, maybe 300, maybe 3,000, 8,000, 1,500, like reasonable numbers. These these weird numbers are kind of weird, and I'd rather use whole numbers. So, anywho, we'll get that feature soon. Soon, I hear, but I don't know when. It seems like it should have been here by now, but I guess it could be any day. It could be tomorrow. No, maybe not tomorrow. Maybe like in 3 days. Okay, so with that, we've set up our IWP. But the problem is they got new numbers. These numbers at the end are changed when you create this. And there's no way to see it from here, which is new and frustrating. Let me see. Yeah, there's no way to see it anymore. Is that true? There really isn't any way to see this anymore? How did I get those numbers? Did I have to go into VR to get those numbers last time? I must have. Man, that really stinks. And like just a month ago, maybe when I started recording this tutorial, you could actually see what the code was for this, but it's no longer listed there. So we have no idea what those item IDs are. They might be online. I'm gonna do one quick look. Apologies for the slight sidetrack. But if we go to horizon.meta.com, and I really shouldn't show you guys the commerce stuff, so I'm gonna move this off the screen. And then I'm gonna go to Creator Tools. And when you get to Creator Tools, there's a button for, I guess it's called Creator Program, and then there's in-world purchases. And then in-world purchases, you can see worlds. So if I select implementing world, so unselect all and then just select the implementing world that we're in, I want to see all items. So it only shows me purchases. It doesn't show me anything that hasn't been purchased. So it doesn't look like I can actually see purchasable items. Darn. Okay, well, it was worth a shot, I guess. Go ahead and minimize that. So, yeah, unfortunately, it appears the only way we're going to get that is by creating a custom UI to look at it. So over here, we're going to pull out our first custom UI gizmo. You're going to know we need 3 of those. So gizmos and custom UI. We're going to set up the first one first, starting by zeroing out the rotation, 0, 0, 0. And then I do want to rotate it 90 degrees to the left, but let's get it visible. And I also want to scale it up to 2, 2, 2. And then that should be about the right size. Attach the script. These are labeled CUI, so we have the 3 CUIs here. We're going to start with the IWP one. And now with IWP, if we hit play, this should be off by 90 degrees, but then I can hit 90 on the Y, and now it's off the other way, so we'll go -90. There it is. And then I can slide that up till it's perfect. We'll turn off snapping, and nice. We'll jump into preview mode. And running over here, we can see that. Looks good. We shouldn't be able to click on it though. Like as much as I want to be able to click on it, it doesn't allow you to use the buttons if you click on that. So what we have to do is turn off focus prompt. So yeah, no focus prompt on that. And we should also turn off the ray casting. And might want to turn off collidable too. I think that'll make this better. It doesn't even, yeah, okay. I'm not sure if that'll actually do anything, but anyway, there we go. And now what we need to do is pull out the in-world purchase gizmo, which is called in-world item. There it is. And now that we've got that, we're going to change this up to be 1 token. Nice. And we're going to change it from trigger to icon. And we like the icon. Icon's nice. We need to attach any scripts? No, we do not need to attach any scripts to this, which is kind of crazy, but pretty cool. I do want to double check that there isn't like a IWP thing. We definitely have some managers we need to set up, so we should do that here in a second, but let's get these set up first. Okay, so we got this set up for 1 token, It now needs to be moved into place. We should make sure to zero out the rotation. It does look like it is, but just in case. Now we're going to slide that back until it's right in about the right spot. Try to get it centered. Very nice. And there we go. We'll fly around there. Oops, not perfect. Slide it back a little bit more. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, now we're going to Control D, slide that down. Control D, slide that down. And Control D, slide that down. And Control D, slide that over and down. Nicely. Okay, there we go. So now that's set up just like our other world. We can now change these to be the appropriate items. In this case, this is the 40% token. And we can go on to the next one, which is the 50 token. And then we got the next one, which is the 17 token. And then we have the 7 token, and then the top is still the 1 token. So those are all now set up correctly and good to go. We can jump into preview mode to see what that's like on mobile. These won't work again, like you saw earlier, on desktop, but you can see if desktop did work, it'd work pretty well. The only problem is you can't see it. So what you could do, and what you might see in some of my worlds that I might end up working on, is when they walk up to this, it will move them into first-person mode, and when they step away, it'll move them into third-person mode. I don't love that, so I'm just not implementing it here because I don't love it. Okay, so there's our IWP stuff. I did want to check our commerce. If the number has appeared, it has not. Let's leave and come back and see if we get those numbers. Return to creation home, leave. Okay, we're going to head on in. I'm thinking about writing down a to-do list of all the things we need to do. We're hitting the half-hour mark, but we're pretty much almost done. Like, we're doing pretty good. It's pretty, well, I guess there's quite a bit still left, but we're doing pretty good. I feel like we're doing good. Clear. Go to commerce. And we still don't have the item name. That stinks. Hitting play. Everything looks good. Yeah, there's just still no ID. Okay, so we need to get that ID, which we're going to get by going into VR. But before we do that, let's create all the empty things, because we need to get everything working before we can go in VR and get this. I like to move my empty objects to 0, 0, 0. The first one, we're just going to go through the list on the scripts dropdown, and so color picker is a custom UI, hats is a custom UI, IWP is a custom UI. Like, these are all custom UIs. Then this is the hat. So this is the script that runs on the object that gets asset spawned, which I'll show you in a minute. Then we've got the hat manager, so that's the first one. So this is going to be the hat manager script. It doesn't need anything attached to it. We can now go ahead and label this hat manager. And now with that done, we can duplicate it and make our next manager. Control D, scroll to the bottom, select the next item in the list. So we just did hat manager. IWP manager is next. And then we'll change this to IWP manager. And scroll down, make sure there's nothing needing to be attached. It's good too. Selecting it again, Control D, scrolling down to the bottom. Next one in the list is the player data. So this is like a player data manager, which initializes all the players. So this is player data manager. There we go. This is from that player data video, by the way. And the hat manager is from the hat video. And the IWP manager is from the IWP video. So we've combined a lot to make this work. So there's a lot of even prerequisite videos for this video, which is kind of insane. But we're doing good. All right, player data. Now we need the utility component, which is, we'll just call it component manager. Component manager. There we go. I don't need to explain what this is. It's a technical thing. It just works. It's important. And Control D. And our last one here is our overtime manager. And overtime manager. That allows for creating motion, which we don't do in this world, but nice to have, I guess. Okay, so with that set up, we now need to create the rest of our custom UIs. We're going to hit Control D on this one and slide it to the right. When we attach the next custom UI, we're going to see something interesting. We'll start with the hats UI, having it in the same orientation as the other one. Now when we attach this script, if we scroll to the bottom, we need a click sound effect, purchase error sound effect, and a purchase success sound effect so that we can hear these going off. And now that I think about it, I don't feel like I heard those in the other world. which is perplexing. I'm not going to worry about it, but like is perplexing. So anyway, the ones that I used were from the sound effects, and you can search for button tap. That's the one I like for the clicking sound. And I'm going to paste this at the same position. So I copy the position of this, paste the position here, and then slide that up. Control Z, and slide this up. There we go. And then you can adjust these properties. I recommend like 15 and volume 0.7 is probably good for a button tap. Yeah, maybe even 0.4 is fine. And then you might even change the pitch to be like -2, just to give it a little more bass and thump. Nice, that's good. And then that needs to be referenced on here. So we go and type in button tap. Ta-da! Next up, we need the purchase error and purchase success. I don't remember the sound effects I used for this, but we can probably search error and find a sci-fi UI error, musical UI, magical UI, pops UI. I think I like pops UI error. Let's go ahead and hit play and see. No, not that one. High-tech UI error. Let's delete this one and check out this one. Yeah, that's it. Volume down to 0.2, distance down to 15, and we want to change the pitch to -2. There we go. We're going to copy the position of this and paste, and then slide up so they don't overlap. And then we're going to select here, searching for error. And ta-da! Now we just need the money bag sound effect. So this is like a coin purse, I think is what it's called. Try that one, hit play. There it is. And then we'll set that to 15 as well. And we'll change the pitch is fine, actually. All right, we'll paste position on here, slide that up. There we go. And now we just need to type in money coins for our purchase sound effect. And now that we've got this one set up, we can then maybe name these UIs. The first one is the IWP UI. This one is the hat UI. And then we're going to hit Control D, slide this over. And this one is the color UI. And what you'll find really interesting, or at least I love, is when you select the color picker UI, because they have the same property names, it actually keeps the reference to these three, and they can share the same sound effects, and that's pretty amazing. I love that. All right, with that, I think we have finished setting up all of our items. So jumping into preview mode, we can see our hat shop. Oh, big mistake. It's okay. Big mistake, not too hard to fix. When we duplicated this, we copied the property that made it not collidable and also made it not have focus prompt. I think I'm going to still turn collidable off though, but we do need the focus prompt to be on so that we can actually focus it. So collidable back on, focus prompt back on, and then, or no, I said non-collidable. There we go. I think that'll be nicer. Play, preview mode. So yeah, now that allows us to zoom in on it nicely. Very good, very good. If we walk through, we can see what that's like. Now, if you're the owner of the world and you're in VR, you can do it what's called a test purchase by walking up and clicking on any of these. It'll give you the option to test it, and it will complete the purchase. You can then try these other things out to test all the colors and all the options. Pulling out your video, your camera, you can then pulling out your camera, you can then test it, like see it, see the test. And we should be able to click on those. Kind of weird that's not letting us click on that. Select. Maybe it needs to be collidable to be clickable. Let's turn on collidable again. That would make sense, actually. Play, preview. Okay, click. Huh, that's not working either. Oh, I forgot to turn raycast on. Maybe we can turn collidable off then. Raycast. Yeah, I definitely changed too many things on that initial one. Sorry about that. Stop world, clear, play, preview. Okay, so now we can click. Yes, now we can click. And the reason I want it to be non-collidable is so when you walk through it, you can actually do this if for some reason you wanted to, which is why that one, this is the one that you really need to be able to do that to. So let's make sure, oh, this one is non-collidable. It must be the little pieces that are making that problem then. Darn. Yeah, it stinks. Because you're going to want to look at this, but it's hard to look at. Whereas this one doesn't have that problem because it doesn't have those IWP gizmos in front of it. Curious, I'm wondering if those could be made non-collidable. I'm not going to mess with it because I don't want to break things. But anyway, so you can see that's working. All that's good. Next up, we have to go in and get some test purchases done so that we can get these named IDs. So when you go in to do a test purchase, when you don't have the correct named ID in, it's going to run this case for item not found. It's going to console log the item's name, which we can then use to fill this out. So I think that's mostly the last thing to do, but we also need to fix the coloring issue. So when you jump into the world, you'll see that it says object with broken script reference. So you're going to need to have your own asset spawned item. And when you create an item, it doesn't need to be too complex. I guess for the sake of argument, we're literally just going to pull out a sphere just as an example to prove that it doesn't need to be too complex. You can then attach a script. The script is the hat entity. Now this needs to be attached so that you can color it. You then need to reference self, so whatever the object is inside of it that you want to color. So if it's multiple objects, it might be 2 objects. If you need it to be 3, you're going to need to go look at the script and duplicate a couple lines. But this supports up to 2 different objects being recolored. And now we can then right-click on this and say create asset. Create asset, and then this will be stored into my assets. We're just going to call this demo hat. You'd want to change the attach anchor and all of that good stuff. We are like collidability, all that fun stuff. Set it up like an attachable like you normally would. But in this case, we're just going to very quickly show you what, we're done with this one, what we need to do for the adding more hats. So if we go to the hat, IWP manager data, no, hat manager data, this has the list of the hats. And so you can see the items here. Let's create another item. We'll just Control C, Control V. And this one is going to be called the ball hat. And it is not unlit, so we can remove that. And then the name, you want to increment these upwards just so that they always have a unique name. You don't even have to do the name after it, but I like having it be extra verbose. So ball hat. So we have 0004 ball hat. This means you can have quite a few items. Probably will never get there, but we do need to reference the asset reference. And so when we click on the demo hat here, we can then copy this reference and then paste that right here. And now all of these have broken references, but I'll show you how to fix that in just a moment. But now that we got that done, we do need a picture to represent that hat. And we're just going to use the pictures from the other hats. But basically, you want to take a picture of somebody wearing that hat, and then you can utilize that picture. Do I have those pictures in here? I must have stored them in my normal assets folder. It must be this one. We'll just reference default. And so basically you then copy the picture. So this is a PNG image that's been uploaded by clicking add new texture. There's no way to do this other than using the desktop editor as of time of making this video. So you have to use the desktop editor to add a texture, but then you can upload the PNG image. You can then copy the asset ID. Pasting the asset ID right here allows you to reference that image for the item. Our default is this one up here. Let's make the ball hat the default, Control X, because these all have broken script references. And so if you're doing this across worlds, I don't know what that's going to be like, because I kind of assumed that the script reference would have automatically connected up to the same named script in here, but it didn't. And so for these that need to have scripts referenced, you're going to go to the hat spawned and then change this by selecting it and right-clicking. You can click Edit Template Definition. And so if you've already got some hat assets created, you can then go down here and then change it from broken reference to hat entity to reference the correct hat entity script. You then need to make sure that the colored items are referenced. So by opening this up, I can select the correct item that needs to be recolored and then press save and publish to save that item. And now that has been updated. That means it will break it in the other world that I've been demoing. So lovely, I know, but definitely something to think about in the future. Maybe you have to have like a folder for each world set of hats. So if you're going to try to do cross-world items, that could become problematic if you're trying to recolor them. But if you're not recoloring them, that's not necessarily necessary. Or maybe you could just put the script inside the asset itself. Definitely seems like there is a solution there. I just haven't pushed too hard to find it. All right, now that we got this asset set up, we can go ahead and delete it out of the world. When we hit play and jump into the world, we're going to see that ball. That was not the default. Oh, because I was wearing that last time I was here, so it didn't matter that it was the default because I was wearing it last time. But the first item in the list is the default. You can see all hats 0 is set to default. But anyway, so whatever item is at the top of this list will be the default hat, and then the player who joins the world gets that hat for free. Okay, so we talked about hats, setting up hats. Let's talk about colors real quick. If we go down to the custom UI color data, here you can see all the color definitions. So if you want to change these colors up, you can change the name of it, what the color value is, what the price is. So I made all the special ones cost twice as much as the default. You can also do other holidays. So here you can see we have holiday, love, and leprechaun for Christmas, Valentine's Day, and St. Patrick's Day. And down here you can see that we celebrate for an entire month. So the entire month of November is, or excuse me, this isn't November, this is December, because we're in, starting at 0, January equals 0. So December is the entire holiday season, February is the entire love season, and then March is the entire leprechaun season. And you could do all sorts of other months with their own themes. And these colors are limited time in that way, which is kind of fun and exciting for users. So they only have that month to buy them in, and then they disappear. And then you've got just generic ones for winter, spring, summer, and fall when these holidays aren't in session. Which does mean, because this one is the first month of the winter, and this is the third month of the winter, that winter is only available for January. So if you put a holiday in January, you will lose the entire winter section. So just worth thinking about. If you watch the video and see how this is done, you could change it so that instead of it being an entire month, it's only a week long, and that could be a way to do that, but just some thought there for future ideas. Okay, so we talked about colors. You can also add more colors, but just by duplicating those. Now we need to go get these set up. So I'm gonna need to hop into VR, and it's gonna kick me out. So I guess I'll give you the camera view. Hey, yo, here we are. As you can see, the sun is setting, so I'm getting colorful, which is kind of fun. All right, let's give that a second to boot up. I'm just gonna pause. All right, I wish you guys could see what I see. It's unfortunate, but it is the case. So I'm just gonna tell you what I see. I've just loaded into the world. I can see I have 0 premium tokens. My longest streak is 1, because it's day 1. I have no color zoned, I have no hats owned. The world is also not started, so I'm going to go into build mode, hit play, jump back into preview mode, and now I see the IWP, or excuse me, I see all the things. I'm walking up to the IWP and clicking on the gizmo, clicking test purchase, pressing OK. Now that won't do anything because we are, they don't exist. So just going through each of these one at a time and completing all the test purchases. All right, all 5 test purchases are done. I'm checking all the UI stuff. All the UIs work really well, just as expected with VR. And I've already tested this in VR, just like doing it again. And then what I need to do is go into build mode and look at this is like actually gonna get pretty difficult because I have to go to the scripting tab in here and see the number, because I believe if I come back when I come back in on desktop, it's going to be gone. So I'm going to try and do the typing while looking at it in VR. So from here, I'm going to adjust the number So 1 token is 292 A 9C 43. Okay, so that's 1 token. Now I gotta move on to 7 tokens. So now you grab my controller, scroll down. There it is. 7 tokens is 912764. And that is E0. There we go. Next up, we do 17 tokens. Again, going in VR to scroll down so I can see the next one. We then have 4E 909 A5C. All right, next one is the 50, and managed to scroll it down nicely. So that's 21846, 21846, followed by D4D, D4D. There we go. And then next up, we got the 40% progress, which I'll have to scroll down again. There it is. And this one is 40% token progress, 99BF. 99BF, followed by 9616. Okay, that was painful, but it doesn't stop there. Press Control Save. We now need to load in from Horizon, which is going to kick me out in VR. And then I need to update the code, so I press OK to update it. So now that's going to take the update. It's now compiling the update. Checking the console, I can see that none of those things were here, so it's a good thing I did it while in VR. Like I said, this is getting painful. I could have had my other account come in, I guess, and then just fail the purchase, but still, like, difficult. Okay, so now that we've got that set up, we now need to go back in VR to test the purchase one more time and see that it actually goes up this time. So this will just make sure that the numbers I entered were correct. So now I'm going back to the implementing world in VR, and here goes nothing, right? All right, dun, 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 dun. All right, I've just loaded in. Everything looks good. I'm walking over to the IWP. I'm clicking on the 1 token button, and I'm clicking test purchase, pressing OK. And my token balance did go up by 1, so that worked. Pressing 7 tokens, it's now at 8. 17 tokens is now at 25 plus 50. Test purchase is 75. There we go. I didn't realize that it was going to go up at such a good rate. And then I click the 40% test purchase, press go, and it takes me to 400 out of 1,000. I can do that again and again, which does bring up a couple things I wanted to show. That goes up by 1, so that's 76. I can then try purchasing the hat. So I'm going to buy the ball hat. I guess I can do that on video camera with you guys, but then if I just pull out the camera, I have to hit equip. My ball, big ball is attached to me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, that'll be fun for you to see. Build mode and stop the world. Okay, let me shut down the headset because we are done with the headset. We did good, y'all. We did good. Power options. Power off. Okay, woo, there we are. That's one of the hardest parts. I'm glad we got through that. Now we're back here inside of the world. There was a couple things I wanted to write down that we needed to look at, which were, oh man, I just forgot it. Darn, it was something important too. There's 2 items. I'm just writing down 2 checkboxes on my to-do list. We'll try to remember them as we jump in here to play test. All right, jump into preview mode. And if we walk over to here, oh right, it says buy in VR, but you can see it's at 40 or 20% of 1,000 because we bought 40% 3 times, which is what I wanted to show you. We also spent 1 token over here at the hat shop to buy the ball hat, which is currently equipped, it says. It is definitely not. That must be some sort of weird lag? Why is that not equipping? That's strange. That should have equipped when we entered the world. Pointy hat worked. Equip ball hat. Weird, the ball hat totally equipped in VR. I wonder if it's because of the way I left VR was weird or something. Anyway, not worried about it. I just bought the chef hat. I've now equipped it. It appears. I walk over to the color shop. I'll buy, let's say, navy blue. Buy, equip, boom. There we go. It's definitely not a navy blue. It sucks that the colors are so far off. Even this midnight black has got a little too much gray in it for me. But it is what it is. We can buy this lavender, and that's it's pretty gray. It's definitely one of those things where I would recommend spending some time on these colors. I already spent like 2 hours trying to get these current set of colors up, but yeah, you might want to spend some more time making these even better. But there we go. Cool. So what we wanted to talk about was, I remember now, it's invisibility, and it is percent of next. So the thing is, you can earn these for free, and that's an important part of the implementation. So now that we've got this implemented and working, when you're building your game, you're going to want to give people some premium token progress. So that's what this progress bar is. And it takes 1,000 steps. You could give people 10 at a time. You could give them 100 at a time if you wanted to for like really hard things. But the point is, like, you want to give them a way to earn these premium tokens so that people who don't have money to spend can still participate in all the fun. And so I'll show you where that's at. Now you're going to have to use TypeScript to use this stuff, but it's not too hard. So in IWP Manager function, we can see that there are 2 functions in here. There's increase player token progress and charge tokens. So if you want to do any other way of charging tokens, you can use this. Watch the video to learn how to use it, I'd recommend. But then increase player token progress, this part here, this is basically you call this function, so you call IWP Manager function dot increase player token progress, you pass in the player, and then the amount that you want to increase it by. So the default is 1,000. If you want to change the default, you can change that from the data file here, so it's set to 1,000, but you could change it to 100 or 500 if you wanted to. I do recommend keeping it at 1,000. I think that's the way to go. It gives you a lot more smaller steps, so you can give people 1 if you want, and like they can earn 1 a lot, and that will be a lot more fun for the players. But anyway, you want to increase their player token progress as they go up. When it hits the top, it goes and loops back to the beginning, and that's how they increase. It increases their value. Anyway, you just call this and how much you want to increase it by. It's really simple. It's really simple to use. You just call this function and then how much you want to go up by. It's great. And then the other function you're going to want to know about is the hat manager function for set hat visibility. I would ignore the other 2. Those are kind of like for the menu boards, but set hat visibility is the one that you can call whenever you need to change it. So, for example, I'm planning to implement this in Rexrod's new world, which I'm going to sneak peek for you guys here. But when I go and implement this code, which is going to be a lot harder than what you just saw, which I think I kind of mentioned at the beginning, but the point is, we're going to be using masks, not hats. And for masks, they are only visible when the players are it. And so when the players are it, we need to attach a mask, and we need to change their, we're going to change their eye color, and the point is we need to be able to adjust the visibility. So it's only visible when we make sure the players are it. And so to do that, here we have a function called setHatVisibility. And so when you call setHatVisibility, it can be set to visible or false for a given player because every player has one at all times. It's just whether or not it's visible or not. And that's all there is to it. So you just call this function whenever you need to. That's hatManagerFunction.setHatVisibility. Easy enough. Okay, so there's a lot of scripts in here, guys, like a lot. The only 2 that I think are not necessary are the overtime functions. I don't believe we actually use those. Everything else should be used. There might be another utility like, no, I think we use everything. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think these are the only 2 scripts we don't use. And if you need to move something over time, you're going to want those scripts anyway. So let me give you a quick sneak peek at, I'm excited, Rex's world. I'm not going to go too far in because I really want you to experience it. It blew my mind when I experienced it the first time. But this is where I'm planning to use this script for the very first time. It's here. We haven't named the world yet. It's a work in progress name. So, but hoping to get this out in about a week, week and a half. So stay tuned for that next week and a half. Oh no, jump into preview mode. All right. Oh, there's NPC bots here. That's totally throwing me off. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. We're not giving you any sneak peeks on what's happening. But so anyway, you spawn in, you walk in, it's beautiful. This place is beautiful. So, I don't want you to see this. I think he's got the fog turned down right now, but it's gorgeous. Okay, that is way more than I was planning to show you. I mean, come on guys, Rexrod. So I cannot wait for you guys to get to play the game we're working on. And yeah, these are the scripts. I might try to record the implementation process because, like I mentioned, implementing this code in a world that already has code is insanely difficult, and half the code that's in this this bag that you're getting is already in his world. So like mixing and matching to make it all mingle is just going to be way more than would fit in this first hour. Might make its own video on its own. Might do it in a live stream on the Lakes' live channel. Yeah, if you're interested, definitely message on in the comments or in the Vidyuu Discord, link in description. And without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to 2 weeks ago me, who had no idea what he was getting into. I genuinely think I said, I'm like, it's probably like 4 or 5 hours. And then, as you can see, it's a lot worse. But also know that you don't have to go and watch the rest of this video. I recommend it for those who want to learn how to modify the code more, who want to just improve their coding skills, who want to sleep and use it as like sleep therapy. Just kidding. But you know who you are. And then the other reason is just to like it's a hardcore coding challenge. So, but it's hardcore, guys. This whole next thing, not for beginners. Even the implementation process probably didn't feel like it was for beginners, and I tried my best. I'm realizing the video feed has frozen. Don't know why that has been happening. You might see that happen a few times in this video. I don't know. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I'm at the end. I just gotta go edit this video, which I'm not editing, by the way. I'm just throwing it into a timeline and hitting export. Bye. Or hi, depending on where you're going. Hey everyone. Yeah, we're recording. I'm like, that 00 is messing me up. I figured that when I use this camera, it's actually a little bit higher quality. That's why I'm using this one to see me. I hope you'll forgive me. Today's going to be very casual. I know what I want to do, but there's a lot to it. This could be 2 hours. It could be 3 hours. If we hit 4 hours, I am so sorry. But the point is, we're keeping this casual. After this, I'm doing lunch. So I guess worst case scenario, I could divide it into 2 pieces. But it's a very big topic. But it's also one of the most important topics. So what I need to do first is get a little notepad and start sketching out what we're talking about, what we're doing today. I also wanted to share with you about a new poster. Thought it was kind of cool. It's a cool poster. My daughter and I both liked it. Anyway, this background's been evolving recently, so. The topic is with regards to in-world purchases. Now, we've covered this in the past, and I wanted to build upon that. I'm afraid to build upon that a little bit. So we're going to try and see if we want to build upon the previous video or if we want to start from scratch. I'm conflicted, to be honest. I'm very conflicted. The previous video was with regards to in-world purchases and using the gizmo to buy premium credits that are then tied to a cross-world variable. So what I want to do is write down all of the things that we're doing. But what I believe we're going to be creating today is the most useful in-world purchase gizmo thing. I'm like, Now, for most of you, you'll have to take this a step further for it to apply directly to your worlds. I'm going to try to do it in a way that I think allows it to apply to all worlds, and you could just use it just as it is. But I'll explain a couple game mechanics where I think this applies very differently, and you actually have to really solidly know TypeScript to be able to go and apply this. And so I apologize that that is kind of like a requirement for like the higher end, more complex use cases of this. And this stuff isn't something that I would have been able to do in my first month or two. This is stuff that, you know, it takes a lot of like practice. You got to be using, if you want to be a TypeScript coder in Horizon, you really should be spending 4 hours a day constantly working on this type of stuff. I think 4 hours is basically the minimum. When I was starting out, I was spending 8 to 12 hours, which is super unhealthy, but I did that for 2 months straight to get my bearings. So if you're doing it at 4 hours, maybe double that to 4 months. But point is, it's a lot of work. So what I recommend doing for anybody who's like, wow, that sounds like a ridiculous amount of work, what I recommend doing is selecting some project that's low risk, just for fun, that you can put all of that developmental energy into and not use any code blocks, and specifically focused on TypeScript. So again, this is going to be a very casual day. I will put links, or excuse me, in the Vidyuu Assets folder in the description. There will be a link if you just want to look at the scripts and kind of parse through that for our expert users. That might be an option. But I hope you'll take out of this quite a few takeaways for those who do watch the whole thing. And thanks you guys for being those guys and gals. I just say guys as a generic term. I apologize if that offends anyone. I really don't mean it to. So guys and gals. Let's write it down. So the first thing is we need a way to buy premium tokens. Okay, that's thing one. Buy premium tokens. The second thing we need is this, and this is the way that we're going to apply it so that everyone can use it in their worlds, even if they don't take it to the expert level. I should move my mouse off my face, sorry. The way that we're going to be able to apply this so that everyone can use it is by making it a wearable hat or face mask. Those are the two types of things that I'm going to show you right off the bat. So we need a personalized, asset spawned hat or mask. So I'm going to show you how to do both of those options. The one that I'm building today, when I'm done with this video, that I'm going to go implement, so this won't be shown in the video, but what I plan to use this script for, is for a face mask in a game where, for some of the game, you're wearing the mask, depending on which team you're on. And so the mask will only be present when you are it, and then it disappears. And that's where I'm talking about that sort of like, oh, you got to really take this up a notch. You could imagine in, say, like Murder Manor, that could be something where the mask appears when they grab a weapon. So it's like super scary. I don't know if you've played Murder Manor, but if you have, when you grab a weapon, you can pull it out of thin air because you can hide it on your body. And so you can imagine they grab the weapon, face mask pops on, and it's terrifying. Like, that would be ideal. I'm not actually implementing that in Murder Manor. Maybe 2.0. Maybe Murder Manor 2.0. And people are like, well, you haven't even got to 1.0. Don't remind me. But anyway, point is, that's kind of like an advanced idea. Ideally, if you understand everything that we're talking about today, you probably can go and implement that on your own. Like, you would imagine turning off visibility, so you just like set visible to false, set visible to true. You can do that with event sends or however you want to, but that's the basics idea. Next thought is another instance that I'm going to potentially use this exact same script for. Like I said, this is something I really feel like can be used across all worlds in some respect and be able to help you generate money via user customization, which is one of the best things that you can sell because it allows you to, in my case, I'm paying, depending on which project we're talking about, but I'm planning to pay artists to develop these custom models. So they're getting paid to develop these custom model face masks, hats, you name it. and then we sell them, which makes us money to pay the artists. It's a very great win-win. And it also helps pay the scripters if it sells enough to pay back the artists as well. So there's a lot of awesomeness there, and I think it's going to be great. I could be wrong. I don't have a lot of experience with in-world purchases, so like take this with a grain of salt. But I'm pretty confident that this is definitely the way to go and something that you'll see me pursuing through all 2025. And I hope you'll join me in doing this sort of like giving users customizable things that they can buy. And one of the things you'll also notice, which I need to write down in here, is you need to be able to earn the premium token in the game. That's a big part for me too. Earn via gameplay. And I'm going to make sure we build that in today as well. And I think that's where I really do feel like we should start from scratch on this. So we do have the IWP implementation video. I don't remember what's in it. I know how it's currently set up in Got a Lot of Lava, which is very close to what I want to do today. And I say very close because it's just not perfect. It's close, but not perfect. So let me see. Buy premium tokens, earn via gameplay, personalize asset spawned hat or mask. And so in our version that we'll be developing today, it's just going to be stuck to your face. Maybe we will expand upon that to have events to turn off and on. That would be really cool. Because then you could potentially expand this. Oh, so I was going to tell you about the other example of this in another world, which is Power Wash. In Power Wash, we want to have customizable guns or power washers so that you can swap it out with whatever, whether that be insert name of funny item here. That would be fun. And so to do that is a lot more complicated because the power washers themselves do things, and they're also in your hand, not necessarily on your face or head. And so that one, I don't know how the heck I'm going to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. It's going to take some of the same scripts for sure, but we'll definitely have some other things going on there. The other thing that we need to do is make it so that once you've purchased it, so we need a way to buy masks or hats, so items, and then we need to be able to swap out what you're wearing. So we need a swap option. And I think it would be nice to also have a mirror question mark so you can see. I don't. The thing I have trouble with masks is making sure that they cover the face correctly so that they sit on the face, not in the face, not off the face. And because we have different face sizes these days, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. So that'll be fun to play with. The hats are easier because our heads are basically more or less the same, just with some difference in thickness, I think. So it seems a little bit easier. But yeah, I think that more or less covers the whole thing. Buy premium tokens, buy masks. Okay, so some things that you need to know here before we get into it is for each item, you need to have a picture of that item that you want to sell. And you're going to need it in two ways. You're going to need it once in the world itself, and then once as a digital that we can put on the custom UI gizmo. I would recommend these be 250 squares, so 250 pixels by 250 pixels. 500 pixels by 500 pixels would probably work as well, but it'll load 4 times slower. So 250 by 250 is probably the right. So we need 250 by 250 pictures. Oh, and another feature that we really need here is the ability to just keep adding items. So that is also difficult, but something that's very important to this. So let's write that down. Ability to keep adding items. That seems great. we need to know what items they own. So we need to know about owned items. I would recommend, I have complications. My brain is like, I don't know if I would recommend this or not. We've done the player data video. Player data, player stats. If you haven't seen that, that might be a prerequisite to this video, or you might just be learning how to use it in this video. Because we can store that information inside of their player data that's been saved. But I'm also thinking we could put it inside of a separate JSON persistent variable so that there's less likelihood of that data getting corrupted since it's such an important set of data. I'm really not sure. I'm going to tell you about a time where I made a mistake. It was a silly mistake, but like hopefully it'll help you learn from it as well. In Power Wash, we have different types of cars, and I wanted to track which cars had been cleaned and how many times each car had been cleaned. And so in our main player data variable, I had a list of JSON objects, and inside the JSON object there was the name of the car and there was the amount that had been cleaned. And theoretically, what my script was supposed to do is it was supposed to go and look through each JSON object, find the matching name, and then add to that JSON object the amount. The problem, I, instead of looking for the name, was actually looking for a matching JSON object. So let's say that there's a car called sedan. So you've got like curly braces, sedan, or it'd be like name, colon, quotes, sedan, and then comma, and then after that it would say cleaned, which would be colon, and then it's a number, so it'd say 1. And so that JSON object is stored in the persistent variable. Well, when they leave and come back, that JSON object for sedan, 1, is a very different JSON object than the one that we create when they're there in the world. And so I'm like, do we have a matching JSON object? No, we don't, because it's a completely new session. And so every time people would come and play a new game, it actually added a whole new set of cars to their list rather than updating the previous ones. This was a very simple mistake where instead of comparing the strings, I was actually comparing the JSON objects. And because JSON objects, I like to refer to them as like a location, a thing, like I like to, this is really hard to explain. I'm trying to come up with a better way to explain this. But imagine you have a shelf unit like this, and you have sedan 1 stored in here, and then you go and create another JSON object. Well, that's actually a different shelf unit that's also sedan 1, and it's like you're comparing, is this shelf unit, and you're like, no, those are 2 separate shelf units. Even though they store the same data, that's why JSON objects can't be compared like that. So anyway, it's a very simple mistake. But the problem was it ran up the persistent variable, the JSON persistent variable, until it broke. And so my fear is, but on both sides, if we create a custom JSON variable and you do some sort of manipulation outside of what our tutorial teaches today, which I'm not discouraging, like go ahead and do that, but it accidentally does one of those things where it starts adding tons and tons of data, eventually it gets corrupted and you've got a problem there. Or the alternative is we could put that in your main player data, but then somehow that player data gets corrupted. But I don't think it actually gets corrupted. Like at the end of the day, what ended up happening was it just didn't save because it was over the 10,000 character limit. So when they kept coming back, they kept coming back with their previous stats. So it would just be bad if they came in, bought something, and then like, but theoretically, there should be something really bad going on if that happens, where like their numbers aren't going up. There's like already some pretty severe indicators. And one thing that I recommend doing, which I think you saw, ideally you saw in that player stats video, I'm pretty sure I put it in there. But if I didn't, what you do is when a player enters the world and you get their JSON persistent variable, you want to find out what the length of it is and console log if it's over a certain length. And so what I like to do is say constant
var length or something like that equals, and then you take the JSON PPV, but what you do to make it into a number, which is the length, is you type JSON, all caps, JSON, and then dot, and then it has one called stringify, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's JSON.stringify, and then parentheses, you put the JSON object in there, and that's going to convert it to a string, and then after the parentheses, you type dot length, which will return the number. And so that's how you get the number. So then once you've got that number stored as your var length, you can then say if var length is greater than 5,000, then console.log var length over 5,000, comma, check for problems, colon, and then it says length is, and then you put the length number right after that, right? So you do plus length. And you could add a bunch of other data, but the point is putting in warning signs like that, like it's really rare to go over 5,000. It really is. So I think Power Wash is one of the most insane ones I've built, and I think most players are around 2,000 to 3,000 characters in their JSON persistent variables, so there's still plenty of room to 5,000 and even to 10,000. So if I see that 5,000 warning go off, I need to like address it, like something's gone wrong. So all said, we're going to use the player data video. It's a very long 2-hour video, but it has some of the most, it's the best information I've made so far on TypeScript. There's so much detail packed in there. I think you'll take a lot out of it. But if you don't want to watch that, I'll just show you how to use the scripts and how to get them. They're available in the assets folder. So we'll do that today. So we're going to say use player stats. Okay. Sorry, just thinking. I think that more or less covers it. We need pictures in world. I'm writing that down for future me. Pictures in world. I'm going to try something interesting here. I just found that OBS has a pause button on the recording, so I just did that, took a sip of water, I'm back, you didn't even notice. I might use that quite a bit today. Might use that quite a bit, so I'm gonna use it again. Okay, I thought that would be funny. And then just me drinking water again. Okay, welcome back. Let's do this. Straight into Horizon, let's go. 3 dots. It says Horizon's open. Oh, look at that, it is. All right, we're gonna go create a new world. Start from a blank world, custom model import. And today is 01/06/2025. And we are making a IWP wearable CUI, custom UI. Create. IWP wearable custom UI. That really is what we're making. Let me write that down. IWP wearable custom UI. All right, written down. Very good. Okay, so here we are in the world, and there's a bunch of things that we're going to need to make this world just work. So let's start by getting some of the scripts that we're going to need, and we're going to do that by going into Chrome. You are already on YouTube, and so if you're on YouTube, you'll go to, I'm just going to go to Studio. In the description, let's get to the description of one of these videos. All the videos in the description have this link to the assets. There we go, Control-C and Control-V. There we go. And then in here, you'll be able to download today's scripts, but you'll also be able to download a lot of other things. We've got this IWP assets. I kind of wanted to look at this. Let's take a peek. Oh, it's a single script. Okay, let's download it. It's one script. Thinking I meant to give you a custom UI for that one, but just didn't. Sorry. Let's go ahead and create a new folder in downloads with today's date, 01/06/25, IWP, wearable CUI. And then here we are, backspace, backspace, and save. And then in here, we also wanted to get the player data, player stats scripts. And there's a bunch in here. Includes all the utility files that we're going to need, which is pretty solid. Go ahead and download all these. Download. Oh, there it goes. And save. And there's also a bunch of utility files that we should get. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in here that we might need to get this started. Don't think so. Oh, there was asset spawned hats. Yeah, honestly, let's get as many things as we can to start us and save us time today. So we'll download this. We might use them mostly as references. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. We'll see how it comes together. And then we have the utility files, and there's just a bunch of utility files, and I just want to have all of them in case we need them. So we're just going to download. All right, and save. There we are. All right, and I'm going to leave this open and minimize so I know to add these files at the end of the day. All right, so now up here on the scripts, drop down 3 dots, open scripts folder and explore. That's going to give us access to all of our scripts files. We just need to go into the scripts folder, and then we can go to downloads, which I'm going to open in a new window. And then I'm probably going to move this one to the left, keep this one here on the right. And then here inside of this, we want to uncompress all of these files. I'll do the same thing for this one. Okay. And then I'm just going to delete these folders and try to get this all into one folder. So any utilities we already have, I'm going to go ahead and hit the cut button and then jump out to the parent folder and paste. There we are. We can now delete this utilities file. There are likely some utilities in here that are going to duplicate. So we'll go ahead and hit Control X to cut, and then we'll head back, 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 and paste. And I think if we were asked to replace them, I'm going to just replace the files. There we go. Sweet. All right, now we can get rid of this folder. And we've got a ton of scripts. Now, don't let this be too daunting. They're not going to be, they're not that daunting. Oopsie daisy. Clicked the wrong buttons here. Really didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we're just going to drag these scripts over, got them all selected, and dragging them into here. There we go. And now that these scripts have been added, we now need to wait for them to compile over on this side. It shouldn't take too long. There it goes, almost done. And compiling has completed. Perfect. Go ahead and hit clear. Now with those compiled, if we look at them, there's a few things that run on entities, and to use them, we need to have empty objects. So the first thing I think we should do is bring out an empty object for our overtime utility, and so we'll call this the overtime, and it really is a utility. So maybe I'll give these the name, I just keep calling them overtime manager. It's such a silly name. I'm going to keep going with the same that I've always used. All right, so we got our overtime manager, which needs to have the overtime script. This allows us to do motion overtime. That's not just built into the Horizon API, unfortunately. So there we go. That has been attached. I like to move these to 0, 0, 0. Just gets them out of the way. 0, 0, 0. Perfect. And then the next one in our list of scripts, we had the hat manager entity. I don't think we're actually going to use that script. We probably will use the IWP manager entity, but we'll get to that. We have player data entity. We definitely need that. So let's go ahead and create a new empty object for our player data manager is what we'll call that one.
player data manager. There we go. And that's going to run the player data script. We do need to create a variable group named player data class and a player stats PPV called player stats. We can go to our systems dropdown, go to variable groups, or we can then create a variable group. And because I've already created the player data class variable group, I can just add it, but otherwise you would create it here by clicking the plus symbol. I'm going to go click from added to world to click owned by me. These work across all of your worlds, so you can use the same variables. Well, that's not highly recommended. Actually, let's definitely not do that. This one is just going to be called player data. This is for the IWP wearable class. Wearable CUI class. Player data IWP wearable CUI class. Control C to copy that. Create. Okay, that is a long name. But now that we've created that, we can create a PPV or a JSON PPV inside of it. So create variable, which will make sure to select object, which is a JSON object. That means a thing that can hold a bunch of stuff. And the name of this one is player stats. There we go. Press create. And now that is going to allow our script to link up to this persistent variable. And there we go. All right, so now our player data manager is done. Let's see what other scripts we need to tie in. We're looking for that entity tag. That lets us know we need to attach it to an entity. Utility components. So we need to get this one set up. We've already done this one. So the last one is utility. It's our component manager, we'll call it. Click empty object. And we're going to go ahead and call this component manager. There we are. And we'll go ahead and attach the script utility component. Nice. That gives us some special features that otherwise would be impossible. So that's why we have that one. But more or less, these are all just utility scripts that make our life today a lot easier. I've moved them all to 0, 0, 0. You can see all the scripts are at 0, 0. Totally fine. Let's now get into the scripting side of things by clicking 3 dots, open an external editor. All right, that is nicely opened. Make sure that's easy for us all to see. Right about there. Looks good. I might pull that up a little bit so I can easily transition between the two. Yes, I trust the authors. Allow, and we're good. All right, so first things first, let's look at the simple stuff. And I realized that this first file here at the bottom is going to tell us about some leaderboards that we need to create. So we've created this player stats, so that's good. This name is not right, but because we're overriding it, we're okay. We can kind of ignore that because it's being overridden somewhere else. But I have a hard time ignoring things that I don't like. So I think I'm going to quickly fix it by just going down here and selecting this, Control C to copy, heading back into here, and double click Control V to paste. Perfect. That's nice. But we do need this longest streak leaderboard just so that that's set up correctly with our player stats. Might do something like that to easily switch between all of these. So we're going to go to our Systems tab again, go to Leaderboards, and we know that we need to create a leaderboard called longest streak. There we go. Press create. Nice. And now that will link up to this one. That's all set up good. Nice. Okay. So now that we've got our world variable name set up, let's look at our next utility file, which is utility operators. And so this is supposed to be like some additional things that you might have found inside the operators tab in code blocks. And so we got just a few functions in here, like get days since epoch, toLocal string, get random number from range. Let's quickly explain what these do. The first one's pretty easy, and so it just gets a random number from a range. So you give it the start value, the end value, and whether it's an integer. Integer meaning is a whole value with no decimals. And then it's going to calculate that and return it, so you can easily just get a random number from a range. So this does a lot of the work for you.
To local string is going to add commas or whatever you describe the separator to be. So if you want to use periods, you could use periods. And so to local string is going to add that separator wherever the numbers are. You can see this in heavy use inside of Power Wash, where we use local strings all over the place. There's no way for me to determine whether you're in Europe or in North America. If I could, or somewhere else in the world for that matter, if I could, I would try to actually localize this to your region, but for now we're just using commas. Get days since epoch counts the number of days that have occurred since the original epoch, and it just does that using math.floor with date.now, which is the milliseconds since the epoch, and then divides it by the number of milliseconds in a day. Pretty straightforward. This is great for calculating like when the day elapses and stuff, so it's useful enough. Okay, that's our operator utility file. Let's look at our next utility file, which is utility motion over time. This is how you use motion over time. We're not going to read through all these too crazy, but the idea here is that you call over time. You can choose scale to, move to, or rotate to. And if you use move to, you can then say start, which then allows you to start a motion. You provide the entity where you'd like to move to, the amount of time you'd like it to take, and then it returns the number ID that you can use to cancel. And it's pretty straightforward, but yeah. That is the overtime utility. There's an overtime entity, which is the thing that we attach to. That's what makes the functions work correctly. You feel free to dig into that if you'd like, but it's pretty complex. It's definitely at the edge of my understanding. Yes, I wrote it. Next up we have, I sort of wrote it. I wrote it, but I was inspired by the original by Meta. So I just wanted to make it what I think was closer to code blocks, which is why I rewrote it. But you'll also find there's one by Shards and one by Waffle, which I feel inclined to mention. There might be even others out there. So feel free to use whichever one you like. Next up, we have the component utility, which basically just gives you access to this. Anything behind this, you then have access to via the component utility data by calling component util data.component. And so that gives you access to world, player pop-ups, persistent storage, and all of your scripts, which is why I do that. So it's quite nice. We also have the color functions, which allows you to tint colors and do a bunch of other color stuff that would otherwise be relatively difficult, so quite nice. We then have utility array functions, which allows you to easily remove an item from an array, remove multiple items from an array, and so much more. I don't know what else there is. Get random item from array. I mean, yes, that's actually one of my favorites. Get random item from array is awesome. And then we have our action functions, which has like play sound effect for a duration. So if it's like a background music, and you only want to play it for 1 minute, you can do that. Play visual effects for duration, same thing there. Play haptics is nice. Anyway, these just make our life a little easier. So that's why we have all these utility files. So that's a lot of utilities. So about half the scripts here were just utility scripts. Next up, we go to our player stats. And player stats functions are going to be, of course, related to our player stats stuff. So this is like creating an empty player stats, updating player persistent variables and leaderboards, updating their stats as they enter the world. And we also have the definition for the player stats. So you can see currently by default it has the number of days visited, most recent day visited, visit streak, longest streak, minutes in world, and all of that is tracked, I believe, correctly. So that's pretty cool to have all that in this default one. Then we have our player data functions, which has like creating an empty player data, and that's going to let you know if a player is AFK and a bunch of other stuff. You can update times, or it's updating time spent as well. It's also updating player positions regularly. We have our player data entity, which kind of is the brains that makes everything actually get started. And pretty cool. Player data definitions defines the player data. And our player data is the player data map, which stores all the data of the players. So that player data is what we're going to be using to create our, to know how many items that person has purchased. So that's why we're using this as the default. If you've already used player data in your world and you're adding this to something that already has it, fantastic. Should be relatively easy when we get to that part for you. IWP Manager. So this is the thing we built in the other video.
And I think this is great because it's pretty straightforward. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. Otherwise, I would have remembered that we needed to update it. So we need a PPV name, which we called Yule and Yule. And we can bring out that, we can bring that out. For now, since this is just a test, we're just going to create a new number, not leaderboard, go to variable groups. We're just going to add it to this variable group. It's going to be a number, which we will call premium tokens, right? Yeah, premium tokens. Go ahead and click create. And so now we have our premium tokens variable. We can then go into here and change this to be the same matching. We need to know the name of this, which I have right here, Control C, and paste that on the left side. And then on the right side, we type in premium tokens. Premium tokens, nice. And we do need IWP Manager entity to be attached to a thing. So let's go ahead and attach that to an empty object. Empty object. This is going to be the IWP Manager. IWP Manager. Move that to 000. And so this is listening for all purchase events and then knows what to do when there's a purchase. That makes a lot of sense. And then the PPV name did not save because I guess I haven't hit Control Save. We'll hit Control Save now. There we go. And then that should update here momentarily. Maybe? Yep, there it goes. Nice. So with that all set up nicely, you can see that there are a couple items in here. We have the 1 Yule, the 5 Yule, and then this is the name of the item. So if we go into our systems, we can create commerce, we can create in-world items. Now this should be changing this month, so we're kind of all staying patiently waiting to find out what's going to happen there. But we'll go ahead and call this the 1 token. We need to have an image for it, so we select any image will do. And then ideally you want to have those images taken in advance, so that's kind of important. The item should be consumable so that people can reuse it or buy it over and over again. We'll make it auto use. And then it does want a description, so we'll just call this 1 premium token. Control A, Control C, and press create. So there's our first one, and then we'll create a second one, which will be, and ideally you want these to go up in such a way where people are getting bonus tokens for purchasing more at a time. And so we do this one, and we'd say this one is for, I don't know, 6 tokens, right? 6, so you get 1 bonus, nice. And then you just continue doing that, but let's go ahead and make sure to select an image. I guess I'll do 1 additional beyond this, create. And then we'll go create 1 more. Go to the next price up, select the same image. And this one will be for 12 would be if that was doubled, so 13 would give it an extra. 13 is kind of not a good number though. 14 is probably a good number. 14 premium tokens. There we go. And press create. Nice. So as you can see, you can just keep going like that. And then it creates this ID right here, 1 token. There's no way to copy this ID, which is super, 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 super dumb. Like the dumbest of dumb. So we have to manually type it in, which is really infuriating. But we'll go ahead and do that now. So we do 1 underscore token underscore AD 4, 5, 3, C, 2D. Perfect. Okay, so we got our first one made. I'll go ahead and copy that, paste that here, change that to 6 will go next, 6 tokens with an S, and then the numbers are different, so we'll go ahead and change that out with 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 1, B, 9. There we go. And then if we wanted to add more than this, we could copy this whole line here, Control C, Enter, Control V, pressing Shift Alt F will reformat that so it fits nicely. Then this one is our 14 tokens, and that number is also different, which we will change to be 641D 4996, and voila. Okay. Now to make this actually work, we change this to be 1, we change this one to be 6, we change this one to be 14, and I think that's it. So yeah, player balance equals 14 plus, 6 plus, 1 plus. Nice. So that's going to increase. We also have console logs to let us know if the purchase failed. We can remove this console log for purchase failed once we've tested this. We can also remove the purchase succeeded console log once we've tested this, but this is just to make sure that everything is working as expected when we're getting started. Also, I would keep this default console log, because if for some reason you add an item but you forget to add it here, this console log will let you know that you forgot to set up a case. It'll also let you know the item name if we misspelled something up here. So if this happens, it's also could be because of a misspelling of the case. So nice. Control save. All right, so this is how we deal with each purchase and what we want to have happen when the purchase is made. So you could also like play a sound effect or do something else. And I'd also go as far as to say that this is pretty copy-paste code. Like really, it is. So it would make a lot of sense to do... Yeah, it would make a lot of sense to make a helper function for this. And in this case, we're going to make it a method. Yep. So below purchase, we're going to create a new method, which will be called, let's see, what is this going to do? It's going to do, it's a player purchase complete. So we have the purchase, but then we have player purchase effects. Maybe we'll call it player purchase effects, because this is where we want the effects to have happened. And so let's copy the first one, which is this whole if statement. We'll go ahead and hit Control X. We can then hit paste right here. And so we now need to know all of these properties. So we need to know the player. We're going to copy that just from right here. Should be pretty easy. Control C and Control V. And it's unhappy. Why? Oh, because I put that in the wrong spot. I meant to put that right here in these parentheses. There we go. And then the other thing that we need to change is the amount. So we type comma amount. Amount colon is a number. There we go. And then where we previously had the number 1, we just need to change that with the amount. And now we just call this and pass the number in, and we're done. So right here, we would pass, we'd say player purchase effects, parentheses. We need to also type this dot at the beginning, this dot to refer to the method. And then we need to pass in the parameters, starting with player, then the item, then the success boolean, and then finally the amount, which is 1. And now we can copy paste that for each of these. And paste, and this one is going to be 6. And then this one is going to be 14. There we go. All right, so that's a lot easier to read, and there's a lot less to do. When you want to change this up in the future to clean it up once we're done, we can hit just backspace there, and it's all cleaned up.
rather than having to do it in a bunch of places. So this is definitely very nice. Player purchase effects does what it needs to do. Perfect. Okay, so now that we got this set up, we're missing quite a few things. So I'm going to grab my notepad again. Hello, notepad. Let's see. We don't have a custom UI, and I kind of want to go get the custom UI that we used in Got a Lot of Lava. Get custom UI from Got a Lot of Lava. Because that's going to give us the prices, and it's also going to give us, well, it's not the prices, it's the amount. So it's going to give us the amount, and it's also going to give us the progress bar at the bottom. I don't think I made the progress bar in that video, so we might be just breaking that script down to take a look at how it works. Seems to be a lot of that so far, which is totally fine. But yeah, let me take a quick water pause. Let's now dive into Got a Lot of Lava. Let's go get that script. Go ahead and leave. And we'll be right back. All right, so here's Got a Lot of Lava. And if you haven't seen this, we'll just take a quick peek at what we are looking at. Play, jump into preview mode. And so around the corner here, you can see we have this guy. And on this, we have these information icons, which allow you to make the purchase. And we have these little buttons that are the custom UI button that allows you to see how much it costs. It's not bad. It shows you your balance at the bottom, and it also shows you how much progress you've made towards your next free one. So that's pretty cool. All of that is super duper cool. There's also a little icon here that allows you to, oh, well, this one also has a way for you to buy a third of the next Yule. So just some like other options there, which is kind of nice. Don't know why that happens. Hat shop coming soon. That's what we're working on. Nice. And yeah, so cool beans. Sorry, just looking around. Like, I haven't been here in a minute. How are things going? Highest hat all time is still me. No one's beat me. That's kind of surprising. I really want to make it a lot easier. That's my plan for next update to this. But not today. Not today. Okay, so we need that custom UI. And if we click on the custom UI, we can see that it is running the script called CUI_IWP_entity. And I imagine there's a lot of things related to that. We have IWP entity, IWP styles. So yeah, let's open the scripts folder for this. And I am going to copy paste these scripts. I'm moving them off screen for now. But we're going to copy paste those into the other world. I'm thinking we might also want to grab, but there really isn't enough. So this is one of the biggest problems that I've been facing with this, and we should try to solve this today, is that when you walk up to this, you can't read it. It's very problematic. There's this button here to zoom it in, which does work. It's not great, but it works. But then you have to press it again to zoom out when you walk away. And that whole thing is insanely complicated. Like, as easy as that looks to use, it requires that there be a local script for every player in the world to be able to use this thing. Actually surprisingly difficult. So, how much do we care about VR experience? Or how much do we care about the desktop and mobile experience versus the... I think we're not going to talk about desktop and mobile users, even though we're developing this on a desktop. This is just one of those things that has not been very well designed for desktop and mobile. There isn't like a way to zoom in on these things. So we're going to design this as if it's for VR, and then if you are interested in mobile stuff, like how I made that thing work there with the trigger and all that good stuff, ask in the comments, yeah, and we can potentially make a video on that in the future. No promises. It's very complex, and I'm kind of busy, but I'm really just hoping they make something better with the new IWP stuff whenever that comes out, because right now this is pretty bad. Okay, so we know those scripts are CUI IWP. I got them. We're now going to head back and leave. And we'll head into this script, or I hope it goes to the right one. Here goes nothing. Ah, I can peek. Hello. All right, we are back in our IWP wearables world. And we're now going to click the scripts, 3 dots, open scripts folder in Explorer, which will bring this up. We'll jump into the scripts folder, and now I just need to drag those 2 IWP scripts from the other folder. Oh wait, click cancel. I need to actually copy paste them. Control C. Now come over here, press Control V. There we go. Now we have those in. And let's see if they compile. They might be missing something. We'll see. Let's go into our TypeScript. Interesting. Opening up CUI styles. Open. Looks like we are definitely missing the bindings file. Is that it? Oh, we need to enable Horizon UI. Okay, so let's go to the scripts, gear icon, API. We need to turn on the Horizon UI API so we can actually use the UI. And I think that's it for things that we need for today. Go ahead and hit apply. And then the next thing we're going to do is copy over that last file. So 3 dots, open scripts folder in Explorer again. And the last file was the bindings data. I thought I hit 3. Let's try it again. Oh, that's weird. It says there's something here. Ah, there it is. Jump into scripts, go into CUI bindings data and drop that in. Oh, cancel. I meant to copy paste. Oof, got to get better at that. Control C, Control V. There we go. Close out of that. Close out of this. And now that should compile. I think. We'll see in a second. So, not compiled, not compiled. Okay, let's check it out. So inside of our bindings data, we were using game states for something or other. We are not going to continue using that. In fact, the only thing we need inside of CUI bindings data is the UL binding. We should be able to delete everything else. Even the player data binding, I don't think we need. Cool. So we can get rid of almost everything except for this. And voila. Okay, so we've got this binding file, which we're going to rename this to token binding, tokens binding, and control save. And so that's going to tell us on the custom UI how many premium tokens they have. We can then go into our IWP entity over here and then change this to tokens binding and then derive tokens. There we go. And then control C, collapsing this. I can now paste this here. You can see we're using that to local string here. Nice. And then we're going to change this to token premium token balance. Very nice. And do we update this when they enter the world? We do. Player data binding for width was based on the player data binding. Maybe we should bring the player data binding back. We should. We definitely should. Let's go back here and hit Control C to copy that. Now Control Z to go back and bring back player data binding. I'm going to replace that with Control V to overwrite with the original, or the one that we had written. And then player data binding equals new binding of player data. And then this default value, we need to create a player data, which we might be able to just do using our player data function. Not sure why that's not in Got a Lot of Lava, but we'll find out here momentarily. So we say player data function dot create empty player data, and then parentheses. And we can see that it does take a player. So that's probably the reason that we're not getting anything. Let's go to our player data function and then create an option for undefined. So we'll say it can be a player or undefined. And then we can do question mark name. So that's the default value. That should have worked. Players possibly undefined. Oh, I need a question mark there. And then question mark here. And then that should just work. That should be fine. Yeah. Because this will return undefined, and undefined does not equal VR. It doesn't matter. We just need a Boolean value for that. And then position be vec3.0 if it's undefined, so question mark vec3.0. And then player stats function, get player stats from player. Let's go to our player stats function now and see if there's an option here to make this also accept undefined. Get player stats from PPV. Here it is, create empty player stats. Control C. Let's make this player or undefined, and then say if parentheses player triple equals undefined. We're going to exit early, which isn't something that I really do. I really don't do this very often, like ever. The last time I did this was maybe a year ago, 9 months ago, 10 months ago. It's been a long time. And what I mean is by calling return, it stops the rest of the code from running. So we return the new player stats, and that causes this to be completed. I really like to put all my returns at the end and just have like an if statement, but because we don't have a player, realistically though, you know what, even better, there's a reason I don't do this, because we can just type if player is defined and then move all of this up into it. Go Alt, arrow up, like that. And now at the end, we're returning the new player stats with no modifications if the player wasn't defined. Ta-da! Did it. Okay. So now, in here, this is happy because it now can take a undefined value and it knows how to handle that. And now, create empty player data. We need to pass in the value undefined. There we go. Control save. And we can now delete some of this stuff in here that we're not using anymore. There we go. And Control save. Okay, so making progress. Now we have gameplay stats. And originally we had the Yule progress bar players defeated, which is how we were calculating this. Let's go into our player stats definition and create a new stat, which will be premium
credit progress, which will start at 0, or it's a number, sorry. Now we need to go set this up in all the player stats stuff. So under player stats function, we need to recall that progress when they enter the world. So here, if the version is greater than or equal to 1, we were copying all these values, and we need to do that here as well. So we'll just Control-C, Control-V, put some space between that, and change this one to not visits. It is dot premium credit progress, which we're going to put here, Control-V, and then delete this section. There we go. So it takes the old premium credit progress and pastes it on the new one. Very nice. And now that that's done, we also need to return it over here. So we say the default premium credit progress is 0, Control-Save. And now we can utilize that over here by saying, okay, stats dot premium credit progress divided by 1,000. So we're going to say there's 1,000 steps. Whatever you choose those 1,000 steps to be, that's up to you. I like semicolons, but add one in there right there. Go ahead and hit Control-Save. And now there's one more issue, which is here where we're saying next UL, which we're going to say next premium credit. And that is stats dot premium credit progress divided by 1,000. Nice. So this does the math to create the progress bar, and this does the math. There's no math here. This just displays the number. Pretty nice. And yeah, cool. So then here's our buttons. Now we only have 3 IWP items, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll go ahead and check that just to be sure. Commerce, yep, we just got the 3. And they are 165, 820, 1640. 165, 820, 1640. 165, 820, and then 1640. 1640, which is for 1, 6, and 14. And we'll go ahead and delete this one because we don't have that button. So we just have 3 buttons being created. You could just keep adding buttons if you need more. So that, as you could see, you just keep adding buttons there for having more of these. And I believe that's all we need to do to get this thing working. Backspace, 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 Control-Save. Switching back to the camera. Oh my gosh. I really feel like this is a moment where I've got to say something like, this is really cool stuff, but it's probably just flying over everyone's head, especially because it's a lot of pre-written code. And the only reason I can even edit it is because I wrote it. Most of these things, though, I did write on video, so there are videos, right? We got the IWP video you can check out. We got the player stats video you can check out. So those will help a little bit, but everything I think we're doing today is really, really hard. Yeah, custom UI is insanely difficult. Not necessarily because it's complicated to understand, but because there are so many pieces. Writing custom UIs is something I've spent like a third of Power Wash developing, which is like maybe 70 hours of just writing custom UIs for that game, which is an insane amount of time, like an insane amount of time to spend just on custom UIs. And I'm like, is that number accurate, right? So I know I spent like 3 days on one of them at like 6 hours a day. That's 18 hours. Yeah, so 70 hours for all the custom UI in there is probably not unrealistic. And we're going to try and build one today that's going to be pretty. So anywho, that's a part of the reason we're taking so many just like, I almost want to call them shortcuts, just like to get this stuff working faster. Because this is really complex. So anything we have that we can just use is very helpful.
So hopefully, by the time we're done, there's enough information in here that you can take the scripts from the assets folder and then go use them in your world and apply them and all that good stuff. So next, we're going to need to bring out a custom UI gizmo. So we'll go to our gizmos tab, scroll to custom UI, pulling that out. And this custom UI will be our first gizmo. Let's remove that rotation, 0, 0, 0, and 0, 0, 0. Just zero that out. And that's at the center. Now we're going to move that up by 1.5. We're going to move that forward by 5. There we go. And now we're going to change the scale to be 2, 2, 2. And now we'll go ahead and hit play. And then we need to rotate it by 180 on the Y, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, stop, play. Oh, I forgot to attach the script. I'm like, why doesn't it do anything? Attach the custom UI IWP entity script. There it is, and jump into preview mode. There it is. Nice. And you can see you can get in close to it, which is nice. Honestly, at this scale, we might be able to use that feature. Now you'll notice that there is some spacing issues here. And this is part of that thing that makes custom UI so complex, is as you add more of these buttons, the spacing gets messed up a little bit. So having 4 buttons, this would have looked nice, but with 3, we might need to adjust some spacing, which we'll do momentarily. Now the easiest way to adjust spacing is to grab your scripts, pull it over to the right like this. We'll collapse that so we can see better, but we need to open up the custom UI entity. And it's probably in the styles file. I'm opening this wide on my side. And maybe I'll move this in just a little bit more for you to see. And so here we can see that not all of my styles have been moved into this styles script. Just a handful really have. And on this one, though, we have... Actually, I have no recollection of making this, so I'm just kind of like eyeballing it here. Initialize UI, we create a view. And so the best way to think about a custom UI is like boxes inside of boxes. So there's one giant box that wraps around the whole thing. And that box has the properties of container style. And then inside of that, we have children. And those children, there's a view, which has the buttons in it, which is these 3 buttons here. So this view is these 3 buttons as a group. And then it has the style, button style. And then there's this text, which is this text here. And we can see that its style doesn't appear to be set. So it's probably inheriting its style from above to get the spacing. And then we've got this view here at the bottom, which has another view inside of it, which is creating that sort of progress bar, and then another view which creates the outline of the progress bar. And then we've got the text that goes in the center. And next premium credit text. And what we need to look at is the outside of those, which is this whole view here has this style. Yeah, this whole view, if we hold on the children and follow this down, the style for those children is this right here, which is position relative, width 80%, height 20%, margin top 5%. I might try changing this to 0%, and then if you hit Control Save, it's going to update over here. And we'll be able to see that live. Maybe. Maybe. I didn't see any changes take place. Go ahead and hop in, stop. Sometimes I like to have it previewed in build mode so it doesn't do that in and out thing. I don't think I see any changes there, which supports the suspicion. I'm going to change that back to 5%. That supports the suspicion. Give that a second to load. It shouldn't take but a second. Any changes? I didn't notice any. Oh, I wasn't looking at the right time. But I suspect the style here is what's causing this. So we need to go check out CUI IWP styles.container style. And we can see that container style has instruction board container style, which is from base container style. And this has justify content with space between. And if we change this to be space around, we should get a little bit better spacing. So we'll change this to
single ticks, arrow down to space around, and control save. That should reduce the gap here because it's going to put gaps on the top and the bottom. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I think I can live with that one. It's still a little bit much. We could probably put some padding on the top. So we say padding top colon, let's try 50. And then Control C, Control V, padding bottom, we'll also do 50 and see what that looks like. Control save. And now you can quickly see why this can take hours upon hours of just small refinements. But hey, look at that. It actually is pretty close to what we wanted. Yeah, there we have it. That is a lot closer to what we wanted. So now we can jump into preview mode and try that out. Walking in, clicking there, and premium token balance 0, next premium credit 0 to 100. Yeah, that is good. You'd want to put this on a wall or something. If you don't have a wall or something to put this on, one idea is to go to our outside view, which has this style, remember? And because I don't want to accidentally mess something up with base container style, we're going to grab, I really don't want to do this, but I thought I'd try to show it. So we were on the container style, which was this one. And if I take and put curly braces around this, we can then hit enter. ... is the spread operator, which is going to spread out the contents, then add a comma. We can add additional properties like background color, colon, do color dot, we'll just use black for now. And then we could do border radius colon and change that to like 5 so it adds a border. And then border color we can change to color dot white just for now as an example. Control save. I think that's gonna give us something. It's gonna be a square, so it's not gonna be pretty. Oh, it's not even a square. It's got a little bit of rounding. But boy, oh boy, is it big. But that shows you the box that represents the whole outside. What I thought we could do was if we go in here, there's something called, let's see, what is it called? It's called border radius? No. Is it border radius? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Border width is what I thought I was setting. Border width is what I thought this was, which is why we don't see anything. Border width. And it also explains why it's rounded, because border radius is the amount of rounding. Border radius, which we're going to set to 100, which might make it look a little like a circle. Let's see. There we go. This is really not great, but it's something. We'll try 200. We'll try a thicker border at 10. Control save. And as you can clearly see, once again, this really does start to eat into the amount of time it takes. Oh man, that's actually getting to be like a circle. So if you wanted a circle for your thing, looks like maybe 250 is the way to go. $10 seems to be a little thick on the border though. 8. 250 was the number. Control save. And then we have our colors up here for the gradient on the button, and we can change that. By selecting this, we can actually select this. I don't know if everyone's VS Code has this, but I like it. We'll go ahead and change this to be kind of a nice purple color. And we'll fade that into kind of a bluer, more violet. There we go. And then hit Control Save. That should update the background on those buttons. Nice. Looks good. We can then change the, let's see, the background could potentially also be a gradient. Let's see if we can pull that off. Control C. Can we make the background color not black? Control Save. Does that work? Does that work? Oh, it does. Interesting. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all. Let's change the colors to be a little bit lighter and see if that creates a nice aesthetic to kind of complement the buttons. And Control Save. Not bad. The border being white isn't bad either, but I change it back to a 5. Control Save. The premium token balance, I want to swap the position with this bar so that it's a little bit nicer. That border looks good. Might change these colors to be just a little bit softer. Just a little bit softer. And Control Save. And very nice. Ah, yes, that's perfect. And then let's go back over here and swap the position of these text around. So we had the text here. Nope, we wanted to swap it with this one here. And the easiest way to move this down is to hit Control X and cut it, and then paste it right below this view. Following this line, I can find the bottom of the view. Control V, Control Save, and that should swap their positions. I'm a little worried that the premium token name is a little long. And then, that's not bad. The spacing is a little jacked up, if you ask me. I might remove, maybe adding a /n here to break it. /n inside of the custom UI is a break. And then we do need to create some spacing at the bottom of this. Ooh, that became bad real quick. So we can center that by doing text align center. Is that right? Premium token balance 0. That didn't seem to change anything. Or is it, there it goes. Okay, that worked. It's still a little too low, and assuming that somebody could get, let's say, 100 or 1,000 tokens, this is going to eventually go off the line. It also, we do have the toLocalString in there, so that's perfect. But let's move it up a little bit, and to do that, we can say padding bottom : 50. I'd normally go with percentage, but I'm just going to use a number here. Did that not do anything? Oh, it didn't. Let's try a percentage. We'll do ticks 100%. I don't know if this is going to work due to the way that we have our spacing set up on that outside. But I do need this to be a little bit tighter if we're going to go with the circle design, which I think we should. Circles are cool. So yeah, that's not working at all. Maybe margin bottom, try 50%, which would be insane if that does nothing. Watch and still did nothing. Okay, yeah, this is definitely with regards to our spacing. So we're going to go to our styles and change from space around to something else. Let's try center. Let's try center. See what that does. Imagine this is going to squeeze everything down into the center of it. I think it did. uh, did it? That didn't seem to really have a major effect. Justify content. Let's just turn it off. Control save. Oh, Control Shift C. Control save. If we turn off the justifying content, does it just do nothing? No, it didn't do anything. Okay. Control Z. Let's go back to space around. And we did padding bottom 50. And that did seem to give us a little bit closer together. So let's try changing it to 100. We really don't care about the top. The top seems fine. So let's leave, maybe let's put top at 0 and bottom at 150. Control save. Does that give us better spacing? Ooh, that is complicated. Put 50 back on top, press Control save. The bottom is now too much. Crazy. Crazy. I think that's a lot better. Let's change this from 50 to 30. Press Control save. I don't feel like the padding bottom is actually having an effect. It's more about the top pushing the rest around a little bit. Yeah, we can do that. That'll do. That'll do. All right, premium token balance. And I think I want to change the way that looks as well. Instead of doing the /n here, I want to change this to token balance and then do /n and then put the number below that. So we'll see that update here in a moment. Oh, and then we said next premium credit. We need to change that to next premium token. Token. Control save. Okie dokie. Nice. I think I want to add another 5 to this, so from 30 to 35, just to get a little bit better spacing here on the top. It feels just a little tight, especially with this new design. Maybe even go back to 50 even. Go to 45 first. Nice. Okay, there we go. All right. Jumping into preview mode. You can place that anywhere in your world, and it looks pretty good. Now, the thing is, we need it to sell tokens, which it doesn't currently do. So, to sell tokens, we now need to click on our thing and turn off the ability to zoom in on it, because unfortunately, when you do focus, on it, it makes it so you can't click buttons. So that's a problem. We could try to make this bigger so that theoretically you could even read it at this distance. I mean, you can almost read it, which is actually pretty impressive. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm completely able to read that. It's not great, but it's like, and then when you press on it, theoretically, it's going to pop up with another pop-up that tells you all of that same detail. So I think, yeah, I think that'll work even on mobile. It's just not perfect, but like maybe things will get better. We'll see. So next up, we're going to pull out from our gizmos tab, and we need the IWP, which is called in-world item. And there it is. So now we got our IWP seller gizmo, which I can't see, so I'm going to hit play so I can see it. There it is. We're going to change this from trigger to be an icon. The in-world item for this is going to be the one item. The scale, if I change this to 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, it really does shrink the original icon size. let's slide this over because I have a suspicion. Ooh, that's going the wrong direction. Red, blue. I thought, there it goes. Green down, red over, fly around a little bit. There we go. I have a suspicion that if I duplicate this, it's going to resize the icon. Like if I hit Control D, yeah, that's what I thought would happen. So we can delete this original one, and then grab the new one, and that looks good. And then we'll go ahead and make sure to position that nicely. Go ahead and hit Control D, slide that down. Control D, slide that down. All right, and now we are looking pretty good. We're gonna center that a little bit better. Go to the next one up, center that just a little bit better. Flying upwards, center the top one just a little bit better. Perfect, and then now we need to convert this one into the 6 Yule. Oh, that still says Yule. We'll need to change that out as well. All right, change this to 6 tokens. And change this one to our 14 tokens. And then we'll go into the script here and change the button text. And so over here, we had it saying Yule, but we want to change this from Yule to tokens. Control C, Control V, Control V, Control Save. One token singular, Control Save, 6 tokens, 14 tokens. Okay. Very nice. 1 token, 6 tokens, 14 tokens. That looks great, and I think we can go ahead and jump into preview mode, see how that looks. Yeah, it looks good. I don't know why those eyes like bend around all weird like it's really strange, but I'm kind of hoping that's another thing that's fixed with the new IWP gizmo. Honestly, I'm not submitting bugs for anything IWP related until the new gizmo comes out, because I'm just like, maybe it'll be fixed. Oh, look at that. I can walk up to this. So if you don't put it on a if you don't put it on a thing, maybe not. Okay. It works sort of. It works well enough. And then theoretically that's going to pop up with a thing when you're in VR if you're on mobile. So good stuff. Whew. That's actually pretty cool. That's a really good first step for our video. We're at an hour and a half in. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. This has been a fun, good start. Let me check our to-do list. Switch over to their camera here. Going to also move this back into place so that's in an appropriate position right about there. Okay. Hello! Oh, man. Having the pause button on OBS is actually really exciting because like I have to use the restroom because I've been chugging this whole thing of water this whole time. So I can just pause and come right back. It's so nice. I'm so glad I discovered that. Today for lunch I'm having burgers and tater tots. So excited to get to eat that soon. But custom UI from Got a Lot of Lava. Checkity check check. We did that. We now have a way to buy premium tokens. We don't necessarily have the full earning via gameplay. So the way that I want this to work is basically everything we're going to build today, I want to make it as easy for you as a user of these scripts to use them. And so I think the easiest way to make this work is to use sending of events. Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm thinking if you send an event to a player, we can then receive it. Is that the right way to go? I'm like second guessing that on a super spiritual level. Spiritual? Yeah, seriously, this is like coding life. Okay, so the two options, and this is a talk I just gave on Friday. If you were there, awesome. If you weren't there, very few people were. And I've been wanting to make it into a video. I've actually got it on my to-do list. It's like, let's make this tutorial. I think I have it on my to-do list. Is it not on my to-do list? Oh, it's over here. On this other to-do list. One of my to-do lists has this. Let me write this in real quick. I'm like, I could pause. The tutorial I want to make is about events, and it has a few subtopics, which is local, networked, I want to add in players because I feel like that's what we were talking about today, and I think that's a valuable thing to talk about when I do make this video. And then methods and func. Methods and func. Okay. Yes, we are working on this tutorial, this other tutorial. That's a future potential idea, that's a future potential idea. Lots of tutorial ideas, so much to do, so little time. Okay, that one is done. Trying to clean up my to-do list a little bit here. Okay, so the two options were, number one, you could send an event to a player, and then somewhere it listens to events from players and then does things. My concern about doing that is I don't trust Horizon. Things I want to say, but like I don't think we should trust Horizon. I think Horizon has a very proven track record of continuously breaking things, and I would much rather rely on something a little bit more tried and true, like a function call or an event, something that's not really dependent on Horizon always functioning correctly. Like you could imagine a day sometime in the future where instead of sending one player event, it sends two, and suddenly you're getting doubled up. Like that would really suck, especially if you're expecting to only do one, right? So as much as we could use sending of player events, my big topic, the reason I really want to do this whole talk on events is because I want to tell you not to use events. It's one of the biggest things I see beginners doing that I think is it's a habit that we picked up in code blocks because code blocks is entirely event based, but TypeScript doesn't have to be. You just need to use it in a few specific cases. I think this is a good potential instance to use sending event to player. Like sending event to player has a potential use case that's like very valid, and I definitely have used this. For instance, when you saw in Got a Lot of Lava, when you press the trigger, which causes you to go into first-person mode, that is sending an event to the player. It's a networked event, but it makes it really easy to communicate to a player. So yeah, like I'm definitely not saying not to. I'm just saying there's a few instances where I think it's best to use it. But because my whole philosophy is like don't use events, like we should definitely not use events. So what we're going to instead do is create a function file where you will call a function, and that function will then do all the things it needs to do to give the player the credit towards their next one. So that's the plan. We're going to create a function file to increase progress. Okay? And we're going to create a few functions that are going to be related to this. So we have function increase progress. And I wanted to create some functions for visibility. So function for visibility in the future. We're going to come up to that later today once we get the actual hats in. But for now, I'm going to take a quick pause, and we will come back in just a minute. Welcome back. It has been a minute. I grabbed some pizza. It was delicious. I still want that burger and tater tots. Wife and daughter are home. Daughter's sleeping right there. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Not to wake them. But without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right into the events. So the first thing I like to do when I'm thinking about events is to go into the scripts dropdown and create a new events file. So we're just going to call this events underscore data and create. And then we're going to go ahead and remember that we're not doing events. Delete and delete it. That is so funny.
we're going to do function calls. And so this is related to our custom UI IWP. It's really related to IWP. And I'm thinking we do IWP underscore manager underscore func as the name for this. IWP underscore manager underscore func, because it's some kind of helper functions related to that. Okay, open an external editor. All right, here is our function file. I'm going to start by deleting everything, and we're going to create export constant, and I like to name this related to what this is, so it's the IWP manager underscore func. And we're going to create a bag of stuff, also known as a JSON object, so I say equals curly braces, and then we can store a bunch of things inside this, like functions. And so we're going to create a function down below, and what we want this function to do is to increase the player's progress. So we're going to say function increase player token progress. Okay, increase player token progress. And I know I did this already in the other world. And I kind of want to implement that here as well. But I didn't really set it up for that. So let me tell you about what I did in the other world. So here we have 100 meta credits, 800 meta credits, 1600 meta credits. These are kind of like the lowest 3 prices. And got a lot of lava. I didn't use the lowest one. I put the lowest one here and allowed people to buy progress on the premium tokens. Towards their next premium token. And I thought that was pretty cool. But we don't have the ability to do that here due to the fact that this is already at the lowest value. We could have, of course, changed that up, but then that requires deleting and a bunch of other work, so I don't really want to do that here. So never mind, we're going to start from scratch. Okay, so we need to increase the player's token progress. Now, we know that their token progress is inside of their player persistent variable, so we need to know about the player. So that's the first parameter, player, which is of type player. We need to know the amount, so increase amount, which is a number. And we also need to go to our world variable names. And here we have everything, but we are missing our IWPs. Right up here, we have the name, or excuse me, IWP manager. We have the name for the premium tokens. And we're just going to cut this out of here, Control C, and delete this whole line. And we're going to move this into our world variable names. And this is a number PPV, so we're going to paste it in here. And it's a string, so we'll put it in single ticks. And I like to add comma at the end. And then right here, we need to give it a name. And the name of this is going to be premium tokens colon. All right, so there we have our number PPV for premium tokens, and we can access that across all of our scripts and never have to rewrite it. Nice. Now we're going to go into our, and I think what I really want to do is recognize that when you create your world, you're going to have to edit this file. So I want to go back to the player data entity and remove this bit here where we were allowing people to define that. And I also want to remove this position update frequency just because I feel like it could be accidentally modified and then cause some issues. So we'll say equals 100. So you have to modify it via code. And that's actually supposed to be a colon. There we go. We can now delete this entire thing here and all of that there. Oh, now I can say equals, can't I? There we go. Control save. Yes, so we're just going to force you to use this, and I think that is definitely the way to go. Does mean we need to make some changes around the place. So first thing is variable group's name. We don't need to set this because it's already set, so we're not updating that. And then this frequency is actually just this dot position update frequency. There's no props in the middle anymore. This was some example usage, update player statuses, check and update game state. Lots of cool stuff can happen there. We're going to delete that and press Control Save. And then we have probably some other places. Well, maybe not. I guess that was it. Okay, so that's fixed. This is good. And this one needs to be fixed. So down here where we were calling props.ppv name, we now need to call world variable names dot number ppvs dot premium tokens, and then we can copy paste that to replace this one. There we go. All right. Okay, so now that that has been updated, we now want to increase player token progress. And to do that, we need to get the player's data first. So if you haven't used player data before, sorry, I'm going to start at the very, very beginning, which is to copy the name of this, Control C, paste it right here. And what that does is it exports this function to be called from somewhere where we want to increase the player's token progress. And so you could put this on a trigger, you could send this, I mean, it's not really sending, right? But you're calling this function from anywhere inside of any script. That's, yeah, pretty simple, pretty cool. Now, increase player token progress needs to know the player's data. And so when I say you can call this from anywhere, it can only be called on the server. You can't do it on a local script, just to be clear. Now, to get the player data, we're going to type constant player data equals player data map dot get parentheses player. And you might remember some of this from the player data player stats tutorial. Now that we have the player data, we can verify it by saying if parentheses player data. And now that we have verified the player data does exist, we can then say player data dot stats dot premium credit progress plus equals the increase amount. And then we can say if we should make a variable somewhere for this, but we're going to continue using a magic number, so apologies. Player data dot stats dot premium credit progress. If that is greater than or equal to 1,000, we then want to increase the UL for that player. And we have that code inside of our IWP manager. That's what this is here, right? And so we'll go ahead and copy this, Control C, Control V, Shift Alt F. And so we're getting the player's balance. The amount is 1, so we're increasing it by 1. This we don't have access to, so we have to use that component utility I mentioned at the beginning of the tutorial. So component utility data dot component. We then need to add a question mark. And this gets upset with us because we're trying to add 1 to something that might be undefined. And so we need to verify component as well. So we're going to say if player data and component utility data dot component. So then we can now say, okay, player data dot stats premium credit progress is greater than or equal to 1,000. Now we're going to get the player persistent storage for the variable names. We need to import this, so backspace the S, retype the S, press enter. That's going to import world variable names up here. And then that has calculated the new balance for the player. We can then replace this again with component utility data.component to go to the world persistent storage and set their premium tokens to be 1 higher. So we've increased that now. And now we've increased that, we need to update the premium credit progress. So we say player data dot stats dot premium credit progress equals player data dot stats dot premium credit progress modulus 1000. At this time, I think we need to get rid of this 1000. It is way too much of a magic number. It is all over the place. And we really need to store this somewhere that's easy enough to modify it. If for some reason you want to do 100 or 500 or 2,000 or 10,000, this needs to be a modifiable number. But yeah, basically this is what's going to increase it when it hits that value. And then this modulus returns the remainder. So it says if you're at 1,000, it returns 0. If you're over 1,000, it returns how many over 1,000 you are. So that, assuming you're not over 2,000. Yeah, that's actually a really good question. Increase amount cannot be over the magic number. Yeah. Should I fix that? I just kind of never expected it to go over by over 1,000. Like 2,000 at a time would want to increase by 2. So this number 1 would be based on the... Let's go ahead and we'll just do the math real quick. It's super easy. It's just constant tokens to increase by equals player data dot stats dot premium credit progress divided by 1,000, which is our magic number we need to get rid of. And then we put this in parentheses, and then we call math.floor. Math.floor. Now, if that is over 2,000, it'll return 2. And if it's at just over 1,000, it'll return 1. And then we can use tokens to increase by right here where the 1 was. Paste. We can also take this a step further, but I think we're okay. I was going to say we could do this math first, and then if this is greater than 0, do it. But I think this is okay. Okay, so now we've increased that correctly and mathematically. We'll add another red dot everywhere there's 1,000. And we now need to update the binding for the player. So we now need to call player, sorry, this is the bindings, which is CUI bindings data dot player data binding, and then dot set, and now we can set for that player. So we pass in that player's player data, and then we need to pass in the specific player we want to update it for, which is just the player. So we just put that inside of an array, so square brackets, semicolon at the end, because I like semicolons. And now we've updated the progress bar on the custom UI and saved it to their persistent variable. Now we haven't updated their persistent variable, which we might want to do in case somehow they hard crash out of the world when this happens. So if we go to player data or player stats function, we have update PPV and leaderboards. And I think this would be a good thing to call. And I think we should pass in the player data. We can go, we're not going to do that. It's fine. I was just like worried that this might, I'm like over optimizing. We don't need to over optimize. Update PPV and leaderboards is already being exported, so we just call player stats function. And so control save, we go here and we call player stats function dot update PPV and leaderboards for the player. And that's going to save their persistent variable. Right here, we can see that that sets the persistent storage for their JSON PPV to their player data.stats. So that way we are updating in the moment whenever we increase their token progress. This means you probably don't want to call this, 10 times per second. This is something you might want to call at the end of a game. Yeah, a little bit dangerous there if it's being called a lot. But probably okay even if you are accidentally calling it a lot. But I would try to only increase the player token progress at the end of a round or something like that. So just kind of some food for thought there. Okie doke. So now that we have that set up, let's go get rid of that magic number. Get rid of this. Where are we going to put this magic number? This is all related to IWP. So IWP manager underscore data seems to make the most sense. Let's go create a new script. Clear. Update IWP underscore manager underscore data. And then 3 dots, open external editor. This is very similar to the functions file. We delete everything, export to JSON object, so export constant. We'll name this the same, IWP manager. I'll just delete the func and replace it with data. And then equals JSON object. And then we do need to create this value, which is going to be called the what are we calling this? This is the premium credit progress. Premium credit progress. Let's think about that. Naming is very important. Call this. Oh, and it's not token. Did I? Oh, I named the stats premium credits. We need to go change that. IWP stats definition, premium token progress. This is going to break a bunch of places. Control C, Control save. Rename symbol to, oh, well, let me do that here. Okay, I'll just paste it on top. Easy enough. There we go. And Control save. Same thing here. Control V, Control save. Okay, so we have premium token progress. So premium token progress amount. Maybe it's premium token amount to progress. Amount to progress. Premium token amount to progress. Premium token amount to earn we'll change this up backwards. Amount to earn 1 premium token, or rather earn a premium token. There we go. Now we're talking. And that is going to be 1_000. Okay, so now we have our magic number stored in a data file, so we are no longer using a magic number, we just need to replace it with this reference everywhere. So if we ever want to change this value, we change it in this data file. Very easy. Amount to earn a premium token. And now we can go and change everywhere there was 1,000. So right here, we call IWP data dot amount to earn a premium token, Control C, and then right here we need to backspace this and then say plus, and we need to call the operator utilities dot to local string parentheses. The separator is going to be a comma, and the number is the amount to earn a premium token. And we also need to call this to local string on our progress. So if you do go over 1,000, it adds a comma there as well. And so we'll add a parenthesis there. There we go. Nice. So that looks good. And that does the math good. Token balance looks good. Okay.
Control save. Next up, we want to go find all those other thousands which were in here. So I can probably just, oh no, I can't paste it. I'm gonna have to call it again, which was in the IWP manager data dot mount earn, and then Control C, and then paste that here, paste that here, and that removes all the magic numbers. Mount earn a premium token is in those three places, as was the plan. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I think we're good from that standpoint. Next up, let's see, what are we missing? What are we missing? Let's see if that's going to compile. Player stats function probably needs to know about the new naming. Player stats function, yeah. Premium token progress is the new name. There we go. And that also needs to be named here. Control save. Very good. Now, this is really where I should change this to number 2. Yeah. Because I think that's going to cause an error where it's going to say undefined if I don't change it. Or maybe it doesn't do anything. Maybe it's fine. Okay. There we go. So that all looks good. I wanted to check one thing here. That was 1640. Okay, 165,820. I just want to make sure those numbers were right. 165,820, 1640. Nice. Next premium token, 0 out of 1,000. Token balance 0. Looks good. All right. Very, very good. So, let's see. Checking our to-do list, we now have a function to increase progress. So what I want to do is just demonstrate that this works by tracking every time the player comes in. We're going to call this function. So that was the IWP manager function. So on IWP manager, no, we're going to do this on the player data entity because it has a player interworld already. And then we can delete it when we're done. Okay, here we go, player enters world. And now we want to call IWP manager function dot increase player token progress, pass in the player. We'll say the amount is 1. Let's do 10. We'll just do 10. Control save. So we can see the progress bar going up. Okay, clear, stop. Kind of feels like cheating right now, just to be able to increase it, but it's just for testing, and I plan to delete this when I'm done, so. Or not use this world when I'm done, rather. All right, so we can see the premium token did not go up. Interesting. Let's leave and come back. Huh. That's strange. IWP manager function increase player token progress. Player 10. Is this because of that thing I'd mentioned? But we're not getting an error, which is strange. Let's go and do console.log parentheses player data and see what we get. All right, and play. Jump into preview mode. All right, let's go look at the number down here on the console. It says premium token progress is at 20. So it's definitely updating. We jump into the world again. Jump out. Now it's at 30. Stop the world. Play the world. Jump into the world. It's up to 40, so it's definitely going up by 10 every time we go in and out. So the problem is the custom UI isn't updating. This is likely because it's happening as the player enters the world, and there's a race between the custom UIs updating and this default value getting presented to the world. So you can't just call this on player enter world. You'll need to do something like async dot set timeout, just to cause a little bit of a delay here. And then we'll do an arrow function, and then we'll add a 500 millisecond delay, so half a second should be plenty. Click enter between the curly braces, alt arrow up to move that inside the set timeout function. And now we can remove the console.log, control save. And now we should see this update on the progress bar. And if we don't see it update on the progress bar, there might be some, oh, no, that's not it. Clear, jump into preview mode. Yeah, that's really not updating, huh? That is very strange. Stop, play, jump into preview mode. Okay, that might not be it then. Let's see, player enter world. Let's make it a 5-second delay, just on the off chance it really is the delay. And let's see what else could possibly be causing this not to get updated. So our custom UI IWP entity is set here, player data dot binding dot derive player data, and it's returning the width. So this is the part that scales, and we should see both of these updating because player data binding needs to be updated. Player data dot stats dot premium token progress divided by amount to earn premium token. I think all of this works. I would bet, because we're not seeing this text updating, that there's nothing wrong in this script. Oh, maybe we have to leave and come back. Would not be surprised if that's the case. But I'm thinking, since the text isn't updating, which is so simple, right? It's just literally to local string on the premium token progress number, which we just saw was at like 40 last time we looked. That it's much more likely, and we do need to update the token binding when we update their balance. So we do need to fix that while we're at it. Let's go to IWP manager function. And here we can see increase player token progress. And increase player token progress gets the player data for that player. We got the increase amount. We player data and component utilities. And we know that these are both turning true because we've seen the value going up. The increase amount has been getting applied. So, aha, aha. We need to update the player data binding no matter what. And this, but we were only doing that if they had gone over 1,000. But we need to update that no matter what. The one that we need to update only if it goes over is CUI bindings data dot token bindings dot set. That's the one that we only update if the player has just gone over. And that one is the player's balance. So player balance, comma, and then that's just for the player. So square brackets player, just like before. I like semicolon, so I add a semicolon, and now that will update when we increase the premium token balance, but it will also update when we update just the regular player data binding. Okay, cool. So then the question in my mind is, was there ever a race condition to begin with? Can I remove the async delay? So let's try getting rid of that and see if that works. Backspace, control save. All right, here goes nothing. Clear. Wait for that to function or to compile. Clear, clear. And jump into preview mode. Hey, and it works. So you can see the progress on the progress bar. You can see 70 out of 1,000. Looks pretty good. So now let's change that to go up by 100. That's right here. Change that to be 100. Control save. And clear. And give that a moment. Clear. Okay, jump into preview mode. We can now see that's up to 170. Do that again. Up to 270 again. 370, nice. Let's go up by, let's go by a weird number, like 457. Yeah, control save. So that's going to put us pretty close to the max. Clear. And preview mode. So you can see the bar filled up almost all the way. 827. That's nice. That's a nice number. Jump into preview mode. And boom, it's gone up. We can see our token balance has increased by 1, and we have 284 remainder. We can do that again just to see that work over and over again. And so we go one more time, and boom, there we go. We got our token balance of 2. And now let's change this one more time from 457 to 2,457. So this time we should get 2 premium tokens. So we should see our balance go up to 4. And that should verify that that whole progress bar is working as intended. You just need to call that function whenever you want to increase the progress bar. Jumping into preview mode, we can see that is up to 4. Nicely done. And if we do that again, it should go up to 7 because there's 3 now. Hey, there it is, up to 7. Nice. Cool. So, good stuff. We can see all that works. We can now delete that. And that shows you how to increase all that good stuff. So let's take a look at our to-do list. We'll bring the camera back up. I think it's around here somewhere. Hello there. All right, to-do list. Earn via gameplay. We have set that up so you can make it so the player can earn via gameplay. Personalized assets. Spawn, hat, or mask events to turn off visibility. We've got that on our to-do list over here. And by events, we're going to use function. Buy masks. Swap option. The mirror is just not a thing because specifically for the game I'm building, don't need a mirror. If you need a mirror, it's in your gizmos tab. Just pull it out, feel free to add it, but we're not going to do that for us. We do need a few 250 by 250 pictures to build this custom UI. We need the ability to keep adding items. We need to know about owned items, and we need to use player stats. Now we've done the player stats, so we can mark that off of our to-do list. Let's start by creating something simple. Okay, back in Horizon. In Got a Lot of Lava, we have a hat, which is where we had this hat manager script. We haven't looked at it yet. If we open an external editor, we can see the hat manager is going to spawn a hat when the player enters the world. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. I kind of wanted there to be a script for every player, though. So each player will have their own hat managing script. But it's not that hard to just use a... It's really not that hard to just use a manager like this and some function calls. The benefit of putting it on one script for every player is that we get like object-oriented programming benefits of like each one thinking about themselves, and it's a little bit, maybe a little bit more logical in some ways. But in this way, we can have just a single manager that has a list of all the players and all of their hats, and is like, oh, you want to spawn a new hat in? You want to swap your hat out? Sure, we'll despawn the previous hat, we'll spawn a new one. Like, it's pretty easy to do, so I think that's what we're going to do. All right. Okay, so we made this script as a part of another tutorial. As you can see, it's pretty short. Let's first get it working, and then let's, from there, make changes to it. I shouldn't have minimized that. Should have done
Just leaving it in the background because it takes a while to open. I clicked on it. There it goes. And so what we're going to do is bring out another empty object. And this is going to be called our hat manager. We're going to move that to 0, 0, 0. There we go. And now we're going to go down to the bottom and attach the hat manager script. Now this hat manager script has a property to know about the default hat asset. We are going to get rid of this, but just to make sure it's working, I think I put that in the got a lot of lava folder under hats and under hat spawned, like spawned hats. So here's the default hat group, so we'll go ahead and pull that in. And if we hit play and jump into the world, there's a hat on our head. Ta-da! It's pretty dumb. It's pretty basic. It's just for like testing purposes right now, but we have two hats, right? So we can now utilize these hats. Now we do need to make this hat, we need a picture of it. So I think if I do stand right here, right there, there we go. Then I can go and take a picture using the snippet tool or whatever they call it nowadays. Click new, screenshot. There we go. Hats from the back of your head. Oh, it won't let me drag it up because the horizon is focused. Really? Come on, there you go. So there's the hat. And we can edit it in Paint. Not sure. Crop? Is this a square? Does it say how many pixels it is? It doesn't, does it? Hoping it would tell me the number of pixels. I'll press OK. And save. Ooh, oopsie. We're going to save that into that folder that we created for today, right here. And we'll create a new folder in here called hats, hat images. We'll jump in there. And this one we're going to call default. And so obviously you want to have better photos than this. I would recommend like going into VR to take these photos and whatnot. And we'll go ahead and hit. We already saved that one, so we're good. Somehow I lost Horizon. I'm not sure why it closed, but we'll just reopen it. 3 dots, start in desktop mode. Okay, here it comes. And I mentioned we're not going to be using this sort of properties panel anymore. It's more painful than it's worth, and I'll show you why when we get into it, but we're not there yet. Okay, we're going to go back to the bottom, select the hat manager, and we're going to go update our default hat to be the chef hat this time, so we can see 2 pictures. We want to start with 2 hats, right? So here's our chef hat group. There we go. And now we hit play, jump into preview mode, and that hat does not have a good hat height, which is a great way for me to show you why we're not going to be using this default. Because if we go into the chef hat group and we click edit template definition, and then we want to change the scale of this hat, and we're just going to change the whole thing, right? Scale it up to 50. Yeah, there we go. Press save and publish. So here's the problem. When you hit save and publish, it updates the asset ID. So anywhere we're using asset ID is updated, but for us, when we jump into preview mode, it still loads the old asset. And the only way to update it is by clicking on our hat manager and then re-dragging our chef hat group in. Then it's going to work. So if we jump into preview mode, come on. Don't make me look like a liar. Unless that, because we didn't actually change the scale of the hat, did we? We only changed the scale of the, maybe we didn't change it. I changed the scale of the outside, but oh no, it did work. Okay, I just had to stop, reset, play for some reason. Anyway, there we go. So the point is, it doesn't change until a little bit of time has passed. So there we go. Come on, don't make me invisible. What? I'm an invisible player. That is so tripped. Escape, jump into preview mode. Oh my gosh, am I completely gone? I'm completely gone. Leave and come back. So anyway, by using the asset ID number, we don't have to deal with that problem. So that's why we're going to switch to using asset IDs, and we'll see how to do that momentarily. That said, we do need a default, and then we're going to need additional items for purchase. So 2, not great. We'll have to keep working on that. So let's go ahead and hit play, jump into preview mode. Should have the hat, there it is. Walk through here. Come on. There it is. Right here. Where is it? There it is. All right, and now I can take the photo. All right, and how do I do this? Come on, snipping tool. I need you to work with me here, buddy. Windows, logo, Shift S. Hey, that worked, except for it left the tool up here. Okay, so what you're saying is, oh, now I have access to this. Okay, click new. Hey, there we go. That looks like a square. Nice. Is that going to appear? There we are. So now we'll go ahead and hit save and call this one chef. Press save, close. All right, escape out, stop. So we got 2 hats so far. It's a good starting point. We definitely want to do a lot more than 2, but it's a good starting point. And what we need to do is go into our hat manager and stop thinking about hats as being references on the properties panel. So we're going to delete this and we're going to replace it with hats, spawned hats, default hat, asset ID. And I want to verify that this works because it's just not something I've done a lot of. So we're going to delete this, we're going to delete this, and we do need to somehow have this default hat. So let's start by just getting this to work. So we're going to say default hat asset equals, what do we do, like asset parentheses, is it just like new asset parentheses and then asset ID, or it's big int parentheses ID? Okay. Someone out there's gonna be like, you've never done this before? How the hell did you guess that? Okay, I have done this before, but very, 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 very infrequently. Enough to have known that you do this new asset parentheses and that it needed to be in big int, and then the big int is how you create that. So pretty confident that's gonna work. We just need to delete the props dot from both of those and press Control Save. And now we'll give that a shot. Wait for that to compile. Go ahead and hit play, jump into preview mode. Hey, and it works, nice. And so if we made a change to that default hat, it would update. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so let's now take a moment to read the script and understand how this whole thing works. All right, so at the first line, we got our imports as you'd expect. We then create the class hat manager entity, which is our hat manager script that's getting attached to an entity. That's that hat manager empty object that we created. We then have 2 properties, the default hat asset, which is a new asset that we created from a big int by passing in the asset ID. And then we've got the hat map, which is a new map, which has every player mapped to an entity, which is the hat that has been spawned. We then have pre-start, where we connect the code block events for player enter and exit world, and we connect those to our local methods enter and exit world. Then we have start, where nothing is happening, Player enter world is run async, which allows us time to wait for the asset to spawn in. So it says when a player enters the world, and this is running on a separate thread, so it's not running on the main thread, which is what async does. And what that means is it can run and just pause and wait for things to happen. And so it says if the default hat asset and the hat map has a player are both defined, or does not have the player. So this prevents the player enter world from running twice for a player. It then says let's spawn a hat for the player. So it says hat spawn equals await. And then it says this.world.spawn asset. It spawns the default hat asset with all of these properties. So just yeah, what is this? Is it putting it below the world? So the position it spawns it at is -1, so it's below the world, and then quaternion 1, and then vector 3, 1 for scale. And then the hat spawned item 0 is our actual hat. If you had selected multiple items when creating your asset, it could be, this is an array of those assets, so we only have one item in the spawn, so it's just item 0. And then we attach that as an attachable entity to the player, and we do that on their head. You change this to, I guess you would just leave it as head if it was a mask. But if you made like torso attachables, you could change that to torso and so on. I don't think there's any other options. Yeah, it's just head or torso. And then the hat map, we set the player and the hat spawn so that we have that saved, so we can despawn it later, which is right here, player exit world. We then get the hat from the hat map. We delete that player from the hat map. And then if the hat is defined, which it should be, then we despawn the hat. The only time this wouldn't be is if the player exit world was called twice. So that deletes the asset when the player exits the world. Pretty simple. So what we need to do is create some extra functions, like a function to spawn in a new hat. We need to do a different hat. I need to write all this down. There's a lot of things here. So we need to spawn selected hat if owned. If owned, we need to know which hat they've got currently selected. Spawn selected hat if owned. We need the function for visibility, so we can turn off the visibility if needed. And we need the function to swap the hat. Yes, we need the function to swap the hat. Function to swap the hat mid-game, so as they change hats. We will also need a asset ID data file, and we need an asset entity register, which will have the picture, or what do we call that, like, not a logo, icon, maybe icon's a better word. So the picture icon plus the ID, which also needs to tell us if it's the default, so that we know which one is free and which one to spawn on world start. Or when the player enters the world, rather. So that's a lot of things. That's a lot of things. And I'm out of water. Oh no. Oh my goodness. We've just passed the 2-hour mark, haven't we? Quite wild. We're doing well, but I think you might go get water. I'm not sure. Breathe. I mentioned we're going to take this slow. I mentioned it could be a long day. So I've done my due diligence in saying that at the beginning. But oh my goodness. A little bit exhausted. I think I might grab my chair. It's right over here. A chair. Oh, that's nice. Standing for, what was that, 2.5 hours? Might be a little bit much. Oh, and the dog goes off the screen. Bye, puppy. Oh, that's okay. You can see more of the movie collection I've been working on. This is my personal side hobby. Hobby? Yeah, it's a hobby. Anyway, it's coming along nicely. I'm really having a lot of fun backing up all my Blu-rays and making my own media server. Somebody asked in one of the live streams what I'm using. I'm not using Plex, I'm using MB. Nolly just woke up. I might run her, make sure she's okay. But Yeah, I use MB. I've really enjoyed them. I just bought their premium membership, actually. Mostly to support the developers because the free version is just fantastic. But also for a feature that doesn't work. So I'm going to have to DM them and be like, yo, the feature I was hoping to use when I bought this is not working. But anyway, but I do really like it otherwise. So it sounds like it's like an iOS specific bug that they haven't patched because they're probably running Android as their default. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, I'll probably show off. Like, this is my Miyazaki collection. It's hard to see, but it's fantastic. Okay, I better go check on Nalia. I'll be right back. All right, got the girls back to sleep, so all's well there. I also took a little potty break and grabbed some more water. And I had an idea while I was out thinking about the prices. And it's something that I felt like I had better but not perfect in Got a Lot of Lava. And I want to change it here. It's weird. My I don't know if you could see me for the last little bit. OBS didn't show me in the picture, but anyway, I'm here. So the point is, I can't say the dollar amounts out loud, even though you can read them on screen, and I have been told that I can talk about it. I don't know. It's such a complicated thing. It is such a complicated thing. Like, I really don't know where, like, it's very blurry lines. Like, we're not really supposed to talk about the monetization system, but I'm allowed to talk about the monetization tools. And then when I show the monetization tools, which I'm allowed to do, it shows the monetization prices. And if something's in the general public, then I can talk about it because that's how NDAs work. Like, once something's in the public, you can then comment on it and talk about it, without adding more information than it's already publicized. It's a very, very complex topic. So we're going to make up some numbers, and then we'll just hope that Meta never watches this far in the video, or they just don't care. They're like, he's making us more money, it's fine. Like, I don't know. Maybe this falls into the, like, he's doing good work for us, right? Like, Meta wants us to sell more stuff. So what I'm going to tell you here is how we can sell more stuff and how I was thinking we can go about that. So the first problem is the price is just, it starts at the bottom. So there's just no smaller things that we can sell in this situation. So the prices we have are like $1, $5, and $10. We need to change it to be $2, $5, and then $10. And my idea is that at $1, you can buy 1/3 of a premium token. So of a premium token. Okay. At $2, you can buy 1 premium token. The idea is that you're getting 1 token for $2, and at the $1 price, you're getting 1 token for $3. So you'd have to spend $3 to get 1 token, but you're just buying 1/3, which we have the progress bar, so people could do. And I think we could do something like 350, maybe even 400. At 400, I think it goes to like 400 would give you 1/4 or 40%. So that would give you, let's say you spent $5. That would be 5 times 400, which is 2,000. So you get two tokens for $5, which if you spent $2 would cost you $4. You'd save $1 by spending the $2 price. But the point is that you're going to earn these tokens naturally. And what we're trying to capture with this $1 price tag is people who are just 1/3 away or just 2/3 away and don't want to, well, I guess if they're 2/3 away, they spend $2. I guess there'd be 400 or less premium tokens away from leveling up. And those people are the people that we want to, premium token progress, that we want to get them to make that $1 purchase. These are also the people who might have already earned some meta credits or just have some spare meta credits lying around from a previous purchase. So we're just trying to capture these small sales with the $1 without giving them too much. So then the $2 is going to get them 1 premium token. And then we had previously said it was 1 token for $1. So now it's 2 tokens for, or 1 token for $2. So then we had said 6, 5. So we'd say 5 is 3 now, right? 5 is 3. And then 10 was previously 14. So we make that 7. So if you spend $10, you get 7 tokens. That seems pretty good, right? So if you spent 5 twice, you'd get 6. So you're getting 1 bonus. If you spent 2 twice, you'd get, if you spent 2.5 times, you'd get, so at $2, you'd get 2.5, so you're getting half a token free there. So you're getting a full bonus token free. So we're actually going to say that this is 400, 1, sorry, I don't know how to type this, 400 over 1,000. So you're getting 40% of a premium token for $1. And then I think on the left side, I want to write the price per token. And so ideally, what we want to do is make a really big purchase price where at the highest end, if you spend the most money, you can get 1 token for $1, but only if you spend the max amount of money. And so 40 out of 100 we determined was $2.50, $2.5 per token. And then this one was $2 per token. And then this one was 5 divided by 3. And then of course this is all going to change into like meta credits soon. And so when that happens, we'll just start thinking in like sets of 100 meta credits or something like that. But for now, because there's a dollar price associated with it, we'll just stick with that because it's easy enough. And because we can't specify meta credits at this point. So we're just kind of waiting. That could be like tomorrow. Like it literally could drop right after I post this video, which would really suck. But just same thing, but think meta credits instead of US dollar. So then we take 5 divided by 3. Let's use my calculator on my phone for this. 5 divided by 3 equals 1.6. Yep, so that's 1.67. 1.67. And then 10 divided by 7 is 1.43 roughly. $1.43. And so we can see here we have maybe a little bit of a pattern. So we drop by 50 cents per token, then we drop by 33 cents per token, and then we drop by 20, what is that? 43 from 67 is plus 7. Plus 7 is 14, 24. So we drop by 24, so from 33 to 24. So we go 50, 33. Let me write these down. These 0.5, 0.33, 0.24. And so we really are seeing a bit of a pattern there. And I think the next number down is like 12, and then we basically hit 0. So we jump to like the $20 mark. And at 20, we would jump up to like 15, would add 1, but that wouldn't be the same, that doesn't hit the price target. So if we do 20 divided by 15, the price is 1.33. Oh, I guess that is close. That's, but then each time we add one of these, we have to build a little gizmo thing for it. So, like, that's a lot of work. But I also want to build this to like a place where when I go start a new world, I can just use it and it's where I want it to be. So, I'm thinking we do the 1.20, but we do it at a much better deal. And so if I take we take 20 divided by 1.15, we get 17. So instead of it being 15, we go to 17. That seems good. That's closer to 1 for 1. And then we do a final one at $50, and that one would be 50 tokens, right? So that's the best price you can get. So that's the $1 price. This is the 1.15 price, and yeah, that's basically it. So scratch that out. So we need to go add 4 more items and a few more options to the thing, but that will make it a lot better in the long run, and we can use this everywhere. Now let's go compare that idea to what I did in Got a Lot of Lava, which I think I'm gonna change up a little bit to match this one better. Fortunately, no one's used it yet, so don't have to feel too bad. Let's go to Creation Home and leave. Go in. End of day exhaustion is really hitting. It's not even that late. It's only like 3 o'clock. I had those 2 slices of pizza about an hour and so ago. I think that would last longer, but I feel like the carbs in pizza makes you tired. All right, hit play. All right, so here we go. We know from previous experience that this is $5. 820 was 5. We can check that on the Commerce tab. Yeah, so we did $5 per Yule, with the best price being 40 for 100. So yeah, we're going to change this up quite dramatically. Quite dramatically. And then this one was 30% Yule progress. So this was closer, with anyone with observant eyes realizing that this is cheaper than this. So the new math is going to work out way, way better. Yeah, it's going to work out way, way better. Way, 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 way better. So then, what we want to do is go make these items, and then at some point I'll come in here and swap this out with the new one. Turn to Creation Home, leave. Head on, oopsie, daisy, here we go. Okay, I actually think we need to make all the items over again now that I think about it, because we can't edit these in any way whatsoever. So unfortunately, we're going to start from scratch. I'm really hoping the new IWP stuff is going to be so much better. I have no idea. Nothing has been released about it. I've not seen any pre-release information. I'm just really hopeful we get something better, because the current system has been trash for a very long time. Okay, so the first item you can purchase is 40% token progress. Increase your token progress bar by 40%. Increase your token progress bar by 40%. Will I mean, that should imply that when you hit 100%, it gives you your token. But in case it's not clear, if going over 100%, you gain 1 token, and increase your token progress bar by 40%. If
if you are, oh, increase your token progress bar by 40%. If you are over 100%, you gain 1 token and keep any extra progress and keep any remaining progress. One premium token. Increase your token progress bar by 40%. If you are over 100%, you gain 1 premium token and keep any remaining progress. Okay, we need to create an image, which unfortunately is still just this. This is going to be a consumable, auto use, and the name of this was 40% token progress. Go ahead and press create. There we go. Notice it has a super long name that we're going to have to go and write in a minute. Look at that awful name. But then we're going to also create our next one, which is the 1 token, which we remember was 1 premium token, which we're going to make same picture, confirm, consumable as well, change the price to $2, and press create. All right. And then we just keep doing that a few more times. I'm kind of thinking about skipping straight to the 10. So we skip the 5. But capturing a $5 sale would be valuable, right? It's not that big of an increase. Like if you buy 2 2s, you get a 2. If you buy 3 2s, you get that. If you buy a 10, 1 token for $2, 7 tokens for $10. So yeah, that seems like a good idea. We want to give less options. Like, people don't like options. It just makes you feel overwhelmed. So this is a good idea. 7 tokens. And then we'll say 7 premium tokens. And then we'll select the image, same image, confirm, and change the price to $10. Okie dokie. Press create. And now we got to do the next one, which is $20 for 17 tokens. We say 17 tokens, and that is 17 premium tokens. Select image, same image, confirm, and change the price to 20, confirm, okay. And our last item is the $50 one. Say 50 tokens, 50 premium tokens, select image, selected, confirm, change it to the $50 price tag, and create. Okay, so we got our 1 token for $2. We've got our 17 tokens for $20, our 40% token progress for $1, our 50 tokens for $50, our 7 tokens for $10. All looks good. Now we need to go and update our gizmo first and foremost. So let's go start there, because that's going to be one of the hardest things to do. Go ahead and hit play. Open up our scripts. Slide that over to the right. Maybe slide that over a little bit to the left so we can see that better. Nice. Okay, so now we're going to go into, we'll come back to hat stuff in a minute. We just want to go right over to CUI entity. And over here is where we created our buttons down at the bottom. We had 1 token for 165. It is now 1 token for 330. So we got 330, and then 7 for 1640. 330. Oh, I can keep that open, can't I? Okay, nice. So 1 for 330, 7 for 1640, 1 comma 640, and 17 for 3 comma 280. Then duplicate this line, Command C, Command V, and then we go to 50 for 8205. Okay, and that's our 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Okay, so that's all ready to go. Control save. What I'd like to do, because I'm a math guy, is // over here and get the price of this on a per token basis. So this one we know is 330 because it's just one. And then this one is 1640 divided by 7. So that's 234.2829 really. // And then the next one is 3280 divided by 17, which is 192.94. 192.94 // and last but not least is 8205 divided by 50, which is 164.1. Okay, so if I was a user playing the game and I wanted to buy one of these, I would be doing this math that I just did on my own calculator at home, being like, well, obviously the best deal is to go for the biggest. So if I want to buy a bunch of hats or whatever, I'm going to buy that big one. I do think your world should have things to be able to be purchased at the 1 token price tag, as well as the like higher items to purchase, so that there's lots of things to purchase. So for me, 1 token is enough to buy a color change, like a color thing, and then 5 tokens I think is a good price to pay for like buying something permanently. I was also thinking you could do 1 token to do a temporary ownership of something, but that's way more hard to code, so wasn't really my first thought. But coming along, okie doke. Now, over here, we can see that this really overfilled the circle a little bit for us here. And it's not bad, it's not good either. So we need to shrink the size of these buttons down somehow. So we're calling create button right here. And font weight is set to 100 for the price text. Font size is set to 12. Let's set the font size here to 10. Really underemphasize this. That should shrink it up just a hair. Not enough to make an actual difference, but just a hair smaller. And there we go. And then we're going to copy this, Control C up to here. And try shifting this by just a little bit. Let's go to like 16, Control save. I think that shrinks it, we'll see. It did, but just very, very slightly. We still have spacing that we can adjust. So back on the CUI IWP styles, we'll remember that we increased the number here to 45. We can change that to 35 just to get started. And I kind of want to try changing the spacing on these buttons to be just a little skinnier. Let's try going to 25, Control save, see how that looks. Huh. I guess I didn't notice it update. I guess it's okay. Let's go figure out what that is. So on the buttons, we're using some styling around it on the view, which is button background style, which has a width of 185. That's fine. So we want to go find out what button background is. Button background is this one here, which is this one here, which has padding of 10, margin of 5. Change margin down to 2, Control Save. Okay, that tightened it up nicely. Let's go back to 3 because 2 is way too tight. Padding, might change that to 5, Control Save. I didn't notice the change, but it does look a little bit more balanced, so I think it did do something. Maybe let's try padding of 0, Control Save. I'm worried about the left side. I might want to add some left padding specifically. Ooh, ooh, that was not okay. Control C, Control V. Change this to left padding and make it 5 again. Control Save. We might change this to 2. Control Save. Give that a second. We're going to see 2 updates come through. There's the first one. That was just the 5 on the left. And we're going to get the extra 2. Or we didn't get the extra 2. Interesting. Padding left. Maybe change it to 10. Okay, getting better. I feel like we just need padding top now. Control C, Control V, change this to padding top, change the amount to 4, Control Save. I didn't notice the change. Ah, there's the change. That definitely looks better. I'm thinking we give it a little bit more padding left. Let's go to 15, Control Save. I'm surprised at how much of an impact this has had. Okay, that looks a lot better. Thinking we change the top to 6, Control Save. Okay, there we go. And now I think we can go back to the top and change, or not the top, right here, change this back to 45. Then I want to try increasing the font size back up a little bit. Because I felt like it was pretty easy to read. Yeah, that's getting good. Now let's go increase the font size. We had it set to 16, let's go to 18. Control Save. Okay. Didn't super notice it, just felt like it made it a lot more spaced out. Let's change this one to 11, Control Save. I feel like this is going to increase the spacing pretty heavily too. Oh, I didn't really notice that one. Let's try 12 and 19, Control Save. Okay. Okay. Definitely feels a lot more readable at this size. I think we need to move up just a hair. So from 45 maybe to 40. We'll try that. Control Save. Yeah, I think that'll do. I think that'll do. All right, so we got our four things in here now. And we now need to link up all of the different possible buy buttons. So we're going to start here with the first one, select the move tool, slide upwards, and we want to change this to be the 1 token. Then we're going to go select the other one, slide upwards, and change this to be our 7 tokens. Select the other one, slide up, change this to be our 17 tokens, and we want to duplicate that, Control D, slide down, centered up nice, change that to be our 50 tokens, and one last one, Control D, slide down, slide over, and this one's going to be our 40% token progress, which we won't explain, you just have to click on to figure out what it does. Sliding over to the left, these do feel like they're a little bit far off the front of it, but when we go into preview mode, they don't disappear unless you're... I really hope that gets fixed with the next update. Yeah, it's okay enough, it's good enough. But yeah, you can select it. Of course, it's not gonna work here, but they're all easy enough to select. Pretty easy to read. 1 token, 330 metacredits, 7 tokens, 1640, 17 tokens, 3280, 50 tokens, 60 or 8205. Yeah, it's kind of hard to read the small print, but that's okay. It's weird that my premium token balance from earlier isn't saved. That seems very... Oh, is it because I didn't stop and play the world and then jump into preview mode? No, what is going on there? What happened to all of that balance we had gained, or racked up rather? That is weird. That is really weird. We need to figure out what happened, because that is so strange. Okay, so we're done with this. We're done with this. Let's check out our player data entity. And let's call console.log player data, Control save, and see if we can figure out what's going on here, because... Oh, I think I know what it is. We don't update the binding when they enter the world. So it is actually giving us a correct value, but I don't call the binding update, so yeah, we can totally see all that's here. Clear and stop the world. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick. Very easy to fix. So right here, when we call update PPVs, we also want to call CUI bindings data dot player data binding and dot set parentheses player data comma square brackets, and we want to update it just for that player. And there's one other thing we want to do. Update PPV and leaderboards. I'm kind of thinking we put this update inside of that update PPV and leaderboards. So if we go, let's scroll that out now. If we go into the player stats functions, in here, when we verify the player data, let's also update the bindings. Control V, CUI bindings data, there we go. And so player data binding dot set, that's going to update that binding. We also need to update, I'm going to duplicate that, the token binding. And we might need to know the token binding for another reason, which I'll show you in just a second. So we're going to go and create constant player tokens, which is going to equal component utility data dot component dot persistent, or excuse me, leaderboard, no, world dot persistent storage dot get player variable parentheses, and then for the player, comma, we want to get the world variable names, dot number PPVs, dot premium tokens. Okay, so now we know the player tokens, and we can set it on the tokens binding. Problem is this might be undefined, so we need to verify player data and component. So component utility dot component, and backspace this, backspace that, backspace this. There we go. And then because of that, we might be using this player tokens as like a cross-world variable. And if we are, it's possible that they spent some of these tokens in another world, or they bought tokens in another world. So when they enter the world and we update this, we might want to update like a leaderboard to kind of show off who has the most tokens. And so we're going to create a leaderboard called most premium tokens, and sort descending and press create. There we go. And most premium tokens is going to get updated here as well. So we'll go ahead and call component world leaderboards dot set score for player parentheses. We'll then need to know about the world leaderboard name, and we just named that, and that was most premium tokens. So we'll go create a new leaderboard called most premium tokens, colon, most premium tokens, comma, control save. There we go. And then over here we can set score for a player. The first property it wants to know is the leaderboard name, which is world.leaderboards.most premium tokens, comma, and then the player is the player, and the value is the player tokens value we just got. And the override is true, because this goes up and down as people buy and spend tokens. Okay. So, update PPV and leaderboards is a little bit of an expensive thing to run. Like, not really something you want to do all the time. It might be wise to make something similar to this called, I'm going to just copy this for now, Command C, Command V, and we're just going to call this update PPV. So if you don't want to update the leaderboards and you just want to update the PPV, then in that case you call this and you pass in the player and the player data, which will be of type player data, and then we, I guess, can continue verifying component. And then persistent storage, we set the player variable for the JSON PPV. We don't need to set leaderboard. We don't need to do anything with tokens or leaderboards. We do need to update the player data binding. We don't need to update the tokens binding. So basically, if you call update PPV and leaderboards, its first task is going to be called update PPV, where it just passes in the player and the player data, which means we don't have to do this line of code here. We just need to do the leaderboard stuff, which is here, 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 and finally there. Okay, so that also means we can export this update PPV and put that right here. And if we look up everywhere where this was being used, we can see, did we really need to update the leaderboards, or was this just something that was like, so search for where we're calling this. We have the IWP manager, which is updating PPV and leaderboards, which we really only need to do update PPV. But this would be in an else. So we'd say else, curly braces, and we'd say player stats function dot update PPV, and then we can pass in the player, and we have the player data, so we can pass that in as well. And we do need to update the binding, but that's actually happening inside of here, so we don't even need to do that because that's happening inside the update PPV. And instead, we do this one here. And we do that only if we need to update the tokens, which this also updates the token binding for us. So we don't actually need that there either. Yeah, cool. Control save. So it's kind of cleaned it up a little bit. It's a little bit complicated, still confusing, but it's okay. Player data entity. On player enter world, we do want to update all of that, so that makes sense. And then player stats is where it's defined. Cool. So most of the time we should call update PPV. And what I usually do is just update leaderboards as as I'm using them. I try not to update leaderboards here so much. I don't think I would normally put the player tokens in, except for I need to do it on world start. Honestly, feeling very perplexed by this whole thing is a little bit out of my normal wheelhouse, to be honest. It was just kind of built in. So I'm using it, but that's okay. Okie doke. So let's see. We've got that set up. Player data enters the world, updates the stuff, updates the bindings. We now should have a working thing here. Go ahead and click clear, play. We got an issue with the IWP. Lots of issues all of a sudden. Nothing here listed. It says we got a circular dependency. Oops. Player data function calls player stats function, which calls CUI bindings data, which calls player data function. I hate when this happens. I've done this one a few times. This is an easy one to run into. Because the player stats function is... What is it doing? What is the stats function doing? Oh, it's updating the binding, and the binding needs to update using player stats. No, the binding needs to get a player stats. That's what it is. So what I usually do to address this, because this function really doesn't need to be in here, is I move it, and I say Control X, and I move that into player stats data, but I don't have a player stats data. So we'll go ahead and create one. Player stats underscore data. And like, this doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't know. It's just like, there's probably I don't know. I'll probably rethink the way that I do this in the future. Open an external editor, Control A, backspace, export, constant, player stats underscore data equals JSON object, and then we create the function there. We need to import player stats, so we do that. We need to know what the stats version is, which must be stored somewhere else. It is. It's stored here, which we're going to store here inside of this. Stats version :1. That's what a data file is for. So then we call player stats data dot stats version. Operator utils needs to be imported. There we go. Okay, and now we can export this function called create empty player stats. Control save. I love this says creates with default values of 0. It does not. We're just going to delete the entire comment here. None of that was necessary. Control save. Okay. So that's set up. Now back over here, we can now use that by calling player stats data dot create empty player stats. Nice. And that should solve the problems here, but there's another script that's going to have a problem, which is the one that we knew was using it, which was the IWP binding, or CUI binding, excuse me, right here. This is calling player data function, create empty player data. Oh. 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 Ah, okay, go to the player data function. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, is this one going to be difficult. Create empty player data, which gets player stats from PPV, from the player stats function. We still have a circular dependency because that still is a circle. Because we didn't really get rid of it. Oh, we just moved it a little bit. Darn it. We're so close. Darn, we were so close. I kind of want to put all this back. So I kind of want to delete this file and then put all of that back into here. Okay, Control Z. Here it goes. And that means we can backspace that. We've got that there. Let's go delete the player stats data file. Delete. Move to recycle bin. Okay, so the problem is this function is the problem. This function doesn't belong in this file. This is more like player manager stuff, realistically. Like really realistically. So Control X, it's just in the wrong spot, is the problem. Backspace these two. Control save. Head over to the player data function. No. Oh, it's related. It's so closely related. This is more like player. Oh man, it is player stats. It's more like PPV function. PPV leaderboards. Player world variable functions. World variable names functions. Let's try it. Let's give it a go. It's a brand new idea, but here goes nothing. World variable. No, I'd rather go with PPV. PPV underscore func. PPV leaderboard func. Very clear. This is going to relate to PPV and leaderboards. It's a function. It's because this is new and it's not how I normally do things, but I thought it would be convenient to show people how they could update this stuff. And now I've run myself into this hole. So, export constant. I don't even like it. It's part of the problem. It's okay. It's okay. Export constant PPV leaderboard underscore func equals curly braces. And then we need to export the update PPV and leaderboards and update PPV, Control save. Okay. Now that is all set up good there. We now need to import a bunch of stuff like player, like the player data map, like the component utilities, like the world variable names, like the CUI bindings, and the player data. And now this is all set up nicely. Clean that up. Control save. Okay, and now I just need to reference anyone who was referencing these functions before to this function. Circular dependencies are bad. The reason I have all these file names like func, entity, defs, and data is to try and prevent circular dependencies just by default, by just like having a good structure where things are like, you have data files, which are dead ends, you have definitions files, which are dead ends, you have function files, which are like, they could talk to each other, which is what we're encountering here, but very, very, very infrequently do they, because you have entity files, which usually call the function files. So it's just, it's less common for function files to talk to each other. But when it does happen, you got to split it up even further like this. And so now we just need to call PPV leaderboard function and do the same thing here. Control C, Control V, and Control save. And then the same thing over here. There we go. Control save. And there might be other errors somewhere else. We'll have to look. in a minute. We can clean up some of this stuff here. Control save. Okay. And looks like this one's good to clean up too. Control save. Control save. Okay. How am I doing, Horizon? Let me know. Clear. Any more circular dependencies I missed? So far it looks good. Hitting play. Hey, the world's working again. All right, jump into preview mode. And it says there's a script reference broken somewhere. We'll have to look into that. Token balance 7. Yes, that has now worked. Next premium token, 112 out of 1,000. Very nice. We can walk up to that, and we could potentially have purchased that if we were in VR and all those good things. Very nice. I can test these by putting my VR headset on, which we might do. I'm going to put a note down on our to-do list here to consider that. So, hello again. The lights, sun's going down. These notepads are starting to fill up. I've got 2 filled. Gonna need to trim this down a little bit. What was I gonna write down? I lost my train of thought. I was gonna write down something. Oh, test in VR. Test IWP buttons in VR. There we go. Which then leads to the question of like delete console logs. Console logs for that. Okay. At some point I'm going to go through all of these notes because there's like, I don't know, 15 different note things here and clean up what's still left to do as we continue progressing. This might be a lot longer than I thought. But we're doing good. We're doing good. Back in Horizon. We got our new thing set up. It looks good. It sells good. We had that weird issue. Object with broken script reference. Default hat group. I think that is because I'm spawning in an asset that wants to wear a hat. Like, so the hat asset is supposed to link up to a hat script, but there is no hat script in this world. So it's looking for the script but not finding it, which is obviously a problem. So hence it's upset. Okay. I might have to like call it quits here soon, and then come back tomorrow to finish this video. Definitely feeling the exhaustion hitting pretty hard now. Okay, let's see if we can get something. Let's try and get something a little bit further. So if we hit play and jump into the world, the hat still spawns on our head, so that's good. We'll drop that down so it's a little bit bigger. Bring up our scripts palette here, or scripts palette. I'm like an artist in scripting. At least that's how I feel sometimes. I'm a scripting artist. So anywho, let's see. We left off on the hat stuff. So I'm closing out of everything except for hat manager entity, and no, we don't need that. Just the hat stuff. I think I read off how this works. Yeah, we did. We talked about how this script works. So what we need to do is we need to create a hat manager underscore data file. Let's go ahead and start there. So scripts underscore hat manager underscore data. And then let's start with that one. And we want this to store some really pretty important information. In fact, important enough information that we're going to create a definition for what that information looks like. So we're going to create hat manager underscore defs, and then edit name of that. That's weird. Didn't get that capitalized for some reason. Defs. And still not renaming correctly. Open an external editor. I'll rename it here in VS Code, I guess. Rename, capital D. There we go. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and delete everything in here, and we need to create a type, export type. And I don't know a lot about this type yet, but I'll tell you what I do know, is it's related to each hat asset. So this is the hat asset, and it's got a, we want to use Pascal case, so capital hat asset data. Hat asset data, that's what this is going to be called. And the hat asset data needs to know the asset ID, which we know is a big int. There we go. And we also need to know about the asset icon, which is a texture asset. And we also need to know, we could have each of these hats cost different amounts. So you could have like special hats that are more expensive. So let's do that. We'll say asset price. Really wanted to keep these uniform, at least in my worlds, but if you don't, it's good to have that built in. That will be a number. And then the last thing we need to know is if it's the default. And I'm not sure how I want to do that. I don't think we're going to include that in here because that's not normal hat asset data. So hat asset data is going to have the ID, the icon, and the price. And so now that we have our data defined, we can go into here and create a data map. And I was thinking a data map, but really I'm thinking just an array. A simple array should be fine. Yeah, so we're going to say export constant hat manager underscore data equals, and the first thing we want to do is realize there are two things that we want to have here. We want to have the constant, or it's not a constant, it's a let, and we'll call this the default hat. And if you're not using hat, I apologize that everything in here is going to be hat. Like if you're using a mask or you're using a chest plate or anything that's not a hat, hair, I don't know. This naming in the script will always be like hat, so I apologize. I should have used something like wearable or something, but it's fine. It's too late now. So let default hat be of type hat asset data or undefined. And then we're going to say constant all hats is going to be a hat asset data array that starts as an empty array. So all hats are going to add themselves to the all hats, including the default, but the default hat is going to be its own thing. So we can now say default, caps off, default hat. We're going to export that. We're also going to export all hats. And now that that data has been exported, we can now initialize it on world start. But we need to have something to initialize this data from, and that's where our next script is going to come from, which is going to be called hat asset entity. And the hat asset entity is going to store all the information about the hat. So we're going to open that in external editor. And now this one does have the component because it gets attached to a script, but I don't like HC dots, so I delete the import and the HC dot, then I backspace the T, retype the T, click enter, and we've got explicit importing, which is my preferred. We are going to have properties in the properties definition panel for each of the props, so, or from each of the asset definitions, so all three of these things. Let's start with asset ID, which is type prop types dot number. There we go. And then we need to create two more values. We have asset icon, which is prop types.asset, and we have asset, we'll call this is default, which will be a Boolean, and this default value will be false. No puns intended. Now we need pre-start, which is where we're going to initialize our values. I don't like void, so I delete that. It doesn't change anything. This is also void technically. And so now what we're going to say is hat manager data dot all hats dot push. And what we need to do first is say constant my hat. Let's actually create a local variable for this. No, we're not going to do that. We don't need to do this but once. My hat data equals, and then we need to define that it is a hat asset data. There we go. So we're saying that, and now it says, oh, you're missing these three properties. So we're going to go and give it the asset ID, which is new big int parentheses props dot asset ID, and then we need to give it. It's strange that it's not happy. We'll come back to that in a little bit, I guess. It must be because it could be. That's totally how we did it before, right? All right. We'll look at that in a minute. Then we have asset icon, which is props dot asset icon dot as parentheses texture asset. And then finally we have the asset price. We forgot to put that in here. We'll go Control C, Control V, asset price, and then we'll say comma default colon, and I think we should start with a default price of 5. So 1 is for color, and these hats are going to cost 5, so that will be good. So now we say asset price colon is props dot asset price. Okay, got a few issues in here that are relatively easy to sort through. So the first one is we need to make sure that the asset icon is referenced on the properties panel. So we say if parentheses props dot asset icon is referenced on the properties panel, then we can run all of this code. So that takes care of that one. Now this new big int is strange. Big int. If I go to hat manager entity, we can see, oh, there's no new required. New was for asset. Got it. Okay. So we can delete the new. There we go. That's better. Okay. So asset ID is a big int. Nice. Control save. And then that adds that to the all hats. Then we can run one last if statement, which says if parentheses props dot is default, then we can say hat manager data dot default hat equals my hat data. And like that, we've now set up the default. So you really can only have one default. This will just rewrite. If you have 5 defaults, it's going to just choose whichever one came in last. So just set one. So that works correctly. If you have it set to 0, that can be problematic as well. But, you know, interestingly, you could have... No, don't do that. Just don't do that. Just don't. I was going to say you could have them all set to default, and then it's going to choose one at random to be the default. This wouldn't actually choose randomly. This isn't random.
you'd need to put some code in there to make it randomly select one. But if you did, on world start, you could randomly select one of the hats to be the default, and then that hat would be free for that whole instance while that world was active. And then after that world is done being active, you'd potentially have to like go back and buy. Anyway, it's a cool idea, but way out of scope for us. Okay, so we've got our hats all set up, and we can now go to our hat manager entity where we had previously had a default hat. We're going to or Control X this value. We're going to delete this default hat asset, Control Save. We're going to come back to fix this in just a moment. But first we need to create a new empty object, which we are going to call default hat asset. And then we're going to go ahead and move that to 0, 0, 0. Here we go. And then we can attach the hat asset entity script. And then this is our default hat, so we give it the asset ID of this one. We give the asset price of 5. Is that actually the value? It's just got a bunch of zeros at the end. No, it's removing the values at the end because it's too large of a number. Oh no, the number's too large, so it rounds it because it's not actually a big int. Oh yeah. Is there no way around that? I don't think so. Oh man. I guess we could make it a string. Yeah, if we make it a string, that should work. Okie dokie. Back here in the scripts, go to the hat asset entity, change the asset ID from number to string. Hope nobody abuses that, because if it does, it breaks stuff. Then go to our asset ID. Big int can be created from a string, so we should be okay to do that. So we should be good. I guess we'll find out momentarily. Asset ID needs to be switched out. There we go. And then asset price of 5. Asset icon needs to be referenced. So let's go into our assets. And since I'm just kind of messing around today, I'm just going to throw this in my junk folder. We're going to click Upload Texture, choose File, go to Today, Downloads, Hat Images. We'll upload both of those, open and import. There we go. That'll just take a second. All right, now we got that in. We can reference the default asset icon. This is the default, so we check the default, and this one is now set up. Now that's all we need for now. In the future, we will need to get our chef hat and additional ones set up so we have other things to purchase. But for now, just to get this off the ground and running, we're good. So then now we need to go back to our hat manager entity and use the default hat asset, which we know is stored in our hat manager data file dot default hat dot asset ID. We created the hat on world start. Okay, go back in here. Definition will not be a big int. It will be an asset. Of course it will. And then Control Save. And then in here, when we're creating it, we're going to put this inside of parentheses and then type new asset. There we go. Control Save. Because that doesn't do the asset spawning. It just generates the asset reference. So yeah. Then over here, so we go default hat dot, and that's not the asset ID anymore. That's the asset reference. So maybe we need to rename that from asset ID to asset reference. Then we're going to go ahead and change this up in a few places. Control V, Control Save. Okay, nice. So we go hat manager dot default hat dot asset reference, and it's upset because default hat might be undefined, so we need a question mark here, right? Question mark here. Question mark here.
There it is. I was like, somewhere around here. And then we can now type, after confirming that that's not undefined, we can actually just delete that, right? And then paste this right here, Control V. And then remove this question mark because we've figured out for sure that it exists right there. Okay. Long story short, we're now spawning in this hat using that asset reference. And now we can go check and see if it works. Whew, and breathe. So now that we've got this default hat set up, I am going to duplicate this and get the chef hat set up real quick. Duplicate, change this to chef hat, and then scroll down to the bottom. Asset ID will need to be set, but let's first get the picture in. Turn off the default button. Go to our got a lot of lava hat folder. And then reference, or get the asset ID here, copy, go to chef hat, paste that into our asset ID. There we go, nice. Okie dokie, go ahead and click play, jump into preview mode, and hey, we got the hat. The hat still spawns, it's great. It's all great. Things are very good here in I Wear a Hat land. Oh my goodness gracious, that's great. That is so good. So let me check our to-do list here. Asset ID data file, done. Asset entity registering, done. Picture and icon plus ID and a default, done, done, done. Spawn selected hat if owned. We haven't done that yet. Function for visibility, function to swap hat, spawn selected hat if owned. Okay, here's where we're going to end today. You might have this instantaneous, but for me, I'm going to try to wrap my thoughts so when I come back to this tomorrow morning fresh, we're good to go. And I also want to check my schedule for tomorrow and just really make sure I'm not like pushing on myself. I don't have anything till 3 o'clock tomorrow, so totally should be in the clear for this video recording. Okay. So what we have left to do is a lot. But, you know, I started off by saying it could be 4 hours long. We might go to 8. Who knows? I really hope not. We might end up, but I really hope not. This was something that I knew I started the other day in a live stream, failed, came back, recorded the simpler version, which is where we picked up off of. We like picked up off of that video. And I knew this was a really complex topic. And the next bit is custom UI. So we're going to be building a custom UI. So I'm going to try to put this in the order that I think we should do it, which is custom UI, which is going to be built somehow. How? I don't even know, but we're going to figure it out. So custom UIs run the initialize UI, then they run pre-start, and then they run start. But you can never rerun initialize UI. It runs one time and that's it. So we have to somehow initialize the UI without knowing how many items are going to be pictured. I have some ideas of how we can set this up. And there's some new features that were recently added in the last month or so that we could try playing with. But I don't really know. So custom UI is one of those big, hard topics. But ideally what we're building is a custom UI that dynamically changes to show based on how many things you've added to the world. So if you only have 2 hats, it's okay. If you have 10 hats, that's okay. And so we need to build it so it can actually adjust with that parameter in mind. So we want a custom UI display all hats. It needs to dynamically adjust. It needs to have a buy or equip button. We need a PPV to store all bot. We need a PPV to store last
worn. So when you come back to the world, you pick up where you left off. So we need to display all hats, dynamically add. We need to buy or equip button. We need a PPV store all bought. Show last worn. And I think that's more or less it. And I'm gonna write down another bonus feature here. It needs to look good. Lol. LOL. In the notes. Okay. In addition to all of that, we still need to test the IWP buttons. IWP buttons. And we need to delete console logs associated with that. Delete console logs. Okay. We need to have a function for invisibility. Visibility. Okay. We need a function to swap hats. So a function to swap hats. So that will be tied into the custom UI stuff. Okay. We need to spawn last worn hat. Last worn hat. Okay, that finishes another page. Last page of notes. We've got the 250 by 250 pictures. They're roughly that. I don't think they're even close to that. It doesn't matter. They're good enough. Buy master hats with a swap option. We wrote that down. Personalized asset spawns hat or mask. Events to turn off and on. We've written all that down. Good stuff. Pictures in world. Ability to keep adding items. We've done that already. So you saw how we did that. We just hit Control D, fill out the new properties. That's how you add a new one. Pretty easy. Know about owned items. We wrote that down. I'd say we're pretty good. So the last thing I want to write down on the bottom of this to-do list is upload scripts to Drive. Yeah, cool. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, this has been good. I mean, it's going to be instantaneous for you because I'm going to stitch all these videos together. But boy, oh boy, here we go. Bye. Good morning, or whatever time it is there. OMG, it has been a long day and a half. It is now not tomorrow from yesterday, or the previous recording. It is now the next day. Got really busy yesterday. So here we are. I did have some brand new ideas that I think are going to make today's tutorial even longer and more fantastic. So I was like, are we going for 8 hours on this tutorial? Maybe we're going for 12. I don't know. What does the bar down there say? I have no clue. Here was our last where we left off. I did add 2 more notes to that. The notes I added were there was a bug that we forgot to fix, which is there was a new in-world purchase that we didn't implement. Should be very easy, like 1 line of code to implement. And then maybe 2. There's a little bit of work there. It's not too bad. And then I figured out what I want to do for the single 1 token purchase item, which is buying colors. And so we're going to build this sort of color thing. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like or how it's going to work. I want it to also work on mobile and desktop and work well. So that's kind of one of the things that's kind of been held up. In Power Wash, we have unlimited color choices. But I think what we're going to do, which I think will be really fun, is make it so there's only a few colors available. And then at certain times of the year, it's going to change out the color palette that you can buy from. And you'll always be able to see the colors you own at the bottom. But you might be able, like Valentine's Day might be a whole pink lineup. St. Patrick's Day might be a whole green lineup. Stuff like that for like a week. That's the idea. It's kind of a fun idea. I like it. So yeah, colors based on date. Sounds like a really fun thing to implement. We also need a leaderboard for the most premium tokens. So what we are selling is limited. So we're selling a limited number of colors and we're selling a limited number of masks. These aren't things that you can just continue buying. You buy them once and they're gone. We can keep making new ones, which is great, but eventually there's no reason to buy more premium tokens. Like, you can earn them in the game, and if you're an active player, you probably earn enough to buy all the new ones, all the new things that are being put out. So the premium tokens leaderboard allows people to compete to have the most premium tokens stored up. And I think that is a way for people to support you. Like, people, it's kind of like the kudos boards of ye old days. And so I think that's an exciting opportunity to have that built into this whole system. So excited for that. Okay, we got a lot to cover today. So without further ado, I'm going to shake it out. Oh, this actually does work. Not kidding. All right, we're good. Let's get into it. So first up, we need to open up the Quest Link app. There it goes. Library, check for updates, no updates, start in desktop mode. There it goes. Minimize. All right, and does that fill the screen? It seems like it might be a little larger than our screen. Let's shrink that down as needed. Ooh. Oh, I see. It moved my mouse to the center when it starts up. It's got a it's a little bit of a bug, let's be real. Okay, so here we are. We're working on the scripts inside of this one. I can't wait to show you stuff behind the scenes for this world. I saw a sneak peek yesterday, and it was just so phenomenal. I cannot wait to share more with you guys. Okay. Oh man, I really want music. One of the things that I do the most when I'm coding for like 8 hours, which is kind of what I'm expecting to do today, is I just listen to music, and it really helps me just jam and vibe and all that good stuff. And it's kind of sad that I can't do that. I could put headphones on, but it's all good. I need to talk out all the things that we're doing. So first and foremost, we have our gizmo here. And so we made new IWP stuff, new IWP items. We added a new item, and we added 2 new items. So we basically need to go make sure that all this stuff works. And to do that, we are going into the scripts for our IWP manager, which should be called IWP manager. There it is, open external editor. Here we go. All right, so now that's the data file. We wanted the entity. And inside the entity, we have the purchase method where we had these previous names for the items. We need to go and open up our commerce tab so that way we can see the item names. I'm going to slide this over to the left a little bit so that we can slide this to fit perfect. Just like that. Nice. Okay, so now inside of here, we just need to name these correctly and then add the new ones. So the first one is, wait, did the names disappear? The names are gone. What? Wait. This might be part of yesterday's update. There was an update yesterday, and I was kind of hoping that it would introduce the new credit system. It definitely did not introduce the new credit system. But it also doesn't show the name. It could be 1 token. It's highly unlikely that it is, though. So what we're going to try and do is, there was no way to get the items names. We looked into that in the previous tutorial about this. So what we need to do is just console log these with case not found for each of them. And yeah, that'll work. We just need to do this case not found for item. And I'm gonna have to put my VR headset on. So let's add myself, Lakeso5, as an editor, invite people, and invite Lakeso5. There we go. Invite. All right, so now I can come into the world. We'll switch over to camera view. Boop. And grab my headset. remembering now that I have a pause button. I'm going to press that while I do that. So I'll be back. Well, it's good that I'm using this pause button because it's installing an update. So yeah, that'll just take a moment longer. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. Nope, we're going to console log this, so I guess I should get the world started on the desktop side of things while I wait for this. So if we go over here, we're going to zoom out so we can see stuff. We'll hit play. We're going to need to see the console, which we now can. So yeah, that'll work. All right, I am now traveling, so we're going to be entering the world momentarily. All right, I muted myself in the VR, so we're good. All right, so now all I have to do, ooh, these do have the new look. These have the new look. Oh, they look good. They're not great. I can't click on that one, which is frustrating. I guess it's good I came in here to test this, because these totally work on desktop, but they don't work on mobile. That's so interesting. I think it's because, and I should show you this as we're doing this. Let's do multitask. Clear, zoom in. If we click on this, we want to turn off the ability to raycast at it, and that's going to make it so that we can play, so that we can click on the button icons, because otherwise, otherwise I couldn't click on these buttons. Is me pointing at this work? I think so. Oh, it's still not letting me point. Maybe go into build mode, play mode, walk over. This could just be lag, like maybe a leave and come back sort of thing, or a duplicate item. Let's see. Select, duplicate, slide over, select, snap downwards. There we go. Delete. Play mode. All right, now it's working. No, it's still not. Ooh, wait, yes it is. The buttons are just finicky. It's like very strange. I don't know why it's not letting me click this button. That's frustrating. Why is that not working? I guess I'll just tap on it with my hand. Okay, that didn't seem to work either. That should have worked. Okay, there we go. I got it to open up. Now I hit cancel. And that should appear on the console. There it goes. Perfect. And then same thing here. Cancel. Click here. Cancel. Click here. Cancel. Click here. Cancel. Okay. All things have now been logged to the console, but we definitely have issues with that top one. I'm wondering if it is a leave and come back sort of situation. So I'm going to just head to my home space or home island real quick, and then I'll come back. And in the meantime, we have the console logs to tell us what the names of these are, which we can see here. We could copy them, but it's easier just to read it off. All right, I'm on my home island. I really would think that duplicating would have been the solution. So I think it's just a problem with the way the custom or the IWP stuff works. I'm really hoping for the new one to launch. Yeah, it's the top one. The top one just will not let me select it. But the bottom, or the next one down does, so maybe it's a height distance issue. Yeah, I guess if I put my hand up here is when it starts working. It's like maybe the angle, but it feels like there's an invisible box here. But there's supposed to be a new IWP gizmo coming out like within any week or now. So I'm not sure how much I'm worried about this, because we're gonna have to move over to that. Power off again. So, always frustrating when stuff doesn't work. So,
I guess what we could do is select it all and move it downwards. Like maybe even scaling it down just a hair. Let's see, if I stop the world, select everything here, and then grab the move tool and just slide that down. Now play, jump into preview mode. Like at that height, it should work better in VR. Should. But anyway, we might need to move some stuff around, like maybe even putting the balance. Like maybe we need to put the balance at the top. So that way the icons are lower. Looks like we lost the icons. Oh no, they're there. They're weird. I think for the sake of argument, we're gonna make this world a first-person world. So we're gonna change it to force first person. So that way when we come into the world, we can actually see these. I was like, why does it feel so small? It's because this was the size of that was different. But yeah, in first person, this is a lot easier to use. And I do like the new icon they've got for these. It is nice, so. But we don't have a new IWP gizmo as far as I can tell. Gizmos, in-world item still looks the same. Doesn't look like anything's changed. But definitely changes are happening, so we'll stay tuned for more of that. Hitting stop world. Okay, now we need to get these item numbers and stuff, which we're going to use over here. And I'm going to make that small. So our first one is 1 token, and then we need to change this to 837442C02. Okay. And then the next one is the 7 tokens. 7 tokens. And that one is 941 1 FCDD. 9411 FCDD. Nice. Next up, we need to change this from 6 to 7, and then 14 is actually going to be 17, and the number is going to have to be clicked. Four E, 8C, 8F, CE, 4E, 8C, 8FCE, 4E, 8C, 8FCE. Looks good. All right, and then we need to do one more case. So, well, actually 2 more cases, but we'll start with just the easy one. Shift-Alt-F to reformat. And the next case is for 50 tokens. And 50 tokens is... Oh, are you kidding me? Dang it. Let's try that again. My throat is just like clogged right now. I hate this. I don't know why. I'm allergic to everything. So I took a little bite of something, a tiny, tiny little bite. And now it's just frustrated, and water doesn't fix it. Just have more allergies than you can ever imagine. It's the worst. Okay. Let's go. And I hate that this bar is what I keep clicking on. I need to shrink this down so that when I click in here, I don't click on the bar. There we go. Okay, frustration aside, let's get this 50 tokens set up. 50 tokens has the number E02 F20D3. Like, I really wish there was a way to copy and paste this, so if anyone at Meta is watching this, please take the initiative and fix it. I would so greatly appreciate it. E02F20D3. Like, it got way worse today, too, with that ability not to see it in the drop-down anymore from up here. So we're definitely in a bit of a predicament because every single person who takes this script and uses it, and even when I take this script and use it, every single time you bring this into a new world, you have to create new items, which means you have to retype this. It could be a new, like the new IWP thing could come with a new IWP API, and like all of this becomes for naught, which would really suck. But we'll see what happens. All right, this next one is, I'm gonna just pause and cough really hard off camera. Oh my goodness, and that still just does not work. It's like crazy. All right, so this one has a much longer name. It is 40% underscore token underscore progress underscore 40% token progress 5cc E8274. Actually, you know what? I do feel a little better. Cool. Okay, and now the 50 needs to be updated to 50 here. So we got 171450, 17. Apparently it's supposed to be 17. Let's change that. 1750. There we go. And then we got the 40%, which we have an ability to do. I just can't remember where we did that. It was in a function file. So let's go to our script folder over here and see if we can find it. The answer is, it should be in our IWP manager functions, increase player token progress, there it is. And we call that by IWP manager functions, so pretty easy. Call IWP manager function. Oh, I see. I see. IWP manager function is going to need to be wrapped in an if statement that says if parentheses success, curly braces, and then call IWP manager function dot increase player token progress, parentheses, player, and then the increase amount is based off of the maximum, which is stored in IWP manager data. And so we take IWP manager data dot amount to earn premium token multiplied by 0.4, put parentheses around this, and then call math dot, we'll use ceiling, we'll be generous. So if it needs to round, it rounds up. And yeah, that's it. Just pass in the player and the amount to increase it by. And that increases their token progress. Now with all of this set up, we're going to need to do some testing, but we now know that this is working. I guess we need to test this a little bit further, huh? Okay, we'll come back into VR at some point and test it a little bit further. But for now, like I'm kind of wondering, because this new update added some new IWP changes. So last time we recorded, you couldn't walk up to this and use it. Oh yeah, you still can't, but man, was I hopeful. Okay. We have UI icon trigger button. Customize purchase dialog position. We're not doing that. We probably should do that based on where it's appearing, but because it was behind the wall when I did it in VR. So yeah, we really should change that. I'm sure we can copy paste the properties, but I'll need to come into VR. So I'm going to create another to-do list. Another one. And this one will have like things we need to test later, just to like stuff we need to do in VR. So we need to test buttons. Okay. We need to move purchase dialog. Okay. And maybe shrink circle
gizmos. Sure, that's a terrible way to word what I want to do, but I just want to make it smaller. Test buttons, more purchase dialog, and we want to see these buttons actually increase our values. So we're going to do increase values. If you come in as the creator, you can do what's called a test purchase. I can't do it as an editor, which stinks. So I'll have to I guess I'll have to add Vidyuu's account to the headset because I haven't done that yet. But anyway, we'll look at that. I wonder if I can do it on my mobile. I don't have Vidyuu on my mobile phone either. Darn it. Either way, it's going to be difficult, but we should do the test. But anyway, we did that last thing. We implemented the 40%, so that's good to go. And I think the rest of that's good. Let's see. Was there something else that I wanted to... Oh, delete console logs needs to go into the later. Delete console logs. So those are all related. And I'll just put a little brackets around that. Okay. Okay. Fun stuff. So, oh, and we're not doing color mixer. We've decided against that, so slash that idea out. Okay. Next up, I think it's time to build our custom UI for displaying all the hats that you can purchase. And I've been definitely thinking about this a lot and how I want it to work. I'm kind of curious if we can scale this all at the same time. Select all of this, grab the scale tool, shrink it inwards. I mean, that really was what I wanted to do right there. Jump into preview mode, walk up, escape, Control Z, move tool, slide up, jump into preview mode. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that'll do. Totally readable on mobile, if you're in first person, that is. And the size seems nice. I think that'll work. Hopefully that'll work. Oh, but that button disappears now. And it's not because it's too close. It's just because for whatever reason, the custom UI seems to occlude buttons at that specific height. You see, if I jump, it comes back into line. It's so ridiculous. I just am like, I'm really hopeful that the new gizmo comes out and fixes this. But for whatever reason, and I haven't found a fix for it. I struggled and got a lot of lava to try and fix that. It was just absolutely infuriating. It seems like if I drag it down just a hair, that could be the solution for now. No, it's not. Control Z, slide it up, jump into preview mode. Okay, if I slide it up, it works. No, it does the bottom one there when you tilt your head up. It's so frustrating, I kid you not. That just pisses me off. I'm not I hate to get angry, but it really does, because there's no way to fix it, and it makes designing things that make sense, at the right eye level. And then the clicking wasn't working in VR. It's oh, so I'm getting visual bugs, usability bugs, and there's supposed to be a new gizmo. This is normally where I would give up, guys. If I was developing just a normal game or thing, I would be like, okay, this thing in Horizon is broken. I'm not going to touch it. But this is the only way to do IWP, so we kind of have to. I'm hopeful, even though I don't really want to do this, if we select this and just slide it back just a hair, come on, please work. Nope. Like I said, I struggled so hard. I've been in this struggle already. I've already put so much time into trying to fix this. Literally, it doesn't matter how far back I push it, it still doesn't, what the fuck? Sorry, okay. I didn't mean to cuss in a video for YouTube, but seriously, I am so angry at this. I really am. It just frustrates me to no end. It doesn't make any sense why that doesn't work. It just really doesn't make any sense. And I'm so upset because I've spent probably close to an hour trying to fix this bug already.
And I think I'm a little nervous. Like part of this anger is because the icon changed today, which has me wondering if they're going to stick with this awful gizmo and not give us a new gizmo. Because this gizmo, like you can see, the angles are just super wonky. Like it's trying to do this Y-locked or, you know, locked rotation, but it's failing. And so you get this weird behavior, like really weird behavior. I'm not sure what's going on with it. Maybe it's like locking to the wrong and then that one's somehow getting occluded wrong. Ugh. I really have no idea what's going on there. Okay, really sorry for all the frustration, but it's a big problem. It's a big problem, and I would genuinely give up if this wasn't IWP and wasn't like a requirement for every world that we're building nowadays. So, hopefully it looks better in VR. Shrink the circle, we did that. Next up is so the reason I shrunk it was because we want to make sure all of our user interfaces are the same size. So I'm going to duplicate this custom UI gizmo and place it over here for now, just so we have them near each other. And then this is going to be a different custom UI. And so for now, we're going to go up to our scripts. We have our custom UI entity here. We're going to open an external editor. There it is. And we need another one of these. So I think we're just going to Control A, Control C, head back over here, click New, call this Custom UI, oh, caps lock's off, Custom UI, and then underscore. Now this one is not IWP related, it is hat related. It is a purchasable, so we're going to call this hat. I could call it hat UI. Yeah, hat UI, custom UI, hat UI, that feels redundant. Custom UI, hats underscore entity, sure, that'll do. And then 3 dots, open an external editor, Control A, backspace, Control V to paste the code we previously copied. And now we have this ready to go. I'm going to Control Save. We're going to need to make some modifications, but first let's attach the correct script. Although we're going to rename this, so let's rename it first. It's named IWP. Let's rename this Hat UI. It's a better name. Control C, Control V, Control V, Control Save. Okay. It's going to take a second to compile. Once that compiles, we're going to be able to attach the script. Here we go. There it is, hat UI. Perfect. All right, so now that that's attached, they currently run the exact same thing, but we're going to start changing that very soon. The first thing we're going to want to do is make it so it displays one of the hats just to get it working. So we are going to create buttons at some point. We're going to need a left arrow and a right arrow. So just for now, we're going to type left, right. We're going to leave these empty. There we go. Control Save. Okay. So we've got a left and a right button. We've got the buttons here. We have them surrounded with this button background, but the buttons are used up here, and it says spread the buttons as the children. And then we've got button style. And really, we should just go create another styles sheet for hats. So I think the easiest way to do this is a little different than what I just did, which is to go right-click, reveal in File Explorer, and then clicking on CUI IWP styles, Control-C, Control-V, and then rename this to be, come on, rename, as CUI hats styles. So this relates to the stat hats. And I think I like this best because there's like so much style data. Like you could theoretically have a generic CUI styles data sheet where you could pull some generics from, which would be great for like colors, like base button styles, stuff like that. Yeah, that really is a good idea. um, but for now, we're going to export this as CUI hat styles and control save. We're then going to go into the hats entity and change this out. So we're going to go and grab CUI hat styles, control C, and then paste that everywhere there was a styles reference. Yeah, this is a really bad practice because there's so much overlap between the two of these. So let's very quickly start fixing that by going and creating a default styles sheet. So we're going to go create a new script called CUI underscore styles underscore data. And we'll call these base styles data. And then press enter. And then 3 dots, open an external editor. And then this is going to be a copy of our styles sheet from hats. Control A, Control C, Control A, backspace, Control V. Yes, I know you can just Control A, Control V, but I like to backspace to make it clear that it's been gotten rid of in tutorials. So anywho. All right, so these are CUI base styles. And our base styles are not going to include I don't know. It's going to include stuff like we have a few colors in here, and so we should probably try exporting those colors. And so let's start at the top and type constant shadow color equals, and then Control X, Control V, semicolon. There we go. So there's our shadow color. We can then type shadow color here. We then have gradient color A and gradient color B. Let's go ahead and Control C these, Control V, change that to a semicolon, change that to a semicolon, change this to unequals, change this to unequals, add the word const at the beginning, Control C, Control V space, Control V space, Control C, and then swap this out with gradient color A and gradient color B. There we go. And if we hover over that, we can't see the actual color, but we can see the value. We can scroll up to see the actual values, but theoretically we can just change that wherever we're going to use it. And we can also export these. So right here inside of our exports, we can just say shadow color, comma, gradient color A, comma, gradient color B, comma. So now those 3 are available for anyone to use in any script. We should also adjust these to gradient color A, gradient color B. There we go. And let's see. Working on styles here could be a lot of work to like really do this quote unquote right. So I'm not going to do this quote unquote right. I'm just going to do this quote unquote fast. I don't know why I'm saying that over and over again. Basically, we're going to rename a bunch of these things. we'll just call this one image style. And then we can remove that. There we go. Then we have container style. And we can remove that. Then we have button style. And now we can remove sorry, messing that up. Remove that. Okay. Instruction board button background. We're just going to change that to button background. I'm going to change this one to the button text. And now we can scroll down here. Delete. Delete. All right. And now if we scroll through this, we can see if there's anything not being used. It's all being used, so it's all good. We'll now go ahead and hit Control Save. And let's also create a folder or a bag of stuff or a JSON object, depending on what you want to call it. This is going to be called colors, JSON object. Put a comma here, grab these 3 colors, Alt arrow up, remove the extra space, Shift Alt F just in case, Control S to save. There we go. Nice. All right, so this isn't pretty. It's not my best work. It is just some work, but it gives us a base file where if we make a change to this color, it updates all of the things that are using it. And so inside of our first one, the CUI IWP entity, we can now, or excuse me, CUI IWP styles, we can now just delete all of this. Yeah, I mean, this does open up an opportunity to do things slightly differently, which is kind of cool, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. We can now backspace this and then type curly braces, enter, and then dot, 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 and then we type CUI, base styles, dot, button text, and then comma, and theoretically, if I hover over this, it says, I guess it says it's okay. It seems fine. But theoretically, if we wanted to, we could just type like width, colon, 50, comma, and we can just add properties here, theoretically. Problem is it doesn't declare the type of it, which is really the problem here. So I think it's better to do the original. Like, this is what we want, but we need to do it better. Control C, and then replace that with a comma. And then up here, we need to type const, Control V, button text is of type. And we hover over this, we can see the type is text style, so we'll type text style, and then equals. And that way we can only add properties that are text styles, and then that is exported there. Okay, that's pretty enough. We're gonna do this a few more times, and we're gonna delete this because we don't need that property actually, but we're gonna leave it in this format so we can easily modify it if needed. So Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V. Starting with this one, Control C, Control V, Control V, and then backspace, backspace, Control C, Control V, Control V. And I do need to hover over this and see, like, this is a view style, and change this to view style. This one is also view style. There we go. Next up, we have to backspace that. Let's just do that for all of these real quick. Okay, container styles up next, Control C, Control V, hover, and that one is a view style as well. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, and this one should be image style, so change that to image style. There we go. All right, this is better. And Control Save. Now we can Control A, Control C, and take this whole thing to our hats style sheet and utilize this here. And Control A, backspace, Control V, and change this back to CUI hat styles. Hats. Styles, there we go. And now that that's done, we can now make modifications to the base style to make our thing look like what we want it to look like. Okay. This is supposed to be imported as hats with an S. That was the problem. S, S, and S, and S. And yes, there are better ways to do this, but that was fast. Control save. Okay, so starting off, we wanted to look at the children for buttons, which spreads the two left and right buttons. Then we had the style, which was the button style. Now if we go to our hat styles, we have our button style right here. And so our button style, we need to then add some properties. And if we hover over this button style, we might want to open up the base file. Let's see, CUI base styles, there it is. We can then see that the base button style has, is that what we're looking at? Button style. No, it's right here. Okay. Button style has flex direction column, justify content space around is fine, align content center. We want to change this from column to row. So let's go change the flex direction to row, and you do that by typing flex direction, colon, single ticks, select row, and comma, and control save. And now, when we go in here and load this up, we've made our first major change to the user interface, or the custom UI. And we hit play, and you can now see the left and right buttons are next to each other. Very nice. And you know, they're still too high. There's still obviously a lot of work we want to do. We want to put those at the bottom. But progress is progress. That's awesome. Like, this feels great. This is great progress. I love it. We also need to make this user interface a raycastable interface with a focus prompt. So that one is important to adjust as needed. Okay, but let's start by moving the left and right buttons to the bottom. And we can do that pretty easily. We can see that this view is the one that holds the buttons and has them in a row. If we Control X that, we can move that to the bottom of this set of children. So we scroll to the bottom following this white line, and we can find that this is the bottom. So we Enter, Control V, Control Save. And now when we come in here after it's finished compiling, that's going to move the buttons to the bottom. Clear. Clear and play. Hey, there we go. Nice. So it's coming along better. The buttons are still a little too big, you know, for our left and right buttons. And we can change that pretty easily. So if we go into the base button styles, we don't see anything in here. It's probably because it's coming from the, if we scroll down to create button, it's coming from this one, button background. And so if we go down to button background, you can find that here on the left side with the white line. Button background is from base button style, and base button style is all of this here. And we can see there's nothing about the width in here. I thought that's where the width would have been coming from. It must be something else. Let's take a quick peek again at our hats entity. We can close out of a couple of these other ones. Yeah, I think we're done with that too. So that's where we create the button background. Font weight, 100 font size. No, that's not it. Oh, width right here. Here's where we're applying the width. We can adjust the width from right here. Ideally, this is really like, to share this out, I really should change some of these things. This is such a bad practice. But anyway, let's change the width to like half of that, 85, maybe even 65. Control save. Those formatting things should be in the style sheet. They should not be right where I have them. And like, we should really change that immediately. Since I plan to give this out and all that goodness. There we go. Those buttons look nice. Left and right buttons look good. And then later on, we'll change it from being text to being an image. I believe I actually have those image assets in here. Let's see, it should be from Power Wash, other UI elements, left arrow, right arrow, there they are. All right, and I should be able to copy the asset ID, and we should store these somewhere. Let's go create a new script called CUI underscore assets underscore data. There we go. 3 dots, open an external editor, Control A, backspace, export, constant, CUI, assets, data, or that's underscore data, equals JSON object. The first one is going to be a folder called arrows, colon, curly braces, add a comma down here to fix adding a comma saves you time later. And then arrows, we need the left arrow, colon, which is going to be new asset, and then parentheses, and then we say big int, parentheses, and then Control V, there's the number, and that is our left arrow. Now Control C, Control V, this is our right arrow, and now we're going to go to here and select right arrow, copy the asset ID, and paste that right here, Control Save. All right, so now we've got an assets data file, so you could put images in here or anything else that you want to have, and now we can access that from all of our scripts. So inside of our closing out of this, inside of our hats entity, let's start fixing things up here, and then later on, let's go and fix the other one. So the first thing we need to fix is the width. We're going to Control X this. This is from button background. So in hats styles, we want to go to button background and add this in here and start getting in the practice of just going to this file when we need to make changes to the style, which means we can just click Control X and then selecting this, Control V, to make this a single line. So it's just a reference to the style sheet. And then the same thing needs to be done with all of these. We're just going to slowly but surely get into that practice. We're not there yet, but it's a good starting point. Here we can see that we were creating text. So we actually don't need this button text. And we can instead change this out with image. And image will need a source. So we'll type source. And the source is going to be a property. So right here, we're going to call this source. And this will be an image source. And then we're going to replace this with the source. There we go. That will cause a bug down here when we're creating buttons. For some reason, it's not getting upset. We're not going to apply any style yet. We're just going to delete that for now. Maybe leave some curly braces there, so it's just empty style. Put a red dot next to it because it needs to be fixed. So we've got image, the text. I'm realizing there was 2 text. That was to create 2 separate lines, and we don't really need either of them, so we can delete this. There we go. So it's just a button with an image as a child. Does that make sense? So, interestingly, this button is not clickable because this was built on a non-clickable, like the IWP was non-clickable, so we need to change this to a pressable. There we go. And in making a pressable, we can then do on press, colon, and we're not going to do anything with this yet, but we're just going to set it up so that we can do stuff with it. So we got our arrow function ready to go. We'll put a red dot next to that as well. And like that, we are good to go. We don't need any button text. We just need the image source. So we might need to know is left, and then set that to be a Boolean. There we go. And so now we can change this whole setup over here where we were creating the buttons. And so is left is true for the first one and false for the second one. And then we need to reference an image source. And then image source is created by saying image source dot from texture asset parentheses. And then we call our assets file by going CUI assets data dot arrows dot left, and then dot as parentheses texture asset. There we go. And then I'm going to make this easier on myself by just doing Control-C, Control-V, deleting this, swapping this with false, and then changing this to right. There we go, and Control-Save. So that should create a left and right button rather than what we saw before. Should. We might not see the button. Oh, it's actually already run the code. I was going to say, we might not be able to see the arrows because they might be too small because we didn't give it any style properties, and it looks like that is the case. So what I like to do is scale this to the left like this, come over here and slide over so we can see it like that, and then we should be able to work on this simultaneously. So on our style, we're going to, this is where I like to free sketch, and then we can put this into the style sheet when we're done. And so the first thing we need to do is type width, colon, and we'll set it to, man, I really like to do percentages. Like percentages is usually my go-to, but man, recently I've been really liking using numbers, which is just not something I ever thought I'd say. That didn't seem to change anything. Let's change height, colon, 100%. See, the reason I like percentages is it allows you to take something and then move it around and it acts correctly. Okay, so here we go. We got our first change. And so if we change our percentage from 100%, we could change it to like 5%, Control Save. And that's going to start actually looking correct. Ooh, man, that seemed way more drastic than I would have expected. Let's try 15, Control Save. Ugh, that is still gross. That is still very, very gross. Which is kind of why I wanted to try using numbers, because like that didn't seem to make a lot of sense the way that the numbers are working for the percentage here. And I think it's in part because the buttons themselves have not been very well defined. So anyway, we got that kind of working. It's not very well centered, so we could add some like right margin, maybe right padding. I'm not really sure. Let's try padding right, colon, and I don't want to use percentages, but we'll keep trying to use percentages. Control Save. I really want to go back to numbers because you can just plug in a number until it's right. The problem is it's just like you can't move it around in the code as easily. So it is better to use percentages. All right, so padding right didn't work. Let's try margin right. Control Save. All right, we should see that move to the left now. No, that's really not working. Interesting. Let's try align content, align self, and then we're going to change that to center. Control Save. Nope, still didn't do anything. Align self. Position, colon, absolute. Okay, so that's going to allow us to reposition it. And then we can say, let's just see what, ooh, we lost it because it moved somewhere else. Well, nowhere I can see. Let's assume that that messed up our numbers. Let's change this to an actual number, like width of 30, height of 15, align self, center is going to be turned off, position absolute we'll leave on, control save. I don't feel like position absolute's the way to go because it's not going to allow us to move it around. Ooh, or maybe it did. Okay. Let me think about it. This gets back to that whole concept of why does it take so much time. So let's say left colon 25, comma, control save. We do need to increase the height and width of this button itself. Ooh, that worked. Okay, let's change that to 15. Control save. Now this button background was inside the CUI hat style sheet. At button background, we can change the height to, let's try 30. Control save. We should start seeing a lot closer to what we're looking for here. Okay. Yeah, let's go change that style back to like 20, control save. Let's change the amount down from the top to be like 5, control save. Let's see how that looks. And too much. We'll try moving to 3, control save. Let's change the width to 45, control save. And we might just about have our buttons done. Width is shrinking down. Might have to move it a little bit more. Did the width change? Couldn't really tell. Now, interestingly, I feel like the left one is good, but the right one is not. So to me, this looks like an area where we want to have different values for is left and is right. I think. So let's see, we have left 15. We can say is left question mark. If it's left, use 15, colon. If it's right, use 20, comma, control save. And we should see the right one move to the right a little bit. Oof, that had a way more drastic effect than I would have expected. What did I change? Left is left, 15, 20. Did it just not update the width until just now? Is that the problem? That must be the problem. It just didn't update the width. Okay, let's change this to 5 and 10 and control save. Ooh, and that's it. And that's it. There it is. There's our buttons. Okay, jump into preview mode. You walk over, you click the E button. It centers it. The arrows could be a little wider up and down. So let's change that property a little bit. Play. And so the height was 15. Let's change it to 20. And then control save. And the style sheet height was 20. Let's change that to 25. Oops. Control save. Okay. And give that a second to update. Maybe I need to hit refresh. Ah, sometimes you have to hit refresh, it looks like. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, those are good. That's much better, much more like what I was looking for. Okay. Buttons are solid. Now, by making them these
with a background, it makes them a lot easier to click in VR and on mobile. Otherwise, these become really hard to click. So now that we have our buttons there, I forgot. The first thing we're supposed to do is display a picture. We'll get there. We need to put a title at the top. We need to get rid of this progress bar. So quite a few things to do, but we need to also make sure that we're doing this with the correct styling, you know, like how we're supposed to. So we do have this one property that's based on other things. So we're going to copy these sections, Control X, and this is the button, arrow button style. So inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create constant arrow button style, which is going to be of type image style. Is this the image style? It is. So it's an arrow image style. And then that equals curly braces, Control V. There's our property, Shift Alt F to fix that. And then we need to export it. So we say arrow image style is exported, Control Save. And then over here, we just type ... which is the spread operator, and then we type CUI hats styles dot arrow image style, comma, Control Save. And then when that updates, that should look the same. So it shouldn't change anything. And it doesn't. It looks the same. Perfect. Okay, so now that we've got our style looking good, we've got this one option that changes based off left or right. We have the buttons created down here. We still need to do like on press stuff, but we'll get there. We want to get rid of the progress bar, which is this whole section here. No, it's not. What is this? Oh, it's this whole section. From this view all the way down to here is the progress bar. So we just hit backspace, 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 backspace. And while we're at it, let's update this top one. We should say their balance somewhere. So having this token balance is actually a really important thing to do. And I think this should go below those buttons. So let's actually take this text, Control X, backspace, 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 and go below this one here, Control V. And then we also want to have a text above this for our title. So this is going to say text. And this text is, text parentheses. And then we need the properties, which is inside of curly braces, comma at the end, enter. We need to know the text property itself, which is going to say title for now, until I figure out what I want to call it. Comma, and then we need our style, colon. Do we have a style for this? CUI hat styles dot. We do not have a style for this yet, so we'll need to do some sort of style, which we'll create very quickly because it's pretty easy to do, which is going to be the constant title text style, which is a text style, which equals this, control, let's actually export it first, title text style, comma, Control Save. And then over here, we can now reference that as title text style, comma, Control Save. And now we should see title appear where that was, and the token balance should go below the arrows. Any second. There it is. All right, so title's at the top, token balance is at the bottom, arrows are there. Now we need to put the image in here, and so the idea is we're going to have the arrows, and then between the arrows, I think we're going to put like a buy button. Usually I would sketch on paper. I should have done that first, but I've been kind of like sketching in here, and that's been kind of working. So just for the sake of doing it. Ooh, that was dangerous. We're okay. My contact cleaner fell over. So, paper. Really good thing to use when you're designing custom UI. So we've got this circle. It's an okay circle. And We've got our title at the top. We can see that. Then at the bottom, we want to do our balance. So we have our token balance like before, which is 0. So that's nicely at the bottom. We have an arrow right button and an arrow left button. So I've got those just like little arrows. And then the center, we're going to have a buy button. Now this buy button will turn into an equip button. So I'm going to just create a little thing on the side that says buy. And then I'm going to have an arrow that says turns into equip. We probably should come up with a different word than equip. And then we want to have an image, which will be the current selected item. Okay? Current selected item. Problems? There's a few of them. So in PowerWash we have 10 pages. That's a lot of pages. And then each of those pages has multiple items. So it's like probably 30-ish cars, maybe 25. Point is, that's a lot of items. It's a lot of clicking. If you have these, like what we're doing here is an individual thing. I was really hoping for something that would be a little bit more dynamic, like tiling, almost like a Netflix type of chart. But I also want to just keep this super dumb and simple. I would ask that if you are interested in something that's a lot more complex with all that menu stuff, ask in the comment section. And maybe next 12 months we'll look at that. Sometime this year maybe we'll look at that. It's definitely a difficult topic, but I think it would be fun to explore. And if I can find the way to make that happen, that would be a fun one. But I think for today, to make this video even happen, we need to keep things on the easier side. And I'm sure over half of you watching and hearing that are like, dude, what are you talking about? This whole thing is really hard. And for the most part, yeah, there's a lot of really hard stuff in here. But there's also some easy stuff. Like once you get through the formatting of custom UI, it's more about making sure the styles look pretty. One of the things that I'm planning to do with this project I'm working on with Rexrod is he's got a CSS background, and a lot of a lot of CUI is CSS based. And so at some point, where you saw me just struggling to build it, I'm gonna have him over my shoulder screen sharing to him so he can be like, yeah, you should try doing X, Y, or Z. And he's also a designer, so really, I'm out of my ballpark on that side, right? But point is, I think with a little bit of collaboration, you can create some really amazing stuff. So take it one day at a time. You'll get there. Okay, we've got our plan. This is what we're building, and we're pretty close to the way there. So I'm liking it. I feel like this is pretty cool. We need to get that image. That was kind of the main goal. So let's get that working. Now our image is hard because it is not easily accessible. It is in a special file. It's in the CUI hats data file. Is that it? No, it's the hat manager data file. There it is. And so it's stored in here. We have default hat and all hats. And so all hats is defined after the initialize UI. So what you need to know, about the UI is that initialize UI runs before world start and it runs before pre-start. And so we should really select this and move it to match that. So Alt arrow up. And there we go. Shift Alt F. There we go. So it goes initialize UI, then it runs pre-start, which we'll put here just so we can visualize this. And then it runs start, which means all that pre-start we did to initialize this hasn't happened yet. So we want an image, but we don't have an image available. And that's a bit problematic. So I'm trying to think of how we should address that. We could have a default image and then update it in start.
So I'm gonna make a UI element that I'm just gonna store here in my generic folder, and it's gonna be a really dumb UI element. In fact, let's make it a good UI element. Like, why the heck not? I'm gonna open up something I haven't touched in ages. You're gonna love this. Maybe you won't. It's called Paint. I usually use Photoshop, but today we're using Paint. And in Paint, we should be able to say File, New, Don't Save. Do I get an option to choose the size? I don't. Let's select, we want to type some text in here. And we're going to say, no image found. Control A. Let's change the size of this to be big, like 72. We're going to have to move this. I love this sort of like classic no image found text. Control A. Let's get a nice... I kind of like that stacking. And I kind of want this to be less aggressive and say image not found. Maybe even funnier would be like image question mark. Okay, I like that one the best. Okay, so now that that's done, image creator. Is this their new AI tool? Try image creator. Turn your ideas into digital art quickly with image creator and Paint. Describe your idea. Nice. That's really cool. So you can actually like text that says image question mark and press style. Pixel art, create. Wait, what are these tokens? Wait a second. Is this a paid feature? It must be. I was like, because I've got free AI tools just about everywhere. Oh yeah, it definitely cannot do text. Well, it tried. That used only one token though, and I got 50, so I can't actually complain about that. Anime, let's say cute character emoji, curious, questioning, character, cute character emoji, curious, questioning, pondering, and then we'll put that into create. Okay, cool. This is so dumb, but so much fun. Oh, here's where we can change the size. And I can change my selection. How do I export this at the right size is the question. Oh, this one. Yes. That face is so perfect. Okay, scale that down. Oh, geez, it's not doing the... Sorry. What I mean is, oh my goodness, it's not doing the thing that I expected it to do. Hey, look, I found the whole border. Bring that image back in. Ooh, this is good. Okay, we can work with that. Now, you can't see what I can see because my screen share isn't big enough. Zoom down. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I've got this. I'm figuring out how to use Paint for the first time in like probably 10 years. Okay. This is so great. I love this. It needs to be a square though. I don't know how to change the layers is kind of cool feature. They've really upped the ante on this tool, I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look like I can select the image. I guess I was expecting it to have created a layer. Like I'm so used to Photoshop, right? Oh, whoa, I can just crop it like that? Nice. Nice. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. 1296 is what we need. 1296. 1290, that's close. Down from the top. Does it preview my selection? It doesn't. Oh, that's so close to being a square. It's just going to be lightly skewed when I bring it in. Okay, now let's go to the layers tool, create a new layer. Okay, cool, cool. We're getting this. We're getting the hang of this. The text was just not big enough, and it doesn't seem to go any bigger. Can I type in like 150? Oh, it really won't go any bigger. We're going to say image, question mark? Okay, nice. Now that this is a thing, I should be able to move this somehow, right? Why is that moving this not easy? At some point I'm gonna have to figure out how to do all this stuff. But for now I'm just making it. Ooh, that works. That works so well. Okay, file, save as, PNG, because they have to be PNGs. We're gonna save this to our downloads, put this into wearable. Like, if you're not having fun with your build, then why are you building, okay? Seriously, try to have fun all the time. And so I apologize if you're not having fun with me right now. But I'm having fun, and that's what makes it worth doing. So here we go. Choose file, downloads, grab that image, open it up, import. I should have come up with a better name, but all right, that's going to import, and now we're going to add that to our data file. So we have our CUI assets data, and we're going to create a new one of these. So Control-C, Control-V, Alt-arrow down, and we just need to give this a good name, which is going to be missing image. And now we can go into here, grab our image, which should have been uploaded, my assets, image, there it is. Copy the ID, paste that right there, Control save. And now we can go into our thing here where we wanted to create an image next. So underneath the text, we're going to type image, and image, we did this just a second ago, but you do the parentheses, which is what's going to call the thing to create a UI node of type image. The curly braces are the properties. We click enter to split that up. We want to create, we need to reference the source, so we type source colon, and then we need to create an image source, but we need to create it out of a binding, and a binding is what's going to allow us to change it later. So we need to type image binding equals new binding of type image source parentheses, and now we can type image source dot from texture asset parentheses CUI assets data dot missing image dot as parentheses texture asset, and that's going to create the default binding. And now we can update that. Well, we just need to reference it here, so we just type in image binding. There we go, so comma. And now our image source is set up. Now we don't have a style for this yet. So CUI hat styles dot image style. We can try this image style. It's probably not going to work, but we'll give it a shot. Control save. Are we using that anywhere else? I assume we are. It doesn't actually look like we are, so we might be able to modify that. Oh my gosh, there's our missing image. Okay, so the problem is this image was designed to be a background, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of weird how it's cropped, to be honest. Let's try and fix this up. But I don't think we're using image style anywhere else. Like if I search for this, I don't see it. Control F. Yeah, it's only in this one spot. So we can go and modify image style to be what we need it to be. So we go into CUI hat styles, select image style, go and see that this is using base image style. We want to open up the base styles so we can see what that has. And so base image style, let's go find that. Image style here is using height 100%, width 100%, resize mode, cover, position absolute. This position absolute is the problem. And so we need to change that to relative. And so we go into here and we type position colon relative and then comma. And you might be thinking, how do you know that? And it's because I've spent so many countless hours. I don't even know how much time I've spent just pushing around to figure these little things out. So relative, what you'll see just happened, you might have missed it, but the buttons moved to the bottom and the title moved to the top. Now it's still taking up 100%, which it can't. It's trying to, but it can't. So what we need to do is resize it. And so we're going to say width is going to be 70%, comma, Control C, Control V, and height is going to be 70%. Now I'm not an expert. It's just like, it just takes a lot of time playing around with these things to get to the point where it all does what you expect it to do and what you want it to do. And I am really curious why that's not coming in as a square. I'm a little concerned we might have lost our art. Let's go check this out. Desktop downloads. No, it's there. It is a square image. But for some reason it's coming into Horizon as not a square. Yeah, it looks good over here. Let's see. Why wouldn't that be loading in? Something about this is getting messed up. There's definitely a way to change this. Resize mode, maybe? I'm not familiar with resize mode. Let's try adjusting it. Resize mode has center, contain, cover. Let's try contain. I might try center. Put a comma at the end of that. Save. All right. I'm gonna need to go get some more water here in a moment. And, you know, I was really hopeful that, oh, it did work. There we go. Okay, we've got it. That is more like what I was looking to have happen. And now we just need to get the spacing right. So, yeah, this is coming along nicely. Let me go pause, grab some water, be right back. And we're back, and I've switched into sitting mode, and that's okay. Okay, so we got our image in. And now with that image in, we can now swap it to the correct image using world start. So let's see. Kind of want to get the title right. Let's start there. We're going to call this Hat Shop. Control save. We're then going to go to our hat styles for title, and we're going to change the font weight to be bold. Control save. We're going to change the font family to Anton has been my kind of choice of late. And we're going to change our size to 35. See how that looks. Nice. Looks good. I felt like the spacing was better before the image came in, and we changed the image to contain, and that seemed to adjust the way that everything worked. So let's try changing it to center, because I could swear before we did contain, things were being spaced out evenly, like there was spacing around the items. No, that didn't change it. Looks like keeping it center would work to do the same thing. We could manually add space. So let's do that. After the text, we're going to say bottom margin, margin bottom, is going to be, let's try 5% and see if that makes a difference. Control save. Yeah, there we go. Might actually move that to 4%. Control save. And then the token balance needed to go down further. And token balance was based off of the something or other. The buttons I'd like to move down a little bit too, but let's start with the token text, which is right here. So it says text. Oh, we don't actually have a style for this yet. So let's go ahead and copy it. Control C, maybe even Control X. And this is for the token balance text, okay? So this is a constant called token balance text style colon, which is a text style, which equals Control V. Nice. And then we need to export the token balance text style. And now we can utilize it here by calling CUI hat styles dot token balance text style. Control save. Okay. So now that we've got that exported, we can now modify the margin bottom on it, which is actually margin top. So we're going to change margin top. Margin top. That's interesting. It doesn't seem to have that. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. That was supposed to go here. There we go. Control save. There we go. And we should see that get a little bit of space. Nice. And then we want to do the same thing to the buttons, but only by like 1 or 2%. So if we go to the arrows right here, those are using button style. And button style is right there. Paste that in, change it to, we'll go with 2% first, Control save. And I might change the token balance to 3%. Token balance, change to 2%. Do we like having that equal spacing around? Maybe we do. And any second now, maybe hit refresh. Oh, that didn't seem to move it closer. I thought that would make it a lot. I really thought that would be a lot more obvious. Oh, I changed the wrong one. I changed title text when I meant to change token balance text. Control save. There it goes. There we go. I think I like that, yeah. That equal spacing there does seem nice. Now we need a button in between that, but we'll get there. So the next thing we need to do is, I'm going to move over to the side there so we can see it still. The next thing we need to do is make it so it uses the correct image. And so we want it to start with the default image. So on start, we're going to say we know that default has been set up. And we just go and say image binding dot set to be CUI, no, it's not that, it's hat manager data dot default hat dot asset icon dot as parentheses texture asset. And that gets us closer, but then we still need to put that in parentheses and then say image source dot from texture asset. Now it is upset at us because this might be undefined, so we need to say make sure that we defined the default. So we say hat manager data dot default hat is defined, and then we know that that is going to work. Semicolon, because I like semicolons. And there we go. So that should update and show us. Okay, I forgot. You guys, this was 2 days for me. I forgot that it was the back of my head. This whole time I was like, I don't think I set up the images. I don't even remember setting them up. Oh my gosh, that was the biggest surprise of all time. That is so funny. I did not expect to see the back of my head. Okay. That is way, 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 way too funny. Oh my gosh. So, that'll do. That'll do. For now. Oh my goodness. I have got to take a moment to breathe. Hello? Okay, you want to see what I'm allergic to? I shouldn't show you this. I'm an addict, and I'm trying really hard to do better. I've just been eating 1 cookie a day. It's this. It's this brownie-like chocolate chip cookie. It's not as satisfying as it was a couple weeks ago when I had it, so I'm like kind of unsatisfied. And then I'm allergic to sugar, so it makes it hard to, talk, breathe, speak, drink. I should not eat this. The worst part, it's not as good as I want it to be. It's actually kind of unsatisfying. That is really sad. That is really, really sad. Okay, so the reason I want to take this moment to pause was to think about the way the arrows work. Let's imagine you're a user in a world. You're going to want the buttons to behave the same no matter which instance you're in. So, more or less, you kind of want I've got an idea. There's this thing called UI node.if. We might play with that in a moment. The point, though, is that as a user, you expect the hats to be in the same order, or whatever thing you're selling. So right now, they're not guaranteed to be in the same order. I believe they will be, but it's just not guaranteed. Like there's some sort of loading order that happens in Horizon based on when things were created in the world. And so they do kind of stay in the same order, but we want to guarantee that they're going to stay in the same order no matter what. To do that, I think we need to label each of these, but I'm like, if we label each of these, what are we even doing? Like if we have to add the number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and so on and so forth, why are we even... Like, okay, let's look and see. Let's see if there's a reason. So if we go into our default hat asset, it has the property price, the icon, the isDefault button, the asset ID. That's it. There might not be a reason to have these. I guess it was to reference the asset icon, but we could just replace that with an asset ID. Like we can write this as code. There's no reason for these to be physical objects. And if we write them as code, we can define the order that these are ordered in. And so, like, that's the way to go. So I think we're going to have to change the way we were doing this just a little bit. It's not going to be hard. It's just going to be a tiny wee bit of work for a minute. So let's head into our script here. And we had our manager data file. And in here, we were defining the default hat, and we were defining all hats. And we're going to go into the all hats. And I'm going to show you how we can just add data manually to this simply by hitting enter. And so what we know is that the default hat is going to be set in this file as a constant. And it is going to be simply equal to all hats item at index 0. The first item in the array is the default hat. Simple enough. Now we don't have to do this if statement we were doing before. We need to stop the world because this is going to break for a little bit. Right here, this if statement is no longer required because default hat is guaranteed to be defined as long as we've filled out this square brackets up here. And so in these square brackets, we now need to fill out our first item. Now our first item is a JSON object, so we use curly braces. We then are going to put a comma at the end, and we're going to break this onto multiple lines. We know that there's 3 properties. We have asset reference, asset icon, asset price. So we need asset reference, colon, and then we'll just do a space comma for now, asset icon, colon, space comma, and then asset price, colon 5, and comma. And so our reference for our default hat is right here, Control C, and this is the default hat, okay? We can then hit Control V, and then this needs to be wrapped as a big int, and then this big int needs to be wrapped in another set of parentheses because it is a new asset. An asset reference is just that. Perfect. Now we do the same thing for the icon, Control C, Control V, except this one we need to get the ID for. So clear, go to asset folder, go to, here it is, default, and copy that number, and then paste that right here. There we go. Now I'm going to take a quick second for those who are on a Mac. Let me double check that I got the right number here. Copy. To get this number on a Mac, or if you don't have the desktop editor for some other reason, you're going to go into Chrome. And let me shrink this screen down so it's easier to see. We're going to then go up to our Horizon Worlds. There it is. And then we're going to go to our assets. And then in assets, we can see chef is the next one. Here's the asset ID right there. So you just click on that, copy that somehow, and ta-da, now you got it. Cool beans. All right, so now that we've got the first one set up, all we need to do is duplicate that, Control C, Control V. We don't have a name for this. It seems like we should name these. So let's go to our definition file, so hat manager definitions, and add a name, which will be of type string, Control save, and then come up here and add name, colon, default, and then comma, and then Control C and Control V. There we go. Let's collapse that. Control save. So now that we have the default, this next one is the chef hat. So we'll call this one chef hat. Call this one default hat, which really is the pointy hat. All right. We'll find a way to use that in a minute. And then default hat is set up. We have our all hats folder set up, control save. Okay, this is good. Now we can quickly, oh, we didn't reference the chef hat references. So we click on chef hat, scroll down, copy this ID, control C, paste it right here. And then we need to go into here, click, copy this ID, click, control save. We can now delete the hat asset entity. This right here is no longer needed. So we can right click, delete script, move to recycle bin, and then that's going to solve some bugs. It also means we now need to delete these two items here, delete selection, and it means we have an order. These hats are in order that you have them here. And if you want to reorder them, you can just move them around. Now, this isn't the prettiest thing in the world, but it's not too difficult. And you can go up to, I want to say it's 1,000 characters. You can pretty easily build this out. Like, this can get pretty big. And if you need to go bigger than this, there is ways. There are ways. We won't be doing them today, though. So let's close out of this. Let's keep that open. And we're now going to make it so that as you click on the arrows, it's going to change which item you're looking at. So we need to know which image we are currently starting at. So we'll say image start index equals 0. And interestingly, the default hat is now defined. So we don't actually need what we built that image question mark. I actually want to use that in more places, so I'm going to use that as kind of like my default. I'm going to stretch this out again. This whole thing here for missing image, I'm going to use that as my default when I'm building images, because in the past we had to use exclamation points, but this gets around that, which is really nice. And then on start, you can set it up. So even though we don't technically need to do this, I think it's a nice practice to have a missing image icon. And then over here, we can remove that question mark. Okay, so image starting index is 0. We also need to know the interesting. I just realized something quite fascinating. We can get rid of this image binding and change image start index to be two things. You can't get the value of a binding, so we need to say image index. We'll call this current item index binding. Yes, current item index binding. And that's going to be equal to a new binding of type number. Come on, number. There we go. And then that will start as 0. And then the image start index needs to be on a per player basis. So instead of it being equal to 0, we need to say equals a new map of type player. And each player will have a number so that each player can have a different view of what they're seeing. And so that's going to create a map that is very similar to what the binding does, because bindings are per player as well, like they can be. You can also change it for everyone, but anyway, now that that's set up, we can then go into this image bindings part here and then change this to be, let's actually just rename this to item index binding, image start index. Let's change this to control C, item index map. So we've got the item index map and the item index binding. Perfect. So then this is going to be item index binding dot derive. And what deriving allows us to do is say the value, so the index, is going to be arrow function to curly braces. And then inside the curly braces, we just need to return the value. So we type, I'm going to put this on its own line to make it spaced out better, return, and we need to create an image source. So we say image source dot from texture asset, parentheses, and then we go to our game, it's the IWP manager data file, and then we go, ooh, not that one. Nope, it is the, what is that data file? It's a data file, type data. Is it hat manager data? Hat manager data dot all hats. And then we can go into all hats at the index. So we go square brackets index, and then dot asset icon. And then it is possible that you might provide an out of index. So I'm going to put a question mark here. I'll get back to that in just a second. So we say dot asset icon, which is a texture asset, which is all we needed to do. And then that's going to update the image. The problem is you could provide an index that's out of index. Now, by default, let's see, this is also upset here. We don't actually need to do this anymore because that's not how we update the bindings. So we can hit Control Save. By default, TypeScript doesn't tell you that this is a problem. You can tell it to tell you it's a problem by going to, I haven't done this in a hot minute, tsconfig, and where did I do this? I might have to ask, embarrassingly, ChatGPT. So simple questions like this are what I recommend using ChatGPT for. I'm going to keep saying that until it gets better, but for now it's just not very good. So anyway, we'd say, and I probably already asked this question. Let's see. Map, item records, crouches, matches. Let's see. I'm going to just go ahead and ask the question. The question is, what do I add or change in the tsconfig to make it tell me that an array at index could return undefined? And see, I think this is part of the problem with ChatGPT is you kind of have to know very, very clearly what you're looking for. No unchecked index access. Okay, this is what we want. No unchecked index access. Let's go type that in. It should autocomplete for us. So comma, no unchecked index access, set to true, Control Save. Yeah, it's a read-only file. We can't change this. I can change this when I'm working on my Mac, which is where I typically write code. And sometimes I do. But what that would do is it would then tell you, hey, that might be undefined. So anyway, I'm putting this question mark here so that it could return an undefined, which then allows us to type question mark, and then provide a default value in the case where somehow this has been messed up. And so we'd say, if that's undefined, go to our, what do we call it? We called it CUI assets data file dot missing image dot as parentheses texture asset. There we go. Cool. So now we have given that a default value in cases where it's provided the wrong number. In fact, let's go ahead and test that out. I think that would be really cool to see that in action and really kind of demonstrate that. And so when you press on the button, let's for now simply increase the value. In the future, we're going to make it actually, so we're going to make this work. So we say if parentheses is left, curly braces, that means we want to go down. else, curly braces, we want to go up. And so in the case we want to go up, we're going to say, first we need to get the current value for the player. So we say constant, let current index equal, now we're just going to use constant, right? Yeah. No, we're going to use let. Okay. Sorry, brain is just like going too fast. Current index equals, we need to go into that map we created, the player or the item index map, and then get the value for the player. And then the player is who pressed it, which is received inside of these parentheses. So we can just type that in there and you can hover over it to see that it is a player. And then we can say player. And now that value could return undefined. So if you hover over get, it says does optionally return undefined if the player has never had a value set, which is true by default because we don't set this by default for every player. So in the case that this is their first time clicking the button, we need to type question mark, and return the number 0 as the default value. Now, is left, we're not going to worry about just yet. We'll get back to that one. But for is right, we want to say current index plus plus. Now this is going to increase the current index, but it doesn't think about the length. To adjust for length, we say current index equals current index modulus, and then we go to the hat manager data file dot all hats dot length. And so this makes sure that the index stays within the length of the all hats. So when current index equals the length of all hats, so as you're incrementing it up one at a time, when it does eventually hit the length value, so let's say it's 10, when current index equals 10 and length equals 10, it resets it back to 0 so that it stays within the available indexes inside the array, which are 0 through 9. Okay, so now that we've adjusted current index, we can then say item index map dot set for the player the value current index. And now we've updated the map. We also need to update the binding. So we say item index binding dot set to current index. And if you want all players to see the same thing, you're done. You just do that. And honestly, you don't even need the item index map. But because we want every player to be able to use this at the same time, we type comma, square brackets, and we adjust it for just one player. And that will update just the one player on press. Cool. So really, we just need to fix is left, and we'll do that in a moment. Let's first see this go to, I guess this will work actually. We didn't go out of index. So anyway, jump into preview mode, walk over here, click E, next button. Hey, there's our chef hat, goes here. And you'll see it is a lot faster once the images have loaded in. And then let's go out of index. So let's stop the world, escape, stop. Let's not use the modulus symbol. Let's just let it go out of index. Control save. And that will then return our missing image. So if somehow, like you're modifying this code or something goes wrong, you'll be able to test for that and, press the 1 key. Press E and arrow button. And one more time. Hey, we're out of index. It's like, where's the image? And then we haven't set up the left button, so we're just stuck. Anyway, cool. That was really cool. Love seeing stuff work. So that was awesome. Now that we've got that set up, we do need to go left. Now to go left, we say current index minus minus, which is going to subtract 1. And then we say if, parentheses, current index is less than 0, then we set current index to be current index equals hat manager data dot all hats dot length minus 1, which will get us to the other side of the map. Shift Alt F, Control Save. And so that's how we subtract 1. So we're saying minus 1 normally, but if that index ends up being less than 0, we need to go to length minus 1. There might be an easier way to write this, but that was what came to my mind. Okay, we go ahead and hit play, jump into preview mode, and then walking over here, we can then jump forward jump backward again to go to the previous. Yeah. And so for 2 hats, that's pretty easy. It works. It's not perfect, but it's doing pretty good. Okay. I cannot believe we are already at the 2-hour mark. But we're doing good. Lots of progress. It's just like custom UI is one of those things that just takes an unbelievable amount of time. So this next feature I want to add to our custom UI is even more complicated, and it's got me realizing that at the end of this I need to record the intro, which you would have theoretically already seen, which will be us implementing this, ideally in Rex's world. So I'll need to communicate with Rex to see about scheduling that. But because this is such a complicated tutorial, we really need a how-to at the beginning, how to use. So, and then the tutorial is just for anybody who wants to learn how it was made, more or less, or anybody who wants to try to learn it, you know, on their own. So, let's see here. Next up, we do need to create a button in the middle to buy. But I think the next thing, the thing I really want to build is way more important. Also, we didn't put a title in yet. So if we hit play, we look at this, there is no text at the top to say what the item is. So I'm kind of thinking I want to have 5 small icons, and when you click the arrow, it goes to the next 5. Or maybe there's a zoom in mode like this, and then there's a small mode. Like that seems to make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think I know how I want this to work. I just also realize it's going to be a lot. Like it's going to be really hard. So I just ask that you bear with me through this and or skip. But I really do think that this is a very important feature to have, is this sort of zoom in and zoom out. But how do we zoom out? How do we zoom out? In the last one I built, we built an exit button. I like the idea of keeping the arrows. Okay, let's quickly build a way to switch between big image and small image. So we've got this image here, and we need to build a UI node.if, which means we need to have a binding that we can if between. So we need to call this is item selected binding. Is item selected binding equals new binding of type Boolean, and this will be starting as false, and then we need to create a new map to match. Alt arrow down, and then I'm going to Control C the name, backspace the binding, change it to map, change this from number to Boolean, Control save. And so we got this ability to know if they're in full screen mode or not full screen mode. So is item selected would be full screen. And so right here we want to say UI node dot if parentheses, and you'll see that this allows us to put in the bindable Boolean, and then what's shown if true and what's shown if false. And so we're going to say is item selected binding is the Boolean, and then we need to have a I'm thinking square brackets here, and then comma square brackets, because UI children is an array, and then that allows us to easily modify these two things. Oh, right, it's a comma, not a semicolon. Enter, and then enter. So this image is what is shown if we are in full screen mode. So that's meaning item is selected. Oops, Control Z, Alt arrow up. Oh yeah, so if item is selected is full screen mode. And then if item is not selected, Control C, Control V. And we need to go create an image style that's for small images. So we've got image style here. We're going to duplicate this, Control C, Enter, Enter, Control V. And this is going to be called icon image style. And these will be at, let's say, 20% to start. And we're not going to really finish this. I mean, like, we're going to finish this obviously in this video. Maybe not today. We'll find out. I really don't know. This is like a pretty big topic. But we want to change this out to the icon image style. And what this means is we should be able to, since we're starting as false, we should see it as a smaller image in Horizon. And look, we do. Perfect. I don't really want these buttons to move based on this, though. I mean, it's not bad, I suppose. So here's what we can do to test this out. If we slide this over to the left, and then on this, we scale that over again, collapse, and now we change this to start as true. We can see what that looks like when it shifts. Control save. So when this updates, we'll see these buttons shift to the bottom. And I don't know that we love that. Like, I think we just want them to stay at the bottom always. So that is a little difficult. It means that the button style needs to shift to being absolute to lock in at that position. So CUI hat styles, button style. We're going to change this to be position absolute. And then we don't need margin top anymore. We just now need an actual top, which we're going to set to 80%. And let's hit Control Save and see where that lines up. Now these two should be overlapping, but we'll fix that in a minute. Okay, that should just take a second. Okay, it's not down far enough. We'll try 90%. And I want to move this down, and I also want to copy these two, Control C. And it's weird that that 80% is so mid-grade. That's like a 60% in my mind. So I'm really not sure what this percentage is doing. Maybe we need to change from percentage to something else. Let's try using an actual value, like I think they're 1,000 total tall, so we'll try 800. And then Control C, Control Save. And then the next one we need to affect is the text, which looks like it has lined itself up with the image. So we want to change that for our, ooh, those are now off the screen. They're somewhere, completely gone. Top. The top offset in pixels as a number or percentage as a string. Let's try 80. I really thought maybe there's 640 or something. Okay, if that's 80, then that's 160. That's weird. Let's try 200. Control Save. And then we need to figure out what the text is coming from at the bottom, which is the token balance text style. Shift that to 400. Control Save. And token balance text is right here. Paste. Position absolute. Value is going to be maybe 350. And then this one needs to shift to 300. Control Save. Let's give that a shot. Unbelievably, I'm out of water again. I drink a lot of water in this video specifically. Let's change to 350 and 375. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Please be this. That was pretty good. Let's go to 385 and 340. Control save. That looks almost identical to what we used to have. Almost. I'd say token balance was down by a little bit more. Let's try 390. And it's perfect. We could potentially minorly adjust that again, but I think that's great. Okay, so now what we can do is adjust that again. Come on, click, deselect, there you go. And then we'll go over here and change it back from true to false. Interesting, control save after we change this to false. Control save, okay. And so what we should see is this shrinks down. The problem is when it shrinks down and is a little too low. Ooh, you know, that's not too bad. And then we're gonna imagine there's 5 of those. So just for the sake of showing what 5 would look like, we'll go Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control save. Not exactly ideal to have that much repeated code, but ideally we're going to see 5 images. They're probably stacked, yeah. And that is because these are not wrapped in a view. So we need to wrap these in a view and say view, parentheses, curly braces. There's no need for a comma. Click enter. Call children, colon, square brackets, comma goes there. We do need a style for this, colon, curly braces, we'll develop the style. And then we need to move all of these images up and into the children, Alt, Alt, Alt. There we go. And then in style, we can change this to be flex direction and then select row. Comma, control save. Okay. That gets us closer. It's not perfect, but closer. Ooh, we didn't fill up the space. We need to say width, colon, 100%. Control save. Might need to apply some height on this too. Height. Colon, let's try 30%, see what that does. And then we do want to do like space around. I feel like if we're, ooh, okay. Okay, okay. I'm trying to remember how we use space around. It would have been in our defaults. Try our base styles real quick. We were looking to see how we used. That was justify content. Control C, Control V. Okay, so the height might be shrinking this down. Let's try a height of 50%. Control save. See if that changes the height of these images or if we need to go and adjust the images. Okay, that did change the images a little bit. It didn't bring them in close enough together. Let's change this from space around to center. Control save. And then we need to change these images to be bigger. They're using icon image style. So icon image style has, it should be in here somewhere. Icon image style, width 20%. Let's change this to 100%. That's going to fill that whole space. These are 5, so they should take up 1/5. So 20% makes sense. I think it's because its height is taking up. Let's try width 20%, height will just turn off. What happens? Is it just not visible? Okay, that's better. It's crazy, but it's better. It means we can now change the width to something like 15%. And then we need to move in from the left and right sides a little bit, which we can use margin for. So we say, let's change this. Center wasn't bad, but we want to do space around, Control Save. That should give us a little bit of spacing around them. Okay, and then we want to do left, margin left, colon, do 5%. Control C, Control V, and do margin right as well. Control Save. Let's see, does that shift it in enough? I don't feel like that did anything. Let's try padding left and padding right. Control Save. Okay, that did it. That is a lot closer to what I was looking for. Let's go to 10% and 10%. It's going to really eat up a lot of space, but I think that's going to look pretty good. Okay, looks good. Now, the next thing we want to do is, let's see, we've got our 5 images there. They don't look good. They need a border. So on our icon image style, we want to say border color. We'll go with that same white theme that we're seeing. I think that looks kind of nice. So we'll do color dot white, comma, and then we need to know our border width, which I think is called border radius. Or is that? No, I think it's border width. Because radius is going to make it rounded. Border width, colon, 2. I'm kind of curious. Let's try border radius real quick. Does it round the image out as well? Border radius, colon, 25. Because that could look really good, actually. Yeah. Wait, what? What? Height, colon, 30%. I'm pretty sure that's mathematically correct. Control Save. Well, well. Oh my goodness. Maybe the math is wrong. We did 150, so you do multiply by 2. I'm definitely right. I think it's this. Is it the space between that's giving us an issue? Okay, turn off border radius for a second. // Control Save. So without it being rounded, we just get these square images, which I think look decent enough. Oh, we really do have this weird left and right side thing. Is that because these aren't square images? Like, maybe I didn't upload square images. Let's go to, where was that? Stretch. No, that's not an option. Stretch mode. There should be like a stretch mode, I'd imagine. I'm looking for stretch. So which of these properties has stretch? To find that out, we go to look up image style, Command C, go into the types folder, go into UI, collapse, Command F, Command V, image style. Here we go. Stretch is part of the resize mode. Let's go into icon image, change this to resize mode. Ooh. Weird that that's not there. Comma? Resize mode. An object literal cannot have multiple properties within the same name. Oh, I already have resize mode here. Got it. Okay, we just delete that one. Control save. Okay, so that should fill it. If I'd used a square image, that probably wouldn't have been an issue, but I didn't know how to make a square image on... Yeah. I mean, it's not great, but... Like, I'll get better images in the future. I think. Okay, so that means we can bring back the border radius and get those nice circles. Are those nice? I'm not sure, actually. Circles inside of circles. Change that to 50. Ooh, yeah. There's a point where that starts to not line up nicely. You might not be able to see that on the video, but if I zoom in, you can see that does not look good. We could try 40. Nope, that didn't seem to change anything. 30, control save. 25 I thought looked good. Must just be a hair off. Or maybe I just didn't notice. Hit refresh just in case. No, it is. We're going no circles. Control save. We're going all in on the square idea. And squares look good, but I could swear those look like rectangles. Like, am I tripping? Those kind of look like rectangles. Let's go to our width and height and change these to be flat numbers like 50 and 50 and see what that looks like. Probably have to make those smaller, but at least it'll be a square. Yeah, that's a square. In fact, I don't even have to make those much bigger. Let's go to I don't know, 65. Okay. Yep, there we go. That is better. That is a lot better. So, brings up a question in my mind of border radius again. Don't know why I'm stuck on this idea of making it into circles inside of circles. I'm kind of like, if it's a perfect square, does it actually circle? It does. Yeah, we're going circles, boys and girls. Oh yeah, we're going circles. Okay, so now that we got that set up, and that's looking good, then the thought is we need to do the same thing to our... I'm going to move this over a little bit so we can see better. We need to do the same thing to our large one. So we've got the small one set up. Lots of work still to do on that to make it work correctly. It'll be amazing once it is working. But then the next thing we need to do is change... We need to change the big one. So we're going to change this back to true. And then we're going to look at the big one first, which is CUI hat styles image style. Control save. So we're going to go to CUI hat styles image style. Here it is. And we want to copy some of the same properties from here. And Control C. That's a lot of the same properties. So we go to image style. Where was that stored? Here it is. There we go. We're going to change width and height out. We're going to remove resize mode. And we're going to change the size of this to be, I think it's 5 times bigger. So 5 times 6 is 300. And we'll adjust that as necessary in a minute. And increase the border width to like 4 and control save. All right, let's see how that circle looks. Give me a circle, please. That is not a circle. Let's go to 200. Control save. Now the buttons are on the image, so the circle's too big. Let's change it to a 200 circle. Control save. All right. And I'm going to change the position to absolute. And then we're going to change the top to, like, what, 200? 100? Let's see what happens. We lost the title text at the top, so that's concerning. I think it got centered, and this image is covering it up, is my guess. Let's move this down to 150, control save, and then I think we're going to just move everything to being positioned absolute. Ooh, that is way too low. We'll try 125, maybe 120. Yeah, you can see the text is right there. All right, so that's our title text. Control V. We don't need margin bottom if we're going to do that. There we go, absolute. Position it at 50. Control save. It's like a porthole. Hat shop, porthole. All right, hat shop looks like it's in a good spot. I'm thinking this needs to go down more. Let's try 400. But yeah, I mean, there we go. That looks pretty good. And so then we can see the small version of this by just hitting false, control save, and then watching this. Okay, and the absolute has moved it to the top. That is a bit of a problem. It's kind of making me think we could do 10 of these per page, though. It is kind of making me think we could do 10 of these per page. So let's go down to our images, and let's add another 5. Control C, Control V. So now we got 10. We'll make that much better here in a minute. And then on our style, we had flex direction row. We should probably add flex wrap. I assume that's default true. We'll just turn wrap on to make sure. Control save. And then we'll hit play and wait. And then the question is, how do we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it did work. It just didn't space them the way we wanted them. Okay. I feel like there's got to be a way to do this, so let's ask our good friend ChatGPT and see if there's an easy answer. I don't know if there is or not. Message, new chat. I'm working on some style properties, and I have 10 items in items. I would like 5 on each row is there a style property to split them at a certain point? Question mark. Control V, and then probably doesn't need it, but just for the sake of using that that visualization, we'll just do that. Hit. Why is that screen record? I want to do picture. Why is my snipping tool? Oh, I had to switch it. That's why. Come on, snipping tool. Switch to picture. There you go. Now we're good. Capture that. Paste that in here. And send. Okay, we'll see what it says. We can close out a snipping tool now. To achieve 5 items per row using your current flex wrap setup, you can add a max width or adjust the item size in combination with justify content. Here's an update example. Justify content space around max width 80% restricts the row width to force wrapping. Okay, we'll give that a shot. Max width. Is that actually a thing? I don't know. But that's kind of the fun of using ChatGPT. All right, so that was inside of our bottom of the creation. Here it is. Here it is. Max width is a thing. Okay, cool. Good to know. 80%, comma, control save. Does that do the trick? Oh, yeah, totally. Totally a workable solution. We just change that to like 90%, control save. Ta-da! Cool. Thank you, ChatGPT. Okay, so now that we got that set up, we also want to make sure that it's down a little bit, and we can do that by changing the probably padding top. Padding top or margin top? Let's start with 20%. And then the next thing we need to do is put some space between them. So let's just follow up with our let's go follow up with our ChatGPT friend. How can I add space between the rows? Question mark. Row gap property. Is that actually a thing? If no row gap is available, either old React Native versions, you can use margin bottom. Add space between rows. Okay, cool. So we're going to start with row gap, and then we'll go to margin bottom. That moved down too much. Let's change our padding top to just 5%. And then we want to do row gap is not a thing, so it said to use padding bottom. And then, isn't that what it said? Double check. Margin bottom, okay. Close out of that. Margin bottom. Colon. And we'll just do 1%. Sure. I don't like that I'm mixing values here between, I guess most of these are in percentages, but I'd really like to use everything the same. This one's been such like an absolute that I feel like the right approach is just to use absolute numbers for all of these. So like, let's just change this to 10. But it's a little late for that now. It's just not my best work, okay? I'm sorry. Man, that really didn't change the thing. I don't think ChatGPT is right on this one. I think it's missed the mark. Margin bottom does not work. We could try padding bottom and see maybe it was just off. Control save. I don't think that's working. It almost looks like it's working, but I don't think that's working. 50, control save. I think we might have to put this inside of the image itself, which is okay. Like, we can do that. Okay, so what we're gonna do, go control save, head into our hat styles. This is in the icon So the icon image style, and we want to add just a tiny bit of margin. So we're going to say margin colon 2, comma, control save, and see what happens. Oof. I mean, that is the space that I wanted, roughly. But it does mean that we probably don't need the max width property, or we need to adjust the max width. I also think I want to increase the margin from 2 to more like 4. Control save. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's good. Done. Nailed it. We learned a lot. It's fun, good stuff. We can delete this. Cool property to know about. Nice. So ideally, this is going to show up to 10 items per page. And then the arrows should become visible only if it can move left or right. There's a lot of things here. I need to go to the bathroom and get some more water. I'll be right back. Okay, I took a look outside and I said, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Just proof. Come on, sun. Blue sky. Up here. Up here. Never mind, it's not up here. Anyway, it's beautiful. And I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna take a walk. I'm gonna go rejuvenate, do all the good stuff. Let's make a to-do list. So, anything did we get done? Display all hats. We do that actually, yeah. Dynamically add hats. The original version does. This version will do that, but we're not there yet because we need to display 10. So let's write that down. We need show number of icons based on current set of 10. We also need to show arrows based on if options are present. So if you have only 10 items to buy, there will be no arrows. But if you zoom in, the arrows will appear, so you can go to the next item, and so on. Options are there. We need the icons to be clickable. Clickable. And we need an exit button. Exit button. And we need the buy/select, I think is a better. Buy or select button. And let's see, anything else done? We look good. That was one of our to-do items. I feel like it actually does look pretty good. I'm kind of shocked. We're doing good. This is a hard tutorial. This is not even, like, it's barely a tutorial. If you're watching this, are you following it? Your name might be Euphoria, because I'm going to ask him to follow this. And if you're following this, good on you. This is a hard one. There's a lot in here. I think you're going to take a lot out of it if you keep going. We might only be halfway through, even though I think we're getting close to like the 4 or 5 hour mark. But yeah, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to go take a walk. I recommend doing the same if you've been watching this for more than a couple hours. And I will see you back here in just a moment. I mean, it'll be instantaneous for you. Welcome back. Somehow we are on day 3. I've been gone for almost a week. I think it's like 5 or 6 days since the last recording. I was out at a memorial service. Walk ended up going till the end of the day. You know, it was a good day. I really do recommend living life and putting that as your priority and trying to put work as kind of like a secondary thing. So I'm happy, but I'm also exhausted / stressed. This project has become bigger than I anticipated. It's taking way longer than I anticipated. Like originally I'm thinking, okay, this is like an all-day tutorial. This is maybe a 2-day tutorial. Now we're on day 3. Now I'm thinking it might be another 3 more days of recording, and I'm kind of freaking out. That might be getting a little too real for a video, but honestly, if you're watching this far into the video, I don't mind being real. Point is, like, big things are daunting, and this is one of those super big things. And I really want to pull this off in a way that is useful for everyone. Not just a cool tutorial, but I really want to end this, the last stage of this, is taking the tool and implementing it, which makes the introduction of this video, which theoretically you've already seen. So hopefully it was good. But even that has a little bit of like stress. And so I kind of need to chunk this into smaller bite-sized pieces. I need to figure out where we left off a week ago because I don't remember. I'll show you some tools and tricks and things and the ways that I do it. You can see I'm still in pajamas, haven't taken a shower yet. I'm just like, I need to get started and I don't want any delays. I've already had quite a few today, so I'm just like, okay, let's get into this. So anyway, I still want to go on a walk today before the sun sets. Sun sets at like 5 o'clock. It is currently 11 o'clock, and it's like I do like a 3-hour walk. I'm in training. Again, I mentioned at the beginning this is going to be casual, so I don't mind taking a few minutes to maybe decompress, relax, and kind of feel a little more comfortable. I'm in like a training for this year. My wife and I were planning, we haven't finished the plans, but we're planning to do a few trips, and at least 2 of those trips involve going to Disney, which requires a lot of walking. So we've got this idea of like, if we go walk every day and like extend the walking distance by like half a mile every so often. We haven't been able to walk every day. We've been gone for a week, so that's like totally failing already. But I don't know. But the idea is that we can train our body up. And so when I say like go on a walk, it's not like an hour walk, it's like a 3-hour walk because we're walking really, really far. We're probably about not even halfway to the distance that I want to be able to get to go. So, but the days are getting longer, so that's good. Anywho, point is, I want to do that before the day's over. So I've got like 3 hours for this. I'm probably going to realistically record for 2 hours before I need to like take a break, and we got to just accept that now. If I'm up for it after the walk, I might come back and record another evening piece. That would be awesome, but I'm like removing the anxiety for myself so that I can actually face this. This is like really, really transparency mode right now. But yeah, I mean, like the anxiety of a really big tutorial is huge, and I think there's a lot of reasons for it that are hard to understand. So we're all trying to build businesses, and yesterday there was a pretty big announcement that kind of shook my world a little bit. Just, not a lot, just a little bit, like a little bit of a shake. And so Power Washing Simulator has reported that they're not making enough money to continue producing the VR version of their game. And yes, it's a little bit cheaper to develop in Horizon, but myself, you know, like when I'm billing to my clients, I'm billing at $250 an hour. So we've got to recoup those costs. When I hire people, I want them to get paid at $250 an hour. When I'm thinking about working with people like Rexrod, who I'm hoping to have shown you at the beginning of this video, and some other talented artists on our team like Euphoria and FlexTide, and those are just a few of the people I'm working with right now. But these absolute experts of their core focus really do deserve to get paid, you know, professional wages to be able to do this. And you got to remember they're contractors, so it's not like they're working full-time hours. They're working just a couple hours a day here and there, a few days a week. So like $250 an hour doesn't end up being like this insane annual sum. It's more like enough to pay your monthly bills. It's like, it's a pretty reasonable wage for a contractor, I'm afraid to say. So for anyone who's like, $250 an hour, that's insane. If you're looking for prices on where to start, I think $250 an hour is a great for a professional, and $100 an hour is a great for somebody who's just getting started. And like, I'm sure anyone who hears that is like, $100 an hour for someone who's just getting started? Yeah, because it takes them twice as long to figure it out. So it costs the same at the end of the day. But the other thing to note is like the world has changed in the last 4 years since COVID, right? Everything has doubled in price, and I think that's very hard. Like, it's one of those things where like I was charging $100 an hour 5 years ago. I'm charging $250 an hour now, and while that's awesome, it's really the same price, and that's something that's kind of only going to continue hitting me as prices keep going up. And I have to like think, do I need to actually start going higher? I am definitely a lot more skilled than I was 5 years ago. So anyway, I haven't really come to those conclusions yet. I'm very happy and content with where I'm at, but the industry here in VR doesn't have a ton of people enough to support these kind of like pro wages, which is where we saw Power Washing Simulator go away. And we have the benefit in Horizon of really only needing a scripter and a modeler, and like you can build a team around those two people. Like sure, you could theoretically add all the extra experts, but you don't need that in Horizon. And so anyway, it's one of those questions in my mind of like, can we support this all off IWP? And I don't know if we can, and that's why I'm a little nervous, and why this project, this whole tutorial is so important to me, and like, it's how we finance all of our creative endeavors, yours, mine, anyone else we know. You know, this is, I think for a lot of people, probably a few of you watching, right, that's the second, this is just for fun, and that's great. Like, continue doing it just for fun. But anyone who, like myself, where this is like how I pay for my bills, how I, pay for medical, like insert name of thing that I pay for on a regular basis, my hobbies, like my movie collection back here, those come out of my earnings here in Horizon. So it's definitely top of mind. Like, how do we make sure that this space is going to make us enough to provide for our family and so on. So this tool that we're building in this tutorial, to me, is the core foundation for everything in World Purchase from this day forward. Yeah, and I'm hoping that people are able to just take this utility and start making money in their worlds. And I'm hoping that we can also grow Horizon to a point where this isn't like you need to ask every person who enters your world. It's like there's enough people going to all worlds that it's not too bad. That's the hope. So we'll see what happens. My video frame is freezed on the recording. I'm going to stop and see if it actually was frozen this whole time. Okay, well, we were frozen there for the last couple minutes. I don't know why that's happening, but we're back. We're good. Got some code here, got Horizon here. I think we're ready to dive in. So, cool. I'll try to... Oh, it's just... I'm going to have to keep my eye on that. Let's start by rebuilding a quick foundation. I'm going to teach you something that my mom taught me, and I think my mom taught me. Maybe I learned it in school. I don't really know. I might actually turn the brightness up on this video, and we are really struggling with those freeze frames. Okay. Brightness is up. I'm still freezing. Hopefully this is going to stop freezing. If it doesn't stop freezing, you just might not get face cam. Okay, so I got a piece of paper. I like to use blank printer paper. I don't even have a printer anymore. But this stuff is good. And the first thing you do is you draw a square, a grid. You draw four quadrants. Now, the top right is for most stressful, and then you have less stressful. We're going to assume everything is stressful. And then, so less stressful, most stressful. Then on the next axes, we're going to do top is most time, and then the bottom is least time. And so this is a way that I find works really well for organizing a lot of tasks. Now, in scripting, this is a little different because a lot of these things are interconnected and have to be done in a specific order, but we're going to do our best, and underlines, to figure this out. So, I saw this picture here. This looks like the goal. I think this is where we left off. And I demoed this to a couple of my family members over the I want to say holidays because it felt like a holiday. It's kind of weird. We were like at a memorial service, but being around family didn't really feel like a memorial service. I mean, it was, but it was like it's more like a celebration of life. It really was a celebration of life. It was good. It's good to see everybody. So, point is, I got to show this off a little bit, which is cool. So if we jump in and preview this again, we can see we walk up here. We can buy these things. We can click on this to buy the partial, right? So we can buy a third or something, or 40% or something like that. Then we can buy 1, 7, 17, or 50. You can come over here, get the hat shop. And that's what we were building, was this hat shop. And we needed to, so this is why it was getting to be a little bit much, is the hat shop needs to be very, very dynamic. I like really overdid this, but we're gonna go with it. It's definitely worth it. There's a lot going on here. So when we look at this hat shop, we've got our 2 pages. And so if you had 20 items, this would load up 2 pages. If you had 15 items, it would load up 1 page in a row, and so on. And so it's gonna dynamically build this. Now I almost feel like we need to change the order this loads. I'm not really sure, depending on the number of items. We could make it more dynamic, but I just don't know how, and I'm not that worried about it. So let's stick to what we got. And let's come down here. But basically we need to turn these off and on, and I'm pretty confident that's where we left off. So we're trying to build this thing, and we're going to be using UI node.if to turn things off and on, which we were already doing to make the big version when you click on one of these, and the small version when you're looking at the multiple items. We need a buy button that's also UI node.if. That also turns from a buy button into an equip button if you have already bought it. We have the token balance at the bottom, so that's good. We'd like to have the item name. And so there's a lot of things here. So, like a lot of things here. So we'll go back to our camera. And we're going to try and figure out how to like write all these things down. Like one thing that's relatively easy and not super stressful is adding the item name. So I'm going to put down item name. And then this will be on the like full screen view, full view. So there's one task. The next thing we need, which is slightly more stressful, definitely takes a lot more time, is the buy button. So we got the buy button, which is also the equip button. Now we can break that into a bunch of smaller subtasks, but just recognizing where it is in this hierarchy is helpful. We need to make the elements, the individual hats. This is also a long time and stressful. Maybe it's not necessarily stressful, it's a lot of time, which is the individual, so displaying hats oh, I had to put this in the wrong spot. My bad. Displaying hats. So this is the multi-page and auto sort. And I think that covers most of the stuff on here. And because we're like have to do one element of these things at a time, I think we're just going to focus on these 3 tasks, which is to build this UI. And then we can look at the other UIs. Like, let's not even think about the other stuff until we need to. And so we'll come back and review that maybe later today. We'll see how far we get. Maybe this is faster than I think. But in general, the way that you want to approach this, if you can, we can't, but if you could, like if you're doing this with a daily task, is you want to do the least time, most stressful. So this quadrant that we don't actually have anything in, you'd want to do this first. And the idea is that by doing this, you get like a dopamine hit because it doesn't take very long, and you get rid of a stressful item, and then you're moving on to the next thing. And I personally would like to do a bunch of small things and then jump on a bigger task. That's one approach. There's a lot of various approaches, but for anyone taking notes. So let's jump into here. And we're going to start with displaying the item name because that's our quick and easy thing. So I'm going to move that over. We're going to collapse this, but we need to first open up the thing that we're missing, or the thing that we need, which is the CUI. It's for hats. This one. Okay, so we can now collapse that, maybe expand this just a hair more this way. Slide this over just a hair more. There we go, just a little bit more space. Feeling good. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is change our UI node.if up here from false to true. This is going to allow us to see it in full screen mode. Control save. It should automatically re-render. Once we're in this full screen mode, we can then get the item name displayed. There it is. And we got to figure out where that item name is going to go. Is item selected binding? I've been debating this because I feel like it should go at the top. So like when you're on the outside view, it should, oh, we need an exit button too. Exit button is not stressful and it doesn't take a lot of time. So we need an exit button. We also need like the current index to know where we are. Current index. Come back to that. Okay, so is item selected binding is true. And when this is true, we can see that it's using UI node.if, which then has this list of children. And in that children, we have the image. We could, just as an example, type text, parentheses, curly braces. Let's go enter, put a comma at the end of this, and then go up. We need to add a text element, so we type text. And then this is derived from the item index binding? Sure. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So we say, looks like we already have an item index. Nice. So item index binding dot derive parentheses parentheses index arrow function curly braces. Put a comma at the end of this. Style would go below this, colon, curly braces, comma. And then inside of these curly braces is where we do the return to create the text, which is the hat manager data dot all hats square brackets index. And then that's going to get us access to the name of that. And just simply returning the name is going to give us a text object below this, I believe. And let's see what that looks like. Okay, it put it in the center. And I think that's because we're using absolute positioning right now. So we need to get some styles built in here. I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. Control plus. And we're going to open up the styles sheet here on the left. hat styles. And we were previously using image style right here. Which one of these was it? It was CUI hat styles dot image style, which we can see refers to this one here. So let's just copy these two properties. Oops, Control Z, Control C, and Control V, Shift Alt F. Let's move it down by 200, Control Save. And my big concern is the size of this is too big. Like, it's nice that it zooms it up and makes it nice and big, but we don't have the name nicely. Okay, that moved it down a little bit. 300, Control Save. Did it move it down? Not sure. Hey, okay, now we're talking. That's not even bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Let's make sure that this looks good. We're gonna move it up by 20. Control Save, so that gives more space between that and the arrows. Then we're gonna go to our image style here, and we're going to change the width and height to be 20 less. So we'll go to 180, 180. We're going to move the position up by 20 to 100. Control Save. Let's see what that looks like. Does that give us everything we needed? The answer is, oh yeah, pretty dang close. Okay, let's move the top down by 5. Let's move this to be 5 bigger. Maybe move this to 10. Control Save. Let's try moving the pointy hat down by at least 5. And I think I'm about to say I love it. I do. I love that. There we go. So now when we jump into preview mode and walk over to this and we arrow to the right, it changes to chef hat, changes to pointy hat. That is actually so good. And that is why we start with the fast things, because that dopamine rush was feeling amazing. All right, item name is in, and it is only visible on the full view. So the next easy thing to do is the exit button. So let's quickly build an exit button in. I'm gonna go back to full screen here and take a sip of water. Okay. Let's see. Clear the scripts here, nothing important there. Okay, so next up was probably needing to like clean some of this up a little bit. I'm so sorry, my throat is just clogged right now. Okay. Let's see, what am I missing? I wonder if I can turn the brightness on my screen up. Is that? It is all the way up. It feels just not perfect. Lower the... Okay. And breathe. Okay, so hat styles, we need to just like always be styling. Is that something we should say? Feels good. Feels good. So let's start with the one that we just built. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Control X. So this is the hat image subtitle. Constant image description image title text colon text style equals Control V. Okay, I don't know why I've been adding semicolons on all these. I don't normally put semicolons after curly braces. Yeah, you can see that's not even done on all of them. Let's just get rid of those. That is just not the way I do things. I don't know how that got started. Control save. Okay, so now that we got the image title text, which I like to put the word style at the end of these apparently. Style. I don't know that I would normally do that because they're inside of a style sheet, so it's pretty obvious they're styles. But anyway, yeah, like this says button, text, button, background. So all these words style, I'd actually just normally delete. Whatever. Okay, and comma, move this up to be underneath image style, control save. And then right here we can say hat styles dot image title text style. There we go. So that's the exact same thing. And then we had one more style. I'm going to double click on style so we can see everywhere that style is coming in. And it was right here. We'd created this style here, which was for what? This is below these square brackets, which means it's related to the children of the like page. So this is like the page view. I'm going to go ahead and control X and call this constant image, excuse me, image rows, row images container style, which is a view style equals control V, shift alt F. Yeah, I'm naming on this is not great today, guys. Sorry. Comma, control save. All right, so that's the row images container style, which we're going to put right here. So go to the CUI hat styles dot row images container style, control save. Nice. Okay, so we kept cleaning this up. Good on us. Now we need to create another button right here, and we're just going to copy paste this first button. And the interesting thing is to create a button, we had the isLeft source, image source. We're going to change this from isLeft to be type. And then the type will be a few options. It's going to be left, comma, or no, excuse me, or right. And then we'll do another or, and then we do last but not least. So we have left, right, and then the final one is, why did it slip my brain? Oh, the exit button is what we're currently working on. Exit button, yeah. And there will be one more, so we might as well put it in this list, which is the buy button. And I guess there's actually, we should just put them all here. Why not? Buy and equip. So another or, and then equip. We'll make each of these their own thing. Equip. So if you own it, you can equip it. You can buy it if you don't own it. So these two will swap out. You can exit if you're zoomed in, which will be the case. And then you've got the left and right button. So now in here where we have left, this is really going to say if parentheses type triple equals left, then we show 5. If not, we do 10. And that's for the arrows. Now, interesting because we only have this image. Like this is gonna need some work, guys. This is definitely gonna need some work, but it's coming along. On press. So like this is a problem because only left and right have this. Like we could create a whole. Oof. Okay, let's do something slightly different. This whole section for create button, we're gonna copy, Control C. Then we're going to Control Z and switch this back to being just isLeft. And then we're going to change this to create arrow button because this is specifically for creating an arrow image button. And we'll change those in a second. But first, we're going to jump down here and create this create button, which will be only having the 3 options for exit, buy, and equip. And so those are going to be very different. And then here we can change this to create arrow button, and then copy paste, Control C, Control V. And so then here we're going to need the exit button first. And we don't need an image source on the exit button, so we can delete that section. And then down here we can delete this bit, backspace, okay. And then we just need to copy paste this, Control C, Control V, and then we have a couple more. So we have exit, then we have the buy, and then finally we have the equip. I thought typing equip would be faster, but I mistyped. Okay, so there's our buttons, and they're in the locations that we want them. That's important. So that is very important. Now, this creating button works by returning a UI child. And we really want to use this only if we are visible. So basically, I'm thinking we do UI node.if on each of these, which should work. We could do it inside of here too. But I think it's better to put it here because they each have their own version of how they do UI node.if. And so up here, we need to adjust this because there is no image child. So we can delete that, which currently means that there is no child. So it doesn't actually display anything. So what we want to do is actually make this have a text child. So parentheses, curly braces, comma, enter, text, colon, and then the text will be the type. That makes sense. And then the style will need to be determined at some point. There we go. And then we're going to change these to be capitalized so that they are the displayed values, exit, buy, and equip. I've been debating using equip. The more and more I use it, the more and more I think it's a good idea. So I'm feeling pretty good about it so far. Exit, buy, equip, Control Save. We'll need to change these to be capitalized as well. E, B, E. There we go. Okay, so we have the text on the button as exit, buy, or equip, which will change the size of the button dynamically using that, so that's okay. We have button background. We have on press, depending on what we want to do here. And this was cool, but definitely not what we wanted to do. So we could create an else if tree, or we could create a case. I think we're going to do case, so that's going to make it a lot easier, which is called a switch. Control Z, Control Z. We don't need to update these things. Well, we do need to, but just in a different way. So let's put red dots next to them. All right, so first things first. Do we need the current index? Do we need the current index? When you press exit, we do need the current index. But we're not changing the current index. We need it for other reasons, so we're okay not to use it here. So first things first, we need to type switch, and then I've got to remember how to do this, which I want to say is parentheses, and then what we want to switch is the type, and then we do colon, or no, it's curly braces, enter, and then we do case, and then it gives us the options based on the type, so we can just click enter to autocomplete that, which is really nice. And so now we've got these 3 cases, and each case needs a break. So we're going to quickly add a break, Control C, Control V, Control V, and then we also want a default. And default's going to allow us to know, Shift Alt F to reformat. Default will let us know if there's a problem. We'll also hit Control V to get a break for default. And then last things last here, we can do console.log, and then parentheses, and then we can type case not found, colon, and then found for type colon, and then do space plus, oh, that's sepa, and then do type goes there, and then I like to do plus, and then period, and then say on CUI underscore hats underscore entity, and I also like to list where in the script this happened, which is in the create button. So we'll just type create button. So later on, if I'm seeing this error code, I know where to go look to find out what went wrong. Okay. So now that we have these three cases, the first one we're building is exit. We're not going to finish buy and equip right now. Those are for later, but we're getting prepared for that, so that's good. Now in our exit case, we need to change the Boolean for right here. It says, is item selected binding? And that is what means if we're zoomed in or not. So when we press the exit button, so on press for type exit, the is item selected binding dot set parentheses, we can then set it to false for specifically the player who pressed it. And so that's going to say an item is no longer selected, and that will move it back to being not. And now we just need to make it so that the exit button is only visible. So now we need to make it so that the exit button is only visible when the user presses it. I guess we don't need to do this, so we'll delete those. And so down here, the exit button should only be visible when this is true. So we type parentheses, then before the parentheses we type UI node dot if, and then it needs first the binding, and the binding is the is item selected binding, and if the is item selected binding is true, then we show the create button. Simple as that. Done. Now this should work. Now we don't have a way to zoom in to one of these. We don't have a way to zoom in to, like when you click on one of these images, it doesn't do anything yet because this is just a temporary to make sure that it works. But let's go ahead and hit stop, clear, play. We'll jump into preview mode, walk over. And since we didn't work on the buy and the equip buttons, they're still shown. But the exit button will disappear when we click exit, and it goes back here. And so, like, as crazy as that is, that was pretty cool. So let's go ahead and hit stop. Like, as simple and crazy and simple as that was, that really is a very, very cool thing. Yeah, so the exit button works. The problem is it doesn't look pretty. So let's go work on the prettiness of this button. So down here we can see our buttons, and they are not the best. So to fix this up, we're going to our create button. We were using the button background style, but I think that is based on the style here, because we could see here, oh, that was changing the positioning of the text, or the image in that case. Let's go look at what arrow image style is. Arrow image style has these properties. Let's copy these and see if we can modify them to our needs inside of text. So we really should, oh, I guess we already have. Never mind, we're all good. Okay, enter, Control V, width 30. Let's make the width 50. Height 20, sure. Position absolute top 3. I'm gonna comment this out for now. And then, Control-Z. And then the next thing I want to do is do align, text align vertical, and then change that to center. See if that gets us close enough to the center. And then let's turn off position absolute. And then the next one is text align, which we want to change to center as well. And then the last bit here is the size, font size. We're going to change to 10, maybe 15. See what that looks like. All right. Does that give us what we're looking for on these? Not really. Kind of shocked that this didn't align it better, but maybe I shouldn't be shocked. Okay, so we're going to change this back to position absolute. We're going to change it to top 3. We're going to delete these text aligns since they didn't do anything good for us. Control save. Okay, that's better. Still not great. Position absolute. The top 3 definitely looks good. The width could be larger, like 60. We could do like left, :3. Just see what that looks like. I don't really want to do left 3. Like I really want these centered. Okay, I mean, it's not terrible. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but it's not terrible. Now remember, the buy and equip button will only be one button, and the exit button will, well, none of those buttons will be there when they're zoomed out. So you just get exit and buy or exit and equip. So let's see. Let's go align self center. Does that do anything? I'll put a comma there. No. Text align. So that shifts it to the left. Let's try left 0. Does that actually change anything? No, that does not change anything. Thought I would just for kicks try right. Even worse. Got it. Okay, text align off. So what we had to do for the arrows, we might have to do here. Let's start by grabbing a quick screenshot. Snipping tool, new. Now let's go to ChatGPT and see if they have any suggestions. Let's go to new one for ya. how can I get this text to be centered? None of the text line are working for me. Sweating emoji, as if the AI cares. Okay. For horizontal alignment and justify content plus align items in the parent pressable. Okay. Centers vertically by matching height. Font size 15. Oh, that's interesting. Using line height to center it. That's interesting. We should definitely do that. Text align center ensures horizontal centering. Also needs to center its children. Use. Okay, so we might need to go to the parent and apply justify content and align items center. Let's give that a shot. So first and foremost, we can get rid of this top 3 by changing line height to 20. That's good to know. Love that. Then we do want to do text align center according to this, even though I'm doubtful. I feel like the text was better centered before the line height adjustment. Like, it's a good idea, but I think for perfect positioning, we have to be a little bit more manual about it. So let's go switch this back to top 3. And control save. Then let's go down to here's our style for the pressable. I'm going to put this inside of curly braces, click enter, 3 dots for the spread operator, comma, enter, add one more property here, which is align content center. Was it align content or was it align items? What did it say? It said justify content and align items. Okay. Align items and justify content. Okay, we'll give that a shot. Really hopeful here. Ooh, that did it. Nice. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. Alrighty. Then last but not least, we want to adjust this height based on the characters. So we've got 4, we have 3, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my thought is 1, 2, 3, 4 times 5. So we take, this is going to be ridiculous, type dot length multiplied by 5. Control save. So theoretically the buy button can be slightly smaller, the exit button can be the same, and the quit button gets slightly larger. Somehow that didn't do anything. Oh, because I adjusted the height. Oops, I'm going to do that on width. Control Z. Same thing but to width. Okay, so then the width is 60, which is 15. So we take type dot length multiplied by 15, control save. It's like I didn't see any changes. Here it goes. Or nothing? Let's refresh that. I would have expected to see some changes there. Maybe we need to console log this just to make sure. Control C. Let's add a console.log, parentheses, Control V, Control save. So we should get 3 of those on the console. Let's see what happens. Yeah, 60, 45, 75. Don't really feel like I saw those changes. Let's make it more dramatic. Like multiply by 50. Just like really dramatic. No changes. So somehow that width has no effect. So we can probably just delete this. And then instead go to padding maybe? And say 5. Nope, that definitely didn't do the trick. Let's go to margin, Control save. Not that either. Huh. Okay, so we probably need to go outward to outside of the text here and change the width. And let's try this one more time. Type length, multiply by 15, Control save. Hey, that worked. And it does go to what I was expecting to have happen, which was that we need a default value. Like, let's say we multiply by 5. Then the default is, let's go with the buy button being the perfect one. Buy times 5 is 15, which it was normally 3 times 15 is 45, so we need to say 30 plus type times 5, Control save. Let's see how that works. Hey, I think that's perfect. So basically we have a starting default value and then we take the characters and give 5 spacing for each character. Nice, nice, nice. Very cool. Glad we got that to work. That looks good. And that is why custom UI takes so much work. It's a lot of finessing and fine tuning, but when you're done, it feels great. So, clear. Let's see. Exit button is done, checking that off. We do have a current index. We have the index map and the index binding. So theoretically, if I jump in here, walk up to this big one, we can easily go to the next one, back, back, click exit, brings us to here. So this is definitely working. I think the next thing we need to do is get the multi-page hats. So we need show hats In order, we need to hide unused buttons, which includes the hats and the arrows. We also need to show hats in order, hide unused buttons, and then the last thing was to click hat to go full screen. And we need a button creation function. Okay, it's a lot of things, but we're going to go ahead and jump right into it. The place we're going to want to start is fixing kind of the big problem. Yeah, the big problem. I also think, I hope you're okay with this, I'm going to adjust our size here a little bit bigger so that I have more room to do this. There we go, right about there. Nice. I'll bring that down to there. Cool. Breathe. All of these were just like hacked together. It's just copy and pasted. It should be a function. Just like we did the button functions down here. So we have this on repeat. Each one of these is a repeat. So we had Control X. Let's delete that one. Let's scroll all the way up to here. And then let's put in / 10x images, image buttons. Okay, so we know what we want to put there. A lot of red dots to remind ourselves what we're doing. And then we're going to go down to, we have create button. We have, underneath this, we're going to create, maybe before this actually, we have create button, create arrow button. Now we're going to do create image button, which we're going to do parentheses, doesn't take anything, colon, returns UI children, and then curly braces, and then all we need to do is type return, and then Control V, and semicolon. Yep, cool, Control save. All right, so there's create image button, creates an image. Now it's using item index binding to derive itself. And what we need to do is make this a little bit more complicated than this. So we need to receive the index, which will be a number. And so we take the index that we're currently at, and we need to add to it and this part gets really confusing. Also, there's two indexes, which is problematic. So we'll call this one specifically the row and then column. So we can really think about this as being in a grid pattern. And what we want to do is allow people to press those arrow buttons to go to the end and to the beginning. And we're going to have a page system. So when you press the arrow, it's changing the index by 10 when you're zoomed out. And when you're pressing it zoomed in, it changes it by 1. That's the idea. So if we take this item index binding up here and assume that it's a number like 1, 2, 3, and then there's decimal places like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, those decimal places represent the item on a given page that's being selected. So we could use that, which then means when you press the arrows, it does a different thing depending on whether or not the is item selected. So if we go to create arrow, but we can also do that by doing 10 at a time, by just saying, oh, plus 10, minus 10. So let's see. Arrow button says on press, get the item index map. We also want to Control C, Control V, and then let is item selected equal is item selected map dot get, otherwise it's 0. We can set this to a constant. We're going to assume that it defaults to false, so it starts on the big page, which we should turn it to right now. So it starts on the big page, false. And then is item selected is going to change the amount. So there's a different way to subtract, which I'm just remembering. Let's start with the addition. So we say if is item selected. If is item selected, we want to do 1, just 1 up. Okay, so if an item is selected, then we go up by 1, just go to the right 1 or left 1, right? And then if it's not selected, then we want to go up by 10. So we say current index plus equals 10, so it goes up by 10. We use modulus to loop back to the beginning if we need to. And that will work on all pages. Because each page holds 10, and we're going to use the floor to figure out which page you're on, so that should work. And then to subtract 10, same thing. We'll grab this and copy paste, Control C, Control V. If an item is selected, we do minus minus. And then if an item, if we're on the main page, we do minus equals 10. If current index is less than 0, then move it to length minus 1 to get to the other side. I guess that works still. Yeah, Control save. Okay, so we've got a way to go right and left. And like there is another way of doing this, but we're just not going to. Okay, so the other way of doing it is to take the length minus 1 and add that. That's how you go left, and then modulus. This works just as well. They're very similar methods, so it should be fine. Item index map is set, and all that good stuff. So we now have a way to subtract 10 and subtract 1 and add 10 and add 1. That means the arrows now represent different amounts. And in the case that we currently have 2 items, it can't change between 1 and 2, like as much as it might try. If we look at this and imagine what would happen if you're on the home page, the buttons won't be there, the arrows will not be there, but for the current case they are. Even if you left the arrows there and you add 10, it's going to not go anywhere, I'm afraid, which is perfect because it shouldn't go anywhere. It should stay on the same page. And if you add 1, it does go to the next page. Yeah, so it totally works. And We do want to hide the arrows based on this. So these arrow pressables need to be hidden, but only if the arrows are only hidden if there's less than 10 items. And I don't know of a way to determine that easily. I'm trying to think if there's an easier way to do this. Let's see. Owie, owie, owie. I cut my ankle, the back of my foot, on my chair this morning. I usually sit crisscross in my chair, and it's like, ah, no, that hurts. Okay. Ow. So what we need to do is create a new binding boolean, Control-C, Control-V. Which is going to be called are arrows visible on are arrows visible? Maybe a better question is number of items, which will be a number that starts as 0. That should be fine. And then after we're done initializing the UI, after pre-start, in start, are we using origin position somewhere? No, this is leftovers from a sound effect when we used to play sound effects, and I'm sure we could use it, but we don't need it. So in start, we can say number of items dot set to, and then this goes to the hat manager data dot all hats dot length. There we go. Then down here on our arrows, we can say, oh, I don't know if there's a way to derive two things. Maybe we change this from number of items equals 0. Then change this to number of items equals length. Okay, so now we got the length, and then we can derive it from the item selected binding. So we go down to here, we're going to create another UI node.if. Just copy this section, Control-C, Control-V, put a parentheses around the end of this. And so we need to say the arrow button is visible if the is selected binding dot derive, parentheses, parentheses, comma, and then parentheses, and this is the is selected, and then the arrow function, curly braces, and then we need to type return. And then there are two ways to display the arrow. So we can say if it is selected, or if the item is item, or number of items, that's what it was. If the number of items is greater than 10. So if there's 11 or more items, we then want to always have the arrows. And that works. We can easily copy paste this. Command C, oops, Control Z, Control C, add another parenthesis here, Control V. Okay, so now both arrows will hide and show based off of that Boolean. We do need to make sure to update this right after we start. So right here when we start, we say number of items. We can then say, is item selected binding? Is item selected binding dot set to false. Now that's going to rerun this binding to update based off that length. Okay, so now the arrows should hide. The arrows should work and all that good stuff. But we now need to create the 10 images. So we've got the row and column. I think I'd rather this be like index. I really would rather this be the page index or page item index. Sure. And so then we get this page item index, which will range from 0 to 9. And then we take the, we need to get the floor of this index. So right here, when we're getting the index to figure out which one to show, we need to create a new thing called constant my index equals math dot floor, and then we take index divided by 10. So that's going to take it and then return a number that we then multiply by 10 to figure out which page we're on. And then now that we know the page we're on, we can add to this value with the page item index, so plus page item index. It's a lot of work that we have to do a lot of times. So I wouldn't let this get too out of hand. Like I wouldn't do this on 100 pages or like 100 items on a page, but for this one it seems okay. Let's see. We can then take my index, Control C, and paste that right here, where we were using index before. And this is where we need to write up our next UI node. So this image, oops, Control Z, is going to be wrapped inside of a UI node.if because we only want them to display if there is something to display there. So UI node.if. And then this is based off the item index again. So the item index binding dot derive parentheses and then comma. And so this image source goes here. And so we're going to take all of this and move that up to here, move that up a little bit, Shift Alt F, nice. Oh, this parentheses got lost. I meant to put it here. Let's fix that real quick. Shift Alt F, there we go. We have an extra parentheses here. No, that one goes to this one. Oh, because that's supposed to be a comma, if anything. Got it. Shift Alt F again. Very nice. Okay, so now to figure out if this is going, we're going to need to do this same math. So we do parentheses, index, and then arrow function, curly braces, and I'm going to click enter here and then type return, and we're just going to return false for now. It's not great, but it'll work. And then above this is where we need to calculate this my index. So we're going to move that up. And so we say constant my index equals Math.floor. Do we really need to do this twice in both locations? That is really, 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 really not ideal. Why isn't there a better way of doing this? I don't know. I'll think about it. So now that we know my index, we then return if my index is less than the number of items. And if that's true, we then display the image. So for indexes 0 and 1, because there's 2 items, those will be true, and everything above 2 will return false and not get displayed. Now, unfortunately, I think that means we have to run this twice. Control-C. Now, this index is inside of this section and is not accessible by this index, so it's okay that we have the same names here because they just don't overlap. Like this function over here has no access to this function over here. Yeah. Because that's happening inside of these golden parentheses. Like this is like crazy stuff that we're doing. So anyway, we're going to derive it one more time to get the index. We can then use my index right here. And that works because we verified that the index was a valid index before trying to do that. And now the next thing we need to do is recognize that this is a pressable, which I don't feel like we've set this up as a pressable yet. So we've said UINode.if, and then we said image, but we need to put this inside of a pressable. So we're going to type pressable, parentheses, curly braces, and then enter, and then children, oops, backspace, then children, then colon, then square brackets, then comma, then style, then colon, then curly braces, then comma, and enter, and then select all of image, alt arrow up into children. Now that is inside of the children of the pressable. We can then go and apply the on press, which is going to be a callback with the player, so arrow function, curly braces. And what we want to do is when the player presses this, we want to use the page item index to press the button for that player to set the current index for the player. So a few things. Let's write this down. So we need to calculate my index. We need to set player index binding and map. And then we need to set is selected for player to true. It's quite a few things to do, but it's not too hard. We've got first to go and get what index the player is at, which is inside the map, because we don't have access to the binding value. So we have to say constant index selected equals index map dot get parentheses player. If there is no value, we return 0 because they haven't clicked on anything yet. And then we can say my index constant, which we can just copy from up here. Control-C, Control-V. My index equals Control-C, Control-V, index selected divided by 10, then multiplied by 10, then plus the page item index number. So we've calculated my index, done. We then need to set the player index binding and map. So we call player, this is the index item index map dot set to my index, and then we need to set it for a specific player. Oops. We'll call player first. Okay. Type in player, comma, and then we need to do the same thing for the map or the binding. So we go item index binding dot set parentheses my index specifically for this player semicolon. Okay, did that. And then we need to set the is selected to true. So we call the is selected is item selected binding dot set parentheses true for player. And it looks like we also need to set a map for that value as well. So the is selected map dot set player to true. There we go. We can now delete this. Now that should update the display to show that item in full screen when they press it. We might need to add some style properties here. We'll come back to that. But that's going to create the image button. So now we just need to do that 10 times, which happens right here. So we call create image button, square brackets, or excuse me, parentheses. We do 0 first, and then comma, then Control C. We do that 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Control C, Control V, and Control save. Okay. So now that we've created the 10 image buttons, this is the same as all that code that was there before. Nice. It's a little bit better, obviously. Obviously, there's a lot better, a lot more to it. Let's look at the to-do list on these. It says show hats in order. Should be doing that. Hide unused buttons. It should be doing that. For hats and arrows, it should be doing both of those. Click hat to go to full screen. It should be doing that. Button creates a function. We did that. Okay, so theoretically, that should be done. I'm nervous. Clear, play, refresh. Okay, we got nothing. Why is that? That is because, remember how we did is item selected binding? We also need to do an update to the item index binding dot set to 0. Control save. Okay. Basically, pre-start is happening before everything's been initialized. There was nothing there. Hey, that's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. Yeah. I mean, let's jump in, walk up, E. There's no arrow buttons because it's just one page. The buy and equip buttons haven't been set up yet. That's why they're there. Click on this one, it goes full screen. Click exit, it goes back. Click this one, it goes full screen. Click arrow to the left, goes there. Go right, go back, exit. Looks good. Oh, I cannot believe that just works. I expected that to be so much more work. Wow. Let's go. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it worked. Oh, nothing ever works first time. Wow. Wowza, wowza, wowza. Okay, we pop up in that camera. Man. What are we like, an hour in? Yeah, a little over. We're doing good. We're doing good. Buy button and equip button are next. But I wanted to test some things first. Like, this is great, but we need to do one major test here first, which is on the initialization of these hat manager, hat asset. What is it called? Hat manager entity. CUI, hat styles, hat manager data. Maybe it is hat manager entity. Wait spawning of asset. That's definitely not it. Hats entity. This has got to be it. Okay. So here, no, that's not it. That's the custom UI. Why am I having a hard time finding this? Oh, it was called Hat Manager Entity, which is different from... Oh, I don't know. There must be something in here that says asset on it. How is this happening? How is this working? If I can't find this, I'll show you a trick to find stuff like this. Hat Manager Data is where it's... Oh, that's right. We got rid of that script. Because this is just... Oh, interesting. Oh, how interesting. Oh, how very, very interesting. That means we have the list of hats at the beginning of the world. Okay. Let's do one quick change before we go and modify this, which is this number 0. Item index binding is 0. That's fine. Number of items equals hat manager data dot all hats dot length, which means we don't need to run all of this start stuff. This isn't needed. This isn't needed. This isn't needed. Okay. Okay. Shift Alt F. Control Save. Make sure that runs the same. Give that a second to compile. 3 and 2 and 1. Clear. Clear. Play. Looks the same. Make sure it functions the same. Click. Exit. Click. Exit. Click. Arrow, arrow, arrow. Yeah, looks good. Okay, stop. So next up, what we're going to do is in this data file, we're just going to copy paste this to show what it would look like if we had more than 2 items. I don't know, that's a lot of items. Control save, give that a second to load. It's just an example, guys. Don't freak out. Clear and clear and play. Hey, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, love learning that I made a mistake. Nothing like it. Up here, we were supposed to just do 0 through 9. I did all the way up to 10. If you caught that, pat yourself on the back. There we go. Clear. Preview. E. All right. Page 2, which is the same. Page 3, it's the same. Page 4, same. Page 5, same. Page 6 has 2, then it loops back around. Okay, I didn't mean to do that many pages. Let's go and make it just 2 pages. I really didn't think I put that many items in. Control Z. That should be about right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And yeah, let's take a look at what 16 looks like. And then let's change it to 15. I just want to see a few of the variations on the numbers. Play. Clear. Clear. Preview. Jump in. E. Looks good. That's kind of what I would hope it would look like. So I'm pretty happy with that. Clicking in, looping around, looks good. Back. Of course, these would all be different if we had set them up nicer. That's okay. So then what we want to do is remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Backspace. Control save. So I think that's 11. And then we're going to remove 1 at a time just to verify all the things work as expected. All right, jump into preview mode. Click E. Arrow. Nice. Looks good. Why does that not go any further? That's weird. I can keep going left, no problem. Right. It stops. So something's wrong with the right arrow button after a certain amount. Oh, it does eventually get back. So there is something wrong with the right arrow button. If we click in, looks good. Exit, go to the one page again. Going backwards, click on this one, go forward, exit, click here, backwards, exit. Okay, so that stuff's working. It's just this right arrow when full page doesn't seem to be, it seems to just keep going. Let's figure out why that's happening. Create arrow button. If we're going right, so that's when it's false. If item is selected, we go up by 1. That seems to work. Plus equals 10 doesn't seem to work. So, oh, because we're modulusing based on length, and there's only one item. So if it's at length of 2, okay, so this is where I was thinking this actually might be a better way of doing it right here. Let's copy the crap out of this. Control V. We're going to take this current index and see if it is greater than or equal to hatmanager.allhats.length. Control X, Control V. And if it is, then we're going to set current index to 0 because you've looped to the beginning, right? There's no reason to use modulus because when we're going up by 1, it made sense, but since we have an ability to go up by 10, it doesn't. So when you reach the length, we need you to loop back to 0, and that will work better. Okay, clear. It's nice to know my hypothesis was right. I was like thinking about this earlier, thinking, oh yeah, I think this might actually be a better way of doing it for like safety reasons. Proof is in. Well, is this the pudding? All right, so let's go ahead and try it out. Click E, click arrow, and it works perfect every time. Love that. Going back the other way works. Awesome. Okay, now we're going to leave this open. We're going to slide this over to the left, and then we're going to slide this over to the right. Cha-cha, real smooth now, y'all. I can't help myself. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is delete one of these, backspace, Control Save. And what that's going to do is remove the arrows because now there's only 10 items. So arrows should disappear. And there they go. Nice. Now we're going to delete one item, backspace, Control Save, and we'll see what this looks like with 9. It should be 5 and 4, and I feel pretty comfortable with that. It's centered, it's doing the best it can. Okay, I mean, it's not as perfect as I would like, but like, if we delete 3, we can see it's just not perfect, and I'm sure there's a way we could make this better by like changing it from space between to like centered or something. You can do that on your own time. I'm just gonna leave this and call it good enough. Might be something I come back to, but for now, this is what we call good enough. Backspace, Control Save. That goes to 1, which we've already seen. Backspace, 4, Control Save. Should see that update, and then update again. 3 and 2, and now we're going down to, is that 4? Should look the same. Do I need to hit refresh? There we go. And yeah, so we'll go ahead and delete all of this. Back down to here, just to the 2 items that we started with. We now know how to easily add items by using this data file. Fantastic, love it. All right, so starting with 2 items, not ideal. The spacing isn't perfect. I would definitely recommend having like 10 items or even sets of 5 if you can manage it for this specific styling, or working on the styling yourself. It's definitely hard, but something that could be done. All hats, constant default hats equals all hats item 0. I'm going to move that to create some more space between the 2, and then press Control Save. Feeling pretty good about that. Going to stop the world now. Okay, so next up, we got the buy button and the equip button. Buy button's relatively easy. Equip button's relatively easy. Never mind. Those are actually all pretty hard. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then come right back to dive into that. There is player persistent variable stuff that we have to work on there, and all that good stuff. So BRB. All right, and we're back. I grabbed myself some ramen. Okay, we are down to the last item on our grid, and I think that means it's a good time to go and review our other notes. We are definitely going to work to finish this thing today, so the buy button and the equip button. They're both very hard, so if we don't, it's okay. I'm just going to keep reiterating that so I can try and assure myself that we're doing okay. I wanted to look through our to-do list and mark off the things that are done. So, store all bought. We need to do that. I think we might even want to just like flip this page over and use the other side to create a new grid of all the different tasks related to the buy button. So we've got increasing stress, and we have increasing in time. And so one of the easy ones that we're just looking at here is the PPV that stores all of the purchased items. And that one doesn't take a lot of time to set up. Yeah, so put that on the short time, little stress, which is PPV stores purchased items. Okay. I think we should, we're not going to, but you could make this a cross-world variable. And if you did that, like it will be a cross-world variable because all PPVs are cross-world, but like you could make an entire file just like we did with the number for tokens owned, and that would then be, and by file I mean like a JSON object that stores just the items purchased. So in another world you could say, oh, have you purchased X hat in this world? Oh, you have access to it in this world too. Like that would be really cool. There is ways to implement that later. So I want to reiterate something that I think I said earlier, but I think it's worth saying again. What we're doing right now is really hard. If you're a beginner, I'm sorry. Like this is not really for beginners. This is definitely a much more difficult task that we're tackling. And so if what I'm saying doesn't make sense, it's okay. Like you just can't do it on your own, but you should work towards being able to do what I'm about to say on your own and being able to understand how to do that. And so the idea is we're going to use our player stats, and this is going to be single world, designed for a singular world. That's how we're designing this. But if you wanted to design this for cross-world, just like we have a JSON PPV for our player data, we could have a JSON PPV for our owned items, which would have just one string list inside of the JSON object, and that string list would have the ID for each item that the player has purchased, so we can easily find out if that player owns an item in any of our worlds. And then each item would have a unique ID. So instead of just like chef hat or pointy hat, you might have like chef hat, like maybe it's like a numeric ID, like 0, 1, or 0001, since you could have like 1,000 IDs, and that would not be out of the realm of possibilities after years of production, right? So you might have 001 for your first item, then 002, and then you have like the name of it goes after it, and that's the string ID for when you need to call and check if that item has been purchased. And then you could sell anything. So you might in one world sell a ball, but that ID is 001, but then you sell a different item named ball in another world, but it's 0075 or something. And those are like, one's a beach ball and one's like a bouncy ball, and they just are very different items, but you can now easily differentiate that when you're checking all of the items that the player has purchased across all of your worlds. It's a really cool idea. I definitely would encourage you to consider it. Now, if you don't do it now, you could always do that later by then saying, if a player enters the world, go through all the items they've purchased,
and then add those to that JSON object. And so you could theoretically migrate that data in the future if you needed to do that. So for now, we're going to focus on being singular world because it's easier. It's going to save us time. And I don't currently have any cross-world plans for these items, although it would be cool. Just it's not in today's line of cards. So we need a PPV to store purchased items. We need the equip button to actually equip items. So we need an equip button. Excuse me. Now, for the equip button to work, excuse me. Let me go ahead and give this a stir. For the equip button to work, think about that for a second. While I'm stirring up my noodles. Yummy, yummy noodles. I put all of the spice packet in. I usually only do like 30% or half max. Oops. I'm specifically, I think, allergic. I don't know. I was watching a video last night on like the difference between allergy and intolerance. Like, if you bleed, is that an intolerance or an allergy? I don't know. I don't mind bleeding for food that I enjoy, funny water included, bubbly water. My family, Nalia, my daughter Nalia and I, we call it funny water because it's funny. Anyway, it's funny in both respects. No pun intended, actually. But anyway, the point is, but like I have a severe condition for like bubbly water, spicy food, and both of those will like cause my throat to bleed if I drink or have too much of those. Yikes. And the inverse though is if I have like milk, sugar, candy, I get like mucus, like my throat gets completely clogged up and I can barely like talk. That's why you hear me coughing a lot. So I've got both sides of that spectrum. Very, very, very sensitive. Very sensitive throat. Don't know what's going on there. So, la-di-da-di-da, we're still writing down items. Okay, so the PPV, storing purchasable items, super easy. The equip button is harder and it's got multiple parts that we need to address. So, the equip button has, we need a function somewhere else that allows us to swap hat. So we need a function to swap hat. Simple as that. And then we just call that. So the equip button calls that. And we want it to be visible only if owned. Easy enough. Next up, we have the buy button. The buy button has a few things that's needed, like visible only if not owned. So it's the inverse. Now, interesting, we could create a UI node.if for both of these because a UI node.if, the first property in the parentheses, or in the parentheses, is the if, like, is it true or false, the Boolean value. And then it's a bindable Boolean value. And then comma, the first value is the true value, and comma again, the second value after that, which is actually the third, is the false. So you go Boolean, true, false. And so we could put both of those inside of that. I'm going to say we should do that. So link, I'll write that in. And then we need the buy button to, let's see. We need the buy button to no price, display price. We need it to charge user, alert if not enough money, alert if not enough. As we can see, this is a very difficult one. The more and more I realize, but it's a lot of small things, so it's not too bad. So alert if not enough,
We need to update credit or tokens binding, and PPVs on purchase. Okay. So yeah, buy button. A lot of work. So visible only if owned, only if not owned, and if like selected, if item selected. So there's 2 UI nodes on this, if item selected. Okay, we can do that. Let's keep looking through the to-do list here and see if there's anything else related to this. We want to automatically select the last worn item. So the PPV stores purchased items. We need to have one that stores last worn so that we automatically we need to on enter world attach last worn, and then we also want to do on enter world attach last worn, and then set the value on equip. Oh, and that also requires the function to swap be implemented. Function to swap. And that's linked to this one here. Okay, so this is getting a little out of hand, but this was a singular item on the other side. So I'm glad we're doing this because there is a lot to it, which is why it was in the high stress, high time corner. And yeah, so far good. Marking this stuff as out of here. Function for invisibility. Oh, that's not related. That's for future. Function to swap assets. That's going to be done in this. Spawn last worn is going to be done as part of this. Custom color is not part of this. Upload scripts to drive. We're not there yet. Start with limited colors. Have colors based on release date. Like Valentine's week. Did I write down here limited time colors? Time colors. I ideally think this should swap or add to normal. Yeah. Leaderboard for most premium tokens owned. Okay. Test buttons. We need to go into VR and test those. More purchasable dialogue? What does that say? Not sure. Shrink circle. It says we already did that. Oh, yeah, we did. Delete console logs. We haven't done that because we need to test the buttons first. Show number of images? Icons? What does that say? Sorry, my handwriting isn't always perfect. Show number of icons based on current set of 10. We did that. Good job. Show arms. Show arrows based on if options are there. We did that. Good job. Icons be clickable. Done. Exit button. Done. Buy or select button. That is what we're working on. Okay. Whew. Well, we've definitely cleaned this up a little bit. We're going to have to go through and rewrite these notepads into something unified since it's 3 pieces that are now down to 1. I'm going to eat for a moment. So I'm going to pause. Should I like try to pause it right as I put a mouthful in? That would be kind of funny. Scrape. Scrape. This is so weird. Let's see here. Noodles.
Oh, there's a picture. Yeah. It doesn't actually have any of those things in it. I don't know why, but when I bought these, I totally thought it would have a little egg, a little piece of meat, like the little fancy things. Not in the slightest. It's just to make you buy it. It's still delicious, though. Okay. Ice cream was required. That was really spicy. I'm back. Okay, let's do it. I've got roughly an hour and 20 minutes tops. No, hour and 50 minutes tops. I'm aiming for an hour and 20 to get this done so we can go on my walk. Yeah. Okay. Okay, whew, and breathe. Let's start with the easy stuff and then work into the hard stuff just like before. Nothing crazy, we've already done this. We got this under control. So step one is make some extra variables in our variable group. We're gonna do that. Hat manager data is not necessary yet, so we can close that. Styles, we should update later. There might be a whole segment at the end of this where we clean up our custom UIs, not even kidding. Let's go to our player persistent variables, which is in our player data definitions file, which has a player stats definition file. Here we go. And player stats can store purchased items. So we're going to create a new thing called purchased items, which is going to be a string array. Control save. And I'd like to go to our hat manager defs and double click, and then hat manager data, double click. And I want to add a new definition. So we have the name as a string, and I want to do the ID also as a string. And so this ID is how we know if we already own the hat. And so we're going to say ID is 000(1) hat. And there are better ways to do this. Like we could do, yeah, we're just gonna manually type this out. It's gross, but it works. Control C, come down here, arrow to the right, arrow to the right, Control V, and then change this to chef hat. And I realize that I want to start with 000. No, we won't. We'll skip 000 just in case we need a null value, and 0000 will be a null. Okay. There we go. Control save. So there's our first two items, and theoretically these IDs I want to change in every world that I create sellable items. Theoretically. So just some food for thought there. So now that we've got those IDs as strings stored as part of our hat asset data, we can now have this purchased item string list to know which items have been purchased. And this is part of player stats, which is part of player data. And that player data has a binding, you can see right here, where we've stored the player data, which means we have access to that information to determine visibility. We'll come back to that. So next up, we need to go into our functions for player stats, and we need to return a default value where purchased items is an empty array. And then we need to make sure that if you are entering the world and your version is greater than or equal to this version, that we get that value. I'm kind of curious if this is going to work for me. Might need to change stats version to 2. Let's just give this a go and say new player stats,
dot purchased items equals old player stats dot purchased items. Okay. It's a string array, so it should work. It's just overriding the old one. And then what I think I can do is, by commenting this out, joining the world, basically, since there's nobody's been to this world yet, I don't actually need to change the version number of our stats. So I'm hitting play, jumping into the world. This will now have created a version number for me. I'm going to jump in one more time. And then that will create the empty value. Because if I'd previously tried to do this, it would have returned undefined. But now I have that actually stored in my PPV. And if I hit play and jump into preview mode, let's wait for that. Clear. Jump into preview mode. No errors because it does exist. And so all good. Okay. So now we're saying new player stats dot purchase items equals the old player stats dot purchase items. Good. Now what we need to know in addition to that, which I should have done at the same time, is player data definition, player stats definitions, and we need to know last worn item, which is going to be a string and comma and control save. And then player stats function needs to say last worn item equals empty string, comma, control save. And then up here we can say control C, control V, swap this with last worn item. And I think just for the sake of argument, let me show you what the bug will look like if we try to join the world, because this should say something like undefined, like try to set value to undefined, or it can't do that. It might also not report an error. And the only way to discover this is when you try to use it and it's saved as an undefined value, because we're actually running, we're actually running JavaScript underneath all this. So now when I'm just going to demonstrate this to you in a different way, which is to go to the player stats or player data entity. When player enters world, we're going to console.log, parentheses player data. And when we look at that player data, we'll be able to see that there's an undefined value in there when there should never be an undefined value in there, because we've defined the value. So clear, play, jump into preview mode, and escape. Click on this, make it bigger. And so we can see right here, you can see purchased items undefined. That's not right. Okay, that one's undefined too. That's strange. I wasn't expecting that. Last worn item is undefined as well. I really wasn't expecting that. I must not be saving the persistent variable when they enter and exit the world somehow. That seems strange. Guess it's a good thing that we checked this. So we want to try and get rid of those undefines. To do that, theoretically, player exit world, player data, this.world.persistent.storage.set to player stats. That should be working. Is this not running for some reason? Let's control C, control V, and let's set it, Shift Alt F, on, we're going to console log this on player exit world, which should then give us that should let us know that the player exit world did set the player persistent variable, theoretically. We don't need to do the log on player enter world anymore. And what we want to do to try and fix the problem is to not set the default, like to not set it. So the old player stats is where it's coming from undefined. So if we // which is control alt period? No, control /, there it is. I'm like, what is it again? Control / to comment and uncomment. Control / is the uncomments. There we go. So now that those are commented out, we can control save. I'm wondering if it was because I entered and exited the world at the wrong time earlier. and then I just kept passing the undefined value because the world was still compiling the code, which I was surprised by. And so what we should be adopting are these two values now that we're not saving those values from the previous version. Clear. Worst case scenario, I just rewrite it like we're supposed to. Okay, play. But that's why you can't just do that. You have to write these if statements and say if the version number and increment the version number. Okay, so it's all compiled, jumping into preview mode, escaping to build mode. We do get the console log here. It does say last worn item is empty and purchased items is an empty array. Yeah, so all of that is correct now. So then, assuming that actually saved correctly, this should work. So we go control save. Give that a second to update. Clear. And play. And preview. Okay. Don't need to click on anything, just click escape. We can then check to make sure that those values were set. Yes. Okay. That's probably what happened. It was probably just the compilation timing. Okay, cool. We're all fixed now. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about, in the player data video, we talk about how you need to increment the stats version to like 2, and then you would take these two lines here, Control X, and then you would put them down here after this if, which ends right here. You would then say if parentheses old player stats dot version is greater than or equal to 2. It looks like I moved this into the wrong. I need to put it right there. And then you do curly braces and then paste those lines of code here. And so basically you do all the stuff for people who've been inside here since version 1, and then if you've been here since version 2, you have these new values. That's how it's supposed to be done, but because I'm developing this to be shared, I don't want to do that because I'm like, you don't want to get this thing and it's already on version like 20, right? So I'm trying to keep this on version 1 for everyone. Okay, so we have created those two values and we need to start using them. So let's start with the last worn item. And we got to find out where we're attaching items when players enter the world. So player stats function we can delete. Player definitions, we can close. I don't mean delete, I mean close. We don't need that. And so we have hat manager entity, which says when player enters world, default hat, and this .hat map has the player, then hat spawned await, and it's just spawning the default hat. Now, that's great if you don't have anything. We need to go and find out what the player's last spawned hat is, and we can do that by typing constant player data equals player data map dot get parentheses player. And now that we've got the player data, oh, this is too soon. When a player enters the world, there isn't any delay, so we need to wait for the player data to get initialized. So we say we're in an async event already. So what we can do is type let player data equal this, and then we say while parentheses player data triple equals undefined, which we know it will equal because this returns undefined, and then we can say player data equals player data map dot get parentheses player. And so this, we can then add a delay by typing, I don't remember exactly how to do it. Let's just quickly ask ChatGPT. Control save. Control C. Go to here. And then we're going to say new chat. In TypeScript, how can I add a, we'll call it 100 millisecond delay to a while loop? question mark, control V. All right, and the answer is, it should be something like set timeout wrapped in a promise. Okay. I'm really unfamiliar with this. I've only done it a few times and not very frequently. Come on. Await new promise. Resolve when set timeout resolves. Oh, okay. This makes sense. It's hard to do, but it makes sense. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to move this off to the right so I can see it while I type it out. All right, and I agree. We should move this up. So we're going to type await new promise. This promise resolves, which has an arrow function to the right, which uses the set timeout, which is built into async. I don't think I can call that. We have to call async dot set timeout, parentheses, and then pass resolve into the function or the timer handler or whatever that is. Honestly, a little out of my depth right there. 100 milliseconds is a tenth of a second. That's perfect. And semicolon at the end because I like semicolons. And that is it. So in Horizon, our set timeout is hidden inside of this and async. I'm pretty sure that's the only way to do this. There might be another way. If you know, feel free to leave it in the comments. But yeah, I think that's the only way to do that. So then we say await new promise resolve when this dot async. And so if we hover over resolve, it says returns void. And then this resolve returns void. So this is connecting to this. This async set timeout says it returns a number, right? No, that's not what we're doing. Callback is the timer handler. I guess this is what's called once the timer is over. Yeah, so we call a function when the timer ends. So that calls resolve, and on the promise, that then is when it continues moving on. Okay, it's weird, but I kind of understand it. Like, I'm trying to wrap my brain around it, trying to speak it out loud in case it helps anyone. It's one of those things where sometimes you just memorize these magic incantations and then use them as you need them. But this one I'm trying to like build some common sense around so that next time I need to write it, I don't need to ask ChatGPT again. It's kind of the idea at least. Okay, let's go ahead and minimize and back over here. Let's see. That's going to run until the player data gets resolved. Therefore, player data is definitely defined by the time we get over here to use it. And so what we want to check is saying if, parentheses, player data dot stats dot last worn item triple equals empty, meaning they've never worn an item, this is their first time in the world, then we use the default hat. Else, curly braces, we are going to find the hat. And so what we need to know is the hat we want to use. So I think we can move all three of these lines out and move hat manager.default hat. This is to check for errors, which is why we have it. Let's copy paste this, Control C, Control V. The first one will do this if statement, and the second one will do this if statement. And so this bottom one here to check that the hat map doesn't have the player is to make sure we're not spawning two hats. So let's put this whole thing wrapped inside of that if statement, Shift-Alt-F to reformat. And so first thing we say when player enters the world is, this hat map doesn't already have this player in it, right? Like, Shouldn't, but just want to make sure. Because Horizon in the past has called player enter world multiple times on a player entering the world. So we just want to be careful not to spawn two hats. Could cause issues. So then, assuming it is the first time, we can do everything. And then this one verifies that with the default hat exists, which is right here. Now, I think we're just going to cause an error to happen and ignore this. And the reason is I want this value to be just valid. So we're going to say let hat to spawn equal, and then we go to default hat, which was, where was that stored? We can see it down below. Hat manager data.default hat. Hat manager data.default hat dot asset reference. There we go. Okay, so we've got the hat to spawn, and now let's change this to a if it does not equal empty string, meaning the ID is defined. We're then going to go through each of the items, and so we're going to say hat manager data dot all hats dot for each parenthesis, and then we have the hat asset data. We can then run an arrow function, curly braces, where we run through each item, and each item is going to say if parentheses hat asset data dot ID triple equals. And I think I want to change this to hat asset data to spawn. Delete this asset reference. And then we say if the hat asset ID triple equals the player data dot stats dot last worn item, we then have found the hat that they were last wearing, and we can then say hat asset data to spawn equals hat asset data. And so if you want to do like a seasonal hat, for instance, like a Christmas hat, and then you delete it after Christmas and bring it back next Christmas, you could theoretically go through this and imagine, oh, we've deleted that hat. They were last wearing the Christmas hat. We're going to go back to wearing the default hat because the default was already selected, and then it never found the Christmas hat because it's no longer an option. It's just an idea. I really wouldn't recommend setting it up this way for that, but it's something you could do. So now that this is set up, hat spawned needs to happen, but we also need to set what the last player's hat was wearing, and so we're going to say player data dot stats dot last worn item equals hat assets spawned hat asset data to spawn dot ID. And so now we've updated the last worn item to be the ID of the item. And so this will not change most of the time. It will only be changing when they are first arriving in the world. Now here, to spawn the asset, we need to remove this and replace it with the hat asset data to spawn dot asset reference. And that's it. All right. So now we are spawning in, on entering the world, the last worn item. Yeah, cool. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. I felt like there was something else super important that I forgot about. I'm sure it'll come to me as we're working through this. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this should work. All that seems good. Now, to spawn an item, we say hat spawned equals await this.world.spawn hat spawned is attached to the player this.hatmap.set. So I think we need a function. So we got hat manager defs entity data. We don't have hat manager function. Let's go ahead and create that real quick. Object is possibly undefined. Wonder where that's happening. Hat manager entity, line 34. Why don't I have an error in here? I'm not sure why this is complaining. Try, no, it's still not compiling. Object is possible. Oh. Going forward again? Nope, still shows this error. Okay, line 34, 44. Line 34, or 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So it looks like it's talking about this. Last worn item is possibly undefined. I don't feel like this is an issue. Hat asset data being undefined. Can't be undefined. Yeah, I don't see the issue, nor does TypeScript. Kind of wondering if I leave and come back if it'll get better. Might have to do some sort of basic error checking. Let's first go here though and create a new script called hat manager underscore function. All right, now we're going to open that up. Control A, backspace, export constant function, or excuse me, export constant called hat manager underscore func, which equals JSON object, enter function, and then this function is going to be called spawn hat, where hat, parentheses, and we need the player, and we need that to be of type player, yep. And we need the hat, which is an asset. There we go. And this is supposed to be an async function, so we'll type async, control save, and this is going to run all of this code here. And control X, control V, and there's a lot in here we're going to have to fix. Not too worried though. Let's first start by calling it by typing hat manager function dot, oh, I forgot to export it. Control C, where hat. I feel like swap hat could be better, or like spawn hat might be a better name for this. Control C, Control V, and then over here we're going to call that dot spawn hat parentheses. We need to pass in the player, which we have. We need to pass in the asset, which is the hat asset data to spawn dot asset reference, semicolon, control save. Okay. Now over here, we can start adjusting this. We'll start with component from our component utility data dot component. And the problem is that this needs to be verified. So we need to say if parentheses component utility data dot component, curly braces, and then move all of this into there, alt. There we go. And then that fixes that. Now hat asset data to spawn just needs to be imported. So backspace the in, click enter. Try that again. Hat asset data, oh, right, never mind. This is the hat. Just need to swap that out with hat. And then we need to import vec3. Need to import quaternion. And we need to hat spawned here. Attachable entity needs to be imported. And then attachable player anchor needs to be imported. And this needs to be swapped out with component.component. Oh, right. Hat map was from inside of the hat manager entity. So we need to put this in the hat manager data file. Export, control save. Go to hat manager data and place this here. Alt arrow up. And we say constant hat map equals new map of player to entity. And then we can export the hat map here. Control save. And then over here we can call hat manager data dot hat map. Control C. See if there's anywhere else we're using that. Control V. Control V. And that's good. Control save. We can then delete a few of these items in here we're no longer using. And control save. Okay. Next up, in here we can now access this by typing hat manager data, make sure to import it, control save, and now this function works as intended. Now the only problem is, what if we've already spawned a hat? So the idea is that this function is going to be usable to spawn a hat. So we need to say first, constant current hat equals hat manager data dot hat map dot get for player. And then we say if parentheses current hat, then current hat dot delete. No. We do component utility data dot component dot delete. No, dot asset. I might need to figure out how to. Maybe it's something simple like asset dot. Nope. Okay. How do we despawn assets? We're doing it in this thing already. Player exit world, hat map dot delete. This dot world dot delete asset. So it's component utility dot component dot world dot delete asset parentheses current hat. There we go. Okay. So now that's going to delete the current hat. We then need to delete it from the map. So we say hat manager data dot hat map dot delete parentheses player. Now theoretically we're setting that right here again, but just in case this await fails for some reason, there's nothing in the hat map which will help us identify potential errors and prevent potential errors, so it's all good. So hat spawned awaits, and then it spawns it, and then it sets it, and that takes care of the previous hat. So now you can call this function anytime you want to swap the hat out for the player, which is fantastic. Okay. So now that we've got a function for swapping the hat out, we do that here, and all that's good. Did Horizon stop freaking out? No, it's still freaking out about that line of code. Object is possibly undefined. Let's try leaving and coming back. See what happens. All right, we are back, and let's see, console, clear, same error. Let's close this one, 3 dots, open external editor. Still no issues here. Let's go ahead and Control A, Control C, and I don't think this is going to work, but I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here. So we'll go ahead on over here to ChatGPT and say, getting an error in my script, but VS Code, or getting an error in my compiler, but VS Code isn't flagging to help, question mark. Okay. Paste the code there, and then go up here, copy that error code there, Control V, and send that. Let's see what we get. Points to playerdata.stats.last worn items in the player interworld method. This is flagged because player data comes from playerdata.map.get, which TypeScript cannot guarantee is defined even after the while loop. Oh, it's because of the while loop checks. Weird that VS Code didn't catch that. Okay. So, or no, VS Code is catching it, but Horizon is inadvertently saying, no, no, no. So theoretically, this while loop will not fail because it's going to find it. But in a weird world, imagine you never set player data map. After like 6 seconds or something like that, this will actually just fail to run and it'll try to run the next lines of code. So we need to write if parentheses player data, just like we would normally do, and then move all of this into that just to verify and be doubly sure that player data did get defined. Control save. Okay, now it should be happy. Okay, I don't disagree. I think Horizon was right in pointing that out. Kind of sad that our good friend VS Code didn't flag it. Why are you still not compiling? Come on. Compile. We did the if player data. What are you upset about now? Okay, you're still upset. Okay, that one made sense. It's because it's a let. So we're gonna change this to player data in progress. Control C, Control V. I've had this issue just a couple times because I very rarely would do a let on a player data. Instead, I would do a constant and then say player data equals player data in progress. Now this prevents it from being mutable, which means this if statement holds true for everything inside of it. Whereas before, you could potentially change the player data inside of here, and that should resolve the issue. I suppose I agree with that too. It's just very edge casey, but yeah, okay. And now we're good. Play. I don't even know what playing the world does. What did we do? Did we do anything? We just wrote a bunch of stuff that does nothing. Isn't that the worst? So there's no way to really test this other than just entering the world, making sure there's no errors, and the hat spawns in, which it should, and then the hat should despawn when we exit. But we didn't really change anything. So jumping into preview mode, and then, oh yeah, we haven't worked on the bind and quit buttons yet. Escape. Oh, I forgot to delete the thing here, but we can see the last worn item is 001 pointy hat, so that worked out. And go ahead and clear. And now go into on the player data entity. We want to remove this console log on player exit world. Control save. And the other thing that we want to do is add the default item to the owned item list. That seems to make a lot of sense. So Player enters world. Last worn item doesn't equal this. Then last worn item equals this. And then we can also say if parenthesis player data dot stats dot purchased items dot includes parentheses player data dot stats dot last worn item. And what we really want to check is if it doesn't include, so we add an exclamation point to the beginning to say, okay, if it does not include the last worn item, then we want to say player data dot stats dot purchased items dot push parentheses player data dot stats dot last worn item. The idea of this is that the default hat should be the only one that isn't included. And when you first enter the world, this will then add it, and then this should only run the one time, and then every other time it'll always be included in the list. But this is just a way to get that default item in there, so when you go to the hat shop, it doesn't try to make you pay for it. That's the idea. Okay. Checking to-do list. We're doing good. Brain is, I can feel it getting to its end. Set the value on equip. We do that. Set the value on equip. Do we do that? We don't do that. We need to do that. Okay. Going into the hat manager function right here, we need to make sure to update the value of last worn. So hat was good, but we want to change this to if we hover over this, hat asset data. So I'm going to change this to hat asset data. We can then remove asset. And then here we can call hat dot asset reference, control save. And then here we need to pass just the hat asset to spawn. And then the next thing we need to do is recognize that when we go to equip this, we could run this exact same thing and utilize this hat manager function to complete the purchase. Like when you buy it, it attaches the hat, which then adds it to the purchase list, which is kind of a neat idea. Kind of confusing though, and seems like it's moving roles around, so let's not do that. But we do need to update last worn item. The problem is we don't have the player data inside of this function. So in addition to passing the player, we want to pass the player data, of course, player data, and that way we can update it. So now we're going to Control X and Control Save, pass this into here. So after we verify the current hat, we should then update the last worn hat to the hat.id, and that will allow us to call this function elsewhere, and so when the player leaves and comes back to the world, it'll always have the last worn hat. And we then just need to pass in player data here, comma, control save. And let's see, what's else? So we're going to add the purchased item in the other one, makes sense. Last worn item be taken care of here. All this looks good. Okay, so function to swap, that is done. Set the value on equip, done. Now the equip button should only be visible if owned, but that's linked to the buy button's visibility. So we're moving to the harder section. We just finished the easy section, and that took a while. So clear, and let's go back to here, no, here, CUI hats entity. And down here when we're creating this buy and equip, this is where we want to do one more UI node.if. So we're going to type UI node dot if parentheses, and then comma, and we're going to type enter, and then comma, and so there's going to be backspace there, comma here, alt arrow up there, else backspace. Okay, so we have the Boolean property going here first, and then if that's true, we show the buy button. If that's false, we show the equip button. There's a parentheses and a comma here. That seems fine. It's just that this isn't filled out. If I just type false, it's happy. So we do need to replace that, but it's only visible if owned, but then this UI node is also wrapped in a UI node to know if selected. So let's wrap this one more time. So we'll put another set of parentheses around it. And then we're going to type UI node dot if, and then we're going to do a comma, and then this is where we're going to type is item selected binding. So if the item is selected, then we can show the buy and equip buttons. And then we say if the item is owned. Now, to know if the item is owned is harder, but we did do one of the things, so good. So how do we know if the item is owned? We do bindings. There's a bindings CUI bindings data file that has our player data binding in it, and we can .derive. And this one's difficult because we don't know the item that we're currently on. Yeah, this one's very difficult. So we're going to need to do something else. For now, I'm going to leave this as false, and I'm going to rewrite how we're going to do this. I'm going to put a red dot here, and I need to write this down. But the idea is that we need to create custom bool binding to show or buy or equip. Pretty simple idea, a lot harder to do. But what we want to check first, since we've made a visual change to this, is hit play, jump into preview mode, and we walk over here. You'll notice there is no buttons down here when the hat shop is opened. You have to select one of these. We don't see, these don't feel like selectable items. Like when you hover over them, they don't do anything. So we also need to do a hover tent on images. Image icons, so that way we know that these are bindable or clickable. Now we'll click on it. We also need the click sound effect, now that I'm thinking about it, because sound effects are everything. Click sound effect. But now that we're here, you can see that the exit and equip buttons have appeared. The problem is the equip button size did not come through. That's interesting. Exit. Huh. But that is what we test for. Okay. Okay. Create button buy. Also create button equip. Why did those change so drastically? I think what we could do to make this work better is backspace, 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 Control C, Control V, delete, change this to true, and delete, leave that as false, Shift Alt F to reformat, Control save. So the idea is that we will use the binding on two individual UI node.ifs. could be this wrapping here. Also interesting to note that these buttons, these 3 buttons are all this. So I'm wondering, curiously, like anyway, let's check and see if that fixed the look. Click. It did not. Okay. So, well, maybe could try hitting play again, just in case. No, it did not. Okay, something weird happened there then. But let's try something slightly different. Like if I put these in square brackets, it gets angry? Interesting. So this UI node.if only takes UI node, it doesn't take UI children. It says it takes UI children. UI children can be square brackets. So that is, oh, I put the square brackets in the wrong spot. Let's try that again. Square brackets. There we go. Okay, and so then we can break this onto 3 separate lines, comma, and then take this UI node.if, Control X, Control V, comma, Control X, Control V, comma. So that way we don't need to have multiple UI nodes doing the same thing. So we just have this one if to say if the item selected, do these 3 things. And since those arrows are kind of separate, Control Save. Now the question is, does that make any visual difference? It shouldn't. Clear. Clear. Play. Preview. Walk up. Click. Nope, still says equip. False, true. This is supposed to say if is not owned, say by. Interesting. I must have accidentally lost that along the way. Yeah, very strange on this not having the correct spacing. So for some reason this width isn't applying anymore. Very, very curious. Somehow the UI node.if is changing that. And I feel like we need some sort of style to change that. Back. Let's see. I don't even remember what I changed. I think I just changed that to be by. I'm sure if I type true on this and false on that, it just sucks that I had it so perfectly set up. And now it's no longer giving us the right size. Which I would say is more just like evidence to the point that UI just takes forever because of little things like this. Like maybe there's a way, a day, years in the future where I get good enough to not make these issues, but like, I'm like, is there a 3-letter word that means attach? Because by looks good. So if I could find a 3-letter word that means attach. We have buy, own, etc, where, get, Get, got, swap. Swap would be good, but it's 4 letters. I don't know if this will actually work, but we might as well try it. Swap, change equip to swap, change case to swap, press Control Save, and change this to false, change this to true, Control Save. We get swa. Swa. Why are you like this to me? Oh, I really don't know how to fix that. I have some ideas, there's so much work, I don't want to do it. So we have this create button, we have text size. There's no way putting this in 2 places will improve it. Maybe we should switch back to equip. Swap isn't bad though. I like equip better. Okay, back to equip. Okay, and then we wanted to copy this, Control C, paste it, Alt arrow up, Shift Alt F. Let's see. I also wanted to change this to false, this to true. So there's no way that works. I'd be completely shocked if that fixed the problem somehow. Clear, play, preview, E, click. That did it? What? Okay, by all means. Okay, whatever. Well, I'm glad it was something simple. I can't believe that worked, but okay. So now we should be able to switch this to be just one UI node.if. We just cut this right from here, Control X, Control V, delete this line, Control Save. And now let's see how that looks. Play, preview, E, click. Nice. Okay. I'm going to write down a note here. So it needs to update is owned on arrow press when is selected. It's one of those little edge cases I feel like I'm going to forget to fix. Now, we do need a button tap sound effect. So it's funny because I just deleted that a little bit, like a minute or two ago. So we're going to go back up here, type origin position equals vec3.0, and then we need a prop for click sound effects, which is type prop types dot entity, comma, and then we need to go to start and say origin position equals this entity dot position dot get. All right. And now we're going to go grab a sound. Button tap is the one that I've been using recently. And pull that out and play. Yep. Might barely be able to hear that. Might change the volume to 0.7. Distance we'll set to 10. Minimum distance we'll leave at 1.5. Change the pitch to be -5. Maybe pitch it up to 5. 2. Nice. Nice. Okay, I like that. And then we're going to copy position and paste and slide upwards and scale down to 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. There we go. Slide that down. Nice. Okay, so we got our sound effect in position. And now whenever we click something, we want to play a sound effect, which should be relatively easy. We should have our utility actions. We do. So now all we have to do is find where we're clicking. And that's going to be anywhere there is a button being created on press. We're then going to say action utils dot play sound effects parentheses props dot click sound effects as parentheses audio gizmo, and is that it? What does it say? It says takes, oh, and then we need the position, and then comma origin position. There we go. Enter, Control C, and just paste that everywhere we want to play the sound effect. So on press here. We've got another on press here, and we've got one more on press down here, and Control save. Okay, so now all of our buttons will play this click sound effect. We'll give that a test. Clear, play, preview, E. No, I'm not hearing it. Oh, I forgot to reference it on the properties panel. That makes sense. So we're going to call this the UI button tap. And then click on this, reference UI button tap. Press Control save. Not that that does anything. Clear, play, preview, lock it up. Nice, that feels great. All right. Sometimes you'd want to do haptic feedback at the same time. We're not going to do that today. Next up, hover tent on image icons. This one is a lot harder, but definitely worth it. So when we create these images right here, we have on press. We can now do on hover, on enter, and this has the same properties: player, arrow function, curly braces, comma, Control C, Control V, and then we have on exit. Okay, so the problem is when you click, you don't receive the on exit. That's pretty problematic. So we need the image. Like last time I set this up, it was really difficult. So I'm trying to think like what's the easiest way to do this. I could look back and see how I did it in the past. But I'm pretty sure what we have to do is create a bindable property in the style for the. So when we create the pressable, we are calling this create image button. And before we return the UI node, we want to say constant icon tent binding. Icon tent binding equals new binding of type, I think, number. And then we'll start it at 1. And then we can go into our style here and type tent opacity, color, overlay, something. It was brightness. It was light. Okay. I know the one place I'm using this, so let's go look there. Right click, reveal in File Explorer, head over to Horizon Worlds. I'm looking for Power Wash. I'm not sure it was here last time I looked. Yeah, I don't think it's in here, which sucks. Oh, there it is. Good. All right. All right, and that was in a custom UI for Power Washer upgrades, Power Washer. No, it was in the custom UI tiers unlocked. That sounds right. Okay, so close out of this now. We're just looking for whatever that property was called. And in here we have initialize UI. Tent operation is set to multiply. Tent color is then varying between 1, 1, 1 because that makes it nothing, and 0.2 makes it dimmed. Man, that is difficult. So we're doing a color binding. And we were doing it based on deriving the is owned Boolean. Now this isn't for that though. This is similar, but completely different. So, okay, we can figure this out. Okay, so we need to change this to be a color binding, which will be color dot white by default. We're then going to change the style for tent operation. Tent operation doesn't seem to be an option because this is not an image. So we need to put it inside of this one. So we say, let's open up the style sheet and then go to icon image style, which is around here somewhere. There it is. And so we want the tent operation to be multiply and comma, control save. And then over here, we still have to do this, curly braces, enter, dot, 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 oopsie. And then enter, or comma, enter, and then enter again, and tab. And then the next thing we need is the tent color is then changed to icon tent binding, which will then just be that, control save, and then on hover. So like, I'll show you how it should work, and then I'll show you why it doesn't work. So now icon tent binding, on enter, we type icon tent binding dot set parentheses. To make this tent, we would do new color parentheses 0.2 comma 0.2 comma 0.2, and then comma, we only want to apply this to the player who's doing it, so player and semicolon, control C, and then inside of these curly braces we'll do the inverse where we set it to white. All right, color dot white, so that way it doesn't affect it, color dot white, control save. And now that that is set up, it will work, it's buggy. So clear, 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 and play, and preview, and walking up, clicking over, you can see it hovers, does that nice little thing. We'll make that a lot less dark in just a second, but now when you click on it, and then click exit, it's still until you come back and hover over it, which is not what you want. So to make that work better, let's change this first to 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. And let's also make this color something that we can just call from everywhere, Control X. And so right above this, we're going to call this the tint constant, tint color equals, there we go, and tint color isn't being used anywhere else. So that seems okay. We can then pass in tint color here. There we go. Control save. And now to update this binding, we need to save these bindings somewhere. And so we're going to need to create icon tint bindings, which is going to be a type of binding of color array that equals an empty array on world start. And then we need to add each of those items when we create the image. Tint color. Oh, right. Can't use constant. Just delete that. And then when we go in here and create the icon tint binding, we need to then go to the icon tint bindings array that we just created and say dot push parentheses icon tint binding. Now that we've added this icon tint binding to that array, we can now see when a player presses and update all of those. So we can say icon tint bindings. Actually, kind of interesting. If we just do binding dot set parentheses, remove the this dot, can we actually fix this without using an array? Can we just say set to color dot white, comma player? Does that work? Because that's when the issue is occurring. Maybe we don't need all that extra stuff. Play, preview, walk over, hover, nice. I like that a lot better. You click on it, looks good, exit, perfect. Nice, okay, that works, never mind. All right, that was it. You just needed to set it on press as well. So we can now delete this push, we can now delete this array, and nicely done. Control save. Okay, mark this as done. Hover tint is in. Okay. The quit button being visible only when owned is hard. Buy button visible only if not owned, also hard. Know the price, display the price, charge user, alert if not enough, update tokens binding, and PPVs on purchase. It's not a bunch of like terribly hard things, but it is a lot of things with a lot of time. I have 30 minutes max, and I'm kind of feeling at the end of my day today. So let's see, what are we gonna do here? Let's see about this. Let's just try to do a couple more things before we wrap. So first things first, we're gonna have the, oopsie, I guess that's okay. We're gonna call this the is selected item owned binding. The is selected item owned binding will equal a new binding of type Boolean, which will be set to false by default. And so when a player goes to select, when we switch to the selected menu, when they click on a thing, we're going to update this. And then we can utilize this here. So if we go down to our, right here where we just had false, we can now change this to the is selected item owned binding. There we go. That'll make sure to display the correct buy or equip. We can then check that kind of off the to-do list. And then to make sure that actually works, when we press on the image, on press, we need to update, we said is item selected binding is set to true. Now that's going to zoom us in, but before we do zoom us in, let's update that other binding. So then we want to say is selected item owned binding dot set parentheses. We'll just set it to false for now for the player, and then semicolon. Now we need to make sure that actually works. So now how do we determine if it's Owned, well, we need to know the name of the item that was selected. So we have the index. The item index map is how we determine which item it is. So we can use this. My index is what we're going to use to determine the item. So if we said something like constant is owned equals, put parentheses here, semicolon at the end. We want to know if the game, excuse me, it's the hat manager data dot all hats item at my index dot ID. We want to know if that is included inside of the player data. So now we need to create player data. So we'll go down here and say constant player data equals player data map dot get parentheses player data, or excuse me, player, and then if parentheses player data. Now we only need this for updating, well, maybe we shouldn't do anything if the player data isn't there, right? Like that would be a pretty catastrophic error if there was no player data. So we'll move all of this into here. And so the indication that something has gone wrong is that you hear the sound effect and you see the binding or the thing turn off and you're like, we didn't change pages. So now that we have the player data, we can say is owned equals if this ID is included. So we say player data dot stats dot purchased items dot includes. So now if the purchase items includes this, then it is owned. We can then pass the is owned boolean into here. So it says is selected item owned binding dot set to is owned. So that'll be true or false, which then will display the buy or equip button, which we now have two, because now we remember that the pointy hat is the default. So that one's set to owned and the other one should be set to not owned. So we can actually test that out right now. Clear, play, preview, walking in, walking up, hovering works good, clicking on the chef hat, it says equip, that's a problem. Going over, says pointy at equip, clicking, jump into preview mode. Okay, weird, let's go exit, click on this one, pointy hat. This one has buy. It's like they're reversed. I also forgot to update it on AeroPress, which is on the to-do list. Let's see. Why is this reversed? If purchase items includes my index.id. So this should be saying pointy hat 0001 dot, or pointy hat is included, returns true, is selected item owned binding. Are we using this binding wrong? That's probably what it is. If we go down here, I bet I'm using it backwards. It says buy button is shown if owned. Yeah, we had it backwards. So just select from here to here, Control X, Control V, Control Save. Okay, there we go. Okay, so then we also need to update this when they click the arrow button. So when arrow is pressed, we need to update the is owned. And is owned is kind of complicated to figure out, right? It's these two things that are happening. I'm going to kind of move them next to each other to make it more obvious that that's what's happening here. And Control C. And so it would be nice to have a method for this. So let's create a quick method called update is owned binding parentheses, curly braces, Control V. We need to know about the player and the player data, so we'll do player, comma, player data, player data. And we also need to know the index. And then we'll say current index is a number. We can then replace this with current index, Control C, Control V. And then update is own binding is what we're going to call whenever we need to update the own binding, which was inside of the creation of these great, right here, these two. So we can delete this and say update own binding, parentheses, player, comma, player data, comma, my index. There we go. Now we're going to copy this line of code, Control C, and we need to put this on the arrow press. So down here when we press the arrow left or right, we have player being pressed, pressing the arrow, action utilities, left and right, doesn't really matter. The index is updated, set to current index, and so right here, we want to say update is on bindings and pass in current index, where my index was. And then player data we don't have, so we need to say constant player data equals player data map dot get parentheses player, and then if parentheses player data, and then curly braces, alt arrow up. There we go, Control save. All right, that is done. So now when we press the arrows, it should update accordingly. Clear, wait for that to render, clear, play, preview, walking up. E, selecting, says equip, because we already have it. Going to the right, we have buy. Equip, buy, equip, buy. I love it. Okay. That's a pretty big win. That is a really, really big win today. So, equip button doesn't actually attach. So, need to do that. Attach if not already. Which actually brings up a really good point that if you're already wearing it, it should say equipped, right? Equipped. Show equipped if worn. Buy button, no price, display price, charge user, alert if not enough money, update tokens, binding, and PPVs on purchase. Update is owned on arrow press is done. Okay, this is where we're going to end. Attach if not already shown. We have made some fantastic progress. It feels really slow going. And so when I talk about doing custom UI stuff and I'm like, it takes multiple days, this is what I mean. I mean, like, we've been at this for 3 hours on recording. For me, it's been more like 4, and with like my lunch breaks and things. But like, point is, this is, takes a lot out of you. So, yeah, 3:02. That's almost 4 hours for me. So, it's just this kind of like reminder as you're like thinking about how long does it take to do things, that sometimes some things are like really exhausting. And I find this to be fairly exhausting. I know a lot of people love doing custom UI and they can do this for like 12 hours straight. I probably could if I wasn't talking out loud. That also takes a lot out of me. And this project I'm working on with Rex is kind of like due right now. I didn't like, I wanted to get it done this week, basically. I don't know if that's going to happen because this part of the puzzle is taking so much extra work. So I know that as soon as I'm done with this, I can't like record anything else from this project as a tutorial because this like, it's exhausting to also have to teach it simultaneously. So anyway, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Probably not coming back tonight. Could. It's not impossible, but probably not. Okie dokie. Bye. All right. Good evening. It is a different day. The next day. Yesterday was the last recording. Anyway, that's all you need to know. Gonna be a little different today. Yeah, this one's gonna be different. I've done my best up to this point to try and record this so that it was like a tutorial, so you could try to understand things. It's a little bit unrealistic. So to the one person I have asked to follow this like a tutorial, Euphoria, this section is going to be very hard. But theoretically, you've gotten through a ton of harder stuff. And so what you're going to see on screen is going to be me coding without talking, which means it's going to be faster. It's also going to be slower at points where I just like pause to drink water but don't explain. What I need for myself is music. I just need it really bad. So I'm going to turn off the mic. I'm just going to listen to some music. So there's going to be no audio. That's not great. But anyway, so I apologize. But I'm kind of like in a mood right today. And I just need jams, code session, try and just like focus and get some progress done. Tomorrow's a busy day, going out with family for lunch and pretty much for the day with all the driving involved. So I'm not sure if I'm going to record tomorrow, but it might continue like this if I do, because it might be like just jumping in. I don't know how far I'm going tonight. I'm going to go until I can't go any further. It might only be for half an hour. It could be for an hour. It could be for 3 hours. I genuinely just do not know. It's only 5 p.m. It feels way later. And I've got my vibe set. So I've got like my pink good vibes. I got my Totoro light on. I've got my keyboard light, which you can't see. I hope we're going out of focus. Anyway, point is putting up a mood, hoping to hit it, and yeah. So here goes nothing. See you on the other side. I'm going to tell a quick story. Sorry. And the story goes, on Power Wash, I did actually record about half of the production of that world. For about 2 weeks straight, I recorded every single thing I did. Not necessarily as a tutorial, but it was exhausting. And that's where I feel like I'm at, because this is such a long process that I've just hit this kind of like exhaustion wall. And so I'm hoping that this is enough of a relief to get to the end of this video at least. This is like a really tough one. And it's not necessarily the coding part of it itself, it's more just like, I used to be a swimmer a long time ago, and I would swim the 500 meter. You don't have to be particularly fast, but you have to be able to continue going. And what do they call that? There's a name for it. Endurance, right? So it's just like, it's a very like difficult endurance challenge, and that's what this is kind of falling into. So the talking is wearing me out, so I apologize again and again and again. But hope this helps to some extent. And if you do get stuck, if you're Euphoria specifically, feel free to DM me. And if you're not Euphoria, comments are welcome. Vidyuu Discord, link in the description. Use the TypeScript general chat. Be like, hey, I got stuck during this section. Can you explain what this line of code does, or whatever you're getting stuck on? And then just a reminder, as I mentioned like 2 hours ago, this whole entire segment, this probably 12+ hour segment, really is an advanced concept. So if you're a beginner trying to follow along, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but do remember, if you miss something, the code is going to be linked in the Vidyuu Assets folder, so you can just download that if you want to use it, and we'll have a beginning part that shows you how to use it. So, okay, without further ado, I'm muting by clicking this. Sorry, coming back on the mic here. I cannot figure out what's going on with Verizon right now. It is not responding and not letting me open it. Come on. I minimized it so I could show off the fact that I had this really... Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay, is it still functioning? Yeah, okay. I minimized it. Oh, and of course my background changed right then. I literally just got the background that I wanted to set the mood. I'm gonna see if I can find another fun cyber... Ooh, that's a good one. Just slide that around. Yeah. You can't see the whole picture, but it's good. See, I'm on a 4K display, and I'm only capturing that front left bit, which gives me a little bit to look at, so it's nice. Okay, ta-ta. All right, so this one's a little difficult because you can't hear them. So I'm trying to remember the one that I use. I want to say it's high tech or sci-fi. We'll try high tech first. Play. Yeah, that's the one I use. All right, let's copy the properties of this one. Copy position first. And paste. Scale 0.1. And then we need to make sure to change the distance. We were using 10 and 1.5. We'll change that to 10 as well. And volume could probably be higher. We'll go to 0.6. Play. Maybe 0.4 was fine. Let's change the pitch to be -4. Be -3. Trying to get rid of the previous pitch and just try to hear it. I'm thinking maybe -3.5. Try maybe 5.5. .3. Hear this one? Yeah, I think that sounds about right. We'll call this purchase error sound effects. All right. There we go. All right. All right, so the text should say owned there. So that's something we need to do. Let's see. Where are we going to put that? I need to write that down on my to-do list. You might notice I have Nalia here. Hi, Nalia. You want to say hi? Show owned text where equipped was. Equipped. Equipped was. The other thing that I wanted to test was going into third person to see that switching happening. So let's try changing the spawn point gizmo to be in third person. Clear and play and preview. All right, now we can see that we currently, and it saved the last hat we had. Nice. We go to pointy hat, click, token balance, that's what it was. I wanted to write that down too. We need to update token balance. Update token balance. Hey, Melia. Binding on spend.
Okay.
You gonna go play with Noel and your toys? Okay. Okay, so token balance binding, that's right. So now we're gonna hit equip. We go into third person, we can see that, nice. We switch over here, click equip, nice. Now let's try to double click. Nope, I just accidentally clicked the next arrow. So far, working good. We get this weird thing. Oh, that's right, because these are supposed to run that script, because these are from Got a Lot of Lava. I was like, this bug's been bothering me, but it's because they're from Got a Lot of Lava and I don't have that script in here, and that's a-okay. So, next. Let's go get those two things done. Then I'm going to go to dinner with the fam. We've been doing pretty good, though. Yeah?
No, this.
Okay, I'm going to go back on mute, guys, and play some music, but we just got 2 more things to do. Not too bad. Or 3 things, because we have to figure out how to display purchase errors. Okay, there it is. Pretty incredible. Whew. I am feeling very, very happy with the way that has turned out. Hat shop is working. We can add new hats, switch hats, all that good stuff. Buy new hats. Fan-freaking-tastic. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, camera on. That is a whole, oh, right. Forgot I had it covered. That is a whole new other page. 2 pages fully completed of crazy, crazy things that we needed to do. So, I'm about to run to dinner, watch a movie with fam. Don't think I'm going to be back tonight. I'd love to be. I just don't think it's going to happen. But this is a solid, good, almost 2 hours. So let's see here. What we want to do next is create a new page with the remaining items on it and just kind of like rank them similar to what we did yesterday. I don't want to rank it too crazy. Like, I'm not going to focus mostly because some of this stuff is just so heavily dependent on other things being done. The main thing here is that we need to clean up this. This is just like too many notes. There's too many things that have already been completed on these. So thinking about our stress of the item going up to the right and our time on the left, just like before, going up. So here we have stress going that way, time going that way. So let's start with the first item on the list. Function for invisibility. That is relatively easy, relatively low time, not very stressful. So function for invisibility. Now, if you don't know what that's for, that would be for like games where only on sometimes. Okay. I did want to switch us back, I think, into third person before I fully close out of Horizon. Let's go switch that back, into first person from third person. There we go. That was really just for seeing the hat. Okay, so then the really hard thing is the custom color purchasing thing. That one is really hard. Custom color purchasing. And if you do see me again tonight, it is because I really want to get started on that, because I feel like it's going to take a whole day, but if I get started on tonight, I feel like I could finish it in, the next time I record. So it's definitely something I really want to work on. So custom color purchasing is a big, big, big one. Uploading scripts to Google Drive, super duper simple. We'll put that in this super easy, even though it's the last thing we do. Upload scripts to Drive, which brings up another kind of end of task, which is we need to record the opening segment, which is the implementation. That one I find very stressful, very time consuming. Like, I could see that taking 2 or even 3 hours just to do that whole opening segment, which is insane when you consider the size and scope of this video. It's just kind of ridiculous. But realistically, yeah, that's going to go into the hard section for stressful, which is record opener and how to implement. Okay. That is one of those 3 done. Next up, test buttons. This is really quite simple, but it takes time, which is the reason I haven't done it, because I have to go into VR, and one of the weirdest things is I don't go into VR very often. It's like, it just takes so much extra work. And I think it's also that I need to install, I genuinely can't do it because I need to install the Vidyuu account, which is going to potentially take way more time than I really want to, which is why this goes into time intensive. I mean, I'd almost put this in the stressful one because of the fact that I need to go like figure out the login, figure out that whole code system. Yeah, honestly, testing the buy buttons is stressful because I can't do it on the desktop editor. So if you work for Meta and happen to be listening to this very specific portion, Would love that to be happening. Because it is kind of insane that I can't test purchases. And I can't test purchases as a tester either. I can only test them as the owner, which makes sense to some extent, but is also just kind of crazy. So we need to test the purchase buttons, which I'm going to put under the stressful text. Stressful, time-consuming. Test purchase buttons. Okay. Next up, we have more purchase dialogue. What does that mean? Oh, move purchase dialogue, because the purchase dialogue is currently happening behind. That one is also a VR thing that has to be done with the testing. So I'm going to put that as like a subtask, which is move purchase pop-up dialogue. So that's more clear, pop-up dialogue. Okay. And then when we're done doing the test, we need to delete the console logs. So that's part of that. Delete console logs once we finish testing. Okay. And that is another note done. Next up. Start with limited eye colors. Add new colors based on release date. 5 for Valentine's, 5 for St. Patrick's Day. Limited time colors. Swap or add to normal leaderboard for most premium tokens owned. I'd also say leaderboard for most colors owned. We did something similar to that in Power Wash. It has some upsides and some downsides. Like if you happen to be there for all the holidays, you can get more. But it also means that the top spot is pretty much like neck and neck. Like the hardcore players who are there for every holiday, for every special color drop, will have all the colors. But I think because these colors are hard to get and they're premium, like in Power Wash, they're pretty cheap. You can just go buy a bunch of them. Like they get, okay, I shouldn't say cheap. They get really expensive, but you don't have to pay premium tokens, even though that's a thing we might end up adding. It's a really good idea, actually, for Power Wash. We're trying to figure out how to monetize Power Wash. We just haven't quite figured it out yet. It's a good idea, though. But that's specifically for leaderboard chasers. And currently, one of the most painful things to me personally is that Power Wash is a leaderboard chasers game, and I just want to make it more fun for people in general. My daughter is calling me for dinner. I'm going to write a couple things down, which is just the leaderboard stuff. So, relatively low time, relatively low stress is leaderboard for most premium tokens. Okay, and the next one is the same thing, but for most colors owned. Hats owned. I think this becomes kind of, I'm just putting question marks, I'm not even sure. But yeah, so those are on, oh wait, that's definitely something I want, never mind. Star, asterisk, star, that's the one I want to scratch out. Okay. And so I've got all these notes about the colors. I want to move them off of this sheet so I can get rid of it and condense. So I'm going to try and create a small section over here for all these notes. So first note is limited base colors. You need to be able to see all owned colors. Show available to purchase. Okay. Add new colors based on release date. So we want to do limited time colors. Limited time colors. And we want those to be added to defaults. added to defaults. And then we want to do specifically Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's. Maybe like a Christmas. And I'm trying to think of any holidays that would be very, very ripe for the taking. Yeah, I think we'll start with those three. Those seem like the most socially known holidays. Like, I feel like we throw Thanksgiving in there, that works for the US, but everyone in Canada and everyone in the Europe is just like, what, dude? Cinco de Mayo would be fun, but I think we should really stick to the main three. Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, and Christmas, which is just like general Christmas colors. Okay. Cool. And then theoretically, anyone can add their own custom timed colors based off of the principles we'll show in this video. So like if you want to do a special like launch party color scheme, you could do that. Or if you want to do like a summer theme. In fact, I might write that one in. Summer, winter, fall, and spring. So you might have like default 5 and then default 5 for spring, summer, fall, and those just 5 are constantly swapped out. So you have to wait till that time of year, which would actually be really cool. I love that idea. Okay, dinner time. Thanks guys for tuning in. Sorry it was a little bit harder to follow today. Hope it worked out. I definitely wrote as many notes in there as I could as I was going, and I felt like it was pretty good. But yeah, I've just been jamming to hardcore music this whole time, and it's been fantastic. It's been just a vibe. I've really enjoyed it. So thanks, and I will catch you in the next one, which will probably be instantaneous for you. Bye! I don't know where the time goes. I really don't. I know I did that live stream recently, but it's just like days just slipping by. Oh, okay. We are back. I don't know how long it's been, to be honest. It's been long enough that I took the first 11.5-hour first half. That's ridiculous to even say. And I sent it as a video to Euphoria to get started on. Because he needed it for his current project he's working on. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I don't know. It's going to be like 2 more days of recording at least. So I've got where we left off as notes, which you already know because you've been watching this, or maybe you're pausing and stopping just like I am, which is probably a good idea. But some of these things were really easy. Some of these things are really hard. I think I'm overwhelmed by the daunting task of the whole thing. So as we've talked in the past, we should start with something really simple that we can get implemented right away. I also need to send a quick message to my pal Rex and see how many masks he's got set up. So let me do that real quick. Discord. Okie dokie. Just trying to clean these things up. Go to Rex, be like, all right. How many masks have you got in the works? Question mark. Okay, so today is Sunday. I leave tomorrow to go to Snowy Land for like 4 or 5 days. Now while I'm there, I get back on Friday for the live stream. So I'll be busy Friday because I travel back home, then I do the live stream. Just not a day I can do any more work. But that following weekend, which is the 25th, there's a birthday party I gotta go. This is why I'm busy. I have a life. Isn't that wild? I've never had a life before. I know that sounds crazy, but it's kind of true. So the 25th is birthday party for my niece, and then the 26th, I am free. So the Sunday should be so in 1 week we'll be recording again. Wild. Wild. I mean it's crazy. I just like the time just slipping like that. And it's frustrating because I really wanted to have this done a lot sooner, and I feel bad for it taking so long. But I'm doing the best I can. I got those weekly live streams now, so you'll see those on Fridays. I'm not sure how long I'm going to do that for. I'm hoping to do it for at least 3 months. I think there's a point where I have to just say sorry. I gotta like take a break. There might be a few times where I just have to skip for a while. But I might even try like, I don't know. I'd love to do it for longer. I don't know. It's kind of a curiosity to me. I have this project I'm working on, and I think now that I no longer work for Meta, I just sent them my final invoice as a mentor. I can probably say this, which is weird because this whole video comes out at the same time. Like it's been a progression. I have a secret project I'm working on, and I really want to work on it. But to work on it means I have to put my mind in that space. So what I've been doing mentally, I think in the back of my head, is preparing for this by I'm training Euphoria. Like, first of all, I want to help him because he's an amazing creator, and I just want to see him leveled up. And we've been working together for, it feels like ages now. And but there's this benefit though, and he's picked it up way faster than I've ever imagined. And I hope these videos are helping you guys as much as they're helping him. And basically, the tip, if you guys want to know what I've been telling him to do, is he's not allowed to use any of the scripts. He has to write everything in these videos from scratch. And like this one is actually one of the hardest ones he's going to be taking on because he's already written a lot of the code that's in here, like asset spawning he's already written. He's already written the player stats and player data scripts in his own way. And so he has to implement this in a way that is a lot more creative. He can't just follow the steps of the tutorial. Anyway, so if you're looking for a challenge and you want to try to level up, but he's done fantastic. I've been genuinely so impressed. So I think there's this very real reality where later this year, I could see him taking over all the projects I've been working on, allowing me to go work on this secret project, which I'm hoping to share with you guys on YouTube. It's like you might know this about me, maybe you don't, but I'm a very, very morally guided person. Like my compass of morality just guides me my entire way. It's the reason I actually couldn't be a mentor anymore. They were making me sign a contract. I'm probably not supposed to say this, but they were making me sign a contract that basically said I couldn't really talk about anything negative, like bugs and like problems. And I was like, I can't do that, guys. I got to be able to talk about problems so that we can fix them. And so that was the reason I didn't renew my mentorship. I really wanted to, but I think it's for the best because it's going to allow me to focus on other things that I think are more important, like the YouTube videos I've been making. I can now do YouTube office hours publicly. And I'm making like this crazy video right here. So, you know, I still feel like I'm doing pretty good. But anyway, this secret project has been like pulling at me for, I'd say, at least 2 years. And I'm going to have to sit down and spend months this year to figure, like it might even be the entirety of the next few years of my life. But it's a really strong idea. And last night I just had this, I was looking at the stars and the moon, genuinely. I was just like staring out the window right before I went to bed, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. We've got so many cool stars and the moon. And like, I really want to get astrology built into this idea. Not from like a standpoint of it's like, you have to know the stars to play this game. But more like, I think it would be cool just to have the rotation of things. Like every night I go out and I look and I can see that the moon has dropped a little bit. Like it takes a little bit later into the night for it to come out. And, you know, the stars have slowly moved through the seasons. And I know a few constellations. And it's fun. It's really fun. But I'm like, can we do that? Can we do that in a VR game where you slowly see things shifting every day? They're a little bit different. And, yeah, anyway, it's a fun idea. I can't wait to share more. I've written it down, so I'm not too worried. We should dive in, though. We are at the 7.5-minute mark, so I apologize for my dragging on, but if you're watching this, you probably enjoy it. I don't know. Or maybe you're Euphoria, you're being forced to. I'm sorry, Euphoria. Oh. You can always watch it 2x. Okay, so we need to figure out what we're gonna do that's gonna be easy. Now, I've got some paper over here, and I'm trying to clean up my papers as we go. I think we're done with this one. This is the UI node.ifs. We did this. We built the thing. We built that. We did good. So that can go. I don't know why, but I shred all my paper. Force of habit. I used to work at Hertz Rental Car, and everything that had any personal identified data had to go into the shredder. So basically, all paper went into the shredder. So force of habit. Now, we have function for invisibility. I think that's where I want to start. It seems like the easiest thing to implement. It really does. So let's do it. Let's just do it. Alrighty. Come on, Quest Link app. Are you gonna open? There you go. Right, library, 3 dots, start in desktop mode. One of the hardest things about having a kid is all the kids' songs get stuck in your head. Like this one is a triangle. Can you make a triangle? I just swear it's so bad. It's just terribly stuck in my head. And it goes, a circle. Can you make a circle? Oh, it's so bad. I need like some other music. Oh yeah, and I forgot like the last 2 hours have been silent for everyone watching this tutorial series. I fully intend to talk this time, but man, the idea of putting some music on and getting that child's music out of my head sounds fantastic. Okay, so we've got the hat manager defs. We also have hat manager func. I feel like this goes into hat manager func because it's a function that is about the hats. It just seems to make sense. So we've got like spawn hat, which we use whenever we need to spawn a hat. So now we're going to have one called set visibility, and this is for a hat. So we'll say set hat visibility, and then we have to declare that it's a function. We need to create any parameters. The only parameter I think we're going to need is the player that we want to set their hat to invisible. Here we go. All right, and we can see that we can get the current hat by using hatmanager.hatmap.getPlayer. So we will copy all of these lines of code here, Control C, Control V, backspace, and then I don't think we're gonna need this. We don't need to delete anything. All we want to do is turn off the visibility. Now we could despawn the asset and respawn it in. Honestly, like, that's a pretty interesting idea. But I think if this is a game mechanic, which it should be, you're gonna need to turn it off and on the like turn of a dime. So like if they enter the game 1 second and then a half second later they're killed, you need to be able to turn it off and on pretty easily. So now all we do is we say current hat dot visibility dot set and then parentheses, and then we need to have a parameter for this, which we're going to have be is visible, and that'll be a boolean, and then we'll just pass that into here, and then we're done. It's that simple. Like I said, I wanted an easy win, and boom, there it is. That is setting hat visibility. I mean, it doesn't get much easier than that. Now we can test this, and we're going to test this using the hat manager entity. When player enters world, we can then set up some async events. So right here at the bottom, after all of that is done, we're going to say async dot set timeout, parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, and then we need to determine amount of time. So the first one is going to be, let's do 5 seconds and then 10 seconds. And so Command C, Command V, and then this one will, 10 seconds will be fine. I'm going to click enter here just to make this easier to read. And so after 5 seconds, we're going to call hat manager function dot set hat visibility, parentheses, for the player who entered the world. We're setting the visibility to false, so we're turning it off first. And then we want to turn it back on. Control C, Control V, backspace, change that to true. And so we're going to see 5 seconds into the world, we're going to lose our hat's visibility. Another 5 seconds later, we're going to see the visibility come back on. And this just proves that the functions work. This is a way that we're testing the functions. Nothing too crazy. All right, so with that set up, we're going to head back into Horizon, hit clear. The compilation looks good. Go ahead and hit play. Jump into preview mode, and we can't see anything because we're in third person. Let's go into third person. Excuse me, I had that reversed. So strike that, reverse it. There we go. Hey, so our hat's here. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's gone. And now 5 seconds later, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and it's back. Perfect. It works. So however you want to use that in Rex's world, we're going to be using that to turn off the masks that show whether you're, it or not. And that's fantastic. Like, that is huge. That's a huge step. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. You don't even know. Maybe you do. Okay, I'm literally about to cry. I'm so happy. So, games were only on sometimes. Now, that's a pretty simple function. We're going to need to go and delete the code that calls it when they enter the world, because we don't need that. We just proved that it works. And so in Rex's world, whenever a player becomes it, we're going to turn that on. And when the game ends, we're going to turn it off for all players. Yeah. So next up, upload scripts to drive. No. We're not there yet. That is an easy task. It's just last. Leaderboard for most premium tokens. Do we not have a leader? I feel like we've set this up already, but maybe we haven't. Let's check it out. Let us check it out. Do we have a leaderboard? Colliders, gizmos, well, leaderboard. There it is. What's up with my voice? Ignore it. We'll go to scale of 222. Nice. We're going to change that to be a 10. Nice. Change that to be most premium tokens. And then we're going to select most premium tokens. Would you look at that? It already exists. It already exists. And we've got 2, and it's working. And it's working. And that was it. I mean, we did the hard work earlier, and it pays off right now. Rotate that 90 degrees. Fan-freaking-tastic. Slide that a little bit closer to this guy. Jumping into preview mode, we can see that that is nice. You can click on it. Whoa. There you go, Horizon. There you go, Horizon. My goodness. Okay. So, leaderboard for most premium tokens is done. Now we have another one we saw, Control D, slide that over. And when we drop down, we saw longest streak. Looks like that was just built in, so longest streak, nice. Jumping into preview mode, we can see that that is 5 days. Apparently I edited this world 5 days in a row. That's cool. That must have been when I was traveling. That is really cool. I didn't know. I didn't know it was on a 5-day streak. Let's go. That's awesome. I don't feel like I come here that often. So, longest streak is done. I also had notes here for amount of color zoned and hat zoned. I feel like those are relatively simple to implement, guys. I don't know if I should be doing it in this video, but I also feel like it could be really useful. I think there's another question, though, of like, do I want to do this? So, we really want leaderboards to be special and meaningful. If you only have let's say 5 hats or 5 masks or whatever it is that you're attaching to players' heads. Sorry, 1 second. Brain just got distracted. I'm sorry. I kind of know where we left off. Oh, is this not plugged in? That might be the... Oh, it's my watch. It was my watch. I have... It doesn't matter. IQ charging sometimes has this like bleeping, and I was like, what's bleeping? Anyway. Simultaneously, though, I'm also working on my movie collection. It's so weird being in my pajamas. Polar bears, guys. Polar bears. So, every 50 minutes, I have to put a new disc in. So next up is Peter Rabbit. It's so fun. It's such a fun hobby. But I think it's kind of fun because every so often you notice the background is just constantly changing and cycling. I'm running out of space though. I'm like legit need to put another one right here, like another shelving unit. I have 3 more cubes worth of things to put in right now, and then I've got another section arriving, and then I gotta stop. I've got to tell myself to stop. This is an addiction, but it's a fun one. I'm trying to get these ready before we leave on our trip tomorrow. That's the point. So the point is that we'll be on our trip, having our entire movie collection on the go. It's such a cool idea. Anyway. I'd like to I actually wrote up a script for a video, like for my personal YouTube channel, where I thought it would be really fun to show off like the process and how much work it is and why it's totally like not actually worth it. But anyway, for another day. Colors owned and hats owned. So the problem is if you only have 5 hats and everyone buys those 5 hats, then you've got 100 people or more all at the top of the leaderboard. And then like, who's number 1? No, none of them are number 1. It's just a terrible thing to make a leaderboard about. Now, Euphoria pitched me on an idea that was a pretty good idea. Sorry, Euphoria, if that disappoints you. It's not a bad thing. I think we should all have our own creative energies, and so it's just not my cup of tea. And so his idea was, and if I miss saying this, I apologize, but the idea is simply that if you are a premium user, you can buy like a bundle or like a premium thing like you would in any other mobile game or whatever, and it gets you access to things that nobody else can get access to. Now, you've heard throughout this video how I very much care about the people without money, which is why I don't like this idea of giving things that are only available if you spend money. Like, I get that it works, and a lot of people are gonna go for that, but I just can't do it myself. So Euphoria, you're welcome to. But if you did that, then you could have limited time hat drops, right? So maybe during Christmas you have Santa hats available. Maybe during certain times of the year you have certain hats available. And if you spend extra money, you can get that. That's similar to what we're going to do with colors, which I was going to say, with colors, because it's going to be a constantly changing cycle where in each season there's a different set of colors available, and then we're going to have special colors like available during holidays. It would be kind of a reasonable thing to have like most colors owned. Now, if you played from day 1 and bought every color and were like a leaderboard chaser, as I like to call those of you who you are, and you know who you are, then you theoretically could be at number 1 with everybody. And I think that's part of the reason I don't love this one. I think it's totally something that can be implemented. It could result in more sales for that hat Matt mentioned, for even the colors mentioned. But I am not sure if I love it. I'm going to leave it for later. So, next up, it says color map to string, color map to string name, saved as an array in PPV. Is there a map alternative? Color map, saved as array in PPV. Okay. Oh! Boom. It hits. It hits. It hits. Okay. I know what we're doing. Oh, I never finished sending the message to Rexrod. How many masks have you got in the works? Because I was looking at the calendar. My mind jumps around. Next Sunday, we're going to implement. So, I'm going to have to put that on my calendar. So we'll say implement masks. And save. How many masks have you got in the works? Question mark. Would like to implement the code I've been writing next in a week, parentheses Sunday. How many masks have you got in the works? I would like to implement the code I've been writing in a week, Sunday. Would be nice to have 3 to 10 ready to go. Totally okay. It is just a few to start. We can always add more later. Unfortunately, this week got away from me. So many. I don't know. I think this week got away from me. We'll just leave it there. I am hoping to find time this week to write more code, but we'll be out of town. Out of town again, so not sure how that will go, all of these. But we will for sure be able to do some minor tests on Sunday. I can pull it off, maybe even a public play test. To be determined, comma, might be better to, let's say, push that to Monday or Tuesday. Might be better to plan on that for Monday/Tuesday, the 27th, 28th, 7th, 28th. Okay, like that seems doable. I want to try and record an implementation of this at some point. That might come after I implement this in Rex's world. I'm not sure if I'm going to record. I don't think I'm going to record the implementation in Rex's world. I've been thinking I was going to, but the more and more I thought about it, the more I realized like implementing this in a world that already has code is way harder than just taking the code and using it as the base for a new world. And so I think the implementation is going to show this as an empty world, which sucks. I'm sorry. But if you've already written a ton of code, hopefully you know your code well enough to be able to take what you see in that intro and then apply it. I think it'll also make the intro only an hour rather than 2 hours, so that could be good. We'll see. And I am trying to wrap this whole video series up as fast as possible, potentially even today if I can. Maybe I'll even do the implementation today. Man, that would be so good. Seems so unlikely though. But maybe it's possible. I mean, if we go through this real quick, let's just, uploading scripts is, we're going to call that 1/6, meaning 10 minutes. It doesn't take long. That's just an overestimated even. Colored hats, that's like another 1/6. That's really easy to do. You have colored map to string name. That's going to be a really fun thing to implement. I can't wait to show you that idea. I had this idea the other day and I was like, oh, that's brilliant. Why hadn't I thought about that for Power Wash where I did it the hard way? So that one is going to be like max a 2 out of 6. And then the custom color purchasing, if we're being realistic, is going to be really hard. Like we're talking at least a 6, maybe even we'll call it a 9. No, let's call it an 8. 8 out of 6. That's an hour and 40 minutes. No, hour and 20 minutes. And then record opener, which I'm thinking I can do as a 6 out of a 6, so in an hour if I do it the way that I just mentioned. And then test the purchase buttons in VR. That's another like 2 out of a 6. So, and then we probably need like another 6 out of a 6 for miscellaneous stuff that's going to come up. I laughed because I was thinking even just me talking. So that's 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours and 20 minutes left. Like I could probably get that out of the park today, which would be huge. I mean, it would be absolutely huge if we could get that done today. So let's try and do it. In addition, I want to add something that's going to take some time. Is I want to get some food. See if my wife wouldn't pick something up for me. She's a darling. I appreciate her. But I'm thinking, I love Chipotle. I've had it 2 days. The last 2 days I've had Chipotle. But why not make it a perfect 3? Chipotle. I spelled Chipotle wrong. I've only just realized that. Chipotle. I think it's Chipotle. I used to pronounce it Chipotle, but it's Chipotle, I think. I should check. I should check. Am I making a fool of myself? Chipotle. I got it. I got it right. Sweet. But that's only because I just discovered this a couple days ago. Oh, it was because I ordered at Chipotle. Hey, Kao. Hi. I ordered at Chipotle, but for the wrong location, I had to call 1-800-Chipotle to get help. And yeah, that was stinky. And I misspelled it, so I called the wrong number. And I was like, dial tone. One moment, please. Maybe it won't be Chipotle. I don't know. But we'll eat food. We'll eat food. I'm going to just strike this out and write food. We talked about potentially Costco. I love Costco pizza and their hot dogs. It's way too good. It's so good. It's so bad. Oh, I haven't finished sending the message to Rex. Still, oh my gosh. How many masks have you got in the works? I would like to implement the code I've been writing in a week. Sunday. It would be nice to have 3 to 10 ready to go. Totally okay if it's just a few to start. You can always add more later. Unfortunately, this week got away from me. I'm hoping to find time this week to write more code, but we'll be out of town again, so not sure how that will go. Apologies. But we'll be, for sure, we will be, I didn't write that very well, but for sure, comma, we'll be able to do some minor tests on Sunday. If I can pull it off, maybe even a public play test to be determined. Might be better to plan on that for Monday or Tuesday, the 27th or 28th. Can't wait. So excited. Exclamation point. Smiley face. I seem. Okay. Nah, good enough. Cool. I'm gonna go put that in my calendar. Monday, Tuesday is Rex. Like, I just need to get that stuff done so bad. I also didn't mark down what time I started on this, but we're at 31 minutes, so like half an hour ago. Okay. We need to get into the code. Okay. Code. So, we are looking at this color map thingy, and we kind of need to store it somewhere. So, there's a few things that we're going to need. Like, this is all related to the custom UI. So, it seems like we could put it inside of there. Create a custom UI underscore. Oh, that's why I said map. I understand the idea now. Okay, so custom UI color picker underscore data. that's where we're going to start. We're going to start by storing data. Open an external editor. So the idea is that each color will be represented by a string, which will allow us to look it up in an array. Because if you store a color in an array, the color is an object, and even if you have the color set to 100, a 100 color does not equal another 100 color because they're different references to different objects. So that goes back to, you might have heard me maybe in this video or another video talk about like each shelf unit. So like this shelf could be set to 100, this shelf could be set to 100. If you check if they're equal, they're not equal because they're two different shelves. And so we have to then component compare each component, and then if there's like a slight decimal place variation, it still like gets kind of cranky. So what we do instead is we'll use a string to define what the color is, and then use this lookup to figure out what it is when we need to use it. That's the idea. So that's the idea of using a map, but I was wondering if we ask ChatGPT if there's a better sort of data set we could use. So the question is, I have a bunch of named colors. Other than storing them in TypeScript, I have a bunch of named colors. Other than storing them in a map, what other ways could I store these value pairs so that they are easy to look up, question mark, or is map the way to go? Okay, we didn't want to use an object because that was going to cause us some issues. Easy to use with dot or bracket notation. Ideal if keys are static and known at compile time. Yeah, but looking for them. Enums are not good. We're trying to avoid enums based off a conversation I had with Waffle, so we're not doing that. Class or object with static properties. I think array of tuples. This is one thought I had. Object from entries. Also, they're doing colors as a string, which is kind of funny. Best if you need to iterate or transform the data. When to use map. As map if you have dynamic keys or need advanced features like maintaining key order frequent lookups. Frequent lookups is really the reason we're going to use map. Or non-string keys. Yeah, so I think we have to use map based off that, that information. I don't think it's easy to use, though, is part of the reason I'm kind of upset about it. But let's go ahead and just do it. We're going to say constant. We're going to do export, constant. And is there going to be other color picker data? Probably. So we'll call this CUI. Or no, we'll call this color picker underscore data, which will equal a bag of stuff. And then we need to define the map ahead of this. So we say constant color map equals new map with the key being the string name and the value being the color that it is associated with. And we're going to create that. And then we can export that inside of our color picker data by typing in color map, comma. All right. And then this is really going to be at the bottom. We could put the defining of each color in the color map. We could also go down here. We have that utility operator functions, which allows us to get the days since epoch. This isn't reliant on anything, so we can call it from here. And so the idea is that we'd want to say which months are we in. There might be a better way to do this. Let's do some experimentation using TypeScript lang. Now, if you've not seen me on TypeScript lang, you will learn that I love this website because it's great for easy experimentation. We'll just go ahead and hit Control-A and backspace. And what we want to do is find out what month we are in. So we say console.log parentheses date dot and there's got to be a way to get the. Let's ask ChatGPT. How can I determine what month I am in using TypeScript? The answer is date object using date.getMonth. Okay. Human readable month is current month plus 1. So adding 1 gives us January as number 1. Where January, so returns the month index where 0 is January, December is 11. I'm okay with using it like this. Add 1 if we need it to be from 1 to 12. So yeah, that seems pretty easy to use. So we say date parentheses first, then dot get. What? Oh, month. Month? Wait, what? Get month doesn't exist. Oh, it's using new date. Interesting. New date dot get. Wow, interesting. That works. How curious. Get month parentheses. All right, so now that should, since we're in January, log 0 to the console, and it does. Perfect. So we can use this new date.getMonth to determine where we are at. And so over here, if we say constant current month equals new date dot get month, we'll know that that number will be somewhere between 0 and 11. So up, that will never be higher than 11. And then we can now say if parentheses, and we want to basically, I guess we need to do two things. We need to say, we need two color maps. So we need the color map for all colors, the all color map, and we need the available color map. And so let's go ahead and export both of those. So in one case, we're using all color map to look up what the color is, and the available color map we'll be using to determine which colors we can sell. That makes sense. And then we can utilize this current month to say if current month is less than 3, meaning it's 0, 1, or 2, we know that we're in the first 3 months of the year. I think that brings up another question that I have to ask because I don't think about this. What seasons go with each month? Okay, so yeah, I definitely have the months in my head wrong. December, January, February is winter. So we start by calculating for winter by saying if current month is less than 2, so it's 0 and 1 plus 4, 12. If current month is less than 2 or current month triple equals 11, meaning it's December, we are then in winter. So just call this winter. And then we'll say else if parentheses current month is less than probably 5. We'll check that in a second. And then else if current month is less than 8. And then our final season will be else if current month is less than 11. Now we'll verify that just to make sure. So we got winter is December, January, February. Then March, April, May is spring. June, July, August is summer, and then fall is September, October, November. Yeah, that all seems to work out. So we go winter / spring / summer / fall. Okay, so now we've got our 5 seasons, and then we're going to say seasonal colors. Let's see. Super simple seasonal colors. I don't think this is what we want. We want seasonal color palette. And this is a nice starting point, I'm not even gonna lie, but is it available for me to just
Do you have those garments in your wall?
Oh my gosh, I didn't want a video. Okay, it's really funny being a video person because, oh, those are some really cool autumn colors. Oh man, those are really cool autumn colors. This is what I mean, like this is so close, but I was hoping for a website that would make this easier, like for web development. There we go. Maybe this is where I should just go to ChatGPT again. Honestly, I feel like it couldn't screw this up. Color palettes, the season, winter, spring. Oh man, these are actually pretty good. I don't like accepting cookies. Is there a way to decline this? Okay, it looks like I'm good. Spring. Oh, I love those colors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? These are pretty solid. Summer, I would add more to that. Autumn's pretty solid. Okay, we've got a seasonal set. So I'm thinking we do like base set, which will be 5 colors. And then we do a seasonal set. So we have winter, 5 colors, and then spring, 5 colors, summer, 5 colors, and fall, 5 colors. Okay. And then we could use something similar to add date-based. So then we want to do like holiday colors. So let's go and see web design color palette. Here's a cool palette generator apparently. Manage cookies, reject all. Sorry, buddy. I'm never coming back here. You don't need to store anything. Start the generator. Don't tell me this costs money. No, it doesn't. Cool. All right. Press the spacebar to generate color palettes. Oh, okay. That's fun. That's really fun. Is there a way to do generate method using automatic? Okay. Feel like we're getting there. These are hue shifts, saturation shifts, brightness. Okay, okay. Spacebar. Sure, hit apply. Spacebar, spacebar, spacebar. Yeah, this isn't gonna work for me, I'm afraid. I want... Sure. These are some fun colors. Dun, dun, dun. just need 5 fun base colors that just make sense. I'm just looking for some color codes, y'all. Ain't that hard, is it? This does not feel good. This is not what I'm looking for. I get what you're going for, but it's not what I wanted. Okay, I love this. Let's start here. So, starting here with winter, we have some hex codes. Now, we can convert hex to color. The benefit of using hex is this. I'm pretty confident if we go into here and we say just that. Maybe not. There's a way to get this to generate in let's see if I can figure out how it works. I don't actually know how it works. Let's easier, ChatGPT. How to get VS Code to show colors for X. Okay. Go to settings, file preferences, settings, editor color directors, make sure it's enabled, color highlighting meta commands, and then after making colors should now be displayed as a preview box for background behind the hex code. So that only works for CSS. Oh, okay, so that's the problem. The problem is I haven't formatted this like CSS. If I did like color colon, no. I have no idea what I'm doing. That's okay. That's a-okay. We need to convert this hex color, though, into a regular color. And the big problem, though, is these will not look like this when brought into Horizon because they just never do. I've done this a million times, and I can tell you they just never do. So unfortunately, we will have to play with this and preview and test and do some like debugging stuff. But let's go ahead and do hex to RGB. And here we are. And we want to do Control V, convert. And then these need to be divided. Hey, look at that. These are the numbers we actually needed. Nice. 0.592. 0.612. This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. Okay, so I'm going to move this off to the right. You won't be able to see it, but I'm going to be using it as a reference while I'm coding to be able to get these colors in. And so what we need to do is add these colors in. So the first color we're working with was, it doesn't even say which one that is. That must be gray. Oh, I wish this color thing would preview the color that I typed in. That'd be nice. Well, we're going to have to generate a preview of this momentarily. So very soon, we're going to need to make this preview in Horizon because we need to make sure the colors we're putting in make sense. So I guess we'll just start with winter since we're in winter, and that'll work out good. Now to add the color to the map, we just need to write a singular line, which is all, call this available color map dot set parentheses. We need the name of it. So the name of this is, I think it's, oh, there is a color preview. Yeah, this is gray. And gray has the value new color parentheses 0.592 comma 0.612 comma 0.635. And I think we might call this winter gray because it's a wintry gray. And I might even add a tint of blue to this to make it even more wintry. But for now, since we can't see the color, I'm going to put a comment and say maybe add tint of blue. Okay, and then this is a semicolon, not a comma. There we go. Now it's happy. Control C, Control V, delete my comment. Go to the next color, which was a blue. Control C, Control V, convert. All right, that looks beautiful. And we'll call this winter blue. There's a few different blues in here. We have, like, I'd maybe call this winter ice because it's kind of a lighter blue. And then we got the dark blue, which is like something else. Maybe winter sky is very pale blue. This is not a winter sky. This is like something else. Okay. Anyway. Maybe we will call this winter blue because it's kind of a nice, soft, icy blue, but it's not actually ice. Like ice would be white. Okay, and then those values are 184, and then we've got 467, and we have 765. All right, so we got winter blue. It does make me really want to make a pale blue to go with that. But now the next one, so we're just going to start with the whole winter palette, and then we can move on. Okay, convert. Now this is a deep navy blue. Control C, Control V. I'm almost thinking we call this navy blue, and we move it up to our base color set. And then that color is 0.067, 149, and 647. Okay. So now that we've got those set up, I was thinking we would then replace winter blue with a softer blue. And so I'm going to just minorly adjust this blue color. So let's go back arrow. Oh, maybe I'll need to copy it. Control C, Control V. Now we're going to make a winter sky, which I think will be very pretty. And that one needs to be brighter. So we're just going to change this to 0.2. Oh, it won't let me change it from here. Okay, so to change it from here, I need to change this to like a 4, change this to a, maybe change this to an A, convert, ooh, that went a little too bright, we'll change that to an A as well, convert, change this to a F, convert, that is still a little too purple, I'm going to drop that to maybe like a 8, convert, you can't see what I'm doing, so maybe I'll show you. So maybe, just maybe I'll show you what I'm doing. So I'm changing the color here. And now we're getting there. We're not there yet. FF is going to be a little too bright. We need this to be more like a C. Press convert. Once you know a little bit more about like hex color codes, this becomes a lot easier. So I'm sure this seems like magic right now, but it's not. It's just math. We'll change that to a D. And convert. And then change this to be more like an A and convert. Now I want it to be brighter. Let's go to more like a 9, go to an E, go back to an F. Okay, that's closer, but I want more deep blue. So we'll change this from an E to an A, B, C, D. Convert. A. Convert. We're losing our color saturation. Drop this to a 8. Is that winter sky? It's close, but I feel like it needs more white. A, B, C, D, E, convert, and then go up a little bit, 9, convert. That nice paleness there is good. Go back to A. Yeah, I feel like that's close. Maybe E1? No. Maybe A1. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. That's our winter sky. Anyway, hashtag color science. It's fun. Okay, next up, we got to put that in, which is number 631 882 1. Oh yeah, there we go. There's our winter sky. So we're adding that to our palette. And then we're now going to go with a dark gray or a winter. We have winter gray. So what is this if this is not winter gray? This is a dark gray. Maybe like a winter night. That would be a good name. Control C, Control V. Call that winter night. Which is interesting because when the moon's out on a winter night, it's a bright white. Because like you can actually see the picture shows that being like the mountain. Be winter mountains. All right. Now this color is 012 090. And last but not least, we have 0.188. All right, there we go. That's Winter Mountains. So now our last one is just a pure black. Convert. And we might make this a part of our defaults. Control C, Control V, and we'll call this Midnight Black. And that value is 004 039 075. Okay. There we go. So we are missing one more winter color. With our current lineup, I feel like we're missing white. That seems like an obvious choice. So let's build a winter snow. Call that winter snow. And then winter snow should obviously be something like FF. Convert. So just 111. It's just bright white. But let's add a little bit of blue to it by dropping the red. So we'll drop that to like an F1. No, that's too off-white. We're going to go to F7, convert, and maybe drop a little bit of the green to F9. That's not bad. Drop a little more blue or red. Let's go F3, convert. F4 maybe for red, convert. Yeah, I think that'll do. Okay, so winter snow is going to be, it'd be funny if I made it yellow. 957. Okay, and then 976. And then last but not least is just a solid 1. There we go. All right, so we got our 5 winter colors, which are pretty clearly winter because of the names. Those are now set into the map. We have 2 defaults, a navy blue and a midnight black, which are kind of fun. And we want to display these colors. Now they are in the available color map. So the next thing we want to do is build some way to display these using a custom UI. Now we have our custom UI here on the right that we wanted to duplicate, which is our CUI hats entity. So the easiest way to do that is 3 dots, open scripts folder in Explorer, CUI hats entity, Control C, Control V, and then we want to rename this to color picker entity. Remove hats, change that to color picker. There we go. And then open that in VS Code. Go ahead and close out of that folder while I'm at it. And we're going to need to change this to be called, we can use right-click rename symbol for easier renaming. And we'll call this the color picker UI. Click sound effect, purchase error, purchase success, all of that seems like a good thing to keep. For now, we're going to just keep this being the same thing for just a minute. And we're going to wait for that to compile, press Control D to duplicate, slide that over like that. Change the script that's attached to this to the custom UI color picker. There we go. It keeps the reference sound effects and visual effects, so these are going to share, which is totally fine in my opinion. Now with that referenced, we now need to make it so that these display colors, not hats. And to do that is not easy, but we're going to figure it out. So we have 10 per page, and we were doing this based on, let's see, is item selected, item index binding derive, hat manager data all hats index name. We might want to have something like that. We don't have an ability to do an index. So item index binding up here should be not of type number, but of type string. And we will set this to be an empty string by default, and we're gonna really need to update that on world start. So then here, we're gonna go ahead and call this name. So item index binding will be of type name. And image source is not how we're going to do this. So this was used for creating that, but we really just need a background. So let's change this to be a view. And then we don't need a source. We can instead say inside a style, if we do curly braces, then hit enter, dot, 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 put a comma here, press enter again. We can then add a color property, which is background color. And then we can use this same derive. So we're gonna just copy paste a lot of this, which I think is through this comma here, Control C, and then paste that here, Control V. We can then delete this whole section here. So this view is going to be made by taking the name, and then we don't need to return an image source. What we actually want to return is based off of a constant. So we're going to say constant, call this constant current color equals, and then we're going to go to the color picker data file dot all color map dot get parentheses name. Now that means that we do need to make sure that all of these are added to the all color map as well. So we'll do Control C and then go to the very bottom of this. And we'll say all colors, and Control V, and then we'll change this to the all color map. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control Save. This isn't ideal. This is just gonna have to be, might have to figure out how to make this better in a minute, but for now it's okay. Okay, so we go into the all color map and we get the name. Now this could be undefined, so we say if parentheses undefined, which it is by default. Excuse me, if current color is undefined, we'll have to do something else. So we'll say else, curly braces. And so in the else, we'll just return color dot, we'll just return an empty, so white. And then otherwise, we're going to return the current color. So we just return current color. So if current color is defined, we return it. And then we no longer need this whole thing there. So that's good. And then we got to do something similar down here for our text. And so the item index binding returns a string, which is the name. And so instead of having to get it, we just literally use the name. So I guess we don't even need to derive. We can just remove the whole deriving stuff and just put the comma there. There you go. Because that is a string, so that'll work. Although, did we? No, we didn't. Control-Shift-Z. Yeah, that should be fine. And then over here, we do need to derive because we were taking the name and adding to it. So we're saying return space plus, oh, that's the asset price, which we don't have anywhere. So we might say that these are all the same price because I just wanted these to be one token. So we'll just change this to one token. But if you wanted to, you can see here basically how you would set up price by doing something similar, by having a price per item and then having to get that from the JSON object. It's a little more complicated, but it is possible. Instead of storing a singular color as the value, you would store a JSON object that would store the color and the price. Okay, so instead we can just delete this and delete this and delete that, and then change that to say one token. There we go. All right, we're done with that. And then we come over here, we got the create image buttons. And when we create the image button, we were getting the index, which we now know is a name. And this was to make sure the index stayed to show the number of items. So we do need to have some way of doing index. That is very curious. Very, very curious. I have an idea now that I've thought about it for some time. It's going to require some rework, I'm afraid. So as unfortunate as this is, it is what we have to do. So these all colors need to be stored inside of an array. So the all color map will be not all colors. It's just going to be called all colors. And all colors is going to be an array of some type. So we need to go and define the type. So let's go and do a new script called CUI underscore color picker underscore defs. And then open an external editor. We're going to then define this JSON object. And so this will be export type color picker color picker color. What a terrible name. Color picker color will equal the name. Maybe we'll call this a buyable color. Purchasable color. Okay, which will have a name, which is of type string, and then it will have a color, which is of type horizon color. There we go. Now this is where we could also add a price, but we're not worried about that. Okay, maybe we'll put in price. Price is a number. So maybe some things are more expensive. Why not? Okay, so now we've got our purchasable color type. We can then go back to our data file and say, okay, this is an array of purchasable colors, which is going to equal an array. And then we need to paste these values in. So this isn't pretty. We'll make it pretty. So we say curly braces, the name, colon, is navy blue for the first one. Control X, Control V. Then we have the color, which is this new color right here. Control X, Control V. And then we need to know the price, which is going to be 1, comma. Now that we've got that first one set up, it'll be pretty easy to do the next 7 or 6. Control C, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Now this is midnight black. Control C, paste that over our navy blue, and then adjust the color. I almost feel like there's a easier way to do this. Let's try this one more time. Backspace. No, not all of those. Just most of those. Right to there. I'm thinking if we remove this and remove this, it'll be easier to fill this out. And so let's try it again up here. We delete that. And so now on midnight black, we just select this. Control X, Control V, Control Z, Control Shift, Control Z, Control X, Control V. I accidentally hit Control C and copied nothing, which is problematic. All right, next up, winter gray. Control X, Control V, Control X, Control V. There we go. And I'm kind of feeling like these winter ones should be twice the price. Basically, the defaults are cheaper, right? And then the special ones that you can only get certain times a year go up in price. Now that seems like a good idea. Now Control C, Control V. I forgot to copy this before going. So backspace. Do that one more time. Backspace. Control C. I'll do winter blue. Control X. Control V. Control X. Control V. Winter sky. Control X. Control V. Control X. Control V. We're making it. Slowly but surely. V. Control X. Control V. Almost there. Control X. Control V. Last one. All right, so from this point forward, we will be defining colors inside of all colors. And it's pretty easy to see where winter is and all that. But in case it's not, we'll just do /defaults. And then below that, we'll do /winter, and so on. And so this has an index of 0, this has an index of 1, and so on and so forth. We need to export this as all colors. There we go. Now all colors is exported. Now our available color map is how we want to show which colors are available. Now, oh, dun 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 dun. Oh, I mixed this up, didn't I? I did mix this up. So, change that back to all color map. Control C, Control V, and then this is going to be called dang it, I'm so perplexed right now. Oh my goodness gracious. What am I doing? So we've got the all colors array, which is what this is. Array. The map allows us to get the items easily. The array makes it really hard to get items. We could just make a function for getting the items out of the array. And then Control C, Control V, and then change this to the available color array. Okay, square brackets. So which doesn't have anything. The all color map is nice because we can quickly look up things. And that could work actually really well. Okay, this is difficult, but this will work. Okay, so we're going to say all color array. Okay, so the all color map is used for getting the color that you currently need access to. The all color array is used for getting the price. And we should make this map not of type color, but of type purchasable color. So that way we get access to all the things. And then available color array. It's just trying to in my head think about how this is going to work with the actual display. So my thought is, after we create the all color map, we can then say all colors array dot for each parentheses purchasable color, and then arrow function curly braces. We can then say all color map dot set parentheses purchasable color dot name comma to purchasable color, and then I like semicolon, Shift Alt F, there we go. So that's going to set up the all color map with all the colors. And then the available colors array is built down here. And then the reason we're doing this as an array is so that we can go through it by page. The problem is I want to be able to change the name up here. Like, I want to be able to change the name up here without having to affect below, and I also want to be able to keep them sorted. Those things don't work out very nice when you're creating arrays. So, I guess what we could do is recognize that these named ones all have winter in the name, so the index of winter is at 0. The defaults are going to be at the top, so their indexes will be set. Yes, we can use that. We can use that. Okay, so we can then say this is the available color array dot push, and then we can go to our all colors array, and then say item at index 0, which is the first one, and then Control C, Control V, then we have index 1. Now there are only currently 2 colors, so we'll adjust that to be accurate. We can delete this. And then we can do the same thing, but only if they are equal to winter. And so we can delete this and instead create a key. So we'll say let key equal winter. And I wouldn't necessarily call this a key. Right, this is the anyway, we'll call it a key for now. And so here we'd say key equals winter, and then here we need to change that. Control C, Control V. This is spring. Control V. This is summer. And this is Control V, fall. And then holiday colors will override that key. So we'll say update key to holiday to named holiday. And then we can then say all colors array dot for each parenthesis purchasable color. And then we also could use the index. No, we don't need that. And then arrow function, curly braces, enter, semicolon if you like semicolons, and then we can say if parentheses purchasable color dot name dot index of returns the position of the first occurrence of a substring. So we say index of the key, and if that is triple equals 0, so it will return -1 if it's not there. It'll return 0 if it's at the very beginning, which we know means that it is a special holiday or a season. We can then say available color array dot push parentheses the purchasable color, and that will add it to the available colors. Okay. Wow, that's cool. That is very cool. So then the next question is how to determine if we're in a special holiday. The question is like holiday themed months. Okay. I don't think I knew what I meant. What holidays in each month? Okay, February. Okay, this is really getting to be not what I'm looking for. Holiday themed month colors fun. Just holiday color palettes and templates. Here we go. This is exactly what we're looking for. Christmas, right? So this is our December. So like December gets a special set, and then January would be winter themed, right? And then I believe it's like, oh man, is there really just gonna be tons and tons of winter? I was really hoping, maybe it thinks holiday is winter or Christmas. I was really hoping for, you know, like all the holidays, but it's not a bad set. So we could check if the month triple equals 11, which we were doing right up here, right? So let's, we want to move this to the bottom though. So let's copy this, Control C, because this overrides it. But yeah. So if you wanted to delete a holiday, you could, right? That's why this is important to keep separate. So if current month triple equals 11, we are changing the key to be equal to Christmas. I hope that doesn't trigger anybody. I'm like, we could say Xmas or something, but I'm just going with it, guys. So if the current month equals 11, then it's the holiday Christmas. Else, if parentheses, I want to say it's like February. When is Valentine's Day? February, that's what I thought. So we could do the whole month of February as, it means the only winter will only be in January, I guess. That seems okay. It's not great, but it works. Else, and like we could make this more fine-tuned by like checking the day of the month and stuff, but like I'm just keeping it basic. Current month triple equals, and we know that February is number 1, so we say 1. So if current month is that, then we say key equals Valentine's. Maybe we'll use the key love. And this should be the key holiday because these are the names of the colors. So love is going to have to be at the start of every single one, but that'll work. Okay. We'll just copy and paste this. We could do leprechaun for our, A is St. Patrick's Day. It is in March. So we could do leprechaun. Did I spell that right? Looks good. Control C, no spelling errors in the checker, so must be close enough. Oopsie. So we can have leprechaun, and then we decided not to do Thanksgiving because it was just too generic. Yeah, and it's not in a specific, it's just different around the world. So global fun holidays. Did I miss any? Oh yeah, these are not going to go what I'm looking for. Okay, it's fine. We're good. We will set this here so I can easily pull it back up when we need it. But there we go. Those are going to be our named holidays. Which we're going to give some spacing to, delete that. Okay. Now current month really belongs down here, so we'll move that. So we got our available color array, then we go calculate the current month, then we get the key, and then we use that to determine, and we will move this down like that, okay. And we use current month to determine the key, and then we go through and use the key to determine which colors are currently available, so these holidays will override the months, which seems good. I think that's a really fun idea. So, sorry, winter, you're getting the least amount of love, but that makes you kind of rare, which is fun and special. Okay, so we've got our defaults, we got our winter themed, we've got many more to get worked in, but we need to be able to see these colors available. So these 7 should go into the available colors array because we're in winter. Actually, we're not in winter. Yeah, we're in winter. We're in January. Oh my gosh, we're in the 1 month of the year we actually get winter. Cool, so that'll work out. And so now we need to start using, which I'm gonna just actually hit Control C. This is gonna be, like I said, really painful for the rework here. Maybe keep that part. So item index binding, we set to be of type string. We're gonna change that to type purchasable color. No, actually it's gonna go back to number. And it's gonna start at 0. Okay, so Control save. And then that's gonna cause all sorts of fun. So down here, to get the name, we need to now go to our color picker data file dot our available colors array. And then change this from name back to index. And then we can throw the index in here. And then dot name. Okay, a little extra work, but now the current color. We didn't need to do all that work. We can just grab this, Control X, and Control Z, Control X, Control V, and then dot color, and then semicolon, move this up to here, then delete all of this, code to here, backspace. Shift Alt F. Okay, so we say derive the index and then go into the color picker available color array, and the index will be based off the available color array. And I think that means we do not want to make the all colors array available outside of this. The all color map will be available, but we only want to be able to use the indexes from the available color array, so there's no confusion there. Okay. So now that we got that one set up, find the next error. Kind of expecting to see an error sooner. Item index binding. Dot derive. Ah, this is why. So we need to go into the color picker data dot available color array, get the item at the index, and then get the price, and that is perfect. Okay, that works now too. Control save. And we're just going to need to find all of the places that use item index binding. That's just kind of how it's going to be. So scrolling down, we've got our 2 here. And now item index binding is figuring out which page it's on. So we could have just tons of colors available by default, so there could be multiple pages. I think right now it'll only ever be a single page, and our setup does allow for that, so that's good. But we can't always go more. So item index binding is going to figure out how many items on the page, to determine the page, or something like that. I actually don't know. I have lost my brain. Dot derive, my index, page item index, and then here we're getting a texture. Because we're using image for the pressable, but we want to change this to a view. And then the tint color is totally allowed. I feel like there's another place we needed to change it to a view. We'll have to go look at that in a second. Or maybe we already did. Now we're going to change this to background color, colon. And we do need to do a derive, so we're just going to copy this whole thing here, Control X, Control V, delete the source, and then we'll figure out why tint color is wrong in a sec. Oh, because only images can be tinted. Okay, and then we need to return not that. We need to return the color, which is from the color picker data dot available color array at item index, and then dot color. There we go. Now that's going to update our background color dynamically. Oh, but we need to use my index. Control C, Control V. There we go. Oh, okay. And then tint color doesn't exist, but we were using tint color to know if it had been hovered over. So is there any way we can do that still? Is there like an alpha? A opacity? Sure, okay, we can use opacity. So then we go to icon tint binding, and what is that actually being set to? This is set to a color. We want to change this to a number. I'm pretty sure it's a number between 0 and 1, so we default it to 1. And then we need to figure out where that breaks a bunch of stuff, which is right here. And so we're going to change it from white to 1, and our tint color, we're going to need to update 1. So tint color was set to 0.7, so we'll try using that as our opacity and see how it works. Control C, we'll delete this and see, was it used in multiple places? No, it was not. So we can just paste that here, 0.7, Control V, Control Save. Okay, and looks like there's no other errors there, so that's good. Next up, I wanted to check for any more item index bindings, and it looks like there's one more at the bottom. Here it is. So this is item index binding, change page binding, update. Item index binding dot set to current index. So this is how we're increasing it. So when they press the button, we're updating the current index, which is coming from here, which is coming from here. So this increments it. Now this is a problem because it was using the allhats.length. So we do need to, I think the easiest way to fix this is to go to the top and be like, we don't need to know about hat manager data. So what does that break? So it says hat manager data.length is the number of items. We now need to change this to color picker data.available color array.length. Nice. We also have whatever this is, item index binding.derive. So we'll change this to color picker data.available color array index.name. Nice. Thought we had gotten all those, but I guess I had missed one. We still got some red errors down here. Go to them. Here we've got current index being modulated by the length of all hats. I find that curious because we just set the value up here as a variable, number of items, so that we wouldn't have to do that. It looks like I only used it in one spot, but I should have used it in lots of spots, like right here. So this dot all hats, or this dot number of items, Control C. It's probably because I was making those, anyway, it's fine. Okay, that works. Next up, here we've got another place where we're getting the default on press hat asset data. Now this is going to be a purchasable color, and then we need to go to color picker data dot available color array current index. So that's going to get our hat asset data. Now this is going to get our purchasable colors. What we're going to call that purchasable color. There we go. We can probably update that in all those places. Control C. Okay, we verify that it exists. We then get, oh, do they have it? Which is purchasable color dot name. So we need to update that too. So we need to go into the player data. I wasn't planning to do this all at the same time, but hey, progress is progress. Player stats function, player stats definition. Here we have purchased items. Control C, Control V, change this to purchased colors. Control save. And we go into here where we create this. We have purchased colors right here. Control C, Control V. We're going to comment this one out, leave a red dot here because we need to uncomment it once we have come into the world. Purchased colors. Let's uncomment that for just a second to make sure that works. Control C, Control V, and then Shift Alt Slash. Ooh, that didn't work. Control C. I thought Shift Control Slash. How do you comment out a line? Shift Control. Oh gosh, I'm gonna screw something up if I'm not careful. Oh yeah, I don't know what I've done. How have I forgotten the code for commenting out? Shift Alt Slash. I thought that's what it was. Control Alt Slash? Shift Slash. No, Control Z. Ooh. How have I forgotten the code for that? What the heck? What the heck? Shortcut for commenting in VS Code. Control plus slash. Did I just add one too many things? So click Control. Oh, it's just Control slash. Okay. Damn it. That was so frustrating. Okay. New player stats dot purchase colors equals old player stats dot purchase colors. Perfect. We'll need to come back to that in a minute. Okay, and then over here we need to create that by going Control C, Control V, changing this to purchased colors, Control save. There we go. So now that's set up. Now this is good. Shouldn't have any other breakages anywhere, but now we can change this to be playerdata.stats.purchased colors. So we're checking if the purchase colors has that purchase name in it. And so we're going to want to look for stats right here and replace it with this. Control V. It looks like there is one other place that had that down below. If we scroll down here, we can see purchased items needs to be changed to purchase colors. Okay, let's keep working through this. So we had updated this to be purchasable color. So we're going to Control C, Control V, change this to price. There we go. And then here we can change this to be Control V dot name. So that's going to give the player that purchase complete. Is selected item owned, set to true. And then that all seems good. Now we have equip. We need to change this whole equip thing. Control V, purchasable color, and then purchasable color. Ooh, we don't have a thing for this. We're gonna need to create a thing for this. Purchasable color dot name. Let's go create that thing. So going into player stats definitions again. In addition to last worn item, we need last worn color, which will also be a string. And Control Save. We can then duplicate this line, Control C, Control V, change that to last worn color. Double click, Control C, Control V, red dot, Control slash. Okay, we getting it. And then Control C, Control V, last worn color, Control Save. Nice. So still have to fix those two, but coming along nicely. And so then, last but not least, not last but not least, we have so much to do. Last worn color gets updated. That means we also need to know when a player enters the world. There's so many things to do. We're rolling, but oh my gosh. It means we need to go to the player data function where we attach the hat. Hat manager function, is that it? Spawn hat needs a place to use last worn color. Let's put a red dot next to that. And then we need a function for updating the color. So we're going to create a copy of this function, Control C, Control V, and we'll call this set hat color, which will take a player and a color, which will be of type color. We do have our color utilities in here, I assume. We do. Make sure to import color. We need to export set hat color, Control C, Control V. Now, on our hat, we happen to know that it's the first item in the group. That's not entirely easy to know. So it's like current hat dot get or dot children dot get parentheses square brackets item at index 0, and then dot. So that's that's the object we want to affect. Now we can verify this by going into the world, going to assets, and so each person's assets could be very different here. So if we pull out the got a lot of lava hats, hat spawns, pull out the default hat. We know that on the default hat here, if we look in the group, the item at index 0, ooh, it's not index 0 because it's inside of that. And then it's this one, is that right? Turn off visibility. It is. Okay. So there's in these hats specifically, it's not the item at index 0, it's the item at index 0's item at index 0, except for this one apparently, which does have it as item at index 0. Oh boy. Is there a way to make this easier? Is there a way to make this easier for complex objects? I don't know. I'm going to put down a note. I'm going to put this on the stressful side of easy and call it which object to color. For now, we're just going to use object at index 0, which will only work for the chef hat. That sucks. We'll figure it out later. Delete section. So item at index 0, we're then going to call color utilities dot tint mesh parentheses, and then the color is the color that came through, and the mesh is this mesh here. Control X and Control V, and then that needs to be a mesh entity. So we say dot as parentheses mesh entity. And then last but not least, we have the tint strength, which we're going to set to 1 and 1, just for simplicity. Control save. Okay. There we go. So now we have a set hat color function that should work. I'm going to put a red dot next to it and maybe leave a comment that says, need to adjust this somehow to think about all possible coloring situations. Dot, 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 dot. We will come back to that momentarily. We have used last one, color needs to happen here, which is not actually that difficult because all we have to do is pass in a player and a color to change the color. We have that right here. So when we spawn in the hat and we set the hat map, we can then call set hat color parentheses player, comma, and then the color is in the player data. So we call player data dot stats dot last worn color. There we go. And last worn color, ooh, is not actually a color. Well, let's take a string here. Oops, Control Z. Take this as a string. And then we will get the color here. So we'll say constant current color equals color picker data dot all color map dot get parenthesis last dot color. There we go. And then we need to verify current color by saying Control C, ampersand, ampersand, Control V. So current hat and current color. Then we can use current color there. And it's unhappy because it's not actually a color. So we have to do dot color. There we go. Control save. Okay. There we go. That will work. So now with that set up, we can use that in our equip section over here. So we say purchasable color is good, last worn color is good, purchasable color dot name, and is selected item equipped binding dot set true. Now this dot stats dot last worn color not equal to purchasable color dot name. This is basically to prevent it from running twice, I think. Actually, my brain is kind of fatiguing, if I'm being completely honest. I can't actually remember what this does because my brain is just trying to do too many things at the same time. Sorry, I just need a moment to just decompress. Breathe for a moment. Okay. In the case that you click the equip button, the equip button shouldn't be shown in this case. So why are we doing this? I think this is just to make sure we don't do it twice, I think. Oh, maybe that's what it is, so you don't click twice. Okay, is selected item equipped binding dot set to true, and then that updates the display, and then we await the spawn hat. Now we don't need to wait anymore. We could just call hat manager function dot set hat color. We pass in the player, and then we just need to pass in the color name, which was purchasable color dot name. And by doing that, we've updated that. We haven't updated the last worn color, which is interesting. I think because if we go to the spawn hat function, we will see that it updated the last worn hat. So we need to do that here as well. So right here, when we update the current color, we can say last worn color equals color. There we go. But we don't have the player data. That's a bit problematic, isn't it? And I don't think we have, I guess we do have access to player data here. So we need to pass player data in. So we say player, comma, player data, colon, of type player data, comma, and then that gives us access to player data. I'm going to create space there just because I want to make it easier to read. And then here we need to pass in player data, and then comma, control save, and then up here we need to also pass in player data, and then comma. Okay, that works, control save. So that's going to update that value for us. And then I think in our function up here, if we look, were we doing anything? We were not. Okay, this seems okay then. Okay, so still a lot to do. Hat manager data dot all hats. So is equipped equals if last worn color, and then this is using color picker data dot available color array current index dot id, nope, dot name equals the player's last worn color. This isn't perfect because the player, so the thing that we haven't set up here is that the players, and I'm going to write this down in the time-consuming, less stressful section, which is player color, player owned colors visible in selector. So if you've bought a color, it needs to be visible. Like that's cool, right? Like if you're not in winter and you're wearing a winter color theme, people will be like, "Ooh, how'd you get that?" And be like, "Ah, I was playing back in January. That's the only time this color's been available." And they'll be like, "Whoa, that's crazy." So we need to make that, and this doesn't take that into account, which is why I'm kind of like, I'm gonna have to rewrite a lot of this later. But we just want to get this to show the colors so we can start modifying the colors to be pretty. So like, there's so much to do. Is owned is taking if the purchased colors, so stats.purchase colors includes color picker data dot available color array dot current index dot name. Simple enough. Okay, and then this updates some bindings. Easy enough. We have purchase fail red as a color. We have no more errors in here, it says. Control save. So theoretically, we should be able to test this and see all of the colors. Now, I'm a little nervous. Looks like it says we don't need that anymore. That's nice. Control save. Hat manager function, we definitely need hat styles is what we're using for making this thing look the same as the other one, which is fine for now. Refresh. Failed to instantiate script color UI picker. There's something wrong. We'll figure it out. Unable to initialize an instance. Attached object. Cannot read properties of undefined reading color. Oh, okay. This is probably because there's no value in the default available colors array. Although I would have expected this to all run beforehand. Maybe because export is here. Control X. Man, if moving export down works, it's going to change the way I think about things a little bit. Control save. Genuinely, that might break my brain a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, not a lot, but just a little bit. Clear? Nope, still didn't work. Okay. Are we waiting for scripts to compile? It doesn't look like it. Clear? Play? No. Okay, let's figure out where this is happening. This is happening on line 140. And let's go find out what's going on there. Color picker entity, line 140 says, return color picker available colors myindex.color. Problem is, available colors could be undefined. So this is suggesting that it is undefined. Why though? It should have to wait for that whole file to load up. Is my index going outside of the available index? That seems possible. Let's get 10 colors on this sheet just to see if that solves the problem, which we can do pretty easily just by duping these. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control save. Okay, so those three need to go, 1, 2, and 3. That should fill the whole sheet for page 1 at least. Hit play. Nope, still an issue. Stop. Clear. Play. Curious. Okay. Let's copy these values, Control C, into our available colors array. So it's just filled with defaults. And clear, clear, play. Interesting, so that works. It has something to do with the values not being added. Oh, what? We're gonna have to do some testing here, but for now, let's go ahead and take a quick peek. So I walk over, here's the hat shop. We can see our colors. So these bottom 5 are the winter 5 colors. They look pretty decent. They seem to match the colors we saw online pretty well. Might try to zoom that in a second. We got our hat shop. We should be able to click on these. Winter blue, 2 tokens. Exit. Navy blue, 1 token. Nice. Winter snow, 2 tokens. I mean, that's pretty good. And so we'll then need to buy a color to adjust it. Still need our default 5 colors set up. So we've only got blue and black. Midnight black does not look as midnight black as I would like it to. It's not bad. The positioning of some of these is less than ideal, so we'll need to adjust some of that spacing. I'm kind of surprised I didn't have that same issue over there. Maybe because we didn't have like a G that went down in the names. Okay, so why does this need to be filled out? Why does that need to be filled out? Dun, 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 dun. Control Z. Available colors array is here. We push in items 0 and 1. Oh, I guess I didn't fill it out all the way. So it might be the same problem I was thinking it was. And then Control C, 1, 2, 3. Let's delete these 3. Okay, Control Save. And so now we've got these 3 that need to be deleted. So does it really need 10 for this to display? And then why would that be the case? Clear, play. Okay, it really was. Okay, so it wasn't that. It was just, it needs 10, which suggests that there's an error in my code somewhere. Something tiny, I'm sure. Control Save. Okay, so on our color picker, we are only supposed to make these are UI node.if with item index binding derive index. Return if my index is less than the number of items. If my index is less than the number of items. This seems right, because that tells us if that's in the list. Did I choose the wrong thing? Available color array.length, that seems good. So this UI node.if should basically say only display if it is there. Maybe let's run this if statement inside of here, Control C, and say, okay, in style for background color, when deriving, my index is calculated again, because it doesn't have access to that stuff, because that's in a different UI node section. So we have to recalculate that, and then we'll say if, parentheses, my index is less than the number of items, we can do this. And then to note that there's a problem, let's use just a bright red. So let's do return color.red. Okay, so that would indicate that the turning off and on feature of this that was working previously is no longer working, which would be strange because we didn't change anything really. Item index binding derive index. Yeah, I'm like actually perplexed right there. Clear, play. Oh, now it's working. Why are you working all of a sudden? Can I get rid of this if else? Alt arrow up. Control save. If this is all of a sudden working, I'm beyond perplexed. Clear, one more clear, and play. Weird. Oh, so weird. How in the world is that if statement? And I guess we don't need this. We didn't see any red ones. Control save. What? How does this if statement cause the difference? Clear. And play. Nope, now it's not working. What? So it needs the else too? Control Z, Control save. I'm so perplexed right now. Clear. And now it works. Huh. I do not understand why that works, but there we go. Okay, so now it shows all the colors, and now we can see them. Now, we do want to be able to test applying them. So we're going to probably have to give ourselves a lot more tokens. But now that we can at least see the colors, we can finish building the colors out. Like that winter gray, we wanted to make it a little bit blue. So let's go. Oh, and we've gone into the world and come out of the world, so we should be able to comment those out. Or yeah, fix that. Control save. Now we can close out of this one. Player stats function or player data functions should be good. Player stats definitions should be good. So then under our color picker data, we wanted to change winter gray to have a little bit more blue in it. So we're going to change that from 0.6 to maybe 0.8, and then maybe this from 0.6 to 0.7. So it's more of an icy blue. Control save, and go ahead and hit clear. And hopefully we're seeing like a winter gray. Play. Yeah, that's a winter gray. That is a very winter gray. I like it. Nice. Okay. So now that we got our winter color theme set up, we can finish our defaults. So let's go back to our color holiday palette. No, our RGB color converter. Here it is. And we need some fun colors. I'm always a huge fan of purple, or any of those for that matter. We'll go ahead and click F4. We're going to drop this down to 0, 9, change that to more like a, we can E, maybe drop this to a C, press convert. Okay, we're on the right track. Let's drop this up to like a 9 or an 8, convert. There we go. Now we're talking. Let's drop a tiny bit of purple, or drop a tiny bit of red. There we go, and that is almost a perfect lavender? Would you call that lavender? Control C, Control V, and we're just gonna call this mellow evening. Mellow evening. I don't know. I needed another name. We'll come up with another name in a second. All right, color for this is 706. And followed by 537, followed by 937. Beautiful color. Don't have a good name for it. I'm going to Google lavender and see if I'm making myself crazy. It is definitely a lavender, isn't it? Images. Oh, sometimes it has a little bit more blue in it. It's gonna be light lavender. Seems like the color that we've got here. Ooh, it's kind of like a deep, maybe like a deep lavender actually. Ooh, it's not very bright. It's so funny how many variations, like this is a lot of variations. We're definitely in that range, and I like what we got. Lavender purple. Oh, I feel like we're in that range. I think we're gonna go with the word deep lavender. I think is where we're going, so. Deep lavender. Cool, cool. Okay, so we got 3 colors so far. Now, we need to add a couple more. Let's get a green. Control C, Control V. This one's for mushy, so here you go, mush. We are going to make you a wonderful green, and we're going to start with very little red. So we'll put in like a 10 for our red. We're then going to go and add a lot of green, like an F0, and then we're going to go to a little bit of blue, like a 20, and hit convert. And now we got, that is a green my wife would like, but I cannot stand when greens look like that, because it's just too much. My eyes hurt. We're going to drop that to like a C, convert. That's a nicer green. And maybe we'll increase the red, see what that looks like. Ooh, is that nice? That's kind of nice. Let's go to a 4. And what happens if we drop a little blue out of there? That's okay. What if we increase the blue a little bit, like to a 4? Eek, not my favorite. 2. 1 again. We'll go with that one. All right, that is going to be our, I don't know. That's a green. We'll call it mushy green. And yeah, like I said, it's for you, Mush. So Anyone who doesn't know you will just think it means like mushy outside. So it's good. 251 753. And last but not least, we have 063. All right, one more. Control C, Control V. Final color. So we got a green, we got a lavender, we've got a blue. Let's think of a fun color that we won't see. Let's do, man, for summer I'm thinking like a sunflower yellow. But for just generic colors, RGB, red, green, blue. We should probably get a red. Let's call this red, like an E1, and follow that with like a 10 and a 10. Okay, now let's make this darker and scarier. Call this a A. There we go. And there we go to like a B. There we go. And what if we just, add a tint of blue to that? That's kind of a fun color you won't see except for around the holidays. What do they call that? There's a name for that. It's been on the tip of my tongue recently. Maroon. Let me look up maroon real quick. Maroon. Yeah, give me the hex code for maroon. There's the color we're going with. 80,000. Really? Is that what we're going with? I'll take it though. I mean, I like it. 80. 1, 2, 3. Convert. Oops. 80. Oh, I forgot an extra 0. Nice. That's easy. 0.502. 502. And then we got 2 zeros. It couldn't be any easier than that. And we'll just call this one maroon. Maroon. And last but not least, we're gonna then have to go down here and duplicate that. Control C. So we got 2, 3, and 4. So our default 5 colors are in on the available color array all the time. And then we got our winter themed. So now we go ahead and clear and wait for that to finish. Clear, come on, one more. Clear and play. Yay, there we go. So we got our default 5 colors there. Those are nice. Those are fun colors. And then these 5 at the bottom are the ones that are going to constantly be swapping out. And I love it. I love it. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. We do need to start applying them to the hat because that's going to look very different once it's in and on an item. But before we do that, let's finish doing our themes here. Control C. I'm actually just going to copy this section right here. Control C. I guess we actually could do that. Let's do that then. Okay. Control C, enter, enter, Control V. Let's change this default to have this sort of aesthetic. Actually, no. This is fine. And then this is going to change from winter to spring. And I'm just going to copy paste that. Control C, Control V, Control V. So we go after spring, we go to summer. After summer, we go to fall. And then we also need our 2 holidays. So Control C, Control V. And we are celebrating what we're calling holiday. Oh, actually 3 holidays. Holiday, love, and leprechaun. Holiday, love, and Control C, leprechaun. 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 How did I? Oh, it's a B. I'm like, I thought I had that. Leprechaun. There we go. Okay, so now to get these all to work, we have to copy this, Control C, and paste it right here. Control C. Control C. C, Control C, Control C. Okay. Now that we got these all ready to go, we can now go back to our color palette over here from the seasonal, and we can move on into spring, which had some beautiful, beautiful colors for spring. We might have to swap out that green since we've already got that as a mushy green. But, you know, just light adjustments here and there is totally fine. So this is going to take a minute. I am not going to make you wait through this. I'm just going to pause and we'll be right back. Okay, this takes so much work that I want to test it as we go. So we just finished spring, so we're going to go and change the date from, we're currently in January, which is 0. And we're going to change from January to spring, which is 2, so +2. Although we have, oh, I forgot to change, oh, no, that's right, 1 February, yeah. Leprechaun, I forgot to put in the month for St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day is in March, so that does impede with this plan because March is 2, so we'll actually need to go to +3. Okay, Control Save. To see spring colors, clear, and now we should see our spring color palette. I did allow the green to stay, and as we can see, it is definitely a different green, so I'm okay with that. That's interesting. Something weird happened there. The center color is definitely not that color. That was supposed to be spring sky, which is oh, it's this number that's off. This is supposed to be 0.945. Control Save. Give that a second. That should re-render pretty quick. So the value wasn't a real value, so it just couldn't use it. There we go. That's better. Nice. Cool. So there's our spring colors. And I'll pause again and go do the next one. Okay, I just finished up the summer ones. We'll adjust to summer by recognizing that summer is under 8. So we'll do 7. That should be simple enough. So +7, Control Save. Give that a second to compile. Clear, and one more. And clear, and play. All right, there's our summer months. So we've got summer sand, sea, ocean. I called this one ocean, summer sea, summer oranges, summer sunset. We don't have like an ocean blue. Summer sea is kind of nice. I mean, these are kind of nice colors. These are based off of this palette, but this doesn't really have like ocean blue in it. This is like, this screams Mediterranean to me. I don't know if that's right or not, but kind of feel like we should grab this one, 04BFAD. Which one would that replace? I like this one better than this one, 04BFAD. 04BFAD. And we could probably call that Summer Waves. So stop, swap, Summer Sea with Summer Waves, and then change that value to 016,749 and 678. I still kind of wanted an ocean blue. Like, I really didn't love that. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Didn't mean to show you my calendar there. Go ahead and hit minimize. I guess I'll leave that there for now. Let's see. Yeah, didn't love this color. Would kind of like something more like this one. Summer Ocean, 04ADBF. 04ADBF. Convert. That's such a subtle change, though. Something slightly brighter than that. Ooh. Pineapple. We did orange, but we didn't do summer yellow. Man, that is a darker yellow than I would like. Kind of want to go with yellow, though. I think yellow is the way to go here. So, called this Summer Sand. Summer Ocean. But I feel like we had a yellow. Didn't we have a yellow somewhere? Maybe we don't have yellow anywhere. Summer Sand, Summer Wave, Summer Oranges, and then Summer Citrus. Citrus. And then that one's going to be our bright yellow. D9BF04. D9BF04. Like you can see, this takes a bit of work. That yellow is too dark for me, so I'm going to brighten it by going F and E. That's a little bit better, but maybe too much. Go down by one. D, C. Too dark. A, B, C, D, E. Better, but not perfect. A, B, C, D. Better, I think. This needs a little bit more blue in it. Go up by 2. Because I want this to look like a lemon. That's kind of there. Maybe 3. Convert. Let's see if there's a lemon. Lemon X. So it's saying FFF700 is lemon. Let's give that a shot. FFF0. What? No, it was 700. That's their lemon. Sure, we'll go with it. All right, so summer citrus. Maybe we'll call this summer lemon. Summer orange, summer lemon. And so this lemon is 1, 9, 6, 9, and then 0. Control save. All right, let's check out that summer palette now that it's been updated. And then just a few more to go. This is definitely a lot of work. And play. Ooh, yeah, those are some nice summer colors. Definitely feels like it's missing a couple, but... And like we could add more colors. Like you could have 10 summer colors if you wanted to. For now, though, I think we're just gonna stick with that. Okay. And I'll be right back. Okay, now we've got our fall colors in, and I just need to update this number, and we know fall is 11 or less, so we go to 10, Control save, and give that a second. Clear and play. Hey, and those are some pretty good fall colors, I think. I like those. Some kind of classics. And now we just need to do the holidays. So it's gonna be some work. Holiday, love, leprechaun. I'm gonna start with holiday and we'll just keep working through it. BRB. Okay, next up we've got our holidays, which are only in the month of 11. So we'll change that from 10 to 11. Control save. Give that a second. I'm really thinking having more than just 5 colors, like even a default set of 10 and a default, like a set of 10 for each color would probably be a good idea. It's just so many colors. That's weird. Those, I must have forgot to do one. Oh, I forgot to do it. I thought I was done. I just did this one. Well, I got to compare these two, and they are very similar. Like, that was the mountain one. Maybe I won't do this as much as I wanted to. I could brighten it up just a hair. Let's try that. So that was number. I'm getting exhausted. This is so much work. But I want twice as many, and that's like kind of a crazy thought. So I want to brighten this up by doubling it to 6 and to 2 and to 4, 7. Sure, Control Save. And now we should see as that should become a nice lighter. Yeah, it's nicer. That should do the trick to make it different. Okay. I thought I was done with holiday. I still have 2 more to do. Oh man. Holiday snow. We've already done snow in winter, so I kind of want to do like a holiday red. I guess that's the problem, is I've kind of run out of colors for this section. I was using this holiday. Oh, this is summer palette. No, I'm not looking at summer. I want to look at the holiday palette here. And I just didn't feel like it had the Christmas colors that I'm used to. I think it's missing classics like red and green. Oh, like here we go. Like that red right there. It's so bright. But that definitely feels like Christmas light red. D72207. D72207. Okay. So we'll call this Holiday Lights. And then change the number to 843 133. And last one is 027. And then what's the last like Christmas color? Christmas color hex. We got green, we got red. White is kind of the one that we're missing, but we've just white is so basic. There's no reason to use white. There's a nice orange in that one. Could do like a soft red. Like a, what do you call mistletoe red hex? That's not a thing. Mistletoe is green and white. I had no idea. I think it's always tied with like a red bow or something. Just why I was like, that is such a terrible, terrible color. But we might be able to use Christmas red flower. Holiday cheer. It's not a terrible blue. Christmas tree lights. Those are not the colors you put on Christmas tree lights. That is too sad. Oh, you know what? That's the red we want. 830607. Just so you can see it. 830607. That's the actual holiday red. We'll call this holiday red? No, this is too close to fall red. It's way too similar. We'll stick with holiday lights. It was good. I don't know. This one's difficult. I know it could be a white. Like we just do a very, very bright white, but oh, you know what we should do? Candle yellow hex. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. FFFCBB. I'm debating. I like these lower ones, but I feel like we already have them, whereas this is a unique color. So we'll do FFFCBB. FFCB. CBB. There we go. All right, so that'll be holiday candle. And that color is 1. And then 0.988, and then 7, 0.733. Control save. All right, finally we get to see that color that we've been waiting for. Clear and play. Hey, that kind of looks a little too much like sand, but it's good enough. I mean, we could warm up the color. Let's warm up the color. It's not that hard, right? Okay, so we want to make this a little more orange. So we just add CD. No, wrong number. Well, make that F. No, that didn't work either. Control Z. To make this more orange, we need to remove this color, A. And lower this one down to 9. There we go. That's adding a little more orange to it. Make this 7. And change this from F to E. Now we're getting our orange color in there. Go down to like a C. That's too orange. D. Just a little better. D, E. And change that from A to 0. And then brighten this up from 7 to 9. No, that was better at 7. Let's try 8. Let's try bringing this up from C, D, E to E. 9, 8. C, D, E, F. It's close. This is hard to pull off. 0. That's the color we want. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So that's 9, 4, 1 and 5, 4, 5. Control save. There it is. Nice. Looks good. Much better. All right, 2 more holidays. Here we go. Okay, no guarantee these are good, but we've got our Valentine's Day ready, which is month number 1. So +1, press Control Save, and we'll see how these love colors come out. The names I really could care less for, but it's as good as we're gonna get, I'm afraid. Hit save. Oh, it did. It just took a second to update. There we go. So we got quite a few different shades of pink and red, and you know, that's what you expect for the holiday. So, yeah, cool. Looks good. Next up is the final one. Oh my goodness, it took so long to get here. So we want search for backspace. So I found this palette website, which is pretty cool, but it doesn't seem to have a search. So we're going to search for St. Patrick's Day hex codes. And here we go. So we've got like a luck. So leprechaun luck might be a good color name. I like that. Control C, Control V, which will be 114, and then 859. This is this has been brutal, guys. I'm sorry to make you go through even just one of these, so I'll pause. Okay, I just finished that. I mean, I speed ran that one. I found that palette, ran with it. Cool. So, yes, I would love to have 10 of each of these colors. My thought process here is that these colors are not that important. Like, if they're, what I mean is, they don't have to be super unique. So, like, if they're not unique, it's okay. Like, people are going to want to buy colors just for the name, just for having more colors than everyone else. That doesn't seem right. What did I do wrong? We have leprechaun, clover. Oh, I got the numbers wrong. I forgot to hit the convert button. Darn it. history, open up converter, press Control V, press convert, there we go. So that was 0.051,741 and 0.094. Okay, Control save. That should update something momentarily. So if we have two colors that are really close to each other, or even the same in this case, or similar, like we got these two are similar, and this next one that should come in is kind of similar to that one, I think it's okay. Like, I kind of want to make them more different if I can. If there's an opportunity, then why not? So like Leprechaun Clover was designed to be a darker green, so I'm thinking we drop this to a 5, drop this to a 6, press Control Save and see if that looks better, and it probably will. And ta-da! Nice. And there's subtle differences, but they're pretty close. But my thought is, like, people want to buy stuff, and this gives them stuff to buy. That's great. So then the next thing we need to do is update our code to allow us to see all of them at the same time. Now this is pretty easy to do. Basically, we just say turn off this line of code here. Or no, actually just write else, curly braces, and do the same thing. Control C, Control V. And now that will add all the colors, and then we just need to delete that when we're done. So give that a second, and now all colors should be visible so we can quickly run through the entire year's worth of colors. Clear, and I want to make that bigger. Play, preview mode. And unfortunately I did double up the first 5, but that's okay, we don't care. Oh, I forgot about this tinting. That tinting did work actually pretty well. Cool. I go to page 2. Definitely feels like we got some similar colors right there. But we're gonna just allow it. Like I said, there is some slight variation, but it's not too bad. Ooh, those oranges look way too similar, don't they? So that's summer orange, and this is fall orange. Let's replace summer orange with a summer blue. That's an easy choice. So summer orange is going to swap to summer blue, and then we just need to make it a blue. So I'm just going to search up summer blue color, and let's go take a look at this. Any of these that I really particularly like? I think I like this kind of baby blue color, and that gives us really none of these have the decimal places for me. I was really hoping we'd get decimal places. So I guess I have to go back to that website again. So sad that we don't have an easier way to make this. There might be. I guess I could look into it at some point. Convert. Okay, here we go. Summer blue is 0.541. 847 965. Control save. All right. And then we had spring sky and winter sky were just so similar. I wonder if we couldn't take spring sky and add a little more color to it by dropping out some of the blue, going to like an 8. Control save. See if spring sky looks a little better now. Come on. Head back over to... Oh, I can't get it to rising because I was in play mode. Stop world, clear, play, preview. Okay. Does that look more similar now? Or is that, did I change the wrong one? I changed the wrong one. Oops. Oh no, this is our new blue. We added this blue. That's a nice blue. I would like it to be more blue though. So let's go to our summer blue and change it to be less green. So drop that to 6, drop that to 3. And then we were updating our spring sky, which feels like it changed more. Let's just get a different spring color. I mean, how hard could it be to find a different spring? So we'll say spring color. Yeah, let's go look at this. Kind of want to use this purple here. B19CD9, 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 B19CD9. Go into here where we had spring sky. We'll change that to spring purple. And then we'll change the name to 694 611 2851. Control save. All right, stop. Clear, play, preview, okay, and over, E, and looking good. Is that the purple? No. I can't tell the names of these. I guess I can click spring purple. That does not look like purple. That came out completely different than I would have expected. So our spring purple needs a little bit more oomph. Let's go up to 7, go up to 9, drop to 5, control save. Yeah, that, I mean, sure, it's in the realm. I mean, I don't hate it. A little too much pastel for me. And it doesn't help that we're displaying it on a purple background, so that impedes the color a little bit. That's nicer. Okay. Ooh, my pages aren't working after doing that. Interesting. Might have a little error in there. Okay, these look good. These look good. Nice. What was it? Oh. Oh, that's page 1. Okay. What's about it about going in, arrow to the right. Definitely need to move that number 2 down. Okay. Nice. These are cool. This is very cool. And now if I arrow to the right, it stops working. How interesting. Oh, it starts going one at a time. So it doesn't seem to recognize that we've exited to the main page somehow. So mark down a bug as doesn't exit to main page for arrowing left and right. Curious. I am going to go do lunch here in just a second. But we did get this pretty well along. Let's go ahead and take out that code we were using for testing, this else right here, to see all the colors. We don't need that anymore. Control save. And let's go back to camera view. Hello. Let's take a look at our list, which has gotten longer, but let's see what we've got done. Color map to string name. We did create a way to determine string named variables. Custom color purchasing. I believe this actually works because we just piggybacked on our old script. So we have linked base colors, limited base colors. We've done that. See all owned colors. We haven't done that. Show available to purchase. We've done that. Limited time colors. We've done that. Added to defaults. We did that, yeah. And we did all those special holidays, so that's good. Record opener and how, oh, we haven't done that yet. Test purchase buttons. We haven't done that yet. Which object to color. We haven't done that yet. Okay. But we have cleared this out enough that I think it's time to make a brand new one, and we'll come back, I hope later today, to keep working on this. All right. So, same square quadrant thing. Stressful goes to the right, and time goes up. And some of the easy stuff is, but it's kind of stressful, is we need to figure out that arrow thing, like that bug. So we have a bug, which is arrows don't go by page when zooming out. Okay, that'll be hard to test now that I think about it because we've only got the 10 options, but we'll figure it out. Which object to color is actually a time-consuming one. It's not very stressful, but it is time-consuming. So it's which object in hat to color. Okay. Player-owned colors visible in the selector. So the way we're going to do this is by making a map of lists of colors, and each player will have their own list of colors. And so you'll have the available colors, and then we'll go through the player's own colors, and if it's not in the available colors, we will then add it to the available colors. It's a lot of work, but it's not like difficult. It's just, it's a thing we have to do. So we need a map of colors each player has available to buy and owns, which I think we're going to put at end. Yeah. So then on the easy side of things, we need to upload scripts when we're done. Upload scripts. We need to record the opener. Record opener. We need a colors owned leaderboard. Makes a lot of sense to me. Colors owned leaderboard. I don't think I'm going to do a hats owned or a face mask owned leaderboard. I think I'm going to focus on just colors owned. Masks are just like, go get them all. I'm really debating it. I'm going to put a question mark. Masks or hats owned leaderboard question mark. And what drives me nuts, and the reason it drives me nuts is because I know if I make it, we will sell twice as many hats or face masks. Like, if there's a leaderboard for it, people want to be on the leaderboard, so it'll generate more money. I mean, there's no doubt. So even if it doesn't make a lot of logical sense, it might be worth doing. Like, if we were in a game where there was no real world currency incentive here, and like we have to pay our bills, something I've been saying for a while, if you haven't heard me say this, is something I really can't say on the public channel, can I? Anyway, it's about monetization, and the only way we're going to be able to afford to keep making studios and building worlds and making this our full-time job is if we think about this more seriously. And we really do. We have to think about, like, what would an actual app on an iPhone or on the Quest Store do to make money, and this is what they would do. You know, they would sell in-world purchases like hats and masks and colors and things. And it sucks because, you know, if you're building a game just for fun, you would make it so they could earn it in game by doing some task or something. And it would be a lot more fun. But unfortunately, we can't just focus on fun since we have to pay our bills and all that jazz. Maybe one day that won't be the case. I don't know. Let's see. What else is on this to-do list? So we need the custom color purchasing. I feel like that's pretty much done. The question in there was we need to be able to see all owned colors, which we have in our to-do list. So then we just need to test the purchase buttons. So test purchase buttons, which comes with, unfortunately, some extra tasks, which are moving purchase dialog, and we also need to remove console logs. Okay. And that's it. We made some progress.
It still looks like a lot of work.
But it's definitely gotten better. So, good stuff. I will catch you in the next recording. Okay, reluctantly, I'm getting back to work. Feeling like this, like I'm at the end of my ability to continue focusing. I think it's the talking part though. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you about what we're about to do. I'm gonna put music on because that usually really fuels me. And so we're probably gonna have another 2-hour session with just music, and I'm sorry. Some of the things that we need to do, there's one thing I forgot to mention in the last clip, which is we need to test colors on the hat. So we need to go build a testing to see what the color looks like. What does it look like when it's unlit? So right now we have it as a like standard color, but unlit would make it look more like the actual color. So we're gonna test both of those scenarios. That kind of means we need to give ourselves some more credits. So we're going to add unlit hat as an option, and we're going to give self more credits. More credits. There's definitely a lot to do here. So I'm going to be like last time where I left some comments in there as I was going. But yeah, this is going to be another hard section to follow, but I need to charge my brain up and get going, and the music will do that. It's tough. It's like, this is a long day. And then I have to pack at the end of the day and get ready to leave and then get some sleep and then just book it in the morning. It's tough, you know what I mean? So I shouldn't be complaining, but it is tough. Like I could wait till I get back, but I just don't want to. I want to get this done so the stress is relieved, and then all I have left to do is just an implementation video, which will be fun. So, okay, here we go. Well, didn't expect to be back. Hate to say this. We hit a really hard blocker. Man, the idea was so solid too. Really, really solid. Let's see. So if you haven't seen the blocker yet, let me show you. Basically, whenever we derive, we don't know which player we're deriving for. And because of that, we can't then get the correct number of items or the correct color list. Oh, it was such a good idea. And then it fails right here. So to know which colors are available to the player, we have to like do something even crazier, which I just don't know how to do. Oh, I'm not really sure what the answer is. I'm trying to think first and foremost, is there any place I've already done this? And this being having a menu with items that are displayed per player. I've done per player pages, but that's just simply like not showing something, like a whole page, which seems a lot easier. I almost really just want to stick with this and make it so you can only use the colors during the season that they're available. And so like if you get a Christmas color and then you hold on to it for the rest of the year, you're the only one wearing that color, which is kind of cool, but doesn't really incentivize buying other colors. So we really need to make all the colors available. So how do we do this? So we got one master list of colors. We have the pages based on if the index and the length of that. We can't do it per player. Can we somehow use a player data binding? The thing is, it doesn't need to update every time the player data binding updates. It just needs that initial when they enter the world update. There's gotta be an answer. Just don't know what it is. Okay, let's keep looking. So maps work like bindings. Maps work like bindings. Number of items map. We could make a binding that's updated in parallel to the map. Where do we use number of items? Let's start there. Okay, first two are here and here, which is we're using the item index binding to return based on the number of items. So that's problematic. Now, is there a way that our index could be paired with two numbers? Or even three? Could we make it a bag of stuff? Okay, so we're saying our item index binding isn't just a number, it's a bag of stuff, which includes the index, which is the number. It then has the number of items, which is also a number. And then it has the available colors, which is a purchasable color array. And then we need to fill out a default version of this, which is going to require us to put in backspace, curly braces, index :0, number of items is colon, I don't want to put in 0. I can do color picker data dot available color array dot length, comma, and then the available colors defaults to square brackets dot 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 color picker data dot available colors. So we spread another copy of that array, Shift Alt F. Okay, so now theoretically, whenever we update item index binding, we're getting all of these things. Now that's going to cause a lot of issues, but we've saved these maps so we can, and we've updated that when the players enter the world. So theoretically, we do have that information pretty well saved for whenever we need it. Player enter world, async delayed player initialization, player data is calculated, available colors are correct. Available colors are calculated, which cannot change unless they go to another day and they buy from the new one, which would then have all the previous days, so it works. Available color map dot set, player available colors number. Okay, so this all looks good. So then let's just start at the top with the red dots and see if we can't fix these all and make it work. All right, so first things first, we have item index binding dot derive the index. This is going to be called, we like to call these, come on brain, what do we call a bag of stuff? We call it a payload. This is a payload, and the payload has an index, so we can call payload dot index. All right, that works there. Now we're going to copy this again, paste it here, copy that, Control C, paste here. Nice. Now, our available colors array, we need to look at this because instead of calling from available colors array, we want to call from payload dot available colors. Okay, that works. And we're going to do the same thing here. Control C, Control V, and then moving down a little bit, we have is selected item owned binding dot derive. Index is a payload, Control C, Control V. Our payload has an index. Our payload has an available color array. Okay, there we go. Sweet. We're rolling. And yeah, kind of cruising it so far. Did we get rid of the original item index? We did, right? Yeah. Okay, here we are. Item index binding dot derive from the payload. And then we'll have payload dot index. And then we have my index is payload dot number of items. There we go. And we'll do the same thing here. This is going to be payload again. This is going to be payload dot index. This is going to be payload dot number of items. And then this needs to be swapped out with payload dot available colors. Okie dokie. All right, scrolling again. Here we have our number of items. Now this is unfortunately not derived. This is problematic. But we have the player in this case, which means we can use the map. So we had is item selected. We'll need to do Control C, Control V, Control V, break those onto 2 lines. The first thing we need to know is the number of items. And we also need to know the available colors, which is going to be items There should be like a number of items map. There it is. And if we don't get that, we'll put 10. If we don't get that, we'll put an array of ... color picker data dot available colors, right? Okay. And then this is from the available colors map. Okay, so now we got purchasable colors. We have a number of items. We can now delete this dot on this one. And we're going to recognize that is item selected does not seem to be updating correctly when we go in and out of this for some reason. So we'll need to look into that. This is also number of items. And it appears we do not need to know the available colors. So we'll delete that. Okay. Continuing on. Here we have item index binding being set. So when we change binding updates, we need to update all this information. So this gets difficult. We start with index is current index, comma, and then we have the, I made a mistake up here somewhere. I used the number 10 right here. I meant to do color picker data dot available color array dot length. There we go. Okay, so index is current index, and then we need to do, it's going to get long, number of items, colon, is the number of items map dot get, parentheses, player, and then question mark. So if we don't have a value for that map, we will then go to the local, the color picker data dot available colors array dot length, and then we need to know the available colors, which will be the available colors map dot get player. And once again, if we don't have that value, we will square brackets make a copy from the color picker data. Now we should always have this value, but if something just goes catastrophe wrong, everything doesn't just break because we have these little catches. Shift Alt F, there we go. Now that we've set the item index binding correctly, we have two more places right here at the bottom, which is inside of buttons. We say if number of items is greater than 10, show the arrows. So this is being derived from is selected, and is there a way we can derive two things? I think so. It's just extra difficult. Create arrow button. So we need these multiple pages to work. This will not change once the player enters the world. This will not change once the player enters the world. Yes, that is true. Because they can't buy any more than the currently available colors. So, how do we do this? Now this updates pretty frequently. is selected is being selected and then unselected and then selected and unselected quite frequently. So we kind of need that. So if we say UI node.if, let's break this into multiple lines to make it easier to see what's happening here. And this is what is displayed. Shift Alt F. And we'll do the same thing down here. This is what's displayed when this is false. And we need to check this secondary property, but we can't. So we're going to delete it and just check is selected. So now if selected, we need to check one more property. So instead of displaying the UI node.if, we say, okay, if it is selected, we check another UI node.if, and then parentheses, and then we do the index, item index binding dot derive, and then parentheses, payload, and I prefer mine to have extra set of parentheses, arrow function, curly braces, and then we will need a comma after this, and we need to move this golden parenthesis and then put a comma here, and we will need to add another golden parenthesis probably right here. So this golden parenthesis links up to this one there, and then that blue parenthesis links up to somewhere. This golden parenthesis goes somewhere. Doesn't show me. I thought it would show me if I highlighted it. I guess not, but I think it's this one right here. And then this. Oh, no. This is all included, which then renders this, which then inside of this. So it's this blue parenthesis I was looking for, which goes to here. Yeah, that's that blue parenthesis. Okay. All makes sense. And then payload needs to return based on whether or not, we'll do parentheses again, and then we say if the payload dot number of items is greater than 10, we then need to load another page. Okay. And that's basically that. So we can copy paste these two lines, Control C, turn this off, paste that right here, and then just update this to be create arrow buttons, change it to false, Control C, Control V, change it to be arrows right, Control C, Control V, and then we should be able to just delete that. Nice. Okay, there we go. So now we did have some issue with this is item selected binding not being updated. So let's see where it's currently updated. We have it on exit being pressed, is item selected binding dot set to false for player. That should have caused that to re-render, but for some reason, well, it should have caused the arrows to do something different. Is item selected is set to true on press, so that seems fine. And then up here we have it there and here, and then what about these arrows? Here's our arrows. Create an arrow button. Create arrow button is set visibility based off of this, as we can see. If it's selected, we show it. Oh. This says if it's selected, we show this UI node.if, which then says if it's greater than 10 items. Oh, but that still doesn't say if it's selected because we've lost the is selected property. But we know it's selected because of that. So we need to be true no matter what. So this doesn't work. Dang it. I guess we could do something ridiculous. No, it's not even ridiculous, but it works. Okay. What we need to do is copy this, Control C, paste that here, Shift Alt F. And so what we need to do is take this UI node and move it into this set. I need to remove an extra parenthesis here. We'll get there. Need to collapse this so I can see more. This UI node.if is not needed because we're saying if this is selected, then we show the left arrow. And so we don't need this parentheses. Else, UI node if check if the number of items is greater than 10, then also show this, which again, we don't need that red arrow. Okay. So yeah, we should be able to just copy paste this and do the same thing. Control C, Control V, Shift Alt F, delete this UI node.if, then delete the extra parenthesis. And so this is saying if selected, show the right arrow. If not selected and it's greater than 10 items, then also show the right arrow. Interesting, however, how we didn't have to delete this blue one. Curious. Curious, very, very curious. I feel like something's wrong in here somewhere. Let's try to follow the parentheses. So this, Shift Alt F first. Nope, didn't change anything. Okay, so we say UI node.if. So this is the if statement. So it derives the is selected. That's all contained. Then we comma. And we say, okay, the first property is, we're checking this. Is this blue linking here? I think that's the problem. This blue linked to here. So we need to delete that blue, which then does actually need this blue. Okay, so then that is this blue here connecting to that blue there. Because then Shift Alt F, there we go, that's better. So then we say, okay, now if that, and so this one's off too. So this has got the blue one here, and then it's got the blue one ending here, which it shouldn't. And then this red one's upset, Shift Alt F, because it's missing an extra one here. But this still seems wrong. Okay, let's read through. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. I didn't need all of this code here. That's what the problem is. Okay, there it is. So now this one is good. We checked, we found bugs. So UI node.if is item selected, return arrows, else. Check if greater than, then return arrows, and it ends on blue. Okay, all good. Control save. Did that solve the problem? No, we still have a problem with the buttons. So when we go to create arrows, let's go up and check that code right here. We are saying on press, there's an issue. So when we get the is item selected for player, false is the default. That's fine. Current index, default 0. Those are all fine because it should be fine. Oh, no, that's fine. Number of items map dot get player available color array dot length. Yep, that seems fine. Okay, so if is item selected minus minus, else minus equals 10. Oh. Because when true, it also returns false. Is that what's happening here? Because it's a Boolean map. So now it says is undefined, and then we can say if is item selected is true minus minus, if it's undefined or false, we do that. That seems fine. let's go and, I mean, that should have been doing the same thing. It doesn't seem like that would be the issue. Is item selected plus plus? Otherwise plus equals 10. Maybe because if it was false, no, false would still equal false. We should fix this on the color picker or the hats entity as well, because it has that same code. Create arrow buttons. On press. Value equals false. We're not going to equal false. We're just going to say if item is selected as true, then we do this. Else, we do that. Okay, fine. So why was it not going up by 10 or down by 10? It must not have thought it was selected. I mean, that's the only solution. Maybe we didn't update the map. We only updated the is item selected map.set to true. So item selected binding is set to false. Ah, yep, we just forgot to update the map at the same time on exit. So we say is item selected map dot set player comma false. Okay. Control C. I think we need to make this change in the hats entity as well. It should be around here. Yep. Okay. Fixed 2 bugs with 1 stone. And I want to make sure to update the map before the binding, so I messed that up on the hats entity. Alt, arrow up, Control save. Okay, so theoretically, we have now fixed the bug with the arrows, because that's pretty clearly what that was. Which object in hat to color? Haven't fixed that. Map of colors each player has available to buy. We should have that working now. We will now test it, because I did purchase a color during our earlier test. Play. Jumping into preview mode. When we walk over, I don't see the arrows. If I go over to here, and then arrow to the right, error handling event. It couldn't find access to it because it was using the wrong list, I would imagine. So when we press arrow to the right, item index map.getPlayer. Purchasable color, available color array, current index. Here it is. But this is for a different thing. We still need to go find all of these places. So let's Command F this, because this should basically not be used anywhere. And let's start at the first one and then work our way through it. Okay, so first one is being used for default values. So those 2 are good. Third one is also being used for a default value, so that one's good. This is the 4th one, which is where we definitely are having an issue on press. Purchasable color is either a purchasable color or undefined, and we need to get this for the player. And so we go to available colors map dot get parentheses player, and then parentheses, and then this is problematic because it's a purchasable color array. And so we remove the current index for now. And purchasable colors with an S is unhappy because it could be undefined, and we just said it was going to be array or no matter what. And then where we were using purchasable colors, we could do that, or we can just go Control-C, Control-V, change that to purchasable color, declare that it might be undefined by saying it's a purchasable color or undefined, and then reference purchasable colors at item index current current index is from the item index map.get the player. That seems like that should work. And purchasable colors could be undefined. So if that's undefined, question mark, return undefined. No, doesn't like that. Can I put a question mark there? He's sort of, still sort of unhappy. Oh, because it's trying to use this as, it's trying to say, okay, question mark, current index, and then colon, if it, so if it's truthy, get the current index, otherwise, return undefined. That works. Type, number, array, undefined is not assignable to purchasable color, undefined. Okay, let's try a different way. Oh man, that was way more complicated than I thought it would be. Okay, so we do this. Purchasable colors, question mark, then purchasable colors again with the current index, and then the alternative is undefined. There we go. That's what I was missing. I knew I was close. I didn't know I was close. Okay, so now that we've got the purchasable color set up like it was before, we now need to go to the next instance of purchasable or available color. So here it is again. Change page binding updates. So that would make sense why it didn't work, because it says is equipped equals, and we need to go into the available colors map dot get parentheses player parentheses, and then we need to make sure that the current index is good. So we're going to control X and then insert constant available colors equals this, and we can now say available colors, and then we will check available colors just like before and say available colors current index dot name, or and the empty would be just like an empty string. We will put in undefined. Yeah, this seems dangerous. Okay, and then I want to put this in parentheses so it's very clear that this is all calculating the left-hand side of this triple equals, and then we get the last one color. I'm gonna, we'll just go with empty. Is equipped equals available colors current index name. This should work every single time, which I'm just like worried about an edge case here. So available colors is defined, we get the name, then we compare that to this. Is selected item equipped? Okay, here we are. Here's our next available colors, which we can see is another part of our problems, I imagine. So to get the so we're checking if it's owned. So we do available colors question mark available colors current index dot name question mark empty. There we go. And we got one more here, which is used for a default value for the item index length, and another one used for a default value, so that's fine. And our last one here is also a default value, delayed player initialization. Or no, it's not, it's for initialization. Okay, cool. Now, it says there's an error in here. Let's go find it. Oh, I was supposed to use a colon, not a question mark. So if you're not familiar with this format here, it's saying, is this defined or valid? That's what the question mark says, and it says if it is, return this value, and if it's not, return this value. And so it uses this side if true and this side if false or undefined. So pretty nice. Makes writing code a lot easier. Okay, so hopefully that's the solution. Clear, play, preview, jumping over. We still don't have our arrows here, which is problematic, but we go to white, arrow to the right, we get Leprechaun Luck, so that was one of the ones we bought. And then we navy blue is back to the home page. Oh, we do have our arrows this time, which does allow us to get to page 2. Nice. Interesting how those weren't there on world start. It might be when the player enters the world and we do all initialization, we need to update the something or other. We need to update the something or other. And so we were using is item selected. We were also using item index binding. I wonder when player enters the world if we update the item index binding. So if we call change page binding updates on delayed player initialization right after that, that could do the trick. So we say change page binding updates, parentheses. Now we're not going to actually change the page, we're just going to update the current page, player data, and the current index is 0 because they just entered the world. Okay. So now when we enter the world, does that make it look like it has arrows? Clear, play, preview. Hey, arrows are there. Nice. We can page to the right, zoom in. That's the one that's equipped. We only have one token left. And we could buy Midnight Black, equip, exit. Interesting. That doesn't show it as equipped. Ooh. This is those colors not coming in the same. Let's go and... Huh. Oh man, these colors not coming in the same is bad, guys. It's really bad. This thing just does not display colors the way that they're displayed in Horizon. I'm wondering if we can get closer doing one really simple trick. So if we go to hat manager function, here when we change the color, we're using 1 and 1. Let's try 0.7 and 0.7. Let's just see if we can't minorly adjust to get this to work better. Clear, clear, and play, and preview. That is really not what I was wearing. It says I have that equipped. Equip. Yeah, no, we're not getting what we're looking for. And equip. No. Okay, 0.7 was not the answer. So let's remember what this does. Tint mesh. The first one is the tint strength, and the second one is the tint brightness. Let's try just keeping strength at 100%, and brightness is the part that I felt like needed to come down. Okay, wait for that to compile. Okay, here we go. Okay, that looks a lot closer to leprechaun green. It's not perfect, but it's a lot closer. We go to midnight black. Is that closer? Is it? I think it is. I think that's a lot closer. It kind of makes me wonder if we take that to 0.5, if we get even closer to the correctly shown color. I really felt like unlit was going to be it. Play, preview. All right, jumping over. I mean, I wouldn't say that looks, yeah, that still doesn't look the same. Midnight black. Midnight black is supposed to be like matte black, so that color just does not fly. kind of means we need a blackety black black. We need a blackety black black. Oh, you know what we can do? Easy peasy. As much as I liked that black, we're just going to get rid of it. It's simple. Because the color isn't saved inside the player variable. The color is saved inside the color picker data file. All we have to do is scroll up here and change it from 0.4 to 0, 0, 0. Now all the color's gone. Control save. Now when we go in with midnight black on it, it'll actually look like midnight black. Kind of makes me wonder about the snowy one too. Play, preview. Yeah, see, now it looks like midnight black. So we click it, we check it. It's not perfect. We go to whip unlit. Still not perfect, but it's better. Go to Leprechaun Luck. It looks okay. I think it looks good enough. It's a lot better than it was. Yeah, I really wish these looked like what they look like on here, but unfortunately that just does not seem like it's going to be the case. Cool though. Cool, cool, cool. Feeling a lot better about this. Kind of worried about the winter snow not being white enough, so let's go change it to white, like pure 111. Winter snow. Just on the off chance that it gets some weird coloring, we'll just change it to pure white. Control save. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. You could spend a lot of time on colors, so feel free to play with these at your leisure. So we're going to mark off anything? No, I don't think there's anything to mark off there. We just finished it. Okay, I think I need to put some music on to get back in a groove. Brain is just like, ah. Well, I don't believe it. We're done. According to this, we just need to record the opener, upload the files, and test the buttons. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we're going to record opener, test buttons as part of the opener, and then upload scripts at the end of the opener. In case there's any other mistakes I've made or things that we need to do. I think that's it. I can't believe it. I genuinely cannot believe it. I didn't think I'd get here. I never thought we'd see the end of this video. But I might be uploading it before I go on this trip. This is going to be... It's going to feel nice. Okay. So... there may be some scripting changes. So if you're watching this in chronological order, like following along, you might want to skip back to the beginning of the video and rewatch that because I might make some changes in the final. But I think we're done. I'm still not fully, I'm in disbelief. I'm in complete and utter disbelief that we've actually made it to the end. No, we have to change something up real quick. We don't need this piece of paper. That's good news. But we have to test the buttons first. Oh, I hate to do this because I don't know how to. Oh, I hate this. It's always the worst when you have to do things you don't know how to do. The right thing would probably be to like pause the video recording and come back when I figure out how to get my account set up. But I don't want to go alone. I'm so scared. Okay, I have to add an account. I have to probably go to Google Chrome, which at some point I must have closed. We'll move that over. Okay. And I'm gonna need to go to, man, those sad eyes. They're so funny. Meta, horizon.meta.com is probably where I have to go. Confirm boundary. Switch to, looks like Horizon is updating. That's the good news, but I also need to switch account. So I need to add an account. I really do hate this. This is like painful because I can't figure out how to do anything. Oh, there we go. Settings. I couldn't find the settings because I click on my account profile and there's no like add account button there. And now I'm clicking on the settings button. Oh, and it's opening settings over on another window. I don't like that. I don't like that because I didn't see it because I'm looking at this menu and then this opened. I never even saw it open. How do I move this around? Yeah. Just, yeah, there you go. I'm like primed to be upset because I know this is going to be difficult and I just don't want to do it. Share apps on this device, yes. Add profile. Email address is my work email. And that's at vidyuu.com. Okay. Who do you want to add? Send link. Okay, it says we sent an email to them. The link will expire. They can log in the next 15 minutes. Okay, that actually seems easier than before. Did they actually make this experience better? My goodness. Continue. Yes. Add profile. I'm in shock and disbelief. Don't share. Enable hand and body tracking. Enable. All set. What? What? I have never had the experience be that easy. I'm waiting for the problem to occur. Well, it didn't. It hasn't allowed me to do anything yet. Switch profile. This profile has been added. There's no. It's oh. Okay. Hey. Oh my gosh. Okay, it worked. It was confusing. Like it looked like there was a button I had to click OK on, but I couldn't click OK on it, which is always no fun. Oh my goodness. I've almost got this set up. Welcome to the MetaQuest. It's not that new. Skip. Skip. Skip, skip, skip. Why is the skip button? Got it. Okay, finally in. Maybe. They really like to show off. It's like, how many times do I have to watch this opening video? When I click skip, they don't let you skip. That is the truth. Again, I should have paused the recording. I apologize. I really needed the emotional support. Okay, I think I'm through. I think I'm through. Okay, we're finally out of there. We're finally out of there. Just be quiet, little lady in my head. I don't want to hear you. Okay, browser says it's installing Meta Horizon Worlds. Install. I did do sharing apps, so I thought it would automatically be shared. Download now. Okay, Horizon is now being prioritized. It says it's installed and ready to use. Pressing open, create boundary. Boundary created, confirm. All right, continue. Allow mic access. There we go. Okay, that was like 10 times faster than I thought it would be. So I'm impressed. Good job, Meta. You made your product way better than I could have imagined. Oh my gosh, I've got so many points to use up on the style points. I gotta spend these. I can't believe I have so many that I haven't spent. I must be getting them from being in build mode or something. Like if I'm working on a world. Which one of these would I like? Do I get the snowman or the pretty pink lady that's the most expensive? I gotta go with the pink one, right? Like, for sure. And now I've got 900 style credits left. Gotta spend that on some stickers or something. Emotes for sure. The chill emote. And now I'm out of money. Anything I can spend 225 on? I'm just waiting for these to expire, so I'm like, I better buy stuff now before they're gone. Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Spent all those, good to go. All right, now we're gonna head to Create tab, head into this world. It's gonna kick me out of the desktop editor. That's what you're hearing over there. I am now loading in. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see, so I'll have to just tell you what I see. I'm in the world. I see the leaderboards, they look good. It says, use your credits, view the world shop. Interesting, the custom UIs aren't there. Oh, I actually have to start the world. Clear, play, jump into preview. And I'm getting the black ring around my face because it's a new... I just like, why don't you just keep the properties and settings from my previous time loading into Horizon? Comfort assistance, off. Like, why do you think I'd want it on? Have I not set this up before? Okay, so you walk up to this one. In VR, I think the experience is going to be phenomenal. So I walk up and I can hit 1 token, 7 tokens, 17 tokens. It won't let me click the 50 token button, which is dumb. I also have to back up. I can do the test purchase. This is a test purchase. You won't be charged. Press OK. All right. My token balance did not go up after clicking that. That was shocking. I'm going to check the console and see why. It says purchase succeeded for item and purchase failed for item. Why does it say both? Purchase failed for item this. Clear. Stop. Play. Jump into the game. Okay, it did my balance is updated. It might not have updated the display. Let me go ahead and buy the 17 token item. Test purchase, press OK. I don't see any changes again. It does have the success and fail, and when I jump in, I do see it going up. So I suspect the issue is related to not updating the binding. So we'll head over to Horizon. Jumping in should kick my VR guy off, and then we can go to VS Code, head over to the hats. Now this is the IWP entity, and we have purchasing happening down here. IWP manager functions. Nope, IWP manager entity. Here it is. Okay. So player purchase effects updates the persistent storage value. For whatever reason, it is logging success and fail, but it's not logging case not found, which is the thing we were actually worried about. So I guess for some reason it's sending 2 of these through, but that should be okay. It must be part of the test purchase problem, but I think we can delete these console logs now. And then what we need to do is update the binding and say bindings dot player tokens binding dot set parentheses to player balance, and we want to set that specifically for this player. There we go, and control save. Okay. Nicely does it. Go ahead and stop the world, leave the world. Now I can switch back over to VR again. Okay, now I've got to press these buttons, and holy smokies. This says there's 47 people in Murder Manor and 30 in Power Wash. Maybe that doesn't surprise anybody else, but for me, I'm like, wait, what? As of when are there that many people over there? That's crazy. Maybe I should put more work into those worlds. I'm like, what? Maybe. I really do want to. I just haven't been able to find the time. Okay, so now I'm going to try the next one, 7 tokens, test purchase, press OK. Balance went up by 7, so that worked. Testing 1 purchase, and it goes up to 75. Perfect, that one worked. Test the partial purchase for 40%. It's going to take me from 112 to 512, so that worked. And we'll just do a couple of those and one more to see it go up. Perfect, that worked. Hat shop works nicely. Totally sick, totally sick. Equip, pull out my camera. Now I can watch that. Come on, camera, allow. There's our camera. It's weird, I'm scratching my head and I can feel the strap. I'm like, wait, there's a hat on my head too. Okay, switch to next hat, equip. Nice, it's kind of cool. Let's go to the color changing station, and we're going to swap colors. Equip. Nice.
Equip. That's pretty instantaneous. That's really nice. Oh, I accidentally bought it. I guess I might as well buy a few. I can see my balance going down. Over here I can see my most owned colors did go up. My longest streak is fine. My premium tokens is at 76. Ah, so premium tokens didn't update when I spent them. We need to update that. Okay. Just another little thing. Premium tokens didn't go down when being spent.
So we'll hop back over, head in, jump into the code, head on over to IWP Manager Functions. And here we are updating the balance. So this is for charging tokens. We're setting the persistent storage, but we're not updating the leaderboard after they spend. So if new player balance is greater than or equal to 0, new player balance equals get player persistent variable minus cost. Oh, okay. So this is saying that the purchase succeeded. So if the purchase succeeded, we update the tokens binding. We also need to update the leaderboard by saying component utility component dot world dot leaderboards dot set percent parentheses, and then go to world leaderboard variable names dot leaderboards dot most premium tokens dot and then comma, and then we need to know the players. So we type in player and then comma, and then the score is the new player balance. New player balance, and then comma, and override is true. So we want to, because we're subtracting. Control save, and that should be used for all instances of purchases. So we should be good to go there. And this was updating PPV and leaderboards after the purchase, so that should be good too. Now, let's see. When I enter the world, we should see my tokens were updated automatically. Yep, so that went down to 70 from 76, and that matches over here. So that's good. Now we're going to leave the world. And I think that just about does it. Because we tested IWP. I actually don't even need the headset anymore. Okay. Powering off the headset. I can figure out how to do that. Power options, power off. Oh no. Come on, power off. How hard is this? Come on. Hey yo. Come on, headset. Why is this gotta be difficult? There you go. Okay, powered it off. I'm sorry that I always sound frustrated when I use the VR headset, but it is frustrating. I'm just like, shutting down shouldn't be hard, because they don't want you to shut down your headset. They want you to put it to sleep, and it's like, I want it shut down. I won't be touching that for at least a week since I'm going to be out of town. I don't want it to come back dead. My face. All right, so the last thing there was to mark off the testing purchase buttons is done. We didn't move the dialogue. I felt like it was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay. Like, it could confuse some users who don't know that they have to back up, but I didn't really feel like there was a place we could put it that would be better if you're getting up and close to it. And if you're at the right distance, it is perfect. We need to remove the console logs. We're going to also test one more thing to make sure the leaderboards, because I didn't need to go into VR, we can go through here and buy. And now when we go over here, we should see that at 69, which we do. Perfect. And we can equip. Nice. That is not a navy blue. We bought navy blue and it doesn't even look navy blue. Oh, that is frustrating. Is that because we're using unlit? No, we're not using unlit. Neither of those are unlit. Ugh. 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 I'm so upset with that. At some point I might have to figure that out, but we can see our colors has gone up. All good. Okay, so scripts, good. Just need to remove console logs. Console logs from brain. It's in the IWP manager entity. Add a console log. No, we needed to keep that one. We already removed the two that we need to remove. Okay, we're good. I did want to check for red dots in case there was anything I left to do and I forgot to do. Oh, look at that. Isn't that interesting? No red dots. Next up. Alright, still good. Still good. Still good. Still good. Still good. Okay. Still good. Okay, almost through. Feel like we're getting close. Nothing here, nothing there, nothing there. Nothing here. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. All right, and these are all just utilities. We did change the utility array just recently in my last office hours. I should go download that new file. Give me 1 second. If you've never done this before, if you go to the Vidyuu Assets folder, link is in the description. You can go down to Utilities, and here's the latest. And download. All right, and I'm going to save it here. There we go. Show in folder. Close out of this. Head over to brain. Come on, brain. Sorry, it's just like really fatiguing. Right click, reveal in File Explorer. Copy this in. I'm going to move to trash. And we're going to edit this. There we go. And if we check out the new one, it should be right here, you'll see we have two new functions for randomly shuffling items in a given array. It's pretty neat. It's pretty nice with help from Wafflecopters. Pretty cool. Yeah, so that's all the scripts there. Right click, reveal in File Explorer. Close out of this. Close out of this. I think we're just going to select all of these except for this and hit Control-C. Go to Downloads for today, create new folder, call this IWP Custom UI. Scripts, okay. Head on in, Control-V, there they are. And now we're going to head back to Google Chrome, back into that folder. There we are. I need to switch account to my work account. And then inside the Vidyuu Assets folder, I can now upload these. And I think I can upload the whole folder if I'm not mistaken. Just hit the back arrow, drag and drop that whole thing in. Okay, so even before this video has been posted, these scripts are available. Pretty neat, pretty cool. I should really give them a good name. I'm hoping to post this video sometime tonight while I'm sleeping. So today's date is 2025-01-01-19. Is that right? There we go. Sweet. That's ready to go, and those scripts are in. Fantastic. Okay, so now we need to learn how to use those scripts, and that's where the intro of this video is going to come into play. So scripts have been uploaded, which means we just need to record the intro. And I'm hoping to make this less than an hour if possible. I want to make it as simple as possible. Go relax, enjoy the rest of the day, so to speak. So yeah. Thanks for joining me on this incredible adventure. This is the end of the video. Would you look at that? I can't believe it. So, I just gotta go to the beginning. Oh man, I'm exhausted. This has been exhausting. Not in a terrible way, guys. I'm like so happy to get this out, but also just like, I wanna go sit down and relax. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm gonna make some popcorn. I'm gonna pop on a movie. I don't know which one, but I am. But I gotta go do this intro. So I'll catch you in the next one. I hope you've enjoyed. And if you watched all this, wow. Thank you. Also, mind blown. And if you slept through it, you're either one of my nephews or you are Flex Time. Those are the two people who apparently sleep to me coding. All right. Catch you later. Bye.